underdogs. What did this team show against a really difficult Packers team?
That were the coming in. Another.
Bo Nix throws for 4 touchdowns. He wins his 9th straight game.
Coming in.
When it's all said and done. And the undefeated big, followed by a new episode in NCIS Origins tonight. Bo Nix throws for 4. Bo Nix throws for 4 touchdowns. He wins his.
They're for real.
What a big day for them. With the Patriots losing earlier today.
Little cushion.
Yep. There is the latest.
Little cushion.
Yep. There is the latest.
100% right now with everything being crazy, with Kansas City out, Baltimore on the outside looking in, Buffalo not quite the same. All these things. Denver's defense has carried them, and they showed up again in the second half.
And by the way,
a fresh
My mom thinks we'll win, so that's all that matters.
he wins his 9th straight game against an NFC opponent. Wow. And he throws for a Denver area code 303 yards.
He showed up today. 4 touchdowns, no picks against Jordan Love, who's on fire coming in. Another great performance, moving their win-loss record to 11 in a row in the last 11. They're for real.
What a big day for them. With the Patriots losing earlier today.
Little cushion.
Yep.
Unbelievable. Awesome. Incredible. Dazzling, stunning, electric. That was just my breakfast. Welcome to it. Brett's still gone for a little bit, but when he returns, the Denver Broncos will be in the playoffs. And the question is, will they really be that? That could be ironic, I suppose, for Brett when he gets back. If he's just previewing for football reasons a meaningless game against the Chargers, he gets back around then. If not, he could get back and it could be a bye week. How about that? But what a game, man. What a game. What a team. And Bo Nix. I don't know.
Chop back, threw it to the other team.
Yeah.
Bo Nix is a special.
Yeah. You know, Matthew Stafford likely will win the MVP. Deservedly so. Deservedly so. I saw a little survey out there. Bo Nix is second for the MVP of the league. Guess what? That's right, too. So you have here in this town the best hockey player in the world, the best basketball player in the world, and who should be runner-up for the MVP in the NFL. Can't put him ahead of Stafford. It's just been a ridiculous season for him. But had a showdown yesterday. Guess what? The Patriots played at home against the Bills. They lost. They blew a 21-0 lead. Dave Portnoy's having a rough time crying in his BS, his Sam Adams. Are you from Boston? Are you from Michigan? Where are you from, dude? Anyways, whatever. It's for me personally, been here since 99. So what is it, 25, 26 years? This is as bonded and as together of a team that I've ever seen. Even more so than 2015, which is crazy. You got to understand, man, in 2015, as awesome as that season was, Brock Osweiler was the starting quarterback, and we were having massive conversations about when Peyton's going to get back from injury, what should happen if that happens. There was a freaking ton of drama with that particular team. None of that exists with this version of the Denver Broncos. None of it. This team is incredibly bonded. That was a freaking laser show by Bo Nix yesterday. That was awesome. 23 of 34, 302 yards, 8.9 per, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, no sacks. There was a fumble. That was R.J. Harvey. And, we may have a running back issue if he's injured too. But, okay, we'll deal with that as it comes. QBR out of 100 of 88.0. Quarterback rating out of, 143.8, something like that, of 134.7. Bo Nix was extraordinary. Extraordinary. And Jordan Love was great too. But look what happens here in Denver, Colorado in the second half. Look what happens. Son, you get a little tired, a little pooped. I parked at Red Rocks and I walked halfway, but whoa, man. I got to climb some stairs. That's what it feels like playing against the Broncos. You park in the parking lot at Red Rocks. You're fine. You're like, what's the big deal? You're huffing up the road. Okay, this is a little something. And then you get to the stairs, and you're wearing your black T-shirt and your black pants, and it's July, it's 110 degrees, and you're like, is this really worth it to see a Korn cover band? You're smoking your heaters. You got your dyed hair. Just like, I forget it. And you turn around and go home. That's what these teams do in the fourth quarter against the Denver Broncos here in Denver, Colorado. In the fourth quarter, they turn around and go home. Listen, I would rather have seen the Broncos, just end the game with the knee, and that was a weird offensive set with 3 fullbacks. Kind of odd. And they didn't get it, and it would have been nice if they did, but not for 1 second, despite it being technically a one-score game. Not for 1 second did I fear that the Denver Broncos wouldn't finish that off defensively. Not for a second. Wasn't scared at all. Didn't have any kind of bad vibes about it. Knew that they would just, whatever. Hey, Jordan Love did good to only be sacked 3 times. Jordan Love threw 2 interceptions, my fine feathered friends. He only had 8 on the year. You know what? I don't know if it was even 8 interceptions. It might have been 4. I think it might have been 4. I'll look at my sheet here in a second. Hold on. I can do better than that. Yeah. He had 4. 4. Sorry, my bad. He had 4 on the year, and he had 2 yesterday. Outstanding. Just incredible. I don't have enough good words to say about this team. And then when you look at everything else that happened, I'm not wishing ill on. I don't have magical powers either. So I could wish ill on people and it would not matter. I can't levitate things. I can't break up no-hitters by telling you it's a no-hitter. And I can't wish ill on people and then ill things happen to them. I'll try to do this like Elle does in Stranger Things to Steve. Steve, I'm going to move that cup. Whoa! All right. I love the music, too. But Patrick Mahomes, the witch is dead. Actually, this music might work right here. Guess what, everybody? The witch is dead. Or more specifically, he has a torn ACL. So you know what that means? That means the Chiefs are literally eliminated. The witches, they're eliminated from the playoffs. Remember when everybody was paranoid about I don't want the Chiefs to beat the Colts. That's bad. We've got to get rid of the Chiefs. Yeah, they're out. It was pretty funny. After the game was over, Chris Jones was like, well, we still have a fighting chance. Then he looks down at one of the muggles and no, you've been eliminated from the playoffs. Oh, we're out? Like, he didn't know. Sugar snaps. Then the Patriots, like I mentioned before, 21-0 over the Bills. 21-0. Yeah, Josh Allen is a problem, obviously. But the Bills' defense is not good, everybody.
Josh Allen?
Yeah. So you got to play here at home, though. You got to play in Denver. I can't necessarily account for things on the road. Can't do it, but you got it. You got the Jags, although what a day by Trevor Lawrence. Oh, my God. I mean, he might have statistically, what I hear, had the greatest individual quarterback performance ever. Like it was like Nikola Jokic land in terms of this has happened and it's never happened before for a quarterback. In their 48-20 win over the Jets. This is coming to town here. But I mean, it's on 20 completion. Still, it was extraordinary. 20 of 32 for 330, 5 touchdowns, and a rushing touchdown. 5 carries for 51 yards. So he accounted for 381 yards, 6 touchdowns. And my wife had him on her bench for her fantasy playoff. By the way, nothing is worse to be in the fantasy playoffs and you're playing against somebody who doesn't even know what's going on and you lose. Such is my tale of woe and misery to one Vic Lombardi, who pretended he didn't care. By the way, Steve, you got to give him a hard time about this. Like, he pretends he doesn't care about fantasy. He's made a bunch of moves and still plays it off like, oh, I didn't know I finished 3rd for the regular season. I'm
an old man without a prostate.
Yeah, you realize Vic is all a hokey doke here. And he knew what was going on. He had made moves during the season. Anyways, nobody gives a crap about my fantasy team. That's for sure. What's next for these Denver Broncos? I don't know, man. I have no idea. No idea why we wouldn't all be thinking about being in the Super Bowl at this point.
Well, DMac, actually, that's a perfect segue. Can I ask you a question that you and the texters can also weigh in on?
Sure.
I was thinking yesterday, so leading up to that game, everybody kept saying, this is a measuring stick game. This is a measuring stick game. Everybody did their best Kubiak impression and said, we're fixing to find out who these Broncos really are. So what did we learn about the Broncos yesterday that we didn't know? How did this game prove to be a measuring stick game?
You know what it was? That's a great question, by the way. It's not that we didn't know all these things. Like, are they better at home? Sure. Can they come from behind? Yes. Can they beat teams in the fourth quarter? Uh-huh. Can they... I'll tell you one thing we learned. They can force takeaways when they really need them, which was that the turning point of the entire game, for sure, was Pat Surtain's interception. That was it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. I mean, what an extraordinary play, too. So what we learned is, and you know what? You know what you do need every now and then, Steve? It's a great question. You need your best players in pivotal moments to make great plays. That is what happened in 2015, by the way. It wasn't an assortment of unknowns or practice squad guys, or it was cool to see Michael Bandy get a touchdown. That was awesome. But in 2015, the best players made the best plays at the most critical times. And that's what happened yesterday. So you learned that your superstars can perform in the clutch when it matters most. And, and I heard Pat Surtain talking about, and listen, he was fantastic yesterday, but he was a little rusty coming back from injury. He was. And so, and by the way, when he went out of the game, he clarified he just got the wind knocked out of him. Thank God. I mean, how many people were sort of like, oh my God, when he was down? Because it was a rough day injury-wise. RJ Harvey's got an issue. Brandon Jones has an issue. Justin Cernad's got an issue. I mean, we'll catch everybody up on the injuries once we find out more details as they go. But your best players played their best. And as good as Surtain is, and he is wonderful, and he made a huge, huge play, turning point play of the game. The best player on the Denver Broncos is Bo Nix. And you know what? That was a difference yesterday, too. Because you've heard a lot about how, and it has been a rough up and down. That is true. I'm not going to say it hasn't been. But you found out your best player, if you had any doubts, is your quarterback. And for your best player to be at the most important position, that's when special things happen.
Pretty good.
We'll hear from Bo and from Sean Payton and from you, 303-504-0925. I mean, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Plus the Avs, they're a wagon. Colorado wagon. Colorado. They won over the weekend. Just whatever. Take care of you Predators. The Nuggets have Houston tonight, right here on 92.5. Huge game.
Tonight.
And this is a great day. Great sports day here in Colorado. Pumped to be with you here on 92.5.
They've been a dangerous team in the last 2 minutes, and Sutton has caught 4 touchdowns in the last 2 minutes of the first half. Here he is on second and goal. Nix throwing, goal line, and it's a touchdown. Little Jordan Humphrey.
He's not so little now.
He's coming up big.
God, I can't stand him. I can't. I don't know. Listen, different strokes for different folks. Tony Romo just. But whatever. You got Nance and Romo on your call. You know it's a big game. And there was a time that Jim Nance, I think, had a rental in Denver. He was here so much. Maybe he bought a piece of property. Who knows? But we'll see a lot more of those guys over the next couple of years, guys. We'll see a lot more of them. Because this Broncos team isn't just going to be good this year. They're way ahead of where they should be right now. Way ahead. They're going to be the favorites to win the Super Bowl in 2026. And then after that, we'll see. But with Mahomes ripping his ACL off, that's this year, that's next year. That's a wrap, everybody. You think Travis Kelce is going to come back without Patrick Mahomes? Please. Even Andy Reid. There are going to be some deep thinkers over there in Kansas City about what their future's all about without Mahomes. And I don't know, Mahomes comes back in what? September, October? Ain't going to be the same. Ain't going to be the same. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. There's always one in the crowd. I want to salute you, Ross, for being the one in the crowd. The text goes, calm down, DMac. Really, seriously, Ross. What is wrong with you? I'm glad you listen and all. But my friend, calm down. Yeah, I'll calm down. I'll calm down by a team that's won 11 in a row. Get
off our show!
That stands in first place on December 15th. My dad's 89th birthday. How about that today? Love you, Peter McKee. Over the sea, riding home in a bumblebee. Gotcha, pal. Love you. If you're not excited, if you're not fired up, if you're sitting here today making excuses why yesterday and what's happened isn't a big deal, that's a you problem.
What's this guy's deal?
I mean, it probably explains why she said no when you asked her to the prom. It probably does explain that. You should be fired up. The Broncos will be favored in their next 3 games. The Broncos should win their next 3 games. The Broncos will have a bye week. And then the Broncos will host hopefully 2 playoff games, including the AFC Championship game. I don't know about the Patriots and what's going to happen with them. They got Baltimore this weekend. We'll see. A caller. All right. Are we allowed to do that, Steve?
I mean, there are no rules. This is the appetizer.
Nolan, hi. You're on 92.5. Good morning, Nolan.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, this is where you talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Nolan. What can I do for you?
I just want to say I love listening to you in the morning.
Appreciate it.
This is how old you and I are, man. You did a phone interview for me when I was in college in communication studies major.
Yeah.
And I am now 40. I hope that doesn't make you feel too old, man.
That is depressing. What'd you get on that? What'd you get on that? What was your grade?
Oh, man, I was valedictorian, and no, just kidding, but I did get a good grade, so I appreciate that. But
0.
DMac, I just want to say,
yes.
I was telling Nelly, I'm one of the most pessimistic fans there is. I kept saying, there's just no way they can keep it up with the special teams errors, the turnover differential, the undiscipline, all the penalties. And, man, I have to say they got – and I was critical of Sean Payton, and I have to say they've got my mind changed because they are really cleaning all those things up as we come to the end of the season. And I was driving yesterday, so I had to listen on the radio. So I wanted to ask you, what really stuck out to you that might not be so obvious to everyone, especially me not getting to watch on TV.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry about it. And thank you, Nolan. That's a great question, and it's great to hear from you. It was interesting. Well, first of all, it's hard to tell on TV, I think, sometimes how dynamic the crowd can be. And yeah, there was some go pack go crap going on because the Broncos are down by 9 points. I'll tell you this though, being down by 9 at home, as long as it's early in the game, no big deal. So maybe that's one thing that was difficult to tell on television, just the shaking of the building, the intensity of the crowd. I think there were like something 500 or so no shows, and out of like 76,000. That's extraordinary. The weather was amazing. I mean, I don't know. There was no wind. So when we rolled in there and we saw that there was no wind, we kind of looked around at each other and like, uh-oh, the scores are going to go up. This is not going to be necessarily a low-scoring game here today, and we were right about that. That makes a huge difference. And you can poo-poo it all you want, but that Thursday night game against the Raiders that was so close, it was ridiculously windy. And there's no excuse. Sure, there are excuses. There are things that do make a difference. But under pristine conditions, you saw what the Broncos were able to do. Now, I mean, listen, they did get down. They did give up 26 points. Okay. But that was a really, really good offense. And although Josh Jacobs didn't have, I don't know, I'll get the numbers here. That was a tough moment, by the way. The whole you get the pass interference on Riley Moss, and then the next play is a 40-yard touchdown. That was rough. That was a rough moment. Josh Jacobs, 12 carries for 73 yards. Yeah, that's, along a 40. They threw it to a million different people. Josh Jacobs, Broncos killer, man. Another touchdown. Crazy. 10 touchdowns in 9 games, career-wise, against the Broncos. But he took his first loss, didn't he? He was 8-0. 8-1, baby. Here's Bo Nix about the crowd.
One of those last 4th downs, I just remember thinking, wow, it's pretty electric in here. It feels like a playoff environment. That's why playing at home in the playoffs is so important. That's why playing at home in itself is important, man. You get the crowd behind you. You get, a good road environment for a team that comes in here and plays. It's not easy and or fun at times. So the crowd is pretty much like an extra player out there for us, and that's a big part of the game. And I know it hasn't been, necessarily the last several years, but this organization's tradition of being tough to play at, being at Mile High, it's like no other. So, I'm really excited to see more and more of that, and the hostility just get better and better.
That's a fun way to put it. Sean on the crowd.
We wanted tonight to get into a lot of tempo with the altitude and with this team. There's a handful of reasons why. They're very good rushing the passer. And so you probably saw us tonight with more at the line. There was a point where the clock was stopped in the fourth quarter, and I called the whole offense over. I said, are you watching these guys right here? And we all turned and looked. I said, they're gassed. And I said, keep the pedal down. And so when you have the crowd noise that we have, and then you have that 52-80, that's a lot. Every week starts when I watch the film, and on Tuesday, I always feel like we're watching the 85 Bears. I don't care who we're playing. And then as the week progresses, you start, but this is a good defense. And so what could we do different? And that was one of the things.
Extraordinary. So to answer your question, thank you, Nolan. Maybe that's something that wasn't obvious on TV. I'm sure you had a feel for it, but it was something else. It was something else. And something else you wouldn't see on TV, the halftime show of mutton busting might have been the most insane mutton busting of all time. You're putting 5-year-olds on sheep. One stray sheep, one rogue sheep took off, was doing circles, and he came back around and plowed over a kid who was getting put up on another sheep. One sheep jumped over another sheep, knocking the kid off of said first sheep. It's extraordinary. By the way, if you want the full mutton busting play-by-play of that moment and more, hosted by Vic Lombardi, that is on our YouTube page right now. That is why you should like and subscribe. It might have been the most Colorado halftime show of all time. I mean, it was awesome. Even the sheep were entertaining. After the game was over, in terms of their relationship, where are things with Bo Nix and Sean Payne? I asked Sean this.
Sean, how would you, where would you put Bo in his, you've talked about a journey to a championship. Where would you put Bo here on this journey?
Yeah, I think, look, I can only compare it to like running a half marathon once, the year I was suspended, and it was in Las Vegas. And so every mile they had a band and Gatorade, right? And then I think it's 13.3 miles. Well, you train for that, but you never run 3.3 miles. So I think he's like at mile marker 4, taking the Gatorade. They give you the goo at mile marker 9, and that was like rocket fuel. It was needed. But I think, look, early in the process and in improving, and the thing about him is like.
Sorry, I stopped listening after he said goo at mile 9. What?
Do you want me to explain this to you? It's good. You should play the rest. Do you have the rest of it or not?
Yeah, I can play the rest of it.
Yeah, play. I'll explain.
The thing about him is, like, he loves playing, and so that's contagious. And that's a really good trait for a player at his position, and his teammates feel that. And so adapting and learning, you remember for 15 years I had one personality, and they couldn't be more different from a personality standpoint. And then I've had the good fortune of coaching others, but it's learning him and him smiling even when we're down. I mean, there's just a competitive nature about him that's refreshing.
That is so cool. I mean, there's runners out there cringing right now. Half marathon is 13.1, not 13.3. They give you goo at 9 miles. Yeah, okay, and that
they give you the goo.
Goo is a little packet. It's gooey like. That actually describes what it's like. It's like filled with carbohydrates and, it's a gel. It's an energy gel, essentially. And it's spelled G-U, Steve.
With an umlaut over the top?
No umlaut.
Goo?
It's just G-U.
They give you the goo.
They give you the goo. That's great, though. They give you the goo. I mean, in that race they gave, you could just carry your own goo. Well, goes without saying, I guess. Is it too early for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic ad? Maybe. Anyways, I don't even know. Runners, endurance athletes, like, you know what it is. What he's saying is, let's get away from that.
They give you the goo.
Although instant classic, right, Steve? Instant classic.
Yeah, that one's going on the board. That's what we little internet shows do.
Yeah. Instant classic. I agree. But if Bo is, and by the way, you got to love the fact that Sean Payton doesn't compare it to a marathon, which would be the more, common metaphor. He compares it to what he did, the half marathon, which was, most people would say, can I tell you something? It's cool. It's a good challenge. Half marathons are a good challenge to run fast. But, like, completing a half marathon is like, now I know it's not the Dunder Mifflin cause honoring Michael Scott for diabetes and other kids who have other illnesses memorial fun run, which I believe was a 5K, which is 3.1 miles. No, it's challenging to run a half marathon for sure. But I mean, it's not a marathon. Anyway, whatever. The point is, he's saying Bo's at mile 4. Now, that is not an insult. If you're getting this kind of performance out of Bo, and we're just going off Sean's metaphor, first of all, if your whole thing is your total distance is 13.3 and you're at mile 4, that means you've actually come quite far in a short period of time. Do you know Bo is tied with, let me get this. It's like Dan Marino and somebody else for the amount of wins. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff here. Bo Nix has 4 career games with 4+ passing touchdowns. Marino and Mahomes are the only players with more such games in a player's first 2 seasons. The longest Broncos single-season winning streaks, 13-98, 11-25, and 11 in 2012. And in 2012, that was probably the best Broncos team of all of the Peyton Manning's Broncos teams. According to Poly Market Sport, MVP odds, Stafford first place, Bo Nix second place, May third place. Odds. And then I have a picture of Goo. I swear to God, Steve, see, I'm going to hold it to the camera. It's Goo. That's what Goo looks like.
That's a setup.
Yeah. And finally, Bo Nix ties Ben Roethlisberger, Andrew Luck, and Dak Prescott for second most QB wins in his first 2 seasons. We have a mic drop. I mean, Drake May has been extraordinary, okay? He's been great. Bo Nix has been better. And the stats will tell you how good Drake May is, and it's really good. Bo Nix is better. And if he's at mile 4 of the Dunder Mifflin Fun Run for the Cures and honoring Meredith for coaches who have been suspended for a year, fun run, what in the world should we all be looking forward to here in the future? The Broncos should win their next 3 games. They should have the number 1 seed. They should be going to Santa Clara. We should be having the Walmart Bowl in February. And that is pretty friggin' awesome. It's a Rally House Victory Monday right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, thanks a lot. And Bo, congratulations. What a game. You guys came in winners of 10 straight, now 11, but you were the underdogs. What did this team show against a really difficult Packers team?
That we're the overdogs.
Yes!
Well, Michael, I underestimated you.
Yeah, well, maybe next time you will estimate me.
We are the overdogs. We are the overdogs. That is classic. We got a couple of good lines. We're the overdogs. They give you the goo at mile 9.
We're the overdogs.
And we had sheep taking out little children and mutton bussing at halftime. It was extraordinary.
They give you the goo.
Ah, so good. So good. So good. So good. So good. Vic and Moj will be along with Matt Smith here in just about 12 minutes. So looking forward to getting their take on everything, get your take on everything. So good. You know, at halftime, the Broncos are down 16. By the way, you know what happened in this game, right? You realize the Packers two field goals, then the Broncos answered with a touchdown. You know what the scoreboard said at one point, right? Six, 7. Sean at halftime when the Broncos were down. And being down kind of sucked. The Packers had deferred. So they did what they need to do. They got the score. Packers, by the way, 1 for 4 in the red zone. Broncos 4 for 4. The Packers scored, and then, you get the next score, and it's like, all right, 23-9. That is like the golden chalice of winning the coin toss. By the way, can somebody teach the Trumpster how to toss a coin? How do you not know how to toss a coin? One of the more bizarre moments of the Army-Navy game. All right, forget it. Politics. Sean was talking to them about the nature of who they are at halftime. And it's basically like, well, this is the world we live in.
Well, we talked about it at halftime, and we said, that's the habitat we've been living in. When you get comfortable operating in those games, then you don't think anything of it. This is the first time I've coached a game where maybe twice I had to look up the scoreboard to see who was up 2 or 3. I knew someone was up 2 or 3, and I can't recall having to ever do that. Hoping, as you looked up, like it was us.
Yeah, I think there were something like 6 lead changes in a football game, which is highly unusual. But there was never like, oh, they're out of it. I mean, listen, I got you, and I see you some on the text line, and don't jinx us. Again, I don't have magical powers. I wish I did. But the concept that this team is ever out of it, come on. Silly. The habitat they live in is winning. Winning. Coming back in the fourth quarter. I loved it when Sean said, at one point, I took the team aside and I said, look over there. He's telling the whole team, look at the Packers. How about the Packers with all their phony baloney bravado before the game, trying to stare down the offensive line, running between players in the opening warm-ups. Hey, man, Dre Greenlaw is one bad mofo, okay? Hufunga took out 2 dudes on 1 tackle. Pat Surtain is. I mean, I'm listen. I don't wish ill again about Christian Watson, but Pat Surtain's interception took out a Packers player. You realize this Denver Broncos team is loaded with badasses. They're loaded with badasses. Even our sheep are kind of badass. Like, we got it all here. What other test do you want? And listen, getting Trevor Lawrence in here, that's good. It's another really good test. Guys coming off an absurd performance But the Broncos are favored, not by a lot, going into this one. And the conversation is going to be much different. We did have a rogue sheep, and this is the classic. I think you can hear it good enough of myself, Rachel V. Hill, who hosts the Mile High postgame show on Altitude TV, and Vic Lombardi doing it's a couple of seconds of a sheep taking out a kid who was sitting on another sheep.
Oh, another sheep gets loose. Look at that sheep getting
He took the kid out.
Just knocked off that kid.
That's what kind of day it was yesterday. The sheep weren't having it. It was the revenge of the sheep. No muttons were busted. They were on a revenge tour. This was an amazing, awesome day. I'm thrilled that you're listening. We will be talking about this and the different elements of it all day long. Sean Payton's press conference today with the media is 11 a.m. They moved it back a little bit because they deserve to sleep in. Or whatever they're doing. They're probably not sleeping in. They're probably already looking at film of Trevor Lawrence and his beautiful hair. But what are the expectations now? That's always the question, right? What's next? Here's what the expectations are now in Denver, Colorado. After what has been the most magnificent fall, early winter in our sports calendar ever. We have never, ever had a fall, early winter as good as this. Never. NBA minimum. I'm talking minimums here. Minimums. NBA Western Conference Finals, and then slug it out with SGA. Stanley Cup Championship, period. Colorado wagon. And guess what, folks? Now, today, expectations, Super Bowl. Back to Santa Clara after 10 years. That's what we should expect. Thank you. Thank you, Broncos, for giving us this. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith is next.
Oh, a lot of buzz about you guys being underdogs. Do you use that as a battle cry motivation? You tune it out?
I don't really care. My mom thinks we'll win, so that's all that matters.
Bo Nix throws for 4 touchdowns. He wins his 9th straight game against an NFC opponent. Wow. And he throws for a Denver area code 303 yards.
He showed up today. 4 touchdowns, no picks against Jordan Love, who's on fire coming in. Another great performance, moving their win-loss record to 11 in a row in the last 11. They're for real.
What a big day for them, with the Patriots losing earlier today.
Little cushion.
Yep.
Congratulations. What a game. You guys came in winners of 10 straight, now 11, but you were the underdogs. What did this team show against a really difficult Packers team?
That we're the overdogs.
Oh, feels good to win, doesn't it? It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Good morning to you. Happy Monday. Happy Victory Monday. How about playoffs for the Denver Broncos? Does that sound good? 12-2 for the first time in 27 years is your football team. And folks, if they win the next 2 weeks, they wrap up the number 1 seed on Christmas night.
That was a great line by Bo. We're the overdogs, number 1. And they could feasibly wrap up the number 1 seed next week. If they win and the Patriots lose to Baltimore, your Denver Broncos are the number 1 seed. That would make the last 2 games meaningless, believe it or not.
Well, right now, Christmas night, I mean, if it's not for seeding, looks pretty meaningless because, oh boy, the Chiefs are done.
There's always meaning to beat the Chiefs, right, guys? Do we all agree? There's always a meaning there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, but it's when they're out of the postseason and Mahomes is done for at least, I guess, will he be ready for next season? Will he be? I don't know. Right. So it's kind of like, hey, man, they're already broken down, right? They're already broken down. I mean, it's going to be fun to beat them, no doubt about it. I had a vision, Vic, and as we go along with the program today, I'm going to explain what my vision is.
I don't think anybody had this vision. I don't think anybody out there saw the Denver Broncos at this juncture of the season as the best team in the National Football League. I don't care how ardent and loyal a Bronco fan you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're inside the operation over there. I don't care if you own the team, run the team, coach the team, play for the team, a mother of somebody on the team. I don't think anybody saw this. Anybody.
If anybody said before the season that the Denver Broncos through 14 weeks would be 12-2.
But leading the NFL.
Leading the National Football League, you're lying to yourself. Or you're, I guess, well, I can't say you're smoking weed because all the weed smokers get mad at me. Okay, how about this? You are on meth. Now, do you meth addicts want to come at me this morning?
Meth addicts are going to be upset.
Okay. What? All you fentanyl freaks. That's what you were, okay?
Well, there's a pretty...
Okay, so now the fentanyl, like, hey, man, well, I do fentanyl every day, man, but I knew the Broncos are going to be a 15-win team.
You got to be very careful here.
Hey, listen, there's no way that you thought that that was the case. There's no way, but you know what? Here we are. And that win, to me, overall, was as impressive as any win that I've seen the Broncos have in the Sean Payton era. To me,
the most prove-it-to-me win since the AFC title game on the road to Super Bowl 50.
That might be it. Yeah, that might be it.
That is it. The most prove-it win. Can you identify another win in the last decade that carried as much weight as that win did yesterday?
No. And I said that yesterday. That's the biggest Broncos win in 10 years, at least in my opinion. 34-26 over the Packers. Green Bay comes out in the second half, marches right down the field and scores. And then Denver outscored them 20-3 from then on out. And Bo Nix was sensational. Not only do I think that was the best the best Broncos win of the last decade, I think that was the best game of Bo's career. 23 of 34, 302 yards, 4 touchdowns, ties a career high for touchdown passes. We were asking for growth. We were asking to see more. Like we said last week, I thought they built a little bit off of the Raiders game. It was a little bit more of a comfortable win than it had been. But this week, you get 34 points out of this offense against one of the best defenses in football, Moj. You cannot ask for more than that.
No doubt about it. And things broke their way as well as the game went on. Things broke their way, and they made their own breaks. I will, as we get deeper into this game, I'm not going to do it right now because I don't want to start off on the wrong foot. But I will get nitpicky as the day goes on, especially about Bo Nix and about his performance, which was awesome. Okay? I'll get a little bit nitpicky as we go on. Okay? But overall, I don't want to disagree with you. I think that you're probably right that was, especially when you look at the raw numbers in your face, just sitting there at 134 plus
Turn your
rating.
camera on.
Why is it off?
I don't know. Turn it on.
That's weird. As you look at the raw numbers, just staring
Turn
at
me
it.
on. Thank you.
Hi. It was wonderful. I mean, it really was. And again, I just see this thing laying out the way that it should lay out from this point on. But it was, when they were down 23-14, I will admit that I had my doubts. I'm like,
this is what makes them so damn good.
This is what makes them different than they used to be.
This is Bo Nix's superpower. It's what the Broncos' superpower is. It's that resilience and poise. There aren't many teams out there. Listen, there are a ton of teams in the National Football League. When you go down in the second half the way they did to start the second half, a lot of teams would fold. A lot of teams would look at that and say, well, we gave it our best shot. And that's when Bo played his best. I mean, consider this. They give up what was an outrageous call. I think we can all agree, an outrageous call. The DPI.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That was stupid.
Stupid.
I mean, Riley Moss got screwed there.
100%.
All right. And then they give up the long run. And then the offense goes 3 and out. And then you're thinking, oh, boy, they're going to come out. This sucks. They're down. It's going to be over. And then what happens? And then PS2 comes up with the pick, and the offense wakes up. They have their superpower. And their superpower is it's never over. It's never over. Even when things look bleak, it's never over. This team is good at that, very good at that, and they showed it again last night.
I got a couple numbers here for you. Broncos are barely outscoring opponents in the first quarter, just 60-57 this year. In the third quarter, just 60-59 this year. But how about the fourth quarter scoring numbers? 115-61 outscoring opponents this year.
Dominant. In the quarter that matters, in the clutch time. You know, we talked for years about that with the Nuggets. The Nuggets were the best clutch team in the NBA the year that they won the NBA title. And thereafter, and here they are. The Denver Broncos are the best clutch team in the National Football League. That is a clutch gene that is hard to mimic and imitate. But they got it.
I'll tell you what's weird about that is because to me, it wasn't something that you built on and built on and built on over time and built on. It's like one day it just showed up and it stayed.
Well, that's why we talked about the draft picks last week. Is because they've gotten so good at finding depth throughout the draft, Moj.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this clutch gene. This clutch thing late.
Where does it come from? I'll tell you where it comes from. I have a theory.
Okay, but what I'm saying, it's like this. It's like your cousin Steve goes, "What's up at your front door?" And he opens the door, he comes, "Oh, yeah, Steve, want a cold one?" Sure. And then he never leaves. And Steve is there. Well, this clutch is there. Yeah. I mean, Vic, what game was it this year that you said, I need to see it? Once they do a comeback, once they have this clutch, once they have...
the first they hadn't done one, and then they went and
did
one.
But what game was that? I'm trying to remember exactly.
Before the Philly game.
Before
the Philly game.
The Philly game, okay. They came back in the Philly game, Matt, and that was it. And you're like, wow, okay. And then they just kept on clutching out the rest of the way. It's pretty impressive.
I'm going to tell you what it is. And I swear to God, Louis and Moj, if you guys clear your throats one more time in this show, one more time, both of you, it's over.
Okay.
One more time.
One more time. You have a nice little home studio. Okay. Hang out at.
The amount of times you guys have cleared your throats off air has been ridiculous.
All right.
I don't know what
do you admit it? Just first, before we move on.
Do we admit it? Sure.
How many times have you cleared your throat in the first 5 minutes of the show?
Maybe 3.
3?
Yeah, but quietly, without the microphone.
If you make even one sound out of your body, and I don't care where it comes from.
That's fine.
I don't care where the sound comes from. It could come from your ear hole.
Yeah. The amount of times you guys have cleared your throat already.
Then it's on.
All right, so let me tell you where the Broncos get this clutch gene. Oh, he's trying not to clear right now.
I'm good. I'm listening to you.
Here's what it is.
Says
Where do
the
they get
guy
the clutch, Gene?
who blows his nose directly into the
Their
mic.
head coach throws it into the, I don't know. He just makes people better. That's what Sean Payton has done. He has a swagger about him. Sometimes it's too much, right? And you're thinking to yourself, why is this guy talking about this team being a Super Bowl contender? Why is this guy doing this? Why is this guy applying this kind of pressure? Why is he ultra aggressive on every play? Why is he going for 2 there? Why is he going for it on 4th and 3? Why is he doing all this? He is putting it out there that they are better than you, that they have a swagger which they're going to carry themselves with. And you know what? At the end of the day, the players feel it, the players know it, and the players abide just like their coach.
That's great, except on the 4th down play late in the 4th quarter when they went for it and didn't get it. You're like, good God, I hope that does not cost them.
But you know what, though?
You say that, Vic, only because it didn't cost them.
But no, that's what they are, though. Very much like Detroit was.
Okay, fine.
Remember when Detroit would go for everything? The Broncos have become that team. Sean Payton has told his team, we are going to be the aggressors.
That's great. The fact that it didn't bite him in the ass is awesome. But a cool thing to do with that defense is to punt it down to the 5-yard line and make Jordan Love drive 95 yards as opposed to...
Why? Because Jordan Love already drove it 90 yards twice in that game. That's stupid. I like what his rationale was. End the game.
Keep going for it then.
End the game.
Okay, cool.
Be aggressive.
I agree. I mean, that would have ended the
swag.
game. I completely agree.
You know what? Their head coach has given them that mentality that they otherwise never had. This team has never had that mentality. The mentality was woe is me.
I don't disagree with you in that regard.
And now it's like we're going to hit you in the mouth and we're going to go for it. And it's an arrogance that starts with the coach, and it's great.
It's great until it's not great.
Well, they're 10-2, they're 12-2. It's great.
Okay.
They got the best record in the league. You can say what you want about Coach Payton. He has established this. He has.
11 in a row now. 11 in a row ties the second longest single season win streak at 11. They won 13 in a row in 98, then 11 in a row in 2012. Where does this stack up?
Where does it stack up in terms of what?
The impressive nature of the fact that they were able to win 11 in a row.
Well, it's
not Peyton Manning. It's not John Elway.
Yeah, it's a second longest win streak in their history.
I know.
That's where it stacks up. Listen to me. I still sense, Moser, the way you talk, there will be no snobbery from you today about Coach Sean Payton. Because I've mentioned him a couple times already. You're like, why would you do that? Why? How can you doubt what he's done so far?
I don't doubt what he's done so far.
I mean, you should bow to him today.
What? Okay. That's what I'll do. I'll bow to Sean Payton.
You should bend the knee to him.
I will bend the knee to Sean Payton.
You should bend the knee today.
I absolutely will.
We all should, because we've all been wrong. We've all been wrong. For all of us who've doubted him, they're 12-2. They've answered every call.
Vic, I completely agree with you. I completely agree.
Oh, but they shouldn't have. Yeah, they probably should have punted. Oh, but No, this is who they are.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Here's your problem, though, is that what you're saying, you're extrapolating out from my one comment about the 4th down play, that the guy does no wrong and he makes every right decision and everything. You're right about that.
12-2, a 12-game home win streak, an 11-game overall win streak, the number 1 seed in the National Football League. He's done no wrong.
Okay, the Colorado Avalanche are 23-2-7, 53 points, by far number 1 in the National Hockey League. Mm-hmm. Has Jared Bednar done anything wrong this year?
Here's the difference. Nobody expected this out of the Broncos. Nobody.
Okay.
We expected greatness from the Avs, did we not?
Now you're turning the narrative to fit your own argument.
I'm just asking you the question.
I'm just saying.
Nobody expected this.
I did not expect 12-2 and best in the NFL. No, I did not.
The fact that Sean Payton is doing it is his way and is angering a lot of people like you along the way.
He's not angering me. I'm not angry. I'm happy.
You sound angry this morning.
Because your face.
Louis, does he sound angry?
It's because your face, and it's because your combative nature.
Louis, what does he sound like this morning?
I'm not sure that he sounds angry. I'm still trying to figure out the vibe of this Monday morning. We'll do it more
me
as the
too.
show continues.
Good point. That's an excellent point.
Chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. On the other side, we'll take a listen to some of the reaction post-game from Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and Garrett Bowles says, doubt us? Underdogs? Fools. That's next.
Well, thanks a lot. And Bo, congratulations. What a game. You guys came in winners of 10 straight, now 11, but you were the underdogs. What did this team show against a really difficult Packers team?
That we're the overdogs.
Yes! Well, Michael, I underestimated you.
Yeah, well, maybe next time you will estimate me.
We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. On the Shop Mazda text line, Vic, do you even do any research before you talk? We don't wrap the division with a win next week. Remember, it's 17 games. We dropped 2. Chargers finished tied with us. They have the tiebreaker. Because I told you that they could wrap up the AFC in the 1 seed on Christmas night if they win the next 2.
So if they win next week, if the Broncos win next week, and the Patriots lose, they would win the tiebreaker against the Patriots.
Against the Patriots.
The
yeah,
number
but
one
not
seed,
for, I guess
but
this
not
guy's
the
saying
Chargers.
Right. Yeah.
Good point, Texter. Good point. I disregarded the Chargers, which is why I was probably one of the few people out there wanting the Chargers to lose that game yesterday.
It wouldn't have hurt them. That's for sure. Not for the division, not for the AFC. I thought it was the right move.
Listen. And you hate to see the injury we saw.
Oh, it's awful.
As soon as he went down, the Chiefs were done. It's over. Season's over, right?
Done.
So at that point, if you are a, let's say, savvy sports fan, you knew at that point you've got to root hard for the Chiefs. As soon as Mahomes is out of the game, Chiefs need to win that game.
It looked like Minshew might drive him down the field to tie it, too.
Yeah, and then Minshew does Minshew.
Right.
Why are you throwing the ball in that situation? Just
have
take
no
the field
idea.
goal and send it to overtime.
Especially with your backup quarterback.
Why even throw it? That's on Andy Reid, isn't it?
100%. 100%. They've been impatient for like the better part of the last month. It's been rough there in Kansas City. Whatever. They're out. Who cares? Ding dong. The witch of the AFC West is dead. I really don't care.
I'm completely with you, and it cracks me up too. But I'm the one who's been predicting Broncos wins every week and kick-ass wins. People are like, you just doubt them all the time. I'm like, I don't.
Big time win.
I don't doubt them. In fact, so if you want to figure into it, this is the way my brain works. Christmas is a free win. So as far as I'm concerned now.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It looks a lot better.
Yeah, of course.
I'll cede it looks significantly different than it did yesterday.
Here you are, and we just established, here you are being stupid again, and it's not even Christmas week. I mean, it's amazing how quickly you go.
What's the correlation?
You got to wait until Christmas week to be stupid.
What's the correlation?
That's
I don't understand.
There's no correlation.
It's quite amazing.
It's a big correlation.
How quickly you can be stupid.
Let's get to a little bit of Sean sound from after the game. This was Coach Payton talking about the game overall.
I thought our crowd was outstanding. We got penalties because of it. The atmosphere was fantastic. I thought our defense in the second half rebooted. It's a good offense we were playing. I felt we were the better offense tonight. No sacks. I thought Bo had one of his better games. I thought we blocked him well.
He talks about the defense. I mean, they gave up 5 scoring drives to start this game.
They played a lot of zone, like too much zone, and it's not what they do, right? I think it was 76% zone in that game.
74, but either way.
I didn't understand why they played so much zone.
Well, they did it because Jordan Love has been tearing up man coverage, and the Broncos.
But that's who you are.
Right, but the Broncos run more man coverage than any team in the league. But here's the problem. They were getting gashed. They gave up more explosive plays in the first half than they had all season.
And then they finally decided, hey, let's do things a little bit different here, and they started to mix it up a little bit. And that's when Love started to have some problems. And obviously, Surtain's pick was absolutely huge. I'll tell you, the first part of that from Sean Payton. And Vic, you had last week the comment about Packers fans. And how many Packers fans were there yesterday?
I didn't know
there were a lot. There were a lot.
There were
they weren't as loud, but they were
okay.
But you know why? Because they get all dressed up. Right. The Packers fans are like Raiders fans. They're wearing weird stuff.
They wear the
weird, just weirded out. Why do you guys have to be so weird?
But I like it. It's almost a benefit because it seems to me, and it was a great game for Broncos fans to get excited about in that second half. But it seems to me when you've got another crowd coming in that travels so well, like the Packers do, and look, Tony Romo talked about it on the broadcast yesterday, as did Jim, but I think it makes you even more excited as a Broncos. Like you, at first, I don't even know how you do it. You get even louder and more vociferous. It was great because I could just hear it.
Television did not do that game justice. I'm telling you right now, the level of It was very loud in the fourth quarter when things got tight. But even pregame, you know when the Broncos in the South Stands pregame, when they do that thing now with the little placards?
Yep.
It was so loud, even pregame. I mean, it was awesome to watch. It was awesome to behold. You're watching just the pregame festivities. You're saying, God, this is the biggest home game the Broncos have had in years. That's what it felt like.
On the Shotmaster text line, you literally said the Packers were going to win, Moser. Here you go with revisionist history again. I think you did call for a Packers win on Friday.
When do you guys learn? Do not listen to his predictions.
I think he did call for
one. Do not
though.
listen to what he says going into games. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He is capricious and fickle.
This is Sean on the team's goals.
It's nice to clinch a playoff berth. Goal 1 is try to go win your division. Goal 2 is try to get the best seed. And then goal 3 is, try to win a world championship. And so we still haven't really accomplished 1, 2, or 3.
I would think, if anything, you should be happy that I thought the Packers were going to win by a field goal.
Listen, we've already established we're just going to ignore your predictions on a weekly basis. But that's not the story.
I've been right. I mean, for 10 weeks in a row, I was correct.
I do like the way Sean Payton refers to the Super Bowl as the World Championship. John Elway used to do that too, winning a World Championship. Not a Super Bowl championship, but a World Championship. It's funny, again, he throws that out into the ether. He just makes it, hey, we are a pretty damn good team. He said it in the offseason, this looks like a Super Bowl roster, right? And how did most people react when he said that?
Oh, sure it is. I mean, listen, you could see the talent was there, the defense was there, but I didn't think it could come together like this. Perhaps I thought next year we're really talking about Super Bowl, not this year. This year, Super Bowl that should be the first and foremost thing on your mind right now.
You see the connectivity, whatever it may be, between coach and player? Because right now I'm seeing a coach who is saying all the right things, not only publicly, but privately behind the scenes to his team. They believe whatever he is spewing. It's working. It's working. It's a swagger that this team has needed for years. And it started pregame when the Green Bay Packers trotted onto the field and tried to disrupt the Broncos drill line or whatever that was, and it led to a fight.
Here is Franklin Myers after the game talking about that little fracas.
We want the smoke. That's the truth. We ain't looking for no problems. We ain't looking for trouble, but you roll the ball out and you're going to disrespect us, cut all through our drills. It's just not right. And we don't do that. We don't expect nobody to do that. We want to be honorable in the way we win or lose. And they started off like that, and we finished it.
And what do they think they were trying to prove?
Just send a message.
What
message didn't work.
It's like, dude, you got to play the game. I still play the game. If I'm at LaFleur, I probably would have been furious at my knuckleheads that went ahead and did that. And
he was. Did you see him at halftime?
I did not see that, no.
At halftime, I believe it was Tracy Wolfson who asked him about the festivities pregame, and he was like, I addressed that with my team. We cannot do that. Yeah. And he said it's also going to be addressed in the locker room again at half.
Good. And leave it to Dre Greenlaw, who brings that dog, who went a little ballistic there, and rightfully so.
Absolutely.
This is what the Broncos have needed, guys. They have needed this. It's a swagger with which they play now. They're not going to be messed with. As Bo Nix says, they're not the underdog. They're the overdog.
Congratulations. What a game. You guys came in winners of 10 straight, now 11, but you were the underdogs. What did this team show against a really difficult Packers team?
That we're the overdogs.
They're the overlords of the AFC right now, is what they are. And it's a sight to behold.
Sean last night talking about living dangerously, living on that live wire, Moshe.
Well, we talked about it at halftime, and we said, that's the habitat we've been living in. When you get comfortable operating in those games, then you don't think anything of it. This is the first time I've coached a game where maybe twice I had to look up the scoreboard to see who was up 2 or 3. I knew someone was up 2 or 3, and I can't recall having to ever do that. Hoping, as you looked up, like it was us.
10-2 now in one-score games.
I don't know if you have this sound. I sent it to the group chat, but he went all in on the analytics nerds, and we're all analytics nerds at some point, so I hate to take away. And if you have it, I loved it because a lot of people during that game, present company included, are like, why are you going for 2 here? What are we doing on this fourth down? Why not just punt it away? You asked those questions in the first segment, Moshe. You asked those questions. I love his mentality. You go in with a certain aggression because you know who's on the other side. Analytics doesn't measure who's on the other side. Analytics only measures what you do. They don't measure that you got to give way to Jordan Love and that offense, and that scoring 20 points wouldn't be enough. You got to keep scoring. You got to keep pushing the issue. And that's the mentality Sean Payton took in that game. And it was gorgeous.
You did it, not me. That wasn't me that time. By the way, Jaguars could also get the number one if they beat the Broncos. Then they play the Colts and the Titans. Nothing is guaranteed until after Christmas, says this texter.
All right, so that Christmas game certainly matters then.
Moj, when you see how Bo plays last night, considering the fact that the first three quarters pretty much all season long have been a struggle, what do you think?
I think it was some of the throws he made yesterday. I've seen him make great throws. Some of the throws that he made yesterday, I was so beyond impressed with. In fact, I don't know which one was my favorite throw, but the Troy Franklin touchdown was it? I mean, not what? Yeah, it was the Troy Franklin touchdown. That's the one where Bo steps up and goes over the top, right? Correct. That was the go-ahead score, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Watching that unfold, watching him step up and just sail it over everybody's head. And the Packers had guys there. They were just a little bit out of position, and he recognized it. I thought he made some throws that were big time, big boy, top 10 quarterback in the National Football League throws.
Moshe, think about all the questions that Bo Nix has answered just this season. All right? Coming into the season, my number one question, could he rally his team? Huh. You think? You think he can? He's done it almost every damn week. Even yesterday, I know it's not going to go down as a fourth quarter rally, but he rallied them. They were down by 9 in the third quarter. He rallied them. Okay, can Bo Nix produce to everyone, not just one guy? Well, he threw 4 touchdowns to 4 different players yesterday. All right, can Bo Nix, and this is a big one for me, can he work the middle of the field? Because I saw that as a flaw his rookie season. Did you see what he did in the middle of the field yesterday?
Absolutely.
Did you see the darts he threw?
Absolutely.
That touchdown throw.
In fact, the one to Franklin was a middle of the field play.
How about the touchdown
for Cortland Sutton?
How about the dart to Lil Jordan Humphrey in the end zone?
Absolutely.
That he threw only where Lil Jordan could catch it. He used the middle of the field like it was his canvas yesterday.
And by the way, in fact, this is very much, if I could write a blueprint about the passing game, this is what it would look like, especially when he's throwing the ball so well. Cortland Sutton was the number one guy yesterday. And I think that on most weeks, Cortland Sutton has to be the number one guy. He was superb. And the fact that he and Nix actually out of 10 targets connected 7 times, but for 113 yards and a touch, I think that's the way it should be. But I look at some of these numbers. Cortland Sutton, average yards per catch, 16.1. Franklin, 14.2. Lil Jordan, 14. Bandy, the one touchdown pass he catches, a 20-yarder. I mean, and here's all you need to know about how that offense clicked. Bo Nix on most average weeks, the average yards per pass is probably 5.8, 6.1. I mean, it's very low typically. 8.9 yesterday on the average pass. So that tells you obviously how good the passing game was and that he attacked, and it looked great.
So, Matt, on the drive that gave them the lead for good, all right? So here they come. They force the Packers to give up the ball. The Broncos have it 4th and inches. Bo keeps it for a first down. They went for it on 4th down. I don't know how many times yesterday. It felt like 4 or 5 times. Then Bo just uses his feet in so many great situations where he's chased out of the pocket and somehow avoids getting sacked, uses his feet to make passes, moves it down the field, hits Franklin for that touchdown. And this is what I wrote in my notebook. Here's what I wrote. Failed 2-point conversion. Why go for 2 there? Why are you chasing the point so early? A little later, they go for it on 4th down. Why not just punt there and lock the defense? I'm doing all the things you're doing. Here's why. Sean Payton said afterwards, here's why they were so aggressive.
We wanted to be aggressive. Remember, sometimes that's why the whole analytic things don't work, because the analytics don't tell you who the quarterback and how the other team's doing offensively. And so I know they want it to work, but it doesn't. All right, so there's some weeks where you're paying attention to what's going on. But when you play a team that's scoring, then you've got to think differently a little bit, even 2-point play, where another game, we might operate differently. But those were plays that we liked.
Another game against another quarterback and another offense you're going up against, perhaps you don't go for it. I think he understands his opposition. And that's a big deal when you have a coach who understands who you're playing against, right?
Well, you got to put them away. You have to beat the Packers. We talked about this. The Packers aren't going to beat themselves. That's why they hung around so long. In fact, you had to go get them with a couple of turnovers, right? What a play by Patrick Surtain to go through the air. And how aggressive and arrogant was it for Matt LaFleur to come out the second half, go, okay, well, we love what Love has done in the first half, shredding you in man coverage. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take the top off with 2 deep shots on back-to-back drives and go right at Patrick Surtain.
Well, they're trying to end the game.
Good luck. Of course.
Yeah, they're trying to end the game.
But good luck with that against the Defensive Player of the Year from last year.
It single-handedly changed that game.
No question.
The Broncos couldn't get anything going on the previous drive, going 3 and out. And here they are. They get the ball back, and boom, it was all Denver from there. Yeah, defense leads to offense. Listen, we can all agree the Broncos defense I'm not going to call it gutted. That was not their best performance.
No, they're leaking a little bit of oil, I think.
I think we can all agree. But that's what happens when you play a great offensive team. You're not going to shut everybody out.
No, but they did kind of get a little leaky again against Washington a couple of weeks ago, right?
But that play changed the game.
Absolutely, it
did.
I mean,
think about it. They've got a 20. This is where you talk about the fine line between having that one great player and not, or that one play made and not. Packers have a 23-14 lead. And on that first play of that drive, what do they try to do? Intercepted by Surtain.
Right.
Now, if that's a completed pass, they're going to get points because obviously they're in range. And that at least 3, so now it's at least 26-14. Maybe it's 30-14. You don't know, but Patrick Surtain makes that one play. Offense comes alive, and then once that offense punched it in, and they're still down 23-21, I'm like, they got him right where they want him because now the defense is dogging. Now the offense is pumped, and the whole thing was flipped on that one play. And if you're Matt LaFleur,
a 20-3 run after that interception.
Exactly right. And if you're Matt LaFleur, you're probably like, oh, yeah, man, I got stud quarterback, and he does. But the one thing that kid cannot do in that situation, the one thing that Jordan Love cannot do to get the Broncos back in it is throw a pick.
And it cost you your best receiver.
And it blew up Christian Watson's knee. But this is how games like that, and this is how playoff games are won and lost, and the Broncos have been coming out on the right end of these.
I think a lot of us on this show, and maybe that's why the reaction's weird, I don't think we know what to do with ourselves.
What do I do with my hands?
Honest to God, I think there are Bronco fans driving around today listening parts unknown. I'm not sure you know what to do because we're all in the same boat. Like, whoa.
You remember the sheep?
It's the best team in football.
The sheep yesterday that ran around, then freaked, and then tried to jump himself back into his corral and booted that kid off that other sheep.
Was awesome.
During mutton busting?
Yeah.
Mutton busting. There's a sheep that actually went 2 feet in the air, karate chop.
More than that.
Yeah. And took a kid off his fellow sheep. It was awesome.
So the sheep is lost, and he gets scared, and he tries to jump. Well, I think it looks like he's trying to jump back in the pen, and yet he jumps over the sheep that already has a kid getting mounted on the sheep, and he blows the kid off the sheep. And I just think that's kind of how the game went. It was kind of a crazy day.
I was wondering.
I want to say
the sheep was a perfect metaphor for that game.
Perfect. You nailed it. 10 out of 10.
Haven't seen all the mutton busting that took place at halftime. I want to say this, and I mean this with all sincerity. Colorado parents of those kids, you should be embarrassed by how poorly your kids performed in that mutton busting operation.
This was,
and if you're one of those parents, feel free to call in. That was an embarrassing performance. The sheep shut you out.
Got to be better out there. I mean, you're not practicing mutton busting every day after school. Here's Garrett Bowles. You going to call us underdogs? You going to call us underdogs?
Garrett, 11 straight, 12-2. We were in the playoffs.
Were we underdogs?
Okay, yeah. How sweet does it feel to have been underdogs yet again and have won yet again?
Pretty soon, the media, the news, whatever, maybe they start respecting us eventually, but you know what? The only people that we respect are the people in this building, the love that we have for our city, the fans, this organization, our owners. Man, we're just full of dogs. You know, George Payton and what he's done is created this team with SP, and just the love we have for one another, man. We believe in each other. If nobody else believes in us, it's all good, man. We believe in each other.
It is a big one tonight as the Nuggets host Kevin Durant and the new look Rockets. Tune in starting at 7 for pregame, powered by Ramos Law. Tip-off just after 7:40 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On the other side, the Avs picked up another win this weekend, and the Nuggets get back to action tonight. We'll preview and review next.
How are you feeling out there, dudes? Are your productive workouts getting even more productive? Are you sleeping okay? You feeling very fresh in the head? Well, maybe you're doing pretty good then with your testosterone. But if your energy is lower and you aren't sleeping well, you feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off, you might be experiencing some or all of the symptoms of low testosterone. It happened to me years ago. And my doc said, hey, I'm just getting up there. I said, well, I'm going to do something about it. And I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You should do the same kind of thing because their treatments absolutely work. Successfully treated many men for low T. And the guys like me have seen the amazing difference that those treatments can make in your life. Guys, in your early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. You don't realize it at first, and then all of a sudden it kind of adds up on you. Well, give them a call today if it feels like you could be helped. 720-440-7900. 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. That number again, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Remember, whether you are at home or on the go, we're always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Moj, you are an ungracious guy. Say hello to Nate and Ben over here. They're in our studio. They're
Hi, Nate and Ben.
Fine listeners who
Great.
won one of those Nuggets T-shirts that I gave away a while back.
Yep.
And they, very rarely do people do this when they win prizes. They countered with a prize of their own. They brought in this putter.
And what
I saw that putter.
Yeah,
I'm not touching that putter.
Yeah, I can't
I think
show
you will.
you what this putter looks like.
Would you like me to describe it to the people out there?
Probably not.
Okay, well then why are you insisting that I be a part of this?
Well, I just wanted you to meet Nate and
Oh,
Ben.
hi, Nate and Ben. No, that's fine, but I'm not touching that.
Oh, I think you will.
Oh, I think you will touch that putter.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you're going to touch it in
gonna
places
touch it
that are going to be
plenty.
very special to you.
Yep.
And to us.
Yep.
Trust me, you're touching the putter. But I want to thank them
You
for
like the
being
size of it?
loyal listeners to the show. They said their little brother told them about the show, and they've been listening ever since. And it's an ongoing gag, and they wanted to present this putter to us. This very special, personal putter to Ben, at least. And so we're going to utilize it the best we can. So, guys, chill out and enjoy the ride here. I'm sorry that Moser was such a jerk during the break.
Yeah.
So this should be off-air discussion.
Yeah.
But let me try to explain. I'm going to have to leave here and go talk to Nelly, because if I try to talk to Nelly like this,
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to get yelled at by Vic.
Mm-hmm.
But my computer is frozen.
Uh-huh.
The video is off.
Oh,
I can't participate in the program. So at the threat of having you jump my ass,
Use your laptop.
oh yeah, I guess I could
Use your laptop.
Okay.
It's a very simple fix. It's
Problem
something that use your laptop, get to the Zoom on that, and boom.
Hey, Steve.
There you are.
That's what I was trying to tell you. So what do you suggest I do?
Well, I think
In the
we should get
meantime,
back
let's
to
go
the
ahead and do
Avs
the
and the
show.
Nuggets. Over the weekend, the Avs, with the best record in the NHL, best record in the West, and the best start in franchise history, took down Nashville 4-2. Tied the third longest home win streak in franchise history.
They don't lose.
They've got the longest active home winning streak in the NHL. And it's the longest home point streak to start a season in franchise history. These Avs just keep rolling. What are they most? A Colorado Wagon?
Yeah, Colorado Wagon. Seems pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Listen, I don't know what it's like for you to go to the gym every day with the Nuggets. Certainly on the road, when you go to the gym, you probably feel pretty good. And now they got to get back to being kick butt at home. But this Avalanche team going to the rink every single day, they're at Seattle coming up tomorrow night. I mean, do you feel like they should win that game?
I feel like they should win every game at this point.
Okay, and then they're going to play on the road at Minnesota. That's going to be incredibly tough inside the division. Thanks, Nelly. Appreciate it. You knocked it out of the park. Thanks, Nelly. Batteries died on me. Sorry about that.
So batteries died, and Moser calls it computers frozen. Go on.
So in the mouse, yeah. So you go to the rink every single day. They have 3 games between now and Christmas. And I'm thinking to myself, you got 2 games in the next 8 days and then 1 game after that. Man, that feels like is it 4? What am I missing?
At Seattle, home to Winnipeg Friday.
Oh, Winnipeg Friday. Sorry. Then at Mini, and then, okay.
Then against
4.
Utah.
Right, then Utah right before Christmas. So you got 4. But it's spaced out enough that, man, when those back-to-backs every single damn weekend on the road, all of a sudden you're starting to get a little bit of a breather here, and you start to think about major possibilities. I mean, when you got a team that's 23-2-7, and you start to think about 27-2-7, it's just it's sick. It's not real. It doesn't compute for the average human being.
Well, you know what enters my brain when I see a team that's so dominant like this, and maybe because my brain is flawed, I just scared about injuries. I just get scared now because they're so good, right? I don't want anything to happen.
I totally agree.
I just want to throw a blanket.
Well, let's not talk
over them.
about that.
Hey,
I know.
Let's not invite it into our existence.
But
Just
that's
like
how my
yesterday,
brain operates.
when Pat Surtain went down yesterday, I'm not even kidding you. My heart's like,
I thought he re-injured that pec.
So did I. Thank God he just got booted in the head.
Yeah.
I mean, the least of our concerns is he got booted in the head, but my heart did one of those little baby rabbit skips.
Yeah.
Because this time of the year, man, and even for the Avs, look, there's plenty of time left in the season, but for the Broncos, you can't afford into that crap this time of the year. But nonetheless, McKinnon still leads the National Hockey League in scoring. I mean, kicking butt. It's awesome. I don't know what to say.
It's the attitude that they're bringing to the ice every night. McKinnon's 26th goal on Saturday, by the way, under a minute and a half. 9 times this year, the Avs have scored under 1 minute and a half. Okay? Yeah. That's a franchise record. That means you're coming to the rink every night ready to go from Jump Street. You're setting a tone.
It felt like they had a 10-minute power play at one point because one power play begets another power play begets another power play. Now, They couldn't get anything off it, but they won the game. They won the game.
I can't even imagine this power play. I've never seen anything like it in my life because you look at other teams and what they're doing. Let me talk about the Dallas Stars. Not because of that guy, not because it's that team, whatever. Mm-hmm. But their power play cranks up around 30, a little over 30%, which is crazy. And you're not even half that if you're the Avalanche right now. But that's how their bread is buttered. They score on the power play, and they win games because of their power play. That guy, 96, right?
Yeah, that guy.
Half his points this season have come on the power play.
What are you trying to say? Say it.
I'm saying Marty Necas has 43 points, and 8 have come on the power play. 35 have come organically, and 5 on 5. So I'm just saying that for if you try to think about the Avalanche with a power play at 30%, they would never lose ever in the history of hockey. Okay. They will never lose again.
It'll come around.
Well, I think it probably will.
Fine.
I think it will.
Nuggets and Rockets tonight. Big one for Denver. They had 3 full days off since their last win in Sacramento, which they needed a breather. Christian Brown slowly getting back, maybe not AG until the first of the year, Vic, but you welcome in Durant and the Rockets tonight. I think this is a good litmus test.
You might see Julian Strother tonight. He's listed as questionable. Did you say that? He may be back.
I did not say that. Okay. I'm glad you did.
I want you to know something. I want you to know the world we live in, fellas. All right? This is the world we currently live in. The Avs are on a ridiculous streak. 12-0-2 at home. Is that what it is?
Yeah. 13-0-2.
13-0-2. They're on a ridiculous streak. A historic streak. The Denver Broncos are on a ridiculous streak. They've now
almost historic. They've won a chance to be historic.
They've won 12 in a row at home, 11 in a row total. Historic streak, crazy streak. The Denver Nuggets are on a franchise history-making streak of their own, having won 11 straight on the road. So we've got 3 streaks going on at the same time in Denver, Colorado, with the 3 teams currently in action.
Feels good.
I mean, seriously. We need to go streaking some sort. This needs to be the old school redo here with Will Ferrell because this is unreal what we're witnessing. Now, the Nuggets tonight have to fix their home court. Have to fix it. They know it's been a problem. Worries me a little bit knowing that they've had 3 days off before this game. Because usually when you give the Nuggets time off before a home game, it doesn't end well for whatever reason. But tonight's a chance to renew that home court advantage that they lost. You know the last time they won a home game?
I was just trying to think about it, actually.
Yeah, it was November 7th against Indiana, 8th against Indiana.
It's been over a month.
That's crazy. I mean, that's insane. When you put it that way, it's hard to believe.
It's
really
been over a month, and yet they have the second best record in the Western Conference.
It's there's something else, man. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we are spoiled right now here in Denver.
But it's not hard to diagnose why they've lost 4 in a row on the home floor.
Okay. Doctor?
I don't know how I can say this any more clearly.
They need the Peter putter.
Yeah, it's probably what they need. They've given up 130 points per game or more.
Yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Now listen, Matt, you don't have to be a genius, and you're a pretty smart guy. I figured that out here the past 3 weeks.
I did not know where that was going.
Are you sure? I think you're a pretty smart guy, but even if you weren't, even if you were as dumb as that putter with the thing on it,
that's cool. I don't know.
You could look at it and say, if you give up $130 at home, you're probably going to lose games. Because you can be the highest scoring team in the league at almost 126 per, which the Nuggets are. But if you give up 130 or more, you're probably going to lose.
Not a good recipe.
How's that, Vic? Is that a good explanation for you? Did I just handle your keys to the game?
Good.
Yeah, I'll touch it.
Moser, didn't you want to touch it?
Yeah.
No, I want to break it.
Moser's gonna spend some time with a very special putter during the break. It is a Rally House Victory Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with
Thanks,
Matt
boys.
Smith. On the other side, yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thanks for stopping in. That is super cool. I mean, it's cool enough. Broncos, 11 in a row. We want your reaction on the Shot Mazda text line. We'll do it all next.
Have you been thinking about a mountain property, second home rental, even a dream home? I've been talking to you about Anastasia Bell, and I'm going to give you her telephone number here. In case you've missed it, the times I've talked about her before, 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge, and what sets her apart on properties like this is her market expertise and her experience. She's been around. She knows the mountains like nobody's business, and you need somebody like that when you're dealing with such an important sale or purchase in Summit County or anywhere up in the mountains for that matter. You got to trust that person on such an important decision. I know that, you know that, and she is the one you can trust. So call her right now if you'd like. She's there. She'll answer. That number again, 970-968-7646. Personalized guidance and exceptional service. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
It is A Rally House victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Thanks so much for being here. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Before we dive into this Broncos.
It's a holiday, too, that Dan Feldman just reminded me. I forgot all about it. Today's a holiday.
What holiday?
It's Yokmas. Merry Yokmas to one and all. Today's Yokmas. Yeah, it was the day he was first thrust into the starting role.
Thank you
many
for
years
reminding
ago.
us.
So my apologies to all Nuggets fans for not attributing this day as to what it is. It's a very holy day.
Thank you.
And my apologies to Nate and Ben who came in. As I had to take a whiz during the break, so I ran out to do that.
Is that why you were a jerk?
I didn't mean to Heisman you, Nate and Ben. I apologize for that. I had to take a whiz and I had to run back in, but it's good to see you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a trio of brothers, by the way. They're all three brothers who came in that listened to the show. And they wrote us a long letter. Let me just give you a quick line, Matt, as we move on. The last 8 years of my life have been filled with every single hour of this show. It's been something that has brought a lot of laughs to me and my brothers. Every time you guys took a call or read one of my texts making fun of Moj, it always makes my day a little better. Keep it up. We appreciate it, boys. So those people that came in to appreciate you, you gave them the Heisman. I hope you feel good about yourself.
Well, next time, let me know you're coming in and I will not have to whiz.
Somebody on the Shop Mazda text line guessed the shape of the putter.
Okay, good.
That's a good guess.
Good guess.
It's a very good guess.
Yeah.
Let's go to the phones because we have a very special guest calling in. 9-year-old Cristiano. Cristiano, you wanted to say something about the Broncos game yesterday, buddy?
Hey, Cristiano.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing?
Say
buddy?
hi to Vic and Moj.
Hi.
What's going on, buddy?
Hey, buddy. Hey, good to talk to you.
Thank you. All right. So I think that's the best game I've ever seen Bo Nix play because he had 302 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Cristiano, you should come take my job. They should have called you to fill in for Vic and Moj.
I don't disagree with you, kid, but let me tell you, in your lifetime here in Denver, Colorado, the Broncos have stunk. And so the fact that they're getting better, the best game in your lifetime is saying something.
Are you having fun watching them, Cristiano?
Yeah, the first time I've ever seen them good.
That's awesome. Hey, Cristiano, have you ever ridden a sheep? Did you see those little kids ride the sheep?
No.
No. Okay,
too bad. Are you a golfer? Vic has a putter for you.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Cristiano.
Thank you, Cristiano.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you,
bud.
Cristiano's family. Appreciate it.
I honest to God, that I thought that kid was going to call up in defense of the kids who got mutton busted. I thought that's what that was.
Oh, that's what that was? That was going to be one of the mutton busting kids?
Hang on a second, though.
Because I attacked those children.
I love the kid. He's such a sweet young guy. I love it. In my lifetime, it's the best game I've seen. Well, you know what, Cristiano?
He's not wrong.
Thank God you're only 9, bro, because you're getting the good stuff now at a young age. We've seen a lot of dog-tail football around these parts in the last decade before you were even born, buddy. So I'm glad you're able to see Bo Nix do what he did yesterday. It was awesome.
In the win, Bo Nix ties Roethlisberger, Luck, Prescott for the second most quarterback wins in his first 2 seasons with 22. It's impressive. Here's the head coach last night talking about the big game from his quarterback.
Thought the offensive line played really well. Now, look, that's a real impressive rush front. To come out of that game with no sacks. We had a good protection plan. You know, he really made some plays with his feet, and he made some plays up in the pocket, you know, 3rd and long, Troy on a touch. I mean, there's so many different plays to reference. Cortland, all of them. Guys playing this offense, if he moves left or if he moves right, they adjust and become an open target for him. Good win.
You know, that's a really good point. He brings up the proficiency and the accuracy that Bo's been throwing with on the run this year has probably been tops in the league.
On the drive that gave them the lead for good, if you go back and look at, actually the 2 drives, the drive after the PS2 interception,
right?
Those 2 drives, go back and see, if you have a chance to rewatch the game, how many times he was chased out of the pocket and it looked as if they would get to him, and they couldn't. And not only could they not get to him, but he completed passes on the run. You know, when years past or in games past, you'd see him run and he'd have to throw it out of bounds or throw it at the feet of his receiver and running back. No, yesterday, he's on the run completing those passes. It's a development, fellas. And it's a wonderful development to watch.
There was a play where somebody flashed up the gut. I mean, quickly came unblocked between the center and the tackle, or the center and the guard gap. And, I mean, was on him, and then he was actually falling backwards, but he threw it to the feet of the tight end on the near side. And I'm like, man, that happened like this fast. I mean, I'm like, so his brain is obviously operating at a very high, quick
He was in
level.
the flow state, as they call it.
Yeah, I mean, it must be something like that because by all intents and purposes, that's a sack. For any other quarterback in the league right this second, he's flat on his back. But, man, he made such a quick decision, and he got it to where he needed to get to. No penalty.
My favorite play from Bo Nix was not the touchdown tosses to Franklin, the touchdown toss to Little Jordan Humphrey, the touchdown toss to Cortland Sutton. No. He's rolling right, being chased by Micah Parsons, and it looks like he's about to get sacked. He pump fakes as if he's going to throw the ball away out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the last second, hits Troy Franklin for a gain of, 12?
Yeah. It was something like that.
That was such a ridiculous, subtle play, but it showed me how the chemistry between those two has come to a head and how in control of the game Bo Nix was.
I think that was an 18-yarder, like right around there. But his legs are a weapon. We've talked about that many times, that his legs are a weapon that we would like to see utilized even more.
Yeah, definitely.
I know that Sean Payton doesn't want his quarterback running all over the field, but, man, when he does get mobile, it seems like good things really happen.
I like the point you brought up there, the Troy Franklin-Bo Nix connection. Troy Franklin kind of falls in the Nick Bonito category, where after year one, you're looking at that with a side eye. You don't know what that's going to turn into. Remember how many drops he dealt with in year one? And all of a sudden, Pat Bryant has to miss yesterday's game, the rookie, and he's been coming on strong. Franklin picked up the slack. Little Jordan Humphrey picked up the slack. And how about Michael Bandy? That was my favorite moment of the game easily. The guy, the training camp stud, comes in and makes a monster play.
I mean, think about this. Little Jordan Humphrey was on another roster to start the season. He wasn't even on the team. He comes back mid-season. You're like, okay, they're going to reintroduce Little Jordan Humphrey. And he makes key catch after key catch yesterday. So, and I can't say enough. Maybe we're shell-shocked because we're used to seeing the Broncos win via defense. Yesterday, they won via offense.
Oh, it was growth in a big way. And Sean continued on his quarterback.
Early in the process in improving. And the thing about him is, he loves playing, and so that's contagious. That's a really good trait for a player at his position, and his teammates feel that. And so adapting and learning. You remember, for 15 years, I had one personality, and they couldn't be more different from a personality standpoint. But it's learning him and him smiling even when we're down. I mean, there's just a competitive nature about him that's refreshing.
You know how I see it? It's kind of like that old dog. You've got your dog, 10 years old, knows exactly what path to take when you take him on walks every morning, knows exactly what you're thinking. You get up to, leave the house or go to the fridge or something. You open the bag of cheese. The dog is right over. Here comes Bo, the puppy. He's just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and you gotta start housebreaking him and everything. And that's what Sean's doing here. And in year two, you've seen incredible strides, in my opinion, not only with Bo's level of play, but the relationship between the two.
Listen to you and your dog analogy.
It was good.
I think it's
it was
great.
good. It was good.
I think it's awesome.
That scared me.
But no, but you have a golden retriever puppy, and
that's what he is.
He's falling down the stairs.
That's
and
right. Tripping over his ears.
But then in 2 years, what is he? He's an absolute working dog, right?
Unit.
He's every pheasant, every duck. I mean, he's on it, right? I mean, that's kind of what we are seeing here with this kid, and it's great. And it was interesting because there was a quote from Sean Payton where he talked about, in fact, DMac asked him yesterday. Do you have that?
I got it right here.
Because this is, and I was a little bit surprised by the answer from Sean Payton. I'll explain why.
Look, I can only compare it to running a half marathon once, the year I was suspended, and it was in Las Vegas. And so every mile they had a band and Gatorade, right? And then I think it's 13.3 miles. Well, you train for that, but you never run 3.3 miles. So I think he's at mile marker 4, taking the Gatorade. They give you the goo at mile marker 9, and that was like rocket fuel. It was needed.
That's the gel stuff they give you. You slurp it down. But he was asked what mile Bo is at right now. And he says mile 4. I thought, wow. I thought he'd be more toward at least the middle of that half marathon. If we're talking 13, I think it's 13.1 is half marathon. Nonetheless, I thought he'd be somewhere around mile 7, maybe
They
7
give you
and a
the
half.
goo.
Yeah, when's he going to get the goo?
When is the goo?
I guess the goo. You know what the goo is? The goo would be playoff game number 1.
I was about to say your first playoff win.
If you can win a playoff game.
I got the goo for you.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Easy now. Easy now.
You know, I've run a half marathon. At no point did anybody give me goo.
Yeah, times have changed, bro. Back in the day, they didn't care if you died on the street. Now they care. Now they give you stuff. Now
They give you the goo.
Yeah, you're gonna get that.
So it's just, I just thought that, that he would be, in Sean's eyes, a little bit further along after a game like that. But you know what? I don't think he wants him to get too high either. There's a lot of work still to go.
And this was Bo talking about their relationship. And I think this is a little bit more vulnerable, and I think it speaks volumes because we've seen the shouting matches at each other on the sideline. You're talking about 2 highly competitive individuals here, but I think they're starting to get a feel for one another.
Appreciate Coach for letting me be my authentic self, and I appreciate him for letting me be competitive, and he hasn't taken that fire away from me. Together, we're just working really well off of each other. I can tell by the way he's calling it, and then my job is to turn around and protect him and, keep his call safe. And we talk about play caller intent a lot as a quarterback room. Take the intent, what does he want out of this play, and then at the end of the day, you got to protect it. And so I feel like it's only year 2, but, I think the more and more reps that I'm able to get, with him in my ear during games, it's just we've been able to grow. We've been able to develop with each other. It's not easy for him after so long with one consistent quarterback who was absolutely dominant in this league to take, a younger guy and, trust him. It's hard, but I really appreciate that. At the same time, he's extremely competitive himself, so I always wanted that. It's just a coach that was going to compete for me, compete with me. I think together we got something going right now, and it's working, and we're going to continue to find ways to make it work even more.
Fellas, do you think we've been bamboozled a little bit? Do we think we've been,
hoodwinked?
Yeah, because the offense certainly opened up yesterday, right? It opened up.
Sure.
Do you think they've been saving this? Or is it just development?
I think it's just development and rhythm. I do. I mean, do you think they've been holding anything back? I mean, if they've been holding anything back, they've been flirting with fire awfully closely.
Matt, the reason I ask is how many screen passes did you see in that game yesterday?
They
3?
started with a few. It didn't go well in that second drive, and they bailed from the horizontal passing game.
Yeah, and then they opened it up.
Yep.
I mean, opened it up, middle of the field stuff, right?
Yep.
I'm just curious. It's there? It's there.
Trust. I think that's the key.
What did Kaner's buddy say? It's in there. It's in there. Just let it come out.
So we know
get
it's
it out
there.
of there. Yeah, it's there. I think part of it has to do, too, with the defense that you're playing. And that Packers defense is really good. They had a wonderful first quarter. You said, all right, screw that. Then you started to change things up. I mean, what's the first thing that Sean Payton said to you, Vic, when you talked to him after he was hired? The first thing he said on your first question.
Yeah, I asked him, hey, you're a pretty good red zone play caller. Yep, I am.
I'm really good at that.
I'm really good at that.
And he's able to – he trusts himself implicitly, Matt, with his play calling.
Broncos were 4 for 4 in the red zone.
Absolutely. I don't know that there's anybody in the league that's more confident in his own play calling, in his own playbook than Sean Payton. That being said, when that first quarter came to a close and you're losing and you're like, okay, well, we're only down 3-0, but, things haven't gone well and we've kind of just like, And he started to change things up. I mean, we're talking about movement during the course of a game and a breathing, living playbook that now is being utilized to its fullest extent. That's one of the joys of me watching this team grow over the course of this season to 12-2 is that you have pliability inside that offense, and you now have a quarterback that is comfortable enough, experienced enough to use that pliable playbook and make things happen.
Matt, here's the truth from yesterday. Here's the truth. Bronco fans, see if you can search within yourself and tell me if you agree. I think most of the country waited for the Broncos' fall yesterday, expected the fall. Nobody expected them to fall up, and that's what they did.
Agreed. There are some things, though, I saw yesterday I'd like to get to as we roll on here talking a little football. Hey, Vic, the word bamboozle. Unknown about the actual origin, but it dates to the early 1700s as a slang linking it to Scottish Bombay to mystify, and the French babounier to make a baboon of. And they kind of just glommed it all together to bamboozle, just to let you know.
Wonderful piece of information. Moj always enlightening us. The more you know, the more you know. On the other side, we'll get to some of the weekend headlines, the biggest news of the day. Stick around. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here. Time to hit the biggest stories from over the weekend. First up here, Vic, Fernando Mendoza. He takes it home. Apparently, the Heisman was last week. Go figure.
I watched it.
Well, here's what he had to say.
Mommy, this is your trophy as much as it is mine. You've always been my biggest fan. You're my light. You're my why. You're my biggest supporter. Your sacrifices, courage, love, those have been my first playbook and the playbook that I'm going to carry through my side through my entire life. You taught me that toughness doesn't need to be loud.
This guy's won me over.
Yeah, I love him. And before you start making fun of him for calling his mother mommy, number one, I think most kids of immigrants refer to their parents as mommy and daddy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. It's just the case. And number two, his mother has dealt with MS for quite some time now, and he was breaking down and got emotional. I loved the part of his speech when he called his grandparents and started talking to them in Spanish. It was awesome. I love that whole speech. That guy's a future senator, by the way.
Politician. No
100%.
question about it. By the way, all in on Indiana, Moj. I don't really care. The what he's done for MS, his mom's in the wheelchair. I don't know if anybody out there knows anybody with MS or you've got a family member dealing with MS, but
my former partner, I worked with Theory Smith for an awfully long time.
Mm-hmm. It's tough,
just
man.
A horrible, horribly debilitating disease. But listen, you say politicians, is that after his NFL?
Dude,
his NFL career.
I mean,
he's playing great football, and he's a big old kid, man.
He's a big old boy.
He's a big old dude. I think there's everything to like about this 6'5", 225-pound gunslinger.
Compare that to Diego Pavia, who went on this ridiculous rant via social media after he didn't win. Basically told the selection committee to blank off.
Yeah,
I mean,
he did apologize for that, but nonetheless, look, I think Indiana, once they beat Ohio State, you got my attention. I mean, I always thought they were really good. Now they're just for sure legit, real, whatever you want to say.
College football playoff kicks off this weekend with the first 4 games: James Madison, Oregon, Alabama, Oklahoma, Tulane, Ole Miss, and Miami and Texas A&M. Can't wait for those over the weekend. Next up, oh boy, the Wicked Witch of the AFC West. It's not only dead, but next year might be a problem too.
Watch as he goes to the ground. It looks like that. Oh, the left knee.
Yep, you saw it.
You saw it almost like it popped. It almost hyperextends, like it straightens out as it hits into the ground.
So I'm getting ready to do my painting project, right? I'm watching the game. And I'm just gathering stuff together, blah, blah, blah. My wife's doing her thing, and I said,
please tell me more about your painting project.
It looked good, by the way.
Didn't that look good,
It
Matt?
did. You guys did a nice job. Was that you or the bear who did the caulked edges?
No, by all means, keep going.
It looked good.
Yours truly. I'm an expert painter.
Don't be jealous just because Mo's got is handy.
No, I mean, seriously, I need more information about this painting project of a bathroom at your house. Please.
Well, give it to him. He's asking you.
Negative. Oh, he's taking a whiz in that bathroom, so he knows what it's all about. Hey, but the point is that when you saw it, I mean, I guess nowadays you don't need to be a doctor. I saw it. I'm like, oh no, for him, right?
Yeah, you could see it. The wiggle.
It's the pop and the wiggle, and I'm like, he has at least one ligament gone, if not a couple. But that was bad.
Interesting stat here. I don't know if it's a stat or if it's just a coincidence, but Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, they compare each other, right? These guys are very similar.
Is that when he tore his too? The same?
Tom Brady tore his ACL 9 seasons in, just like Patrick Mahomes.
I saw that. That's crazy, isn't it? And then he came back and,
continued to dominate. Listen,
we know what happened when he came back.
You can hate the Chiefs, and I get it. I just had to look the other way when I saw it. I just hated that. I hated every bit of it.
Do we think it affects him next year?
100% it does. Are you kidding me?
I mean, it's December 14th he pops it.
I think even if he plays next year, he's going to be a little more cautious.
It was a kind of a nothing situation, though. I mean, it really wasn't like
it wasn't like a guy dragging him down.
Yeah, but it wasn't like he took off running and got smoked by a couple dudes or whatever.
But it had already been injured. That was the problem.
Yeah, that was the problem. He was already bothering.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is the situation real quick though? Some guys have come back really fast. I mean, Adrian Peterson's recovery was like in 5 months. I felt that was impossible.
Yeah. And then other recoveries have taken longer. Remember, it took Jamal Murray like over a year.
Long time.
They probably won't see him till next October. Okay, go ahead.
Somebody says on the Shop Mazda text line, does Dylan Raiola have to tear his ACL now too? By the way, NBC has the Super Bowl this year. They're going to have aired the only 2 Super Bowl games so far this decade that did not include Kansas City. They've completely missed out on the Chiefs Super Bowl run.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? Next up here, huge news in the NHL over the weekend. Massive trade as Quinn Hughes, former Norris winner, shipped from Vancouver to Minnesota in exchange for DU's own Zeev Buium.
You lose a lot of minutes, and the guys you mentioned, those are guys that are playing. Hughes in, he scores! Welcome to Minnesota!
That's a debut there, Moj.
That's a hell of a debut.
More talent to the Central.
You know who I really, really, really like, and I hate that I like him so much, but I always have? I knew that when Bill Guerin became GM of the Minnesota Wild, it was going to hurt me because I really like Billy G. He's a great dude, and I think he's a pretty damn good GM. What this move is here, because he gave up Zeev, and he gave up Ogren, and he gave up Rossi, and he gave up a first. I mean, you're talking about 3 players in a first for Quinn Hughes, which is probably the going rate. He's swinging for the fences, man. He's like, look, we stick Hughes on the back end with Kaprizov up front and that young goaltender Ballstedt doing his crap.
When does Minnesota come here again?
I don't know when they're going to be here, but we're going to be there in a week.
Okay, yeah, because remember when the Minnesota...
a week and a half? Help me out, Matt. You know the schedule better than me. Monday.
Little things just...
A week.
I remember, and I can't get it out of my mind.
Sunday.
The Minnesota goalie doing that dance after he won the shootout.
That's the rookie.
Yeah. I need to see him here.
You need a little get back? You want a little revenge?
I mean, things like that stick out. Does that not stick?
Well,
stick
yeah, I
out
mean, you'd like to stick it to him again. I mean,
stick it to him? Give him the putter?
A little stick it in the stick
Give him the
hole.
putter?
Give him the putter. Yeah. No, but it's a big deal because Quinn Hughes is a magnificent player.
All it means is you better win the top seed in this division because you don't want to end up playing those 2 teams, Minnesota and Dallas.
Let them beat the crap out of each other.
Right.
I mean, that's
Get
why
that top seed and avoid that.
There should be no lack of motivation to get the number 1 seed.
The Central has 3 of the top 4 teams right now. The Avs lead with 53 points in a game in hand on both Dallas and Minnesota, 47 and 43 points, respectively.
But think about that. It's almost like, I guess, the Nuggets division in a way. I mean, but 3 of the top 4 teams in the league are in the Central. The Avs, Dallas, then comes Carolina, then comes Minnesota. I mean, come on, man.
Loaded to the gills. Next up in headlines, the NBA Cup is set. Oh, boy.
I would have put Barnes on the other side.
Caruso bumped. No whistle. The Spurs are NBA Cup giant killers. They're headed to Tuesday's final.
The Spurs take the Thunder down and deliver OKC their second loss so far. They're 24-2, and the Knicks handled the Magic, so it will be Spurs and Knicks for all the marbles for the Emirates NBA Cup, Vic.
Fellas, the Spurs are for reals. Do you know what for reals means?
For reals?
For reals. And I know a lot of people are still going to doubt them because they're young and new and all this stuff, but what they've done here in the last month without Victor Wembanyama is amazing. And with Wembanyama, who played only 21 minutes in that game, to take out OKC. By the way, did you guys see that ridiculous call when Shea shoots a 3?
I did not.
And leans with his legs and he gets the benefit of the whistle?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
That's Shea, though.
Oh,
I mean, what else do you want to say?
Oh, my. Did you see the call last night? Did you happen to see the end of the Lakers game, Lakers-Suns?
LeBron?
LeBron, like, just diving into Dylan Brooks and no. Yeah. Oh, my God. Whatever.
That's ridiculous. Next up in headlines.
Lieutenant Kendrick ordered the code red, didn't he? Because that's what you told Lieutenant Kendrick to do.
Object! And when it went bad, you cut these guys loose! Your Honor, you had Marcus inside a phony transport. Your Honor, you doctored the logbook. Damn it, Captain! You coerced the doctor.
Consider yourself in contempt.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Well, it might not be that dramatic, but there is a massive hearing for the NCAA versus Patterson today, which will initially rule on a preliminary injunction voting on 5 years to play 5 for football players.
Who the hell's Patterson?
Patterson. He's the guy suing the NCAA.
Some guy named Patterson?
Patterson, yeah.
Some guy named Patterson is making this happen.
What's your favorite first name?
What do you mean, my favorite first name?
Yeah, come up with a first name.
Vinny
Patterson against the NCAA today. Going to court on the 5-and-5 rule would make redshirt a thing of the past for football, by the way. Just a little note.
Well, some of these guys with the COVID have drawn it out. Who's the
most college students are in there for 5 years regardless? So I don't know.
Who's
what
the
big
quarterback
deal is.
for Utah that kept getting hurt? Cam.
Oh,
Rising.
Yeah.
Rising.
Yeah.
Rising.
Rising.
How many? He played like 7.
Look at Diego Pavia. Diego Pavia is my age.
That's what I'm saying. So it's a big one today.
Yeah, he's got like a kid in college himself.
It's a big one today. Next up in headlines.
3rd down and 4. Rivers, and he's got a man. Touchdown! That's Josh Downs, and that's Phillip Rivers with a touchdown pass. The 422nd touchdown pass of his career.
All right, Moj. Vic, I think Moj is right. I'm just saying, it wasn't a bad option. It may not have been a good option, Moj.
It almost worked.
It almost freaking worked.
Won. I think Seattle is one of the best teams in the league. Yeah, they're top 7 at the worst. He wasn't great. Steichen really kind of kept. Listen to this music. Steichen kept him internal. He stayed within himself. Had a touchdown pass. Not a lot of yards. Not a lot per pass.
Crescendo.
But the dude's 44.
Yeah, it was weird to see him throw the ball again.
44 years old.
When Phil Rivers throws the ball, it looks like it hurts.
Yeah, every time. It always has. Hey, dude, when he was at NC State, when Phil Rivers threw the football, it looked like he was shot putting.
It's like it hurts his arm. It's like, get this off me.
Yeah, but guess what? It gets there, doesn't it?
And they should have won the game.
Yeah.
They should have won the game. I mean, they kick a field goal to take the lead with
60-yarder.
47 seconds left. And then Seattle comes down and hits a game winner, by the way, the 6th of the day for Jason Myers. Unbelievable. All right, that is headlines. Thanks so much for being here for headlines. I do want to talk a little bit more NBA, though, because tonight the Nuggets are back in action, Vic. And it's the Rockets coming to town. Kevin Durant. Remember now, they have played the Rockets already this season, back on November 21st. They beat Houston by 3, 112-109. Remember, that is the game that AG got hurt. Thought he could play and then pulled right away.
Yeah, he left with about 3 minutes into the game. And what they've done since then is just ridiculous because the Nuggets, again, the number 2 record in the conference without Christian Brown, without Aaron Gordon. Neither of those players should be playing before Christmas. Maybe Christian the final week of the month, we'll see. But AG, not until the first of the year. Tonight, Julian Strawther could return, give him some help. But it's another one of those games, guys. It's a tough game against a tough team at home. Believe it or not, and I know the Nuggets have struggled at home. They've lost 4 in a row. I have more faith in the Nuggets against a really good team at home than against a middling team at home. It's just that time of year.
Playing to their competition's level?
Yes.
You're talking about being at home and going, here comes Sacramento, and you give them a $128, like that. Or here come the dog butt crap hole Chicago Bulls, and you give them a $130. You're talking about like that?
Dallas.
Yeah. Now,
so tonight, and by the way, Dallas also beat Houston last week. Houston's not been playing well.
In fact, they
lost to Utah.
There 2 games ago. Yeah, 2 games ago they lost to Dallas.
That was a good game.
They won their last game. And I look at my little matchup predictor. It's 50.
I look at my matchup
I know.
predictor.
That's complete nerd.
What does ESPN think that is going to happen
I
tonight?
completely agree with you.
Nice Patrick Mahomes impression there, Matt.
Was that or Kermit? Yeah, go ahead.
50.2 to 49.8 in favor of Houston.
Really?
Yeah.
Houston is favored tonight?
In the matchup predictor, but in the point
hell
spread,
is that?
No, they're not favorite.
1.5 Nuggets.
Yeah, whatever algorithm Moses looking at over there.
Whatever ESPN throws out there. And they're, you know what? Listen, man, whoever programs the computer is the one that I guess that sets it. I don't know. You tell me.
Tonight is
I don't do computers. That's for Michael.
It's a great opportunity for the Nuggets to right a lot of wrongs, and that is having lost 4 straight at home, fix the home court. They know it. They see it. They sense it. They know they got to get winning at home, and it's against a good team, a very good team. And what's crazy about the schedule is they play Houston here in Denver twice this week, tonight and then again on Saturday.
Well, with that being said, let's hit our keys to the game for this evening.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, Vic, Jokic had 34, 10, and 9 last time out against Houston, coupled with Jamal's 26, 2, and 10. What do we expect from Denver tonight?
Rebound the basketball against a very big team, a very good rebounding team. Last time they played Houston in Houston, Alpi Şengün was terrible. Nuggets just took him completely out of his game. Rebound the basketball will be key tonight, especially on the defensive side. Make sure you secure the ball, get yourself another opportunity. Don't give them second shot opportunities. That team can board.
I'm going to get all up in you. The Rockets have also had 4 days off coming into tonight.
Yeah. Both teams.
They last played the same time the Nuggets last played on the 11th. So, it's rest a thing for now. It's rust a thing. We'll see. It's even, Steven. But my key would be this. Mm-hmm. Don't give up $130.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I mean,
it's a good goal.
Play defense?
Yeah.
Hey, actually, put a hand on a guy's face. Okay? And then I think your offense is the leading scoring team in the league. I think it should be enough to win, even without AG and CB.
Do you know the Nuggets at 18-6 right now? It's their best start in franchise history.
And those 4 home losses, even if you split those, let's take a split on the $130 at home. Then you're 20-4, bro.
You want another one?
Yeah.
Denver is the first team in NBA history, not since the NBA was formed, not since they got together in that back room and said, let's get an NBA going. They're the first team ever to have a 4-game home losing streak and a 10-plus game road win streak. Never happened before.
Yeah, it seems very at odds with what is natural in the universe. Hey, as we roll on here, I want to talk some Broncos, and I want a little validation or something like that. I know you got your keys read.
Are we done with the Nuggets?
Yeah, because we're getting to break.
Usually he has to be done.
I was going to do his keys read. I know, but I want to remind him that I need a clarification on something with the Broncos when we come back.
Well, we'll do that. The keys to the game are powered by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and we roll along next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Both teams off to historic starts. Dan Kaplis Law wins just like those teams. Dan Kaplis Law wins in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis right now. Listen, it's important to you, and it's very important to them. They're not going to take your case unless they know they can win. So if you want to win, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Do your homework. Go online. Check them out. DanKaplisLaw.com.
one of those last fourth downs, I just remember thinking, wow, it's pretty electric in here. It feels like a playoff environment. That's why playing at home in the playoffs is so important. That's why playing at home in itself is important, man. You get the crowd behind you. You get, a good road environment for a team that comes in here and plays. It's not easy and or fun at times. So the crowd is pretty much like an extra player out there for us, and that's a big part of the game. And I know it hasn't been, necessarily the last several years, but this organization's tradition of being tough to play at, being at Mile High, it's like no other. So, I'm really excited to see more and more of that, and the hostility just get better and better.
Follow along on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started now at Safeway.com or on the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Broncos 11 in a row, tops in the league, 12-2 on the year. But Moser, before we went to break, you said to me,
"Yeah, I got to figure out. Yeah, I got to figure out where I live. Yeah, where do I live, Vic? Where do I live?
Carpet?
See, you weren't here.
No. I'm picking up on that. Yeah.
You know what that stems from?
I don't, but I'm picking up on the fact that there was an inside joke thrown out there that I'm out of, so I might as well just go leave the studio and cry in my pie.
I want you to know it because Vic's one time on the road. I think it's L.A. I think it's L.A. Mm-hmm. He's in the hotel. I said, "What floor are you on?" He goes, "Carpet."
Nice.
Technically, the answer was correct.
Technically, it was the very literal answer.
So I've got to figure out where I live because I've had people come at me today on the text line that Vic has now twice been banned from.
That's a self-ban this time.
Oh, it's a self-ban. Mm-hmm. Okay. So people are like, "Do you believe now, Moshe? Do you believe?" And I'm like, "Hey, pork rind. Where were you 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks?" See, when I believe too much, see, I guess that's what I am. I believe too much at times.
You don't believe?
No, Prime, I do.
See, I banned myself because I don't like to deal with that kind of stuff. We have beautiful people like Nate and Ben who sent us this beautiful letter while they listen to the show.
Nate and Ben, would you text in 303-504-0925 and let us know you're still listening? Because once I read your letter, I'm thinking to myself,
you cried.
I'm gonna hold my pee from now on. I'm not gonna pee anymore. I'm not gonna whiz at all ever. So there you go.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
I would. So, but when we got beyond, let's say we got beyond the Giants game. Oh my God! And then you beat up the Cowboys. I'm like, I think this is a pretty damn good team. Mm-hmm. I know the defense is stellar. And did you hear Jim Nantz and Tony Romo yesterday? Vic, obviously you didn't, but they just like, this is the number one team defense in the world. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like, I believe that. I always have believed that.
So what's your reservation?
Hold on. When I say they should blow out the Texans and they win by 3, when I say they should stomp the Raiders and they win by 3, I say, well, I'm worried about Kansas City, but I got a pretty good feeling at home they win by 3. I'm saying they should go to Washington and beat the snot out of the Commanders and they win by 1. When I'm over-believing on how good the Broncos are, right, I'm a punk. I'm a jerk. I'm a dummy. I'm an idiot. I don't know Jack. You can't trust my prediction because I'm predicting the Broncos should win these games by more than they did.
Tell us something we don't know.
Exactly.
So what is your reservation?
But when I say, man, I think it's the Packers by 3, all of a sudden I'm the biggest dill wagon that ever rolled down the street.
You don't believe?
You moron! You don't believe in jack squat, man.
Next question.
Do you believe now? I'm like, I've been believing for weeks, you jackwad. What do you want from me? They played an awesome game. I absolutely believe. Now, can I ask you this?
Please.
How many of Bo Nix's passes yesterday should have been intercepted?
A couple. Yeah, he got lucky.
Yeah, but you know what though? You could say the same thing about every quarterback. There are passes that
But because with Jordan Love yesterday, either it was or it wasn't. It wasn't like almost. Either it was or it wasn't.
To Moshe's point, there's a couple he's on the run trying to make a play and forces where in the playoffs you just got to be careful.
The one he got baited on Mims and the one late.
Yeah, and
those are two for sure that should have.
Every pass was in traffic, which makes Bo's performance even much more impressive. The pass he threw to little Jordan Humphrey. You understand? You have to put that in a 1 foot window.
The touchdown.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm the one who said an hour and a half ago that he made some passes yesterday that blew my doors off. As Brett would say, I'm totally gazebo right now. I have no doors whatsoever. The pass to Troy Franklin in the end zone, wide open. But that's good. That's because he made that happen with his legs, drawing those guys toward him, and then they have to back up as he launches over their head. I believe in this team. In fact, maybe I believe too much in this team. Now, all of a sudden, everybody is like I was when they go to Washington and they win 27-26 when I thought that should have been a blowout. I thought they should have smoked the Raiders last week. They should have. Look what Philly did to the friggin' Raiders this week. That's what you should have done if you're a team that is a Super Bowl favorite. Now, that being said, I hope that we're all on the same page today. They'll beat the Jaguars coming up here. They get a freebie on Christmas against...
Calm down.
Easy, boy.
We're going there again. You're like
that is a dub.
Calm down. I'm going to tell you this about the Broncos because Bo said it in that soundbite as we came back from break. So much credit has to go to clearly the way they game planned. But man, that crowd was so damn good yesterday.
So good.
I mean, to hear those long suffering, when I say long suffering, a 10-year window where Broncos football was just, or mutton busting was the main attraction of the game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the first mutton busting I've seen where it wasn't the main event. The game was the main event. So give credit to the fans because I think they made a difference. And what they see on the field is clearly what they react to. But the fans helped. They helped.
This was Coach Payton last night on the incredible atmosphere at Mile High.
We wanted tonight to get into a lot of tempo with the altitude and with this team. There's a handful of reasons why. They're very good rushing the passer. And so you probably saw us tonight with more at the line. There was a point where the clock was stopped in the third or fourth quarter, and I called the whole offense over. I said, are you watching these guys right here? And we all turned and looked. I said, they're gassed. And I said, keep the pedal down. And so when you have the crowd noise that we have, and then you have that 52-80, that's a lot. Every week starts when I watch the film, and on Tuesday, I always feel like we're watching the 85 Bears. I don't care who we're playing. And then as the week progresses, you start, but this is a good defense. And so what could we do different? And that was one of the things.
Truly amazing. The Broncos turned it up in the fourth quarter. They've become the best fourth quarter team in the NFL. The numbers prove it. What were the numbers?
They've outscored opponents 115-61 in the fourth quarter
the best
this year.
Fourth quarter team. And you saw another team melt in the fourth quarter. Not just melt. The Packers melted on the scoreboard, but they start losing players left and right. When they lost Micah Parsons, good night. Game was over. It just felt that way, right?
Soul got ripped out of the team.
Totally,
Good
yeah.
night. It was over.
It would for
Bye-bye.
anybody. I mean, if you have a player of that magnitude.
That you spent that much to get. Oy.
And he was a one-man wrecking crew early in that game. At one point, they had him line up at 4 different positions. Oh, baby. That's kind of a scary thing. In fact, he was actually over center at one point. And I'm like, they're utilizing Micah. But once you lose a player of that magnitude, holy cow. I mean, you've got to be deflated mentally.
I thought, the storyline of the game had the Broncos not won, I know what we'd be talking about today. The inconsistency of some of the officiating was, they took a touchdown away from Troy Franklin because they got whistle happy.
Right.
That's a touchdown.
Yeah, he was not down. Not at all. But they scored the next play.
Yeah, they did. But if they don't score, then what?
Oh, we're talking about
then
it.
What? The Riley Moss DPI.
Oh, it was awful. Not even close. Not even close, Vic.
How? I'm just curious because earlier in the game we saw Micah Parsons holding hands with Evan Ingram. No call, right? Same type of play.
Right.
Holding hands.
More than
hold
that.
hands?
More than that.
Listen, and for all of you who say, well, you can't be grabbing the receiver's hand, watch every single pass play.
But they're still engaged at the line of scrimmage, essentially.
But watch every single pass play in an NFL game. Hand fighting is part of it. And it's not just the defensive player. The offensive player will reach out to the defensive player's hand to move it out of the way. Hand fighting, holding hands, Jack and Jill up the hill. That's what it is, man. There's no way that's a pass interference. None.
Also, just some things that stick out in this game. The Broncos for a long time have had difficulties with linebackers covering dudes, okay? That being said, that pass.
It was a dime to Jacobs.
Oh.
The pass to Jacobs was gorgeous. But can I talk about Greenlaw here for a second? He had perfect coverage on that damn pass. When I say sometimes, hey, Matt, sometimes great players just make great plays even though you do everything right. Not only did Greenlaw have good coverage, but he had his arm between Jacobs' arms. Mm-hmm. And Jacobs let the ball go with one arm, swung his other arm around around Greenlaw's arm, and then grabbed the ball again as he's falling to the ground.
He mossed him.
It's one of the greatest catches I've ever seen a running back make in my entire life. And Greenlaw was perfect. I thought he was perfect on that play. Other than having his head around to bat it, he did all he could.
I was, again, conflicted in that game because Josh Jacobs was my running back on my fantasy team, a fantasy team which currently leads DMac's team, and I was alerted yesterday that was the first round of the playoffs. I had no idea.
Good to be prepared.
I'm winning.
That's all that matters. You've been a juggernaut. You haven't touched your lineup in 2 months. I'm not surprised.
Would you shut up about your fantasy? Nobody cares.
Well, I know nobody cares, but you're going to know about it because I was forced to play in it.
Well, so was I, and I suck.
By the way, Micah Parsons did tear his ACL yesterday, which is a huge blow for the Packers, especially because they've got a game of epic proportions coming up on Sunday Night Football against the Bears in Chicago. But Christian Watson, according to Ian Rappaport this morning, managed to avoid serious injury. So there's a little bit of good news for Green Bay. Yeah. For Denver side, injury-wise, R.J. Harvey left the game late, questionable to return.
Did anybody see what happened?
No, not sure what happened to him.
Rib injury. They're calling it a rib.
I mean, he was running between the tackles hard last night.
Now, there's a lot of rib injuries that they can be really bad. Now, rib injuries for a running back, are you kidding me? That's the worst possible injury because every time you get hit, anytime you cough, anytime you breathe, it hurts. If they lose R.J. Harvey, guys, what do they do?
I guess a healthy dose of Jaleel. I don't know, Vic.
I have no idea.
Hey, but you know what? Let me stop panicking. Vic. I guess the threat of the run. I know we have to get to the top here. I guess the threat of the run has to be there, and I dig that. Okay. But yesterday, do you remember when I said to you? Was it last week or 2 weeks ago when I said, "Look, man, let's stop trying to make them something that they're not. This is who they are right now, and they're going to sink or swim with what they get." They had 89 yards rushing yesterday. Okay. Now, part of that again.
Well,
yeah.
I was just going to say Bo played his best game of maybe his career, so he made up for that.
It's exactly right, but that may be how the way they have to do it. And you know what? I'm okay with that. With the way the defense is mostly, I'm okay with that. They've never been a 193 yards a game rushing team. They're just not that team right now.
No, but you'd like to see 120, 140 every week. But
you hardly get there anyway.
Listen, my only point is this. Bo played well enough to make up for the gap, and we should all be grateful that he did because the Broncos are 12-2 because of it.
We'll talk to Adam Schefter about it. I can't wait to look around the league because you were texting early in the morning. And those two teams that played the early game.
Oh, yeah, we'll dive into it. Yeah, we'll dive into it.
If you're not scared of either one of those teams, then there's something wrong with you because they're both pretty damn good.
Monday Night Football features the AFC North leading Steelers and the Dolphins tonight. Whether you're sweating out a fantasy football playoff matchup like Vic or keeping an eye on a possible second-round opponent for Denver, you can hear the game on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950 tonight. We will get back to breaking down Broncos and Packers with our ESPN NFL insider Adam Schefter next. It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Welcome back to it. It is a Rally House Victory Monday, and we are joined now by Adam Schefter, who's brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. Good morning, Adam.
Good morning, guys. What's going on?
Oh, just reveling in 11 straight wins over here. Adam, I want to begin today by asking you what I asked you a few weeks ago. Who is the best team in the NFL?
I think the Los Angeles Rams. I'll continue to stick with that. I don't love that they lost Davante Adams. I think the Seattle Seahawks will have something to say about it tonight or Thursday night when the two teams play. But for right now, I feel pretty comfortable in saying that the Los Angeles Rams are the strongest team in the NFL.
All right, who's the best team in the AFC?
Well, the Denver Broncos are the number 1 seed. So I'd have to go with them. I'd say the Broncos are the 1, and the team that would scare me the most.
Nobody else. No, everyone's got a flaw, Adam. I was thinking the same thing. Who scares you? Every scare team has a flaw.
Yeah, Josh Allen scares me. Josh Allen scares me.
Yeah.
That's the one guy that scares me.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
his defense is terrible, but no, you're right. I mean, if you give him the opportunity to beat you, he can. He will. You just have to outscore that team. The fact that they were able to come back from 21 down in New England was very impressive. But watching that Broncos game, do you think the way Bo Nix played, the way they performed against a very good team, did they answer their critics, or is there more criticism to be had?
I don't know if the criticism matters. It doesn't. Dick, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, say what about them? Like, they're going to be the number 1 seed. They have a chance to be the 1 seed. They'll, if they could put that away, they'll be off the first round and have 2 home games to win to get to the Super Bowl. People keep ripping them all they want. Keep saying they're no good. Keep saying Bo Nix is inconsistent. Keep saying they can't win the big. Say whatever you want. Who cares?
Adam, that's such a great way to put it because you can doubt them. And even when I said they should, blow teams out, and they didn't, but I think they're really good. Vic gets all over my bacon, but they still just keep putting up W's. I mean, 12-2 is 12-2, and you know better than anybody. And by the way, that building yesterday was loud. If you've got to come through Mile High on your way to wherever you want to go, it ain't going to be an easy ride.
But I've been saying that to you guys. Like, every time that it comes up, it's like, I don't care that people are questioning them. I don't care that people are doubting them. I don't care that people aren't believing. I don't care. Okay? If they're the 1 seed, go win 2 home playoff games for a Super Bowl berth. That's all that matters.
Adam, last night, Bo Nix tied Ben Roethlisberger, Andrew Luck, and Dak Prescott for the second most wins for a quarterback in his first 2 seasons. Has Bo begun to turn heads around the league, or is the jury still out here?
Well, I think, again, I put that in the same category that I did about Vic's points and the criticism. People have been aware of Bo Nix since last year. It doesn't matter that he's turning heads now. I think people believe in Bo Nix. I think they think Bo Nix is a good quarterback. Bo Nix has the opportunity to prove that he can be a upper-tier great quarterback in this league. He's not there right now. He's not there just yet, but he'll have the chance to prove that over time as they try to put away the 1 seed, as they try to advance in the postseason, as they try to make it to their first Super Bowl. If he's doing that, you could doubt him all you want. You could say whatever, just like the team. Doesn't matter, okay? If he's getting them to the Super Bowl, he's elevating his profile, his stature, and the belief that everybody has to have in him.
Are you surprised at what happened to the Kansas City Chiefs this season? And albeit, stick a fork in them as soon as Mahomes goes down, tragically with that injury. But are you surprised that it came crashing down that quickly?
Well, here's the thing. If they were in the postseason, I'd still think that they were as dangerous and out as anybody else. But they're not going to make it. And you could just see they weren't going to make it, that there were things going wrong. They were clinging to life. And it just became official yesterday. That's all. It's one of those things. It reminds me of, as the season's going on, as the season's going on, like Maya Angelou always would say, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. Believe them. Well, the Chiefs were telling us who they were all year long, and we didn't want to believe it because they had Mahomes and they had other players and they had a great reputation, a great history. We didn't want to believe it. But now we do believe it because they've been eliminated officially. Even yesterday when Chris Jones got up there, and to his credit, I thought it was the right way. Like, he wasn't concerned about that. Like, he's like, oh, we're going to keep playing hard. We're going to keep fighting. They're like, he's like, have we been eliminated? And they're like, yeah. He's like, we have been? Like, he didn't even know. He didn't even know because it almost seemed a little bit surreal that for the first time in 27 years, for the first time since 1990, we're going to have a postseason this year without Patrick Mahomes, without Tom Brady, without Peyton Manning. First time in 27 years that one of those quarterbacks won't be involved in the postseason.
Having said that, Adam, how would you expect the Chiefs to approach the rest of their season? And I look toward the Christmas night game against the Broncos. Is that a game where maybe some vets who've been banged up, do they start resting dudes? I mean, they have nothing to play for. So how does Andy Reid, who hasn't faced this many times in Kansas City, how does he approach this game?
Well, Vic, it's a great question, and it's something that I think everybody is curious about. Frankly, I roster Rashee Rice on a fantasy football team that's going to be in the semifinals last week. Like, I'm very curious myself. I don't know if I have an answer, but I think here's what you bank on. First of all, Gardner Minshew is the quarterback for the next weeks, not Patrick Mahomes. Gardner Minshew has been a solid backup in this league. He's had starts that at times have been successful, but he's not Patrick Mahomes. You have a team that I think will play. Like, I think if there are guys that have injuries, like, I don't think they're going to rush back Trey Smith, their Pro Bowl guard. Why would you put him back out there if he's not healthy? Right? If there's somebody, but these other guys, there are going to be opportunities for some guys to prove they can play in the league, opportunities for some guys to stick, and I think that there will be 53 guys that play hard. They're just flawed. They're not going to have some of their hurt veterans. I would think that they, if there's a veteran that needs some rest, he's hurt, you're not pushing to go. Not going to do that. You're going to have Gardner Minshew. So, yes, there are going to be differences. Do I think they'll play hard? The guys that are out there, I do. But it'll be a different set of guys that are out there.
See, Adam, I kind of think of it the way, I mean, we're talking about Kansas City, so obviously we're still going to be afraid of them in the future, and I think we should be because Vic pointed out Tom Brady tore his ACL in year 9. Now Patrick Mahomes does, and Brady came back and kicked butt. If anything, this may be a rejuvenation type of thing for the Kansas City Chiefs. Change some roster up, Mahomes, getting back, let's get back at it, that sort of thing. So maybe they'll use it, to their favor. But for right now, the Denver Broncos are the team to beat in the AFC West. And what did you think of the other team out there in the Chargers yesterday, gutting that one out, gutting out that W, and what you saw out of just what was an ugly game, but another dub for L.A.?
Well, I thought that, listen, the Chargers have to overcome their own adversity this year. They're missing both their starting tackles. Omari Hampton was gone. During the summer, they made Rashawn Slater the highest paid offensive tackle in the NFL. And then within the week, he tore his patella tendon. Joe Alt might have been the best left tackle or offensive tackle in the league. He's out for the year. There aren't too many teams that could withstand that, but they're playing hard and they're fighting. They're just not as capable. And the Broncos are almost the last team standing. The Raiders right now, they played a football game yesterday that was over in 2 hours and 25 minutes. It was record time. They had 75 total yards. It's just been a disaster of a season there for the Raiders, and they've got a lot of work to do. So the Raiders stink. The Chiefs are eliminated. The Chargers are wounded, but a tough team. And the Broncos are the last team standing. And that doesn't detract from anything that they've done. They've had a great season. Well, they've had a really good season with a chance to make it a great season. But they're in a great spot, and you just don't know if you're going to have opportunities like this to take advantage of. It's all come together at the right time. It's right there for them, and let's see if they can get it done.
Adam Schefter is our guest on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. RamosLaw.com. Adam, Phillip Rivers, after sitting on his couch and coaching high school football, came back yesterday, and Adam, he should have got it done yesterday.
He's sore today. He's sore.
What's the reaction from that, Adam?
I was impressed. I spoke to the Colts on Saturday. I'm like, how do you do this? Like, how do you get a guy? They're like, watch. Okay. Well, they did it. You know, they were in a great spot to win that game. If they just run off some more time on the clock and Jason Myers hadn't made the 56-yard, they would have won the game. But it didn't happen that way. I think Phillip Rivers comported himself incredibly well. He was impressive in his first start. 5 years on the couch, 5 years as a high school football coach, came in, and you wouldn't have guessed that by watching him yesterday. I mean, he acquitted himself quite well, I thought.
Adam, follow up on that. Stupid question, I guess, but if Riley Leonard's healthy, who do they go back to? Who do they go to?
Riley Leonard was healthy. He was full practice last week.
Oh,
he was healthy, and they went with Phillip Rivers. So Phillip's their guy.
Wow,
I didn't realize he was all good to go.
As a fellow old, though, Adam, you know for the next 2 days, he's going to be in that hot tub, that cold tub, the massage room. He's going to feel it in parts he didn't even know he had, muscles he never knew he had.
Absolutely. You know, I remember when John Elway retired, he always talked about the fact that when he's first started playing, you know, all was good, and then eventually he'd wake up sore on Monday, and then eventually that soreness would last to Tuesday, and then as he got a little bit later in his career, that soreness would go to Thursday, Friday, and then as he got into his mid-30s, it would go to Sunday, and then it became one continuous cycle to where you sore all year long. And I would imagine that that's the stage at which Phillip Rivers is at right now.
One last question for me. The Jets fired their defensive coordinator today, Steve Wilks, you reported. When is a good or proper time to start firing coaches? I mean, why do some coaches do it 3 weeks prior, some wait till the end of the season? What's the best time to do this?
You know what? I always felt, Vic, it used to be that once we got to Thanksgiving that it was firing season and hunting season and a coach could get fired anytime. But the way the NFL calendar has been blurred the last 5-10 years, there's no right time and things happen at any time. We've seen coaches fired a week or two into the season. We see them fired now. The Jets are coming off a game in which they allowed, I believe, 48 points. This is a defense that still, this is an amazing stat to me, 15 weeks into the season, they haven't intercepted a single pass all year long. Not one. Not one. Okay? So I think when you go to Jacksonville and you make Trevor Lawrence look like Wyatt Tittle and you have another game where you don't pick up a pass and you got to do something, Steve Wilks gets sacrificed today.
Yep, that's the way it goes. Hey, last week we were concerned. I thought maybe you're going to get ran by a bus or a train. This week sounds pretty calm, so just stay safe out there, all right?
Yeah, it's very cold, and I don't know if it's 60 degrees in Denver like it was yesterday, but we got about 27 degrees here in New York, and we got the wind whipping, and it's very cold here on the East Coast.
I'm wearing shorts, no flip-flops today, but I got shorts on, so yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm wearing my overalls as usual.
Good to talk to you, buddy, as always.
Take me back to Colorado where I can hang out with Vic in his overalls.
Perfect.
Sounds like a plan, Adam. Thanks so much for your time this morning, man.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, you have a good week, too. Adam Schefter, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Guys, want to take a lap around the league because it was a spicy Sunday.
Yeah, and I do have, based on what he just said about the weather, I do have one. And it's not a reservation. It's a little bit of a concern, a question to be answered about the Broncos. It involves the weather.
That's coming up next.
How are 2, 3, 4.
Happy Monday. It's a Rally House Victory Monday, in fact. How about 11 straight for the Denver Broncos?
Got another appointment.
Ties the second longest franchise single-season winning streak of all time. Before we went to break, Vic talked about the weather. Are you trying to become a meteorologist?
No, I mean, it's the only thing that, the Broncos have proven everything this season. They've proven defensively they are a stalwart. They've proven offensively they can win games when they have to. Bo Nix has proven he can throw the ball downfield. He can throw across the middle. He can do whatever the hell he wants to do. They've proven a lot of things. One thing, and this is no fault of their own because it's just set up that way, December football is winter football. Cold.
Typically.
I remember a Broncos team that went into the playoffs on a roll like no other.
Come on, man.
And lost a cold, bitter game against the Baltimore
What are
Ravens.
you doing?
No,
What are you doing?
all I'm saying is, it's the only hurdle they haven't cleared. Are you a cold weather? I mean, cold.
Okay.
Are you a cold weather team? Can you handle? Because yesterday was
nice.
Yesterday was tropical.
Yeah.
If you went to that game yesterday, you didn't even need a shirt. It was beautiful in December. Are you kidding me?
You take your shirt off?
Yeah, I was shirtless
in the press
entire
box.
game. Oh yeah,
okay,
that's what I do.
Well, I think you're right. And without R.J. Harvey, potentially, that's a problem.
It's a legit question.
Sunday.
And again, don't misinterpret me. I'm not saying it's not a negative. It's a question that needs to be answered.
Dude,
is all it is.
What is going on? I'm looking at the future here.
Are you your crystal ball?
Sunday the 20th, 58. Followed by 67, 65, 65, 64, 60. Ain't no white Christmas around this place, Jack.
That's crazy, isn't it?
We better get some snow in January and beyond.
What is going on?
Because we got nothing.
You know what's going to happen? We're going to get hammered in May.
Oh, that stinks.
Right when I want to play golf,
I know.
we're going to get hammered.
Hey, a couple things here too, Matt. Regarding the Denver Broncos, I have my vision that was beamed into me. Like Vic gets it beamed to his loins. I get it beamed to my head. Okay, his loins catch the vibes. My head catches the vibes. The Broncos need to beat Jacksonville and Kansas City. Kansas City, to me, is a given because they're not going to let Gardner Minshew beat you. I don't care if the game's in Arrowhead and it's free. I don't care.
Oh, they've lost to worse quarterbacks at Arrowhead, so calm down.
Elvis Gerback ain't coming through that door. That being said, I'm saying, depending on how things go with the Chargers, I need you to put yourself in a position where if you lose to the Chargers in the finale, that's what you want. You want to lose to the Chargers and rest guys. And you know why? Because you're not winning 17 games in a row.
Yeah. I hear you. Peyton hated to do that, by the way. Hated to rest starters. He never
Do
did
you
it.
think? Do you think that,
for whatever it's worth,
do you think the Denver Broncos can win 17 games in a row?
I think they should be focusing week to week. I don't like that conversation. I also don't like the conversation, well, wouldn't be a bad thing if you lost one. I get the logic behind it, but I'm living in the moment. I really don't care.
Okay,
Keep winning.
You live in the moment, and I'll take the heat for the rest of the schedule.
You want them to drop one?
I don't think you can win 17 games in a row. Like, the odds are so stacked against you.
Should they just
even if you're a great football team?
Well, what if like the last game is meaningless? What if the game against the Chargers?
Fine with me.
means
Just
nothing?
drop it.
Then what?
Just get it. Just get it out. Just get it out of the system. Just get it. Just drop it. Throw it. If you have to throw the game.
You sound like a fraidy cat again. You're afraid of the Packers. You're afraid of the Chiefs.
17.
Afraid they can't win 17 in a row.
They're going to beat Jacksonville. They're going to rough up Trevor Lawrence. Trust me. It's a freebie against Kansas City. And I'm saying you're going to be at that point 14-2. And let's hope, that game against Chargers is Mean Jack squad. Well, I mean, they can't catch you that week then. They can't catch you. If you're 14-2, they can't catch you. Drop it on purpose, please. Start, what's his face, Ellinger.
We got to go around the league now. You ready for that?
I'm ready.
Is that all right? Can we do that?
Totally.
All right, you got your running shoes on?
Barely.
Let's take a lap. Go ahead now. Week 15 in the NFL. No bye weeks. Everybody in action. We will start today in the NFC South. After Atlanta rallied back to beat Tampa Bay on Thursday, the door was open for Carolina, and it's the second week in a row that the Lucky Louie pick of the week got destroyed with a last-second field goal.
Charlie Smith
from 47. It's on the way. It is good. There is a marker down.
The former Gaelic football player from Northern Ireland, Charlie Smith, bangs through the field goal to give the Saints a win over the Panthers. Panthers now 7-7, Tampa Bay now 7-7, and the final 3 games of the year should settle the division in the NFC South.
That division is so stupid.
They've got each other twice here before the year's over.
It's just so dumb. It's just so dumb.
By the way, that's Tyler Shuck's 3rd win in 6 starts. He led 2 scoring drives in the final 2:08, down 17-10.
I was just going to say, what is the deal with Tyler Shuck?
Maybe he's not terrible.
Maybe he doesn't shuck.
Yuck.
Come on, Nelly, hurry. Okay, thanks, Nelly.
New Orleans slated to pick 7th in the 2026 draft. It should be interesting. Next week, it's in Carolina, and then to end the year, it's in Tampa. It'll be fascinating to see who comes out on top of the NFC South. Fascinating may be too strong. I guess it'll be interesting. Yeah. Let's transition to the East. Washington, 29-17 over the Giants. The Commanders snap an 8-game losing streak after losing 31-0 to Minnesota last week. How about this one, guys? Half of the games that Jackson Dart has played in this season, he's been evaluated for a concussion.
Is he just a meathead? Is he just throwing his
head
in
modern day
places?
Tua. I mean, he's too light.
After the game, he was like, I don't know why they took me out. I have no idea. It's like, dude, you're running like a running back and you play quarterback.
He goes, I don't know why they took me out. I mean, I'm Joe Montana.
Right.
I mean, what?
New York is
Hey, that's not okay. Never mind.
What did I miss?
I thought it was kind of funny.
I gave you
the old hockey line. What's wrong with him? Well, he doesn't coach. He doesn't know who he is. Well, tell him he's Wayne Gretzky and put him back out there.
You got me that time.
Okay.
Giants slated to pick 1st overall, by the way. That would be fascinating. It's a tight race for the worst spot in the league. Commanders right now 8th overall in the 26th draft, staying in the NFC East.
Long touchdown drive to start the day. Play action pass to begin this drive, and a deep shot. Smith, perfect throw from Hurts. 43 yards, a thing of beauty.
Guys, the Raiders are absolutely pathetic. They lost 31-0 in Philly. Jalen Hurts threw 3 touchdowns. Philly rushed for $183 and outgained the Raiders 387 yards to 75.
What did Carroll, I think, is one and done there.
Yeah, what did I tell you on Friday? The Raiders are an abysmal football team.
Yeah, they're an abomination right now.
Kenny Pickett, 65 yards on 25 pass attempts. The Raiders had just 7 first downs, and they averaged 1.8 yards per play. Yuck. Las Vegas picking 2nd overall in the 2026 draft. I'd imagine they'd be looking at a quarterback there. By the way, NFC West transitioning now. Adam Schefter said it was the best team in the league. I mean, they put up 41 again. Maybe he's right.
Stafford now going to float one far corner. Brought in and caught for the touchdown. Colby Parkinson, what a catch.
One of 2 teams to clinch the playoffs yesterday alongside the Broncos. The Rams now 11-3. They're the number 1 seed in the NFC, and they've got a 54% chance to finish that way.
However,
Devontae Adams banged up in that game. Looked like his hamstring got shot from the bell tower. We'll see if he ends up playing this week.
All they care about is if he's ready to go for their first playoff game.
He's got a month to get ready because when you're at that age and the way he went down, that is not, look at Aaron Gordon right now. It's been more than a month.
Agreed. But I'll say this, Vic. I'm with Adam Schefter. I will take the Rams anywhere. I'll take them against anybody anywhere on planet Earth. That's how good I think they are. And Matt Stafford, did you see the comeback he had yesterday? I mean, the ability to score points in bunches. So that's a damn good football team, dude. That's a really good football team.
The Rams have 3 rushing touchdowns in consecutive games for the first time since 2000, so it's not all just Matt Stafford.
No, but he threw for 370 yards and a couple touches on his own.
He's running away with the MVP.
Yeah.
I agreed with that. L.A. clinches the playoffs for the 7th time in 9 years under Sean McVay, and this Thursday they've got a monster matchup. It's the 11-3 Rams at the 11-3 Seahawks.
Oh,
Sign
that
me
first
up.
game. That first game, what they do to Sam Darnold?
Yeah, and it was still a close game.
Yeah, they picked him 4 times, and they only beat him by 2.
They're going to have to be better.
Yeah. Detroit 8-6. They've got just a 34% chance of making the playoffs. They allowed a season-high 41 points yesterday. They've got a tough finish. Home to Pittsburgh, at Minnesota, and then at the Bears to round out their regular season.
Go.
They make the playoffs?
No.
At this rate, I think they've lost all confidence.
I do too.
We'll see. Should be interesting. Let's stay in the NFC West now, and this was the game we all couldn't wait to see.
Rivers down the middle of the field, and it is intercepted! Deflected and picked off by Kobe Bryant!
The 44-year-old grandfather came off the couch after 5 seasons. Rivers went 18 of 27 for $120, a touchdown and interception, and just 1 sack. Indianapolis 8-6, 2 games back of Jacksonville, 1 game back of Houston in the South, and they're currently on the bubble of the playoffs at the 8th spot. By the way, quick note, guys, if you take Tom Brady out of the picture, the last 44-year-old to throw a touchdown pass in an NFL regular season game,
George Blanda.
Vinny Testaverde, 2007 for Carolina. The only other 44 and up quarterbacks to throw touchdowns besides Rivers, Brady, Blanda,
Warren Moon,
Testaverde, and Steve DeBerg.
No Warren Moon?
No Warren Moon.
Oh, my God.
I found myself rooting for Phillip Rivers in that game. I really did. I wanted him to become the first father of 10 with one woman to win a game in the National Football League.
Wow.
What?
I mean, I guess if you have to qualify it like that, that's fine with me.
I didn't know they kept that stat.
Well, I mean, there's got to be a stat out there.
You mean compared to guys like Antonio Cromartie?
I mean, there might be guys in the NFL who have won football games that are fathers of 10. But with one woman, I think he's the only one.
Who's the bigger competitor, him or her?
Hey,
Indianapolis against San Francisco, against Jacksonville, and at Houston. Doesn't get any easier for Phillip Rivers.
It's going to be they have to win out, and the likelihood of that is very slim.
By the way, the Seahawks are strange. They're a top 7 scoring offense in the NFL, but it was the 6th time this season that they failed to score more than 10 points through the first 2 quarters. Bizarre. The Seahawks are gettable. That's what that tells me. The only points they scored yesterday were 6 Jason Myers field goals.
Matt, this just in, everybody's gettable. Every team is gettable. That's the beauty of the NFL this season.
I didn't hear the bulletin.
Yeah, I just gave it to you.
I'll zip through here.
San Francisco 37-24 over Tennessee. This division is ridiculous. The 10-4 Niners, the 11-3 Seahawks, the 11-3 Rams. San Francisco currently sitting 6th in the NFC, winners of their last 4 and 5 of their last 6. This is a wild, wild finish to this division, Moj.
Yeah, Brock Purdy was great yesterday. This is what I thought the AFC West was going to be. 3 teams with 10-plus wins, blah, 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 blah. But I have undying admiration for Kyle Shanahan. He just keeps getting it done. They put Ayuk on. They said, Ayuk, we don't want to see your face ever again. Yeah.
The Niners are the Chargers version of the NFC. They're the same type of team, losing all these players due to injury and still holding it together.
No doubt.
That's a good one there. Tennessee, by the way, they're going to be hiring a new coach, I think, or they're going to retain Mike McCoy. Not exactly sure, but they're slated to pick 3rd overall in the 2026 draft. Moving to the AFC South now.
Stroud well protected, and there's Nico Collins. And Nico Collins will glide into the end zone. An opening drive, Texan touchdown.
Houston, they've won their last 6 in a row and 7 of their last 8, now 9-5, and they're in 7th place in the AFC.
Dude, the Broncos got them, and that was good.
It's a dangerous team.
The Broncos got them, and that was good. They were home even. But that team, if they can play offense like that, with that defense too, oh, mamma mia, that's a tough out. I think the Broncos beat them, but that's a tough out.
They've got the Raiders, they're at the Chargers, and then home to the Colts to finish the year. Not an easy stretch necessarily, but we'll see.
It smells like 11 wins.
You know, I want to give them all the credit in the world, but Arizona has,
abysmal.
They called it 2-3 weeks ago.
They've gone to the light.
Their season.
They've gone to the light.
Abysmal. Absolutely abysmal. A pathetic rebuild down there in the desert, for sure. Moving along now to the Broncos' next opponent.
For the Jags, he's an excellent blocker out of Syracuse. Lawrence is in trouble, trying to get away. Flags come flying. Lawrence can run for a little bit. Lawrence can run for a score.
Yeah. 48-20. They did a lot of running all over the Jets yesterday. How about the Jaguars, 3 seed in the AFC? They've won their last 5 in a row, 6 of their last 7. Now sit at 10-4 as they come into Mile High
By the way,
next week.
No Travis Hunter, obviously. I mean,
Kills me.
This
Consider
whole fantasy,
the opposition.
You and your fantasy football crap, okay? If I was playing Trevor Lawrence this week, I would just give up on life.
He had 54 points in my league. It's a little bit different, but it was unbelievable.
He threw for 5 and ran for 1.
Consider the opposition. Steve Wilkes got fired after that game.
Well, what did the Broncos do against the Jets?
You're right. You're right.
Trevor Lawrence, 330 yards, 6 total touchdowns. Travis Etienne nearly at 1,000 for the season. He's got 13 total touchdowns on the year. And by the way, new receiver Jacoby Myers, acquired at the trade deadline, he's fit in nicely with Lawrence and Brian Thomas Jr. in replacing Travis Hunter.
Forget about the Ravens and the Bengals. Nobody cares. Joe Burrow's quit. He's done. Let's talk about the one big, scary game.
The big one? The big, scary one?
The big, scary one.
Allen steps up. He's got room in front of him. Pulls the trigger. End zone. Touchdown. A bullet. Josh Allen to Dawson Knox.
35-31, Buffalo storms back. It's the largest comeback in the history of Gillette Stadium. Their third largest comeback in franchise history, down 21 points, 24-7 at half. By the way, previously, when down 21, Buffalo 2-60 in their history.
Well, we remember the big one. You remember in the playoffs.
Music City. No, it was the one. Frank Reich. Frank Reich, blah, 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 against
Warren Moon.
Warren Moon and the Houston Oilers. But that being said, both those teams, I looked at both those teams and I thought to myself, yeah, I know it's 35-31. I know they have superb offenses and both those teams are scary. You talk about the Buffalo defense. They made an adjustment at halftime, dude. I'm giving all the credit in the world to Sean McDermott because they adjusted both their offense and defense at halftime, blew up offensively, and shut it down defensively. That was scary.
Moser, take care of that. Tanner's wearing his sunglasses inside, and please do something about that.
We're almost done with the lap here.
Do something right
9
now.
of
That's
10
just
drives
ridiculous.
in this game were touchdown drives.
Get his attention. Yeah, take those off.
Sunglasses at night. Little Corey Hart. All right, moving along.
Williams on the roll, directing traffic to the end zone. He throws, and it's DJ Moore, his second of the day. Chicago cashes in immediately from 22.
Bears are back on top of the NFC North.
Here's what you need to do. Again, know your audience. Every time.
I know my audience.
Every time the Bears do something,
I know he touches himself.
We get texts.
I know.
And
I get excited.
I don't want your texts.
I'll text you more next time.
He plays tickle fight with himself. Okay, question. What's more surprising this year? The Broncos sitting right now at 12-2 or the Bears at 10-4 and on top
That's a great question.
Of the NFC North?
As much as when you think about it, I think the Bears are more surprising.
The Bears are more surprising. Yes, they are.
It's not even close.
Yeah,
it's not even close.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
I never expected anything like
Well,
this.
not just the Broncos on top of the AFC West, the Broncos on top of the AFC or the flippin' Bears who have just been junk. I mean, absolute Sanford and Son junkyard.
What was going on? They got in Shador's face. He had nowhere to run.
Nowhere. Pressured him the most of any team this year. Shador threw 3 picks. Had a tough game. It was frigid, but did not look good. Cleveland's given up. He's got 3 tough ones to finish the year against Buffalo, against Pittsburgh, and then in Cincy. Best of luck to Shador. Sunday Night Football, Vikings over the Cowboys, 34-27. Dallas has to win out, and Philly has to lose their last 3 to make the playoffs. Happy trails to the Cowboys in 2025. On the other side, back with more Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
Yeah, Jesus.
Which Broncos are in the groove?
I got one.
Vic Moj, who you got?
You going?
Well, I'm going to let you have Bo Nix. Okay, that's fine.
That's an obvious one.
Oh, are you?
Hufanga yesterday, dude. I love.
He took out two players. He took out a blocker and a running back. And he took him out. Injured one of them.
He blew up the blocker, and the running back went over tea kettle. That was a heat-seeking missile play. But just the way he plays the game, I don't want to do the Palomalu comparison because of the hair, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. But he plays, dude, aggressive, and he bangs. Mm-hmm. And, Matt, you know what else he does?
He bangs, he moves.
Yeah, he's Ricky Martin. He bangs. And when they're running the ball, he bangs. I love his game. I love the fact that he just has reckless abandon. Mm-hmm. He's my groove guy. I don't care if he, had 3 tackles on the day. That set the tone.
Grooves for me is just look no further than the receivers and Bo Nix chemistry. All right, Troy Franklin. Troy Franklin has really come into his own, and no better play than that short pass where Bo Nix is scrambling to his right, being chased by oncoming Packers. It looked like he was going to throw it away. In fact, he faked like he was throwing it at somebody's feet, and then came across his body and hit Franklin for an 18-yard gain. You remember the play?
I do.
You remember that play? That was beautiful.
18-yarder.
And then the 4th down pass to Cortland Sutton. Dude, I mean, to have the Colognes to make that call, the Colognes to make that throw, and to have it be perfect? Are you kidding me?
I was just going to say that. That was one of the more impressive plays, beautiful plays. I mean, it's 4th down. You're like, yeah, we're going for it. And they do, and they get it, and Cortland Sutton's the man. Love it.
My Broncos in the groove. Honorable mention shout-outs. Little Jordan Humphrey, Michael Bandy.
Good for
Coming
them.
up, next man up, ready to go. Been here in training camp. Little Jordan Humphrey was in New York to start the year, and he's been huge. But my Bronco in the groove, guys.
Congratulations. What a game. You guys came in winners of 10 straight, now 11, but you were the underdogs. What did this team show against a really difficult Packers team?
That we're the overdogs.
I think they got themselves a nickname for this year.
Overdogs.
The Overdogs.
That's outstanding.
I will say this, though. I can't help but think every time I watch that crew, Tracy Wolfson is really good.
She's good.
Fantastic. Always has been.
But her information, her delivery, everything about Tracy Wolfson doing that sideline gig is exactly
She's
how
efficient.
She's beyond excellent. I mean, they don't pay her enough, whatever they pay her.
That is the Broncos in the groove. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. By the way, Sean Payton set to speak, chide, whatever you want to call it, to the media here coming up in just a few minutes. Guys,
he got pushed back to 11 today.
Oh, did he? He's at 11 today? Well, thanks for letting me know. By the way,
DMac
Coach,
said that.
Take another hour. Yeah, you're listening to DMac, huh?
Yeah, I was on the way in. I was bored.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
By the way, 2 quick injury notes here. RJ Harvey banged up at the end of the game, did not return. Concern level there, guys.
Very well. I mean, can they win without him? I don't know. You know what? They don't have a guy that's going to do what he does. I mean, Jaleel's not going to be that guy. Baday's not going to be that guy. I don't know what they do. If he's really banged up, if he's got, separated rib or whatever, I really don't know what you do. I don't know.
I also did not see an update on Brandon Jones, who didn't play for the second half. Was it a pec?
Yeah, we hope it's not the same type of pec injury that
Who's the linebacker the linebacker that had peck after peck after peck from Iowa State? Josie Jewell.
Yeah.
Well, when I saw Stranad go down with his ankle injury, first thing that came to mind is, when is Drew Sanders going to be available?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
He's supposed to be available.
No clue. It's a great question. I don't know, but I thought PJ Locke stepped in last night and did a nice job. That's a guy who's been here for a while.
He has.
I mean,
Knows
you think
the
about
system.
that?
But you hate losing special teams depth.
Of course.
You hate losing guys like that. And I hope it's nothing too long term. I know that, isn't Sean Payton going to talk here in a few minutes?
Moj said 11.
Yeah. But he never really addresses injuries. He just says, we'll find out. We'll see.
No, because he probably doesn't even really know yet. I mean, you got to get in today. I mean, who knows? It usually takes a little while. You got to diagnose. You got to this, that. If you don't have anything definitive, don't say anything.
Somebody on the Shot Mazda text line said, without Brandon Jones, should the Broncos bring in Justin Simmons? Nice thought. Sean would never do it. I can tell you that.
Not
from,
in a billion
from what
years.
I know.
Not in a million
no chance.
years. No.
Absolutely not. But hope Justin's doing well. He's a great guy. Absolutely great guy. By the way, Nuggets and Rockets tonight. Nuggets back in action after 3 days off. Really looking forward to this one. Kevin Durant held to 13 points on 5 of 15 shooting in their first matchup. Can't imagine he's too thrilled with that, but also good to see Denver a couple of days off, Vic, because I think they needed it.
Yeah, and the schedule applies to most teams. They have many days off because these are those make-up NBA Cup days. You know what else tonight is, guys? And please bear with me on this one. Tonight is Yokmas. It is a holy day in Nuggets Nation. It is the anniversary of Nikola Jokic starting his first game as a Denver Nugget. He did it against the San Antonio Spurs on this date. Was it 10 years ago?
2017, I think it was.
Whatever.
8 years
because
ago. I go because I go back. No, it was 16. Had to be 16. Because I go back to the performance against the New York Knicks on February 11, 2017. So it was almost 2 months before when he got his first start.
Mm-hmm.
Had 49 and 10, and he burned the snot out of Porzingis. That was the game where he's like the man.
Okay, indulge me a little bit because with the help of our master editor, Allison Harder, we produced this poem in honor of Yokmas that will play tonight on our Nuggets pregame show. Nelly? You know Lever in English, Carmelo and Issel. Dikembe, Kiki, Thompson, and Hanslick. But do you recall the most famous Nugget of all? Jokic, the 7-foot Serbian, had a very high IQ. And if you ever saw him, you would have to say it's true. All of the other players used to laugh and call him names. They didn't think that Joker could throw a pass like that in games. Then one colder December Eve, Coach, he came to say, Joker, with your game so bright, won't you lead my team tonight? Then how the players loved him, and they shouted out with glee, Joker, the 7-foot Serbian, you're the 3-time MVP.
Oh, that last note was flat. That was great. That last note was flat, though.
I don't know what flat is. All I know is
Nelly. Just give me that last.
I don't know what
note,
flat.
please.
What's flat mean? What does that mean?
It should you 3-time MVP.
3-time MVP.
You got to bring it up a half step.
Shut up, Moser.
Work on that, Vic. Work on
MVP.
that, Vic. That was beautiful, Vic. Thank you for sharing.
You got to bring it up a half step, bro. You had it.
Samba Shuffle, baby!
Dude, I like that, man. Did you write that?
I'm going to tell. No, Allison did. I'm going to tell Allison. What can she do to that to make it sound better?
Have somebody else do it.
Does she?
No. Besides that, to make me sound better.
Get Morgan Wallen, I guess. I mean, no. The thing is, do you have?
But is there some sort of auto tune?
Yeah. Do you have her? I mean, do you have just your audio by itself isolated?
Yeah, I gave it to her,
Okay.
and I did it without knowing what the hell it was going to sound like. So don't give me so much heat.
What do you mean without knowing what it's going to sound like? It's a classic Christmas carol.
I don't do your
What
culture.
the hell are you talking about?
I don't do your culture.
I thought you were Catholic.
Nelly,
It's your culture.
As a music man, Nelly, you got to agree with me, right?
Oh, I thought that Vic's voice is a combination of Fergie and Jesus. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, don't miss another Avs Ticket Tuesday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio. Keywords on the 20s all day for your chance to see the Avs as they host the Winnipeg Jets this Friday night. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
What was the original?
Rudolph the Red-Nosed?
No, the original American Idol.
Simon Cowell?
No, the other guy. Randy Jackson.
It can be no for me, dog.
When I'm listening to Vic, I'm like, you know how you would just kind of sit there and kind of go, oh man, a little pitchy dog, but I'm gonna put you through. I'm gonna put you through.
How do you fix that in post production? I'm trying to tell her. How do you fix
because
it?
Because the original goes, you'll go down in history.
Shut up.
All
right,
that sounds better.
Yeah, that was right. That was right in the proper key. Yeah.
Nelly, please please, mercifully.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, we had a 9-year-old caller, Cristiano, wanted to chop it up about some Broncos, and Moser started to get kind of analytical with him and like nickel and dime his point, and so I wanted to throw this out to the court of public opinion and see if Moser was nickel and diming this 9-year-old too much.
That's the best game I've ever seen Bo Nix play because he had 302 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Cristiano, you should come take my job. They should have called you to fill in for Vic and
I don't disagree with you, kid, but let me tell you, in your lifetime here in Denver, Colorado, the Broncos have stunk. And so the fact that they're getting better, the best game in your lifetime is saying something.
Yeah.
So were you trying to tell this kid it's not that impressive that was the best Broncos game he's ever seen?
I guess not. I've seen better Bronco games than that. Not many, though. I mean, Bo Nix was, he was really good. The threat of his legs opens up things in the secondary. And, man, if he can keep doing that, all bets are off, baby. All bets are off. The road to the bowl, the road to Santa Clara comes through Denver.
I give that young man full credit for calling the show. He deserves it. But those young people who did the mutton busting yesterday, try again. That was embarrassing.
Cristiano, you made better points than either of these two buffoons did all day. So congratulations to you on that. Live from the Baggage to Shanker Studios, serious lawyers from the seriously injured. It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and it rolls on next.
That's the best game I've ever seen Bo Nix play because he had 302 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Oh, it makes it so much better after the Broncos improved to a unbelievable 12-2 on the season, undefeated at home, 7-0. They extend the win streak to a shocking 11 games. Thank you, patron St. Sean of Narcissus, the undefeated candle. The Broncos, as of right now, the 1 seed in the AFC. They've got a game lead on New England, who chokes away a 21-point first half lead. And then, yes, it was a day of injuries all across the National Football League.
You hate to see it.
We saw what happened to Micah Parsons. We saw and heard just now what happened to Patrick Mahomes. Yes, you hate to see it. But if it coincides with the end of the Chiefs dynasty, you know what?
It is what it is.
Ask me to apologize.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's one of the few sports franchises that for dang near a decade has had just about nothing go wrong. Kind of like the Patriots, although they had some stuff go wrong. They had some controversy, some scandal. But it's over.
It's over.
The Kansas City Chiefs it's all over. But even better news than that being over is that today you wake up on Monday, December 15th, and the best team in the National Football League today, it's the Denver Broncos.
And there are no questions about it to this point. It was always, can they beat the team that actually matters? Can the offense show up when the defense doesn't play well? First half of that game, check mark. It's not like Bo and the offense went away in the second half, but the defense, you can make an argument that was their worst half of football, the first 2 quarters against Green Bay. Jordan Love looked like he was doing whatever he wanted. Matt LaFleur was coaching circles around Vance Joseph in the first half, and then it changed. All because you have the best defensive player in the game, and that's Pat Surtain. There are so many things in that game that went the right way for the Broncos, that went the wrong way for the Packers, but I don't believe that was luck whatsoever. That was a bona fide statement win for the Broncos, saying, well, not only are we the best team in the AFC, you thought this was a Super Bowl preview? Think again.
Remember before the game kicked off, the way that the Chiefs can be eliminated from postseason contention was Chiefs lose to the Chargers. Buffalo beats or ties the Patriots. That was a pretty awesome result, was it not?
It was perfect.
Jaguars beat or tie the Jets. Did just that and then some. Then Texans beat the Cardinals. Everything lined up to see the end of the Kansas City Chiefs. And then also, how about this? Did you know that this is the first playoffs that the National Football League will see since 1998? How old were you, Raj, in 1998?
I was 5.
That doesn't include one of the 3 quarterbacks.
Manning, Brady, Mahomes.
Amen. Wild. And even crazier than that, this is going to be the first AFC Championship game that doesn't include Patrick Mahomes in how long?
When's 7 years? Was this going to be 7 or had it been 7 prior to this?
This has been 7 prior.
Okay. It's amazing, and it should feel great here in the Mile High City. And the Chiefs weren't knocked out of contention because of the injury. They were toast before then. LA was going to find a way to hold them off. What's even funnier is that like Minshew comes in, and what happens 2 plays into this game? He takes a delay of game call, knocks him out of field goal range. So now they're forced to throw the ball to the sticks. First time he throws the ball, it's picked off, game over. Like, it ended in the most fiery, bombastic way you could have imagined, and nothing was better for a Bronco.
Intended target on the interception that sealed the Kansas City Chiefs' fate, Travis Kelce.
You may have seen the final game that Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes ever play together.
You might.
That may have been yesterday.
You might see the final game that Travis Kelce, do you think he finishes it up this year?
Probably.
He probably does.
He would get way too much crap.
He doesn't
for not
want to
playing.
deal with all that.
No.
I mean, the Taylor Swift documentary came out on Disney Plus and Thrust, but neither here nor there. Who cares? Travis was always on the phone. He's like the call-in guy on my wife and daughter were watching it all weekend. So
hidden in all of that is a 68-year-old Andy Reid. Does he want to coach a Kansas City Chiefs team with Gardner Minshew at the helm? Does he want to gamble on Daniel Jones and his Achilles at the beginning of the season? Do you try and sign him to a 1-year deal and go, hey, get us back only until Patrick Mahomes is healthy and healed from his ACL. Does he want to coach that team? I can't guarantee that.
There's a lot of pondering happening.
There's a lot of question marks with Kansas City. There are no question marks with Denver.
There are none.
They answered everything.
Question marks around Denver now are when? As in, when are they going to lock up home field advantage? Because it's going to happen. It's inevitable.
It's technically a 1-game lead on New England. It's actually a 2-game lead. Because you hold all of the tiebreakers right now. You could lose 2 games and you still win the tiebreaker.
You seal it this weekend with the victory over the Jaguars and a Patriots loss against the Ravens. It's an or?
It is technically a 1-game lead.
But aren't there 3 to play?
Right, but you can lose 2. Oh, sure, I guess you could lose 3 in a row. I'm looking at the Kansas City game as a win now. Gardner Minshew's going to beat this team.
I got you. Yeah. But I'm saying technically.
Sure, yes. By the letter of the law.
You can lock it up on Sunday.
If you lose 3 straight and New England wins 3 straight, you can end up falling into the 2 seed. It's not going to happen. It is game over, set and match. They're the 1 seed. There's no way that they lose this. They could lose to Jacksonville. They could lose to the Chargers. They're not losing to Kansas City.
Wait, am I screwed up here? If the Patriots win out and the Broncos lose to the Jaguars and the Chargers, the Broncos are no longer the 1 seed. Am I right in saying that?
They would jump up. They'd have a 1-game lead on you.
Yes, and then you would not have home field advantage in the AFC Championship in that scenario.
Would you have this? Would you have the same record at that point? 13? Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
But my point being,
I guess you know what? I haven't even thought about this. Can't forget about the Chargers.
Yes,
I forgot about
it's
that.
There.
I've been so focused in on the Patriots, I've forgotten about the Chargers.
Well, and also, if the Broncos beat the Jaguars this weekend, who are coming from sea level to play at 5,280 feet, if the Broncos take care of business this Sunday against a very good team, a hot team that's very confident, a Trevor Lawrence that is this week's Jordan Love, highly confident, coming off of a monster performance against the terrible New York Jets team that just fired their D coordinator. But if you take care of business and the Baltimore Ravens that appear that they are actually wanting to make the postseason, then it's over. The last 2 games, you would have home field advantage sealed up. And that's a very realistic option of what could happen and what could play out. And that's an awesome place to be. And then, of course, you start having the conversation, which we can have when we get there. Would Sean Payton in that scenario play his guys or not? Because ring rust has proven to become a bit of an issue for some teams, I think.
2 weeks is a long time to not play a football game.
3. Because you'd have a bye.
That's too long.
I agree. Especially how young this team is, and Bo Nix is like, I want Bo Nix's heater to just keep on going because, man, was he good last night or yesterday. How good was Bo?
He was great when he needed to be, and that's all that mattered to me. Sure, the counting statistics are fun. To look at him throw for 300 yards and have a QB rating of 137 and 4 touchdowns, no turnovers for Bo. Sure, he had the RJ Harvey fumble with Parsons at the beginning of the game, but Bo was damn near perfect in that game. Now, I would be remiss not to say this. Bo was perfect. He nearly threw 4 picks.
Okay, but
and 3 of them to Xavier McKinney. He did not.
You know what I like about it? Those 3 picks, they happened because what did Bo continue to do? Be aggressive. Be aggressive. And that hasn't always been the case with Bo Nix. Bo Nix was feeling it yesterday. And when you're in that headspace as a quarterback, when you're feeling it, yeah, there are going to be some throws that you make that might be slightly in harm's way. But you remember all those nerd stats that I would recite it's been a year and a half. My guy Benjamin Solak of ESPN that loves all these CPOEs.
I was going to say DVOA, but I knew defense is in DVOA, so I would have been wrong.
So EPA, estimated points added, and CPOE. These are 2 awful statistics historically for Bo Nix as a Denver Bronco. Yesterday's performance against the Green Bay Packers, Bo Nix had a .57 estimated points added per dropback, second best game of his career. He had a 15.2% completion percentage over expected. That's the stat that Bo Nix was like bottom 3 in for the last 2 years. That's also the second best mark of his career. I love this right here. He was a 25% explosive pass rate, which is by far the best mark of his career. He was throwing the ball down the field. He was aggressive. He was using the outside of the numbers area. He was using between the hash marks. And then 72.9% win probability added is second best mark of his career. For a nerd stat day, Bo Nix was unbelievable, and I'd say the eye test passed as well.
The eye test was this. Only one time after a Packers field goal, and they had 4 of those yesterday from McManus. Only one time following a field goal did Bo Nix and the offense not respond with a touchdown. Only one time. There was a 3-and-out that happened after the first field goal of the game, right? Harvey fumbles. The offense was looking good there too. Like Harvey fumbles out of nowhere after he runs right guard. Parsons makes a great play. Sometimes elite players make elite plays. That's the only time they go 3-and-out. McManus hits the 53-yarder. Mims returns the ball to the 40. You have a short run, but Day goes to the right side. Crawshaw has to punt 42 yards. That's the only time that Green Bay settled for 3, and Nix did not answer with 6. Now, I know they went for 2. Some people are upset about that. A couple of decisions on 4th down late in the game yet again that don't go your way, but ends up not hurting you. The eye test is he's the best response quarterback in the game right now. He is.
I think he has been since he took over as a starter in Denver. That's been the one trait that I say is elite. But what I hadn't seen, really, is against one of these air quote elite teams, top 5 teams in the NFL. I haven't seen Bo Nix get into a shootout against one of those teams with a top 5 defense and win and come out the victor. Bo Nix outplayed my guy, Jordan Love. He outplayed him. But I called it all week, did I not? I said, it's going to go really, really good for Jordan Love. Well, and then when it doesn't go really well, it's going to go bad. And it did.
It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Back from a really fun weekend in Baltimore at the Army-Navy game. But the Broncos win yet again. They pushed the streak to 11. It's Monday. You guys know what happens next. The Broncos bid play replay. We will go over every single thing that happened from front to back in this game as the Broncos have the inside track to the 1 seed in the AFC.
Bo Nix is especial.
It's our favorite part of the week, and for the 11th straight edition here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Mike Sanford and myself, Alex Reinheimer. KJ Granderson, good to see your face back in the studio behind the glass today. For the 11th straight week, the Broncos' big play replay comes on a Victory Monday.
A Victory Monday? It's all. Let's not take this for granted. Let's treat this like it's the first Victory Monday of the year. Like if you're like a Jets fan, you get like one or two of them a year.
It's Christmas!
Let's just be grateful that we have a Victory Monday and not get cocky, okay?
In the present, we appreciate our presents.
Correct.
We appreciate any present that we get in the present.
And that is very much on brand with the candle of peace that we found here, St. John of Narcissus.
All right, let's get to it. The big play replay every single Monday here on the Morning Sprint. Sure, there was a fumble from R.J. Harvey. Micah Parsons was being elite Micah Parsons at the beginning of this game. We'll get back to what happened to him later on in the program. But the Broncos defense, they're getting shredded to start this game. But what have they done better than any defensive unit in the entire league? Yes,
red zone defense, baby.
They've been unbelievable in red zone, holding teams to just field goals. You hold McManus to a 53-yard field goal. Again, the only time that Denver did not respond with a touchdown after a Packers field goal is their second drive of the game. The Broncos go 3 and out all the way back to the Green Bay 10. 89 yards, 10 plays, nearly 6 minutes off the clock, but they hold them to a chip shot. It's 6-0. Denver's still within a score to take over. And Bo Nix throws his first touchdown of the day. You thought it was going to be to Cortland. You thought it was going to be to Troy. But no, it's the guy who gets elevated from the practice squad.
3rd and 3. There's the legs go. Going to throw it instead. He's going to make the connection. With Bandy in the end zone for the touchdown. Just brought off the practice squad. Mike Bandy with a 20-yard touchdown reception, catch and run.
Michael Bandy probably would have looked good in like a Navy-Army game, an Army-Navy game over the weekend.
What are you trying to imply right there?
He just would have fit in with the other players on the field.
He looks like a cadet of sorts. An Army-Navy, a big West Point guy. He could have been a wing back.
Sure could have
been. He could have been the B-back for the Army Knights. You're right, man. Michael Bandy's somebody that year after year at training camp just keeps showing up, keeps making plays, and you feel like he's right on the fringe of making it an NFL roster, and he's been cut, I believe, 5 training camps in a row. He's been cut and allocated to the practice squad. He's 28 years old. He went to one of my rival high schools in Southern California, Servite High School in Anaheim, and also at University of San Diego, Torero. Non-scholarship football player. How awesome is that for Michael Bandy to finally get his chance to shine? And Bo Nix on the throw did a great job of extending the play as he did all day. Bo was really good on the second play the entire game.
It certainly was. Came a couple of plays after Parsons. There was a missed PI on Parsons against Ingram. It was kind of a broken play, kind of like
screen,
a tight
right?
end screen. So you're within the 5 yards.
They usually don't call that.
It looked pretty handsy and grabby to
It was
me.
very handsy, but they argue that. So if you're yelling at the TV like that, he's a receiver, you could make the argument
he's a blocker.
That he's a blocker,
Yep.
and so you're hand fighting essentially.
I thought there was some hand fighting on another pass interference call in this game. Again, we'll get to that one momentarily. Bandy, 20-yard reception, puts the Broncos up 7-6 after a 10-play, 70-yard drive. And the dude that we talked with Mike Mayock about, the dude who was, responsible for drafting Josh Jacobs. We didn't think he was going to play on Sunday, but play he did.
Could be a screen right here. I might run something fast.
Love looking downfield, lofting to the end zone. It's Jacobs with the catch. Oh, my goodness. What a grab by the running back with Greenlaw in coverage. And the Packers have found the end zone for the first time today.
Just the second receiving touchdown of Jacobs' career, which was a mind-blowing stat that Nance came out with during the broadcast. 14 yards over Greenlaw. Unbelievable throw. An even better catch by the running back. A weird situation right beforehand where there's this wild play. Love scrambles. Benito gets held, but they decline to take up this 3rd and 15-ish situation.
It would have gone to 2nd and 25, would it have not?
So they go, you know what? One play, do it. And, Green Bay did.
They sure did. It was a rail route, which is essentially that tailback's free releasing. in two-jet scat protection, meaning that he is not responsible for anybody in protection. And you get, in that case, in that situation, man coverage. You've got Dre Greenlaw one-on-one against Josh Jacobs. If you're the Broncos, you like that matchup. And frankly, I thought the coverage from Dre Greenlaw on that particular snap was fantastic. He was trying to
draped all over him.
He was draped all over him, trying to rip the arms free of the football. He was I always call that break the basket, when they come down with the basket, the football inside of it. And Josh Jacobs makes a great play. You got to tip the cap.
Without a doubt. They retake the lead 13-7 Green Bay after the Jacobs 14-yard reception. Cortland Sutton comes up big all the way down into Green Bay territory, a 42-yard reception.
2nd and 2 inside 4 minutes, first half. Nix, wide open is Sutton. Sutton holds on to it with 2 hands down to the 22-yard line. That is a pass play for 42 yards.
7 catches on the day for Cortland Sutton, north of the century mark, and a touchdown that you'll hear a little bit later on. That's the biggest play of the game for the Broncos offense.
It sure was. It was another 50-50 back shoulder type throw. Cortland Sutton got to see a decent amount of man coverage. That's something that I talked about. Jeff Hafley, the D coordinator for the Green Bay Packers, loves playing man. And I love the matchup to give your guy Court a chance on some of those 50-50s. And he ran by a couple of these defenders, particularly in that case, that was Keyshawn Nixon.
Gets the Broncos the play after that into the red zone up to the 20 after a 4-yard reception. The big names for Denver showed up big in the second half, particularly on the defensive side. But the first 2 touchdowns of the game, Michael Bandy gets the first, and fresh off of re-signing, it's Sean Payton's favorite player, Lil Jordan Humphrey.
They've been a dangerous team in the last 2 minutes, and Sutton has caught 4 touchdowns in the last 2 minutes of the first half. Here he is on 2nd and goal. Nix throwing, goal line, and it's a touchdown. Little Jordan Humphrey. He's not so little now. He's coming up big.
For my money, the second best throw Nix had all day.
It was awesome. How about Lil Jordan Humphrey, somebody that we all criticize Sean Payton for bringing him back?
For having concrete hands?
And also just being a guy that is on an NFL roster for the last several years, for being the chip protector on 3rd down for the Broncos. He ended up showing that he can make some plays, man. Everybody made plays for the Denver Broncos on offense. It was a lot of fun. In fact, Marvin Mims Jr. after the game was joking around. He's like, I think everybody scored except for me.
Mimsy, we're sorry. You didn't get many punt return. You got 0 punt return opportunities in the game. That's the reason why you didn't score. 8 plays. After that score, 14-13 Denver. But Green Bay comes up with an 8-play, 70-yard drive with 1:54 off the clock to end the first half. Like you thought you had all the momentum. Green Bay just sliced and diced you. They ran 35 plays in that first half as an offense. And it felt like every single one of them was going to break open big time. They retake the lead 16-14 at half. Moss, pass defense, gets called for an insane pass interference call. Tell me, did the flag deserve to get thrown?
No! That was ridiculous. And then, of course, you hear Tony Romo talk about the fact that the NFL gives out a scouting report to officials. Hey, you got to watch this 21. He's real handsy. That was good coverage. He did the right thing. He looked back for the football
3 different times.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Unfortunately, that extends the drive on 3rd and 4, and then Josh Jacobs, you knew he was a Bronco killer, and this is his biggest play of the game.
Meanwhile, Jacobs, no one near him, taken off. Jacobs to the end zone for his longest touchdown run of the season.
40-yard touchdown run. No one touched him. Dobbs, the block on Pat Surtain, is the block of the run. Tell me, as a cover corner, when you see something like that happening, how difficult is it to get into the run fit?
You got to do it. I mean, the hard part is when you're playing a lot of man and your eyes flip because you're in coverage. Receivers know that they can run a route and make you cover them because of man coverage, especially nowadays with all the RPO. So
your eyes aren't on the backfield almost at all.
If you have your eyes in the backfield, you give up touchdowns on run pass option where the quarterback puts the ball in the belly of the back. So you got to stay disciplined. I did think that there were 2 defenders, one being PS2, that could have been more physical.
Took a bad route.
Took a bad route, and I would say didn't take a violent route. It was a little bit. I was like, you got to destruct the blocker at that point in time.
Green Bay takes a commanding 23-14 lead after the 40-yard Jacobs touchdown. Second 3-and-out of the game for the Broncos follows, and while he wasn't violent on the 40-yard touchdown run, while he didn't take a great route on the 40-yard touchdown run, Pat Surtain II does all of that and more with his first interception of the season.
We'll watch the play first because they're going deep. They're going deep, and stepping in front is Surtain with the pick, and Watson was hurt. Surtain high stepping and slipping by one tackle attempt.
Pat Surtain II, he out-offensed, meaning using offensive skill sets to high point the football. He out-receivered one of the top receivers, at least at the time going into this game, in pro football, in Christian Watson. Christian Watson lets the ball come down to the earth, trying to run as if the ball's going to just hit him. Do you realize that you got a 6'2" and plus defensive back with the best length in pro football? Raj, I can't believe when you said that. How is that his first interception of the season? It's wild to me.
A remarkable pick from Pat Surtain, and that's where the game started to change.
You felt it.
You felt the defense come alive after that pick. It was acrobatic. It's one of the best catches that anyone will make on the Broncos all season long.
Bad decision from Jordan Love? No. Bad throw from Jordan Love? No. Christian Watson, he got out physical to the catch point, and that is one of the best plays. According to Nick Benito, he was on the field, he looks up and he sees it, tweets out today, no joke, that's the best play I've ever seen with my own eyes in person.
Harvey gets a 3-yard run on first down, 22 yards to Lil Jordan Humphrey after Nix eludes a sack, and then he follows it up with a 14-yard touchdown pass to Cortland.
2nd and 8. Nix, end zone bound, pulled in. Are the feet down? Yes! Touchdown, Broncos! Sutton hauls it in.
Another great fade ball. Bo Nix in his touch. He knew when to throw a proximity ball, which means, hey, you didn't get a clear victory at the line of scrimmage, therefore you're even with the defensive back. In this case, Cortland Sutton gets the great release. You throw that ball back corner of the end zone. I call that the pie hole. If you were to actually draw a little area in the back corner of the end zone, it looks like a slice of pizza or a slice of apple pie. You want to lay that thing right in the back there of the pie hole, and that's exactly what Bo Nix did. It was a great throw, great feel to use the touch in that situation, and a great play by Court.
Beautiful play, beautiful catch, dumb challenge from Matt LaFleur. What is he challenging there? Sutton got 3 feet in bounds, let alone 2. There was no movement on the football, and I know it ends up not really playing against them because, well, the Broncos go for it on 4th down. They threw the ball a couple of times late in this game to kill the clock for some reason, so it didn't really come back to hurt him, but that was a challenge that I went, that's going to cost you the game.
Well, you want to keep your timeouts in your back pocket, too. That's a huge piece of the puzzle. And ultimately cost you.
Defense, I mentioned, showed up in the second half. Jonah Ellis, his first of 2 sacks.
Tell you, the Packers defense looks, Parsons is down. That was not Love. Going down for the first time today.
And there it is. The last 2 seasons, the Denver Broncos in this amazing pass rush has not gone 3 quarters without getting a sack.
Wow.
Gremlins almost got us there, but Jonah Ellis, 10-yard sack on 3rd and 10.
Jonah Ellis on this particular sack, that was one of the best snaps that I've seen from him in the National Football League. He ends up going as a swim move inside in the B gap inside of the offensive tackle. I believe it was Zach Tom for the Green Bay Packers, a very good one. He gets double teamed, finds a way to split the 2 defenders, and just wants to. Like, he out-efforted the offensive line for the Green Bay Packers, and then it opened up the floodgates for what ended up being a very, very vicious pass rush from the Broncos.
After the punt and the penalty, it's essentially a 27-yard punt in terms of net for Green Bay to Denver. Harvey gets an 8-yard right guard run. He goes right tackle for the first down, and this is the play of the game in the NFC all season long. Micah Parsons goes down with an injury.
Tell you, the Packers defense looks, Parsons is down.
That was non-contact, it looked like, too.
On a 2nd and 15. Nix to the end zone. Franklin has it. Touchdown, Broncos.
Unfortunate injury there for Micah Parsons. Bo Nix was good all day in the pocket. Micah Parsons believed, at least from the body reaction, that Bo Nix was going to take off and run. He ends up essentially reversing field, makes a tremendous play, and then we heard the subsequent next touchdown pass for Bo Nix. That was the best throw, in my opinion. Highest degree of difficulty, the read, the coverage, and the anticipation. He made that throw on the dig cut to Troy Franklin well before Troy Franklin even had his turn signal up to make that in cut.
The 2-point try is no good. The third quarter ends with the Broncos leading 27-23 yet again after a 9-play, 46-yard drive with 4 minutes off the clock for Green Bay. The Broncos defense holds to just a field goal, so that lead is trimmed down to just 1 point. 27-26 is your total there. And the Broncos went for it multiple times on 4th down. No bigger than when Courtland Sutton has the reception on 4th and 2.
Here we go, Jim. Here we go. But Day is the running back. Again, goes for the deeper pass. And this time it's caught. Sutton, the 3rd down magician, able to again come up with a huge catch.
We talk about timeouts and how LaFleur ended up using his on a weird challenge. Tony Romo was going after Bo Nix and going after Sean Payton in that situation. How are you taking a timeout? It's taking too long to get the personnel and the play call in. That timeout read to me, it's 4th and 2. We're getting everything right. Screw the timeout. We need every second at our disposal. I thought it was a good timeout, and it shows up on a big-time play.
You better get it. And Bo Nix delivered. So those two plays, the 3rd down and 2 on the play before, Courtland Sutton ran a corner route, and everybody thought just because it was a bomb to Courtland Sutton, that was against zone coverage on the 3rd and 2. And then on the 4th down, that ends up being a sluggo route, slant and go. And against press coverage, it's just a little bit of a jab step. Courtland Sutton wins again, creates a separation. Bo Nix throws a perfect ball. Awesome execution.
RJ Harvey follows with yet another touchdown run. They extend the Broncos lead to 34-26. They decide to kick the extra point there instead of going for 2, but just 2 plays into the next drive. Jacobs is stuffed for -2 yards, and then Riley Moss with his biggest play of the year.
2nd and 8. Across the middle, intercepted. It's Moss.
Riley Moss, no flag on the play.
No flag on the play, and Riley Moss, known ball skills, finally show up for the Broncos. Don't be surprised if you see Riley Moss, who has fought through a lot of adversity, end up with a few more decisive picks down the stretch for this Broncos team as they go towards their ultimate goal of going back to the Super Bowl and winning the dang thing.
Defense, 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 and the Orange Rush puts the final nail in the coffin of this win over Green Bay.
To start the game, and then they buckled down.
Yep. Underdogs at home with a 10-game winning streak. That's rare.
2 big picks in the second half. 2nd and 8. And a sack on this one. Tillman. And a loss of 9.
DeAndre Tillman has been on a tear. This player has been so dang good. Nick Bonito involved in the pass rush, Jonathan Cooper, Zach Allen. But this is what I love seeing out of players that you don't expect to see it. DeAndre Tillman has played in the past 8 games. He's got 3.5 sacks, 23 tackles, 3 TFLs, 6 quarterback hits, and 2 interceptions that almost ended up being thick as sixa. DeAndre Tillman, you're a stud.
Cooper and Allen have an 11-yard sack just 2 plays after that, and that's all she wrote. The Broncos got a 34-26 win over the Packers. That is your Broncos big play replay for the 11th straight week coming on a Victory Monday. It's a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude 92.5. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. We want your reactions to yet another Broncos win. Tomorrow is another chance for you to win Avs tickets. Keywords every single hour on the 20s, and 5 listeners will win tickets to see the Avs and the Winnipeg Jets on Thursday night. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. You can find them at MatthewsFineWatches.com. That's tomorrow all day on the 20s.
Raj.
Yes.
Coach. I have a would you take it scenario for the Denver Broncos.
Okay. Give it to me.
According to pro.nfl.com, NFL Next Gen Stats, the Broncos secured their 2025 playoff spot with their Week 15 win over the Packers. Becoming the first AFC team to clinch a postseason berth this season. Now, here's the interesting dilemma. I'd ask you, Broncos country, ask you, fan. This early qualification continues a notable trend as a team that was first to be tied for or win clinch playoff berth has reached the Super Bowl in each of the last 3 seasons. Though, all 3 ultimately lost in the Super Bowl. Would you take it?
Yep. They win the AFC?
Win the AFC.
Sure. I take it. Don't get me wrong. This feels like a team that can very, very much win a Super Bowl.
You've kind of beaten...
You've beaten everyone.
The best from the NFC that you know for sure, except for the Rams.
You haven't seen the Rams, and they should be a little scary. Now, you've beaten everyone in the AFC outside of the 2 teams who can either knock you out of the 1 seed or knock you out of the AFC West top seed. You haven't beaten the Chargers, and you haven't played the Patriots. So there are 3 unknowns there. It feels like a team that can win. The defense is good enough. Bo is the best response quarterback in the game right now. What will the RJ Harvey late game injury turn out to be? That puts a big question mark in already a uncertain running back room. So yeah, that makes me a little trepidatious, one could say. I would take a Super Bowl appearance today.
Jordan Love looked pretty good, didn't he? Especially in the first half.
In the first half, Jordan Love was unstoppable. He was 17 of 22 for 215 yards, 1 touchdown, and a quarterback rating of 122.3. That dude did whatever he wanted to with the football. There were guys open on nearly every single play.
Okay, so I have an interesting statistic for you. Vance Joseph. This is something that I saw and I tweeted about last night in the first half. Way too much zone coverage for my liking. Now, this is a change from Vance Joseph and the Broncos' typical identity, which is the highest rate of man coverage of any team in the National Football League.
And when's the last time that they switched away from man coverage and went into
like
primarily zone?
It was against Lamar Jackson in 2024 where he had a perfect passer rating.
Where they got carved up.
Okay, so Vance Joseph called zone coverages on 74% of the Packers dropbacks yesterday.
Why?
74.
What? So if it's very clear that the defense isn't good at doing that, why?
Because Jordan Love, he threw a season worst 2 interceptions against the Broncos, and he also had his lowest passer rating of the 2025 season. You know what they did? They changed what Jordan Love thought what he would be getting going into the game. And then the game plan was, no, we're going to zone you. We're going to zone you very heavily. Love hadn't thrown 2 interceptions in a week. He had thrown 4 total prior to week 15. Vance Joseph continued to junk it up, continued to bring the pressures, give a whole bunch of different looks. But Jordan Love was anticipating seeing more man answers, throwing slant routes, throwing quick fades. And all of a sudden, they're playing a lot more press bail. They're playing a lot more cover 3. That's why Riley Moss had his first interception. What did I say about Riley Moss? Where does he get his interceptions when he was playing college football? In zone coverage.
Where does he get picked on in terms of flags? When he's singled up on the sideline.
Tight man coverage. So while I don't want to see Vance Joseph play 74% zone coverage, because you'll see a lot of what you saw in the first half, I thought there were some good second half adjustments where he mixed in man, and the looks were a little bit more, I'd call it nebulous pre-snap, a little bit more gray for Jordan Love. But because you had run just enough zone coverage in the first half, a very high percentage, and then you mixed in just enough zone coverage in the second half, you had a quarterback guessing. You had a quarterback in it majorly doubting himself also with crowd noise. And so I think that this was a brilliant game plan, and I think it bodes well for the Broncos going forward because now it's not just, hey, we're playing against Vance Joseph. If we can just find an answer to protect and have man coverage answers both in the run game and the pass game, then we'll be just fine. Now they can look at the Green Bay Packers game and say, oh, wait, they play a ton of cover 3? Oh, wait, they can play cover 2? Wait, they mixed in cover 6 with simmies, which is simulated pressures, meaning that only 4 guys are coming, but it looks like a heavy pressure and guys are dropping out. Well, that's just one more layer of how to prepare for the Denver Broncos defense, and I think it's brilliant. You changed your tendencies.
The getting into the head of Jordan Love and making him doubt himself was everything. And I don't believe you can start that that disintegration process of Love in the second half without having the best corner in football. The ball he threw to Christian Watson.
Beautiful.
It's a really good ball.
Beautiful throw.
99% of corners in this league. You saw Xavier McKinney, who is a sensational defensive back, have 4 different opportunities to pick off Bo Nix, right? He had 3 pass defenses and 1 that he was right around.
And that's the same Xavier McKinney that when the Packers had acquired him from the Giants last year, he led the world in interceptions.
Like, he is a fantastic ball hawking back, and he wasn't able to come up with one. Surtain makes a pick on a nearly perfect thrown ball. I think if anybody else is in coverage there, and it just happens to be either slightly overthrown, or Watson drops it, or maybe, let's say, Jaquan McMillan is that player, and he gets a hand on it, and it falls incomplete. I don't think Love doubts himself for a second.
The best defensive player, reigning best defensive player in the National Football League, had the biggest play, frankly, of the season for the Broncos. And there's so many big plays that have happened throughout this year. But now you're in a position where you beat the Packers. And I thought this was a must-win game. Not because I predicted that the Patriots were going to lose, and I predicted that the Broncos were going to win. But you don't know what the hell the Patriots are going to do. They're at home. They're in weather.
They've
They're
got a
rolling.
21-point lead.
They're up by 21.
Like, I was texting all my buddies in Buffalo. I was like, do you fire McDermott at half? Like, get on the horn with Pagula. Get rid of this guy.
If you lose to the Packers yesterday, you're white-knuckling these last 3 games for home field advantage.
You're white-knuckling for the division.
You are. You're white-knuckling.
Pat Surtain, man, again, your ability to make a play that nobody else can make starts to break Jordan Love. And then you see the offense that could not miss in the first half, couldn't do anything in the second.
So why did I like Vance Joseph's game plan? Read that first half slash line again from Jordan Love.
17 of 22, 215 yards, 1 touchdown, and a 122.3 rating.
Second half, 61 total yards, 2 interceptions, 0 touchdowns.
7 of 23 throwing the ball. That's how you win football games. Broncos, 11 straight victories on the season. It is one big basketball game tonight as the Nuggets host the team right behind them in the Western Conference standings. Make sure you guys tune in starting at 7 p.m. for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law, and then tip-off of Rockets and Nuggets just after 7:40 local right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and the weather may be getting colder. Not really. But the sports action in Denver has never been hotter. There's no better place to bet on football, basketball, and the great game of stick and puck, Raj, than Circus Sports Colorado, featuring high app limits, player-friendly pricing, and exceptional customer service. I love that Circus Sports was made by sports bettors for you, the sports better. It doesn't matter if you're looking to bet on football futures, points on the court, or puck line on the ice. Bet where the pros bet with Circa Sports. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 or older. If you got a gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a Rally House Football Monday, and that extends into Monday Night Football that features the AFC North leading Steelers and the Dolphins, the resurgent and very much alive Miami Dolphins this evening, whether you guys are sweating out a fantasy football playoff matchup like KJ is. By the way, KJ, I didn't give you your props last week because I was all high and mighty. KJ did beat me in fantasy.
Let's go, KJ.
I'm good enough that I don't have to play this week. I have a bye in the playoffs, but KJ, you know what? You get your flowers there.
I appreciate it, but please don't give me too many because if you look this week,
Yeah,
I
you're
am
getting
in
smoked.
huge trouble.
If you guys are either sweating out a fantasy matchup or if you're getting smoked like KJ is, or if you're keeping an eye on a possible second-round opponent for the Broncos, you can listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950 tonight because we got the Nuggets coming off of 4 straight wins, hosting the Rockets at about 7:40 tip.
Dude, give me all of the Steelers. I am the biggest Steelers fan. I would love to see the Steelers in round 2.
Oh, you would embarrass that team.
Oh my gosh. And TJ Watt also had like emergency surgery on his lung.
It was like a Tyrod Taylor thing.
Did I say it right? TJ Watt? It's the other one.
No, it's TJ Watt. TJ Watt.
Who was the OG?
JJ Watt.
JJ, okay, I'm good.
TJ Watt, and it's funny, JJ Watt, Hall of Famer, TJ Watt, better? Question mark?
Pretty good.
Healthier?
Pretty good.
Typically, until his doctors apparently force him to collapse a lung.
Yeah, like doing like rehab at the facility.
Dude, the same thing happened to Tyrod Taylor. Remember when he got his lung punctured and essentially ended his chances at being a starting quarterback in this league? Was that the Chargers who did that to him?
It was the Chargers, yes. It was Justin Herbert's rookie season.
Most Charger thing ever, man. Yeah, Nuggets tonight, 7 p.m. pregame show, about 7:40 tip here in the Mile High City. You can watch that game on Peacock.
Peacock!
Coach, you said something to me in the break. Bo Nix.
As a special.
Top 5 quarterback.
Today.
Right now, this season. Yes or no?
That's my take. If you're talking about the 2025/2026 National Football League season that we're in the middle of.
So what are your qualifiers here then?
You're still playing.
And you're playing for something that matters.
And you are contending as a quarterback for a contending team.
Okay, so Dak Prescott is the most impressive statistical quarterback outside of Matt Stafford right now.
And you outdueled him.
You not only outdueled him, you embarrassed the Cowboys that day. The Cowboys, with their loss last night to Minnesota, are basically toast. They really can't make a run.
All right, so
does that mean he's out?
Dak Prescott, out.
All right, out of the conversation.
Top 5. We're talking top 5 power rankings of the stuff that matters, not stats, not fantasy football. Jacoby Brissett's probably a top 5 guy in fantasy football because he ends up just scoring massive amounts of points late in games when you're down by 30 and nobody cares. Go ahead.
Matt Stafford.
Matt Stafford's number 1 right now in National Football League.
37 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 3,700 yards, 11-3 record, leads the NFC.
There's no arguing.
MVP.
Matt Stafford, number 1, hands down.
And did he win the MVP last night? Or did Drake May lose the MVP yesterday?
Let's get to Drake May.
Drake May.
As a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. I say no.
No.
You know why?
He's 11-3 with 23 touchdowns.
Okay, similar to Bo.
Nearly 3,600 yards.
How many does Bo have?
23.
Okay.
He's thrown the ball away 7 times. Nix has 9 interceptions. Now, he does have like a 3,000-yard lead in terms of yards through the air.
What is his record in come-from-behind game opportunities in the fourth quarter?
Drake May has 0 fourth-quarter comebacks, and he has 1 game-winning drive. So that tells you New England's played with leads the whole season.
Out. Drake May, out of the top 5.
The top 5?
You got outdueled yesterday by another top 5 guy, and I will say Josh Allen. Watching him the last couple weeks, seeing him in the weather, in the elements, he is otherworldly. I have Josh Allen currently as the number 2 quarterback in the National Football League.
I can live with that. Josh Allen's a freak. You obviously saw what he could do against the Broncos in the postseason last year, which, like, even though the Bills' defense it's that bad, and it is horrible, and unless Josh Allen goes Superman mode, the offense doesn't really have much going on. And James Cook is directly tied to Allen's ability to play.
Joe Burrow.
Out. You haven't played enough this season, and the Bengals are out.
Played terribly.
And he also, wants to retire.
He's talking about, pondering life.
Shocking. You put up 0 points the week that you went to the media and went, I'm not having fun anymore. I don't know if I want to do this anymore. Shocker.
Okay,
that
so
Baltimore walked all over you.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Patrick Mahomes
out. You're 6-8.
Ya.
You were toast even before the injury. You were toast. And now that the injury happens, he's out for 9 months. Both Parsons and Mahomes, official ACL tears. They'll be out at least 9 months going into the start of next year. Okay, let's keep moving.
Jared Goff.
What about Jared Goff?
You're in.
What number?
5.
5?
You're an 8-6 quarterback with awesome stats. With big-time production numbers. How many
Doesn't throw the ball away. 29 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 3,600 yards.
But the problem is his record is what?
8-6.
8-6. And
now the Detroit defense isn't the same, and
also,
the offense has been struggling without their offensive coordinator.
You're on the outside looking in right now in the playoffs.
I thought they were in the. Aren't they the 6th seed right now?
I thought the Packers moved.
The Packers the Packers moved all the way down. The Packers went from being the 2 seed in the NFC to the 7 seed right now projected.
Well, how are they below the 8-6? That doesn't make any sense. They only have 4 losses.
That's what I saw on the CBS broadcast last night.
Here it is. I'll get you a little.
Okay, you're right. Detroit is the 8 seed. Green Bay is the 7.
Is 8 seed
8-6 Detroit.
Okay.
And the 7 seed right now is Green Bay at 9-4-1.
Yeah.
So yeah, Detroit behind them. They're on the outside looking in. Cool.
Jordan Love.
It's because those damn Tampa Bay Buccaneers
who do we have
7
right
and
now?
7, leading the division.
Raj, who do we have in our top 5 guaranteed slots? Number 1, Matthew Stafford. Number 2, Josh Allen.
Yep.
We haven't determined. I said that Goff is number 5.
Goff is number 5. Drake May, you said out. Mahomes out. Prescott out. Sam Darnold. No, don't do it.
He's like either 6 or 7.
He's out. Jordan Love.
You got outdueled, buddy.
Out. Not out, but in the conversation.
You're not. You got
just
outdueled.
You just don't deserve to be ahead of Bo Nix.
You got outdueled. And Bo Nix is the quarterback that right now is not only leading the 12-2 best record in the National Football League, Denver Broncos, he's also outdueling some of these guys.
So you have
Jalen Hurts. What'd you do to him?
You beat him.
You beat him. And what kind of year has Jalen Hurts had statistically? Not good.
His best wide receiver hates him.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. You have the spots 3 and 4 available to you right now. Trevor Lawrence.
He's playing good. Give me some numbers.
23 touchdowns. 11 interceptions.
Out.
Okay, Justin Herbert.
In.
23 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
Oh, gosh.
12. And he's thrown for fewer yards than Bo Nix has
also been
this
hurt.
year. He's also been hurt.
A little bit.
But he's
banged up.
played as many games. Herbert hasn't missed a game.
All right. I'm saying out.
Out. Caleb Williams. 3,100 yards. And this is just your passing stats. 3,100 yards, 21 touchdowns, 6 picks.
I'm putting him in, man.
Okay, so he is
number 4.
Number 4, which leaves
Bo Nix,
the 3rd best quarterback, contending right now.
Like power rankings of power. You can't have power if you're not contending.
To recap, Stafford 1, Allen 2, Nix 3, Williams 4, Goff 5. On the outside looking in, you have a mixture of Jordan Love, Sam Darnold, Drake May, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence.
Yep. That's it.
New England fan hates you right now.
New England fan is mad at Drake May right now because he looked like the game got too big for him once Josh Allen came alive in that second half. Drake May shrunk. Have we seen Bo Nix shrink with the game on the line?
He's a grower, not a shower.
Yeah,
the offense struggles in the beginning, and once you start to get the blood moving and feeling yourself,
I love
you're not
getting the
cold
blood flow
anymore.
Going. Yeah,
you feel a little bit more camera ready than you did at the beginning of the game.
It's almost like the guys that are more about our gym selfie friends. Are you more about the show muscles or are you about the go muscles? The show muscles are biceps, triceps.
Legs feed the wolf, baby.
Yeah. I mean, the go muscles are posterior chain, the core, the glutes, the thighs. Bo Nix, you know what he is, man? He's a show muscle, not a go muscle. Oh, no, he is a
there you go.
He's a go muscle, not a show muscle.
Grower, not a shower.
I like that too.
I can't believe I've waited until December 15th to have that one come out of my mouth, but I love it.
303-504-0925.
It's like the putter that Moser, Lombardi, and Kane got this
that was
morning as a gift.
Fairly inappropriate putter right there. 303-504-0925.
The 2-1-3. I was in the pool.
Current power rankings of quarterbacks. Do you agree or disagree with our top 5? Number 1, Matthew Stafford. Number 2, Josh Allen. Number 3, Bo Nix. Number 4, Caleb Williams. And number 5,
Jared Goff.
Do you agree? Let us know. 303-504-0925. Put your top 5 in right now. Today. I don't care about fantasy football. I don't care about last year. I don't care about 5 years ago. I care about 2025, December 15th, right now. Bo Nix is the top 5 quarterback in the NFL.
I do have to play devil's advocate here. I kind of agree with what you're saying, and I like your ranking. If we're going to say Bo deserves to be higher than quarterback X, Y, and Z because he's beaten them, why is Justin Herbert outside of your top 5?
When you read the numbers, it was disturbing.
Hasn't beaten him. Not once. Sean Payton hasn't beaten them. Not once.
And you might not again because you'll have home field advantage wrapped up.
It might not. That might be a Jared Stidham game. That might be a Sam Ehlinger game.
And you know what's funny is that was my key to the season. My actual tangible key.
You have to beat the Chargers.
You cannot get swept by the Chargers yet again, Sean Payton, who's 0-4 right now. Or no, against Jim Harbaugh, he's 0-3. Against the Jim Harbaugh Los Angeles
the Chargers that matter. The Jim Harbaugh
Yeah, not
Chargers.
whoever the McCoy guy or whatever the guy's name was.
Staley? Is he still there?
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty solid top 5 right there, man. I agree, but Herbert having the upper hand.
I wanted Herbert in. You heard it.
So then put Herbert in over Goff.
But Goff, dude, his numbers are so good, and he's still. You feel like Goff can just go nuclear down the stretch here, and if he makes it into the playoffs, he could put up a crazy game.
You don't feel that way about Herbert.
Somehow. His postseasons just haven't been good,
okay,
man. But like that's not you. This power ranking has nothing to do with 2 years ago.
Has nothing about your past. It's about what's happening right now in front of us.
Today.
Are you viable? Are you contending for a top seed?
And are you playing good? Are you playing really good quarterback play when it matters?
Sure.
Down the stretch. And I think that's a fair ranking. Caleb Williams is one that you could be like, but who's the number 1 seed right now in the NFC?
The Rams and the Bears are number 2.
Number 2.
And if we're going to give Bo Nix the flowers for coming back in the fourth quarter, who's the second best comeback and fourth quarter quarterback in the league right now? It's Caleb Williams. 5 fourth quarter comebacks, 5 game winning drives.
Connor McGahee, my favorite, just comes out with the Altitude Sports Radio show power rankings. And all I can say is that McGahee thinks similarly about me and you that I think about Matthew Stafford.
Better believe it, baby.
Let's go, baby.
Better believe it. Speaking of Connor McGahee, something crazy in the NHL happened over the weekend, and it made the Central Division that is already way too hard even harder. We will talk about the Quinn Hughes trade a lot coming up tomorrow. I promise we will do it. We will talk about how it impacts the Avalanche, how I rank Quinn Hughes among the top defensemen in the world, whether or not Bill Guerin gave up too much. It matters for the Avs, right? Just like it matters when Dallas loses a game. It matters when Minnesota brings in a bona fide Norris Trophy winning defenseman. We will talk about that tomorrow. I promise. KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, especially on a Broncos victory Monday, a Rally House football Monday. We go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, kick it off.
Hey, real quick right there.
Sure.
I like how we as a station, we start our week off classy with our football Mondays sponsored by Rally House.
Yeah, it's a very cheer-inspired, rah-rah, go team.
It's really business in front. And then on the back end of the week,
one beers.
It's Bud Light Football Friday.
One beers.
And we got a party going on in the back on a Friday, baby. And there's nothing better.
KJ, kick off the party.
Sean Payton has seen his team in one-score games, come from behind games. I don't know how they won that type of games all season long. And for a 12-2 team, the Broncos in the first quarter, they only outscored their opponents 60-57, right? In the third quarter, they've only outscored their opponents 60-59. But when it comes to the fourth quarter, they've outscored their opponents 115-61. And that continued yesterday as they beat the Packers 20-3 in the fourth quarter. And here's Sean just kind of emphasizing what it means for his team to continue to rise to the occasion.
Talked about it at halftime, and we said that, that's the habitat we've been living in. And so when you get comfortable operating in those games, then you don't think anything of it. And so, this is the first time I've coached a game where maybe twice I had to look up the scoreboard to see who was up 2 or 3. I knew someone was up 2 or 3, and I can't recall having to ever do that.
Have you ever run into a situation like that, not knowing the score?
That's terrifying.
Terrifying.
As a football fan of the Denver Broncos. I know what he was getting at. It's a bit of a figure of speech, so I'm not going to hold him accountable to saying he doesn't know what's going on in the game.
He's just saying he's so dialed in on the energy and what's happening from play to play.
And he's just calling it a highly contested ball game period, right? Regardless of the score.
And when he goes, up 2, up 3, at that point, he's probably not taking into
account. It's so weird because when I'm calling a game as an offensive play caller and or a head coach, I'm constantly looking at clock, timeouts, scoreboard.
Down and distance.
Like the entire game, and my brain is just mathing. And I'm thinking about, okay, they score here. This is what needs. Like I go to the next scenario, and then I'm like, okay, if they scored two unanswered, this is what I need to do. Like I just start. My brain's just nonstop going.
Okay.
So I could say this. Full transparency, I've never had that. Never had where I'm like, I don't know if we're up or down right now.
Yeah, who cares?
But I have had this.
Football,
and this
teams.
Is what's very embarrassing. When I was coaching at Notre Dame. I had no idea who we'd be playing the next week ever. I truly knew only who the next game was.
On to Cleveland.
That's it. That wasn't just a figure of speech. I never knew if we were on the road, if we were home. Even this year, I was like, I don't know who we play. Who's next? I no idea. So even after the game, I'd have to ask. Hey, I asked the team, hey, who's on the schedule next, guys? I don't know.
It's like me going, what are we going to talk about next?
Well, then now that I'm a high school coach, I have to be. I'm in charge of team travel. So when it's in a place like Fruita, Colorado, it kind of matters that I know that they're next because I need to start planning some things.
We were supposed to be going south? KJ, what's next?
That we're the overdogs.
Raj, as far as that, what are we going to talk about next? If you know, you know. Speaking of that, despite what the NFL Notes Open says in regards to Denzel Washington trying to implement zero fun, sir, we're going to have some fun right here in this segment because there were a lot of fun quotes that came out of the locker room, and we want to make sure that you guys hear everything that the players had to say. And it's going to be Marvin Mims, it's going to be Garrett Bowles, and it's going to be Riley Moss, and they all made sure that you understood Broncos country, we here now.
Yeah, everybody scored but me, and they were telling me I need to get in the end zone, but it's okay. But
pretty soon, the media, the news, whatever, maybe they start respecting us eventually, but you know what? The only people that we respect are the people in this building, the love that we have for our city, the fans, this organization, our owners. Man, we're just full of dogs. You know, George Payton and what he's done is created this team with SP. and just the love we have for one another, man. We believe in each other. If nobody else believes in us, it's all good, man. We believe in each other.
It was great. Long overdue. The ball doesn't lie, right? I had great coverage on that deep ball, and, they wanted to throw the flag from across the field, so that was fine. They could do that. Ball doesn't lie.
Want to throw the flag from across the field.
Did you hear that Riley Moss was doing the thing? Totally just a bro, Iowa frat guy, University of Iowa frat guy. He's talking and doing what he's saying, they want to throw the flag, and he's pounding his fist as he's talking.
It was great. Long overdue.
Totally a bro.
You can hear it in the background.
Yes.
It was
Sounds
great.
like he's
overdue.
packing a can of dip is what he's doing.
Could be that as well. Just as long as he's not, he's not building up one of those Bissonette terms from the locker room. We don't want one of those. No. What do they call it?
I don't know if we're allowed to say those things.
Yeah, I don't think we can.
I thought
something about a helicopter.
I thought the overdog thing was a little cheesy. I rolled my eyes at that when Bo said it. It was a little cheesy. It was a little Russy, man. And Bo ain't Russy, so I didn't like that.
Was it Bobotish?
No, it was Russy.
I think it might have been Bobot.
It was Russy.
You ever done anything dangerous?
Time to say something quirky on national television. Instead of being an underdog, what should we call ourselves? We're the overdog. Message delivered.
You know what? It got a decent media laugh. KJ, what's next?
That we're the overdogs.
The Cleveland Browns lost to the Chicago Bears 31-3, and it started early, and it only got uglier from there. Head coach Kevin Stefanski, he introduced what I would call the wristband gate by the lake, because it was a story that set Shedeur up for failure, and it did not get better from there. I want to credit Allison Williams, who is the sideline reporter for Fox that was working the game with this report, and then Kevin Stefanski had to kind of just double down on it after the game.
Kevin, worth noting with Cleveland's offense struggling just operationally to start this game. Prior to this possession, when Shedeur was on the sideline, he actually came over. They removed the wristband with the play calls in there, and they made a change to one of the sheets and some tweaks, some changes with that wristband that he wears with the play call. So that could have been part of the issues they had early.
Was there something wrong with Sanders' wristband?
Yeah, there was a miscommunication early.
They mentioned that you guys had the wrong plays in the wristband on the first two drives. Is that accurate?
No. Yeah. There was something. I don't know if the wristband got something on it or whatever it was.
Yikes.
I think that's a worse faux pas than Sean Payton admitting, I didn't know the score a couple of times.
Well, yeah, especially because you won the game as opposed to the Browns that got shut out. Did they get shut out?
No.
They scored 3?
I don't think they scored a touchdown, but they did not get shut out. I know that.
It was 31-3.
Okay. They were not good. They were very much overmatched. Although Myles Garrett, 1 sack away from the NFL record.
How many did he have?
He just had 1.
Okay.
But he's knocking on the door there. Yeah, not good when there are conversations surrounding you undermining Shedeur Sanders, and that comes out in his second start.
Yeah, it's just sloppy. Cleveland Browns are sloppy. Ironically, guy that I worked with at Sanford, who was the O-line coach and had the title of offensive coordinator for 2 of the 3 years that I was with him, Mike Bloomgren, he's the offensive line coach of the Cleveland Browns. And I'll tell you this, in terms of call sheet and wristbands, he is freaking dialed. So I have no idea. This shocks me that this would happen because he's the kind of guy that would be involved with that type of operation.
KJ, keep it rolling.
Well, before we go on to the next story, I want to ask you guys a quick question here because it's something we haven't gotten into. Who's more likely to bite the bullet in regards to the Browns' failure after this season? Andrew Berry or Kevin Stefanski?
Stefanski, because I know Shedeur struggled mightily, but it looks as though that they have a guy who can start in this league in the 5th round. Like if Indy,
this game was bad.
If Indy had the ability to bring in Shedeur Sanders right now, you don't think they'd bring him in?
No. I love Shedeur Sanders.
He can start in the league.
I think that at his best, when given a proper opportunity, he could do things in this league, and has already proven that he can kind of do
Not many
some things.
fifth-rounders can say that.
Yep.
So therefore I go, it's the head coach's job to figure that out, not the GM's. It's a check mark in the GM's box. I'm not saying he will be. He has shown that he can be a starter in the league. He can also, much like he did at CU, there's plays that make you go, what on earth are you doing? But he can start. Stefanski's going to bite the bullet. It's easier to fire the head coach than it is the GM.
Yeah,
and the head coach looks like he's swimming.
I almost wonder if he wants to bite the bullet.
Oh, get me out. Let me go take a coordinator job somewhere else. I'll have the head coaching gig in 3 seasons.
I need to get back to the reboot here.
Yeah. It's probably it. That's probably the better route for him. You don't want to be in Cleveland.
No.
When's the last successful thing that came out of there? Baker Mayfield had to leave. LeBron had to leave to become a champion and then go back.
The Guardians were pretty good, and then they weren't, right?
The Guardians were good back when they were the Indians, right? There were some good years.
They had a couple of really good years as Guardians,
They
right?
had some good
but then
years.
Then it just fizzled.
Yeah, but they never got it done.
Mm-hmm.
Very Cleveland-ish of them. It was a fun ballpark to go to. I don't know if it's still called Progressive, but fun ballpark to go watch a game at. Cold, but fun. KJ?
That were the overdogs.
Can confirm it is Progressive because me and Coach actually got into a conversation about that off the air last week. The Baltimore Ravens beat the Cincinnati Bengals 24-0 yesterday, and Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, he got in his own way multiple times yesterday. 2 interceptions, 3 sacks, and he was just a little shaky on a couple of his reads yesterday. And he followed up what we would call a very interesting week last week about being reflective, quote unquote. And he followed that up with this comment after the game that was it's a little bit of a head scratcher.
Joe, today it was the offense. Other games it's been the defense. Why has complementary football been so hard for this team to find this year?
We haven't been a good football team. Bad football teams do losing things, and if you're wanting to compete for championships and be in the playoffs, then number one, your quarterback has to play better than I did today.
Do you feel like there's too much weight on you where it feels like if you're not perfect, the team is good enough around you to pick you up?
I feel confident in all those guys in the locker room. Like I said, today, there's not a team in the NFL that would have won the game today if I was the quarterback.
It's pretty true. He was bad. The Bengals were bad. I still put it on you, quarterback. Your talk going into the week was horrendous. I'm a big body language guy, and his body language has looked like, get me off the field. I don't want to play the sport anymore. You're going to lose football games like that. I don't care how talented you are, and Joe Burrow is a top 2 talented quarterback in the world.
The question right now with Joe Burrow is any of this whatsoever a play to get out of Cleveland or out of Cincinnati? Or is this just pure, honest transparency?
He's been very injured. He can't feel. How old is Joe Burrow? Is he 27?
He's not much different than
he just turned 29.
Okay, he's 29. He can't feel 29.
No way.
He can't.
No way.
He's been very injured. I get that. And you know what? I don't want to call him soft or selfish. He signed his deal, man. He has made more money than he would have ever thought he was going to. It is comfortable for him to look at what, Andrew Luck did and go, I'm good. I got enough money for me.
Good.
Got enough money for my kids, my grandkids, probably even another generation.
It's all good.
I guess I understand it, but that has to feel so bad for Cincy fans that you thought you had the next Hall of Fame quarterback and he's talking like this. I saw a question by one of our shows last week on Friday. If you could trade Bo Nix for Joe Burrow right now, would you do it?
No chance.
It was PhD that was talking about that?
If we would have been asked that question before the season, the answer would be very clear. Yes, give me Joe Burrow. He's the only guy that's taken down Mahomes. You know who took down Mahomes this year? In his own way? Bo Nix did.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Every single day at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL. courtesy of Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Again, tomorrow is another Avs Ticket Tuesday. You guys know the drill already. Every single hour on the 20s from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., you guys can win tickets to see the Avs take on the Jets on Thursday night. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and online at matthewsfinewatches.com. Sure, the defense is that good. It's been that good all season long, but this was the best win of the year for the Broncos. The offense needed to pick them up in the first half when Jordan Love was doing whatever he wanted to. I mentioned there was just one time in this game in which the Packers settled for a field goal, and Denver did not respond with a touchdown of their own. It was just the second drive of the game for Denver. After that RJ Harvey fumble, they hold him to a field goal. Denver goes 3-and-out. That was the only time that the defense held Green Bay to a field goal despite being walked all over in the first half, right? The only time that Denver and Bo Nix didn't come down the field and go, you like 3, we like 6.
I've always heard it in sideline. Let's match a score with a score, and let's turn their 3 into a 6. And that's what the Denver Broncos continually did. That's the reason they ended up on the right side of this equation. Did just find out some news. Did you notice P.J. Locke playing a lot more than we've seen P.J. Locke play for the Broncos since last season? Number 6 played well for the Broncos.
Because of the Brandon Jones injury?
Yeah, did you see what Ian Rappaport just reported?
A pec injury.
Yeah, so having an MRI, and it'll be an interesting deal. I don't love that. But I did love the fact that P.J. Locke not only has played meaningful snaps as a starting safety in the National Football League, I also love the fact that P.J. Locke was able to reemerge during the game against a very good pass attack in the Green Bay Packers and have success. I think he tallied a couple pass breakups and was involved in some critical plays. So that's one that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. But when you're talking about injuries like Micah Parsons and you're talking about Patrick Mahomes, and obviously the Broncos have been fortunate with the health. And getting back to the game that you're talking about is just answering scores with scores and turning 3s into 6s, being 4 for 4 on red zone snaps or red zone opportunities versus the Green Bay Packers that are killing themselves. I mean, they stubbed their toe in the red zone. Of their 4 trips, 3 of them were stubbed our toes, either be it by play call, be it by a mistake, penalties. The Empower Field crowd creating some havoc also in the red zone.
Yeah, there were 2 big-time holding penalties that Green Bay had in the red zone that it felt as though, oh, crap, here comes a touchdown. Here comes a touchdown. You get that 110-yard. It's going to push them back into three-point territory there. Now, the one time that you had the opportunity to drop them from 1st and 15, or rather from 3rd and 15 to 2nd and 25, Sean Payton decides to wave off the penalty, and what does Jordan Love do the very next play? He throws a little rail route to the running back, and they score.
It was a great throw. It was a great catch. It was one of those that you're in the right position. That was actually, did you know that was zone coverage? So even though you ended up getting the matchup from the backfield, Dre Greenlaw, that was his zone, and he had to travel on that.
He has to travel that whole way? There's no pass off to a safety there? How's that possible?
The only thing that would make sense.
You're asking a linebacker, a run-stuffing linebacker, to cover 20 yards vertically?
Yeah, so like the crazy thing about zone coverage is so many of them nowadays are matched zone. So for example, the X's receiver, the single receiver into that boundary side where the right side of the field where the route ended up being run. If he runs a vertical route, then the boundary corner stays on it in cover 3. So
now, if he doesn't run a vertical route or is brought in motion,
then if he runs a shallow cross, then the corner would then sink off, and then end up. So ended up being basically a glance post. So vertical, you eat up the boundary corner, and you kind of eat up the safety, and you throw the rail right behind
just to
it.
free out. If you see that one-on-one matchup, which is very clear that it was happening between Greenlaw and Jacobs, it's essentially. It's clearing space for like an ISO in basketball.
It's essentially
go to that side of the court. I'll see you guys in the next possession.
It's just it was probably not game planned for, because Josh Jacobs has what did he have? 1 receiving touchdown in his career prior to that one?
Yep.
And
according to the CBS broadcast.
It was probably a screen. It's probably a screenplay. It probably wasn't an actual down the field like piss missile of the throw that we saw yesterday.
It was just a great play front to back. Like as you said, Greenlaw draped him in coverage.
Draped him, and also was doing everything he could to just rip the football out.
It was just good football. It was good football.
Josh Jacobs just iron gripped it. Yesterday was good football, man. And you know that there's something that I got a bit of a problem with, is when I get excited about football, sometimes I turn into my guy John Gruden. John Gruden had some things to say about the Broncos after this game. He woke up feeling a little nicey. So I got a little, KJ captured some audio. This is for all of you lovers of just the voice of John Gruden. You might not like him as a person, but you love his love for the game of football. Go ahead, Gruden.
I love teams that go on a roll, especially late in the year in December. Teams like the Denver Broncos, who just won their 11th straight game yesterday by beating the Green Bay Packers. They have an excellent offensive line led by Garrett Bowles and Quinn Miners. They have two talented receivers, Cortland Sutton and Troy Franklin, shut-down corners, Pat Surtain and Riley Moss. They have two run-stuffing linebackers, Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw. And they can get after the quarterback with Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper, and Zach Allen.
Hell yeah, Gru.
You know the next team that he talked about that got him really feeling nicey? It's a team that we get a chance to watch the Broncos compete against at Empower Field on Sunday. The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh, they beat the 3-11 Jets, who just fired their defensive coordinator. Like, I understand 5 touchdowns from Trevor Lawrence should make you feel nice and warm and fuzzy.
You wanted to say nicey, but you couldn't. You're
20
like, I'm
of
not doing
32.
it. I refuse.
330 yards and 5 scores. It's really, really good. Travis Etienne is looking like he's playing at Clemson against ACC opponents this year. Like, that's how good he has been. For some reason, they don't scare me.
Raj.
Because it's the Jags.
Raj, we've had hate weeks with the Raiders. We've had Chiefs Kingdom week where we saw the tearing down of the kingdom. But we are engaging in the most significant week of the 2025 football season. We're in Duval week, baby.
You're not in Duval week. They're coming here.
I'm just saying that
I don't want to hear crap about that county.
You're
playing in Denver. You're not in Duval. Get that out of here.
What's the elevation of Duval County?
0.
Yes.
Maybe negative.
What's the elevation of Empower Field about halfway up the bleachers, the stadium? In the upper row?
5280.
Yes, it is.
It's beaten into us every single day we see the...
It is marketed and branded. There are 5,280 gorillas ready to jump on the backs of the Jacksonville Jaguars. But here's this, Raj. Liam Cohen. He is only 4 wins away from tying Gus Bradley for 5th all-time on the wins list as Jaguars head football coach.
That's insane.
Bradley coached 62 games. Cohen's at 14.
I was going to say, he just got through week 15.
How wild is that?
They do have impressive wins. You have 3 straight wins at the beginning of the season against Houston, San Francisco, and Kansas City. Their wins ever since have not been impressive. Like, you beat a very hobbled Indianapolis team 2 weeks ago. Now, it wasn't the Phillip Rivers. We'll talk about that tomorrow when we do our NFL Rewind, because a 44-year-old looked serviceable. He gave him a chance.
I can't believe that his Achilles stayed intact. The entire game.
He tried to self-sack
because he's wearing the old turf nubs. He's wearing the turf nubs from like 1987. What are we doing?
Did you hear the story? He had to pull his cleats out of a trophy box in his home to wear at the game because he didn't have other ones that were like actually
No, it's because he didn't want to
viable.
actually wear real cleats because he's probably terrified of wearing cleats where he's probably going to end up having too much grippiness and the Achilles goes with the cleat. Jeez, oh Pete's, man. It's wild.
They killed Los Angeles. They've got very, very impressive wins, dude. 35-6 over LA, 31-28 over Kansas City, 26-21 over San Francisco, 17-10 over Houston.
Been playing good ball.
Their only losses this year have come against Cincinnati, Seattle, LA, the Rams, 35-7. They got killed. And then they lost on the road to Houston by a touchdown. But they put up 29 against that Houston defense. Maybe they should scare me more than they do. But it's the Jaguars. It's the Jags.
You know what the acronym...
There's been one time in their history that they actually made you pay for it, and it was the first of what should have been 3 straight Super Bowls for John Elway.
You know what the Jag means?
Yeah, just another guy.
Just a guy. That's who I'm saying's coming in, man. Liam Cohen, Jag. Trevor Lawrence, Jag.
12 picks, dude. 12 picks.
Total Jag. What a...
Holds on to the football too long. That pass rush is going to kill him.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Trevor Lawrence, man, he's not quite Tua Tagovailoa in terms of looking like a velociraptor at the bottom of an NFL pile. But he's prone. He's prone to the C word now. That guy is taking some hits over his career, man. He puts himself in some bad spots. He's not going to want to see this defensive front, is he? This defensive front's going to hunt, and they're going to eat.
Pete Thamel coming out 40 minutes ago. Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola intends to enter the NCAA transfer portal.
Joining his recently fired offensive line coaching uncle, Donovan Raiola, who was fired about 5 days ago. So you saw the writing on the wall. You fire the uncle of the quarterback, you probably are also telling the quarterback, hey, time to pound salt. Did you see some of the memes?
Oh, yeah. That, like, the breaking news, Dylan Raiola has torn his ACL. Poor kid.
Or Dylan Raiola.
He brought that on himself, but poor kid.
Dylan Raiola realizing that his ACL's got to be torn in the next.
Oh, damn it.
Shoot. Why did I have to do that, man? I don't want to tear my ACL.
You got to commit to the bit, coach.
Hey, man.
You can't break character. This is some Daniel Day-Lewis stuff.
This is straight out of Lincoln.
Just Bill the Butcher this thing up. All right, it's going to do it for us today. For the coach, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Keep it right here on Altitude 92.5 all day long for Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. PhD is coming up next. Before we get out of here, Coach, your player who is in the groove, presented by Groove Toyota on South Broadway and at groovetoyota.com. Who's in the groove?
Number 3 in the Sanford power rating quarterback, that's Bo Nix. He is in the groove, making every throw and also taking care of the football and not taking sacks. Bo Nix, 303, baby. 4 touchdowns, no picks, no sacks. You're in the groove.
He is in the groove. And Cortland Sutton, 113 yards and a touchdown, including a big-time 4th and 2 conversion. Big groove.
Grooving.
That'll do it for us today. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Stay tuned for PhD.
Dan Tanner coming in hot. I love it. Woo! Lasers. What'd you think of that smoke show?
What I think. That was fun, man. That version of Bo Nix looks like top 5 quarterback. That's what that version looks like. I've been so high on Bo since the Commanders game. The Commanders game is when it was the turning point for me. And people will come at you with the 4 dropped interceptions. There were. There were probably 4 dropped interceptions. I don't care. He threw some stupid good passes in that game. The best of them all to me, the touchdown throw to Troy Franklin.
Sick.
That one
who made a great catch too.
Made a great catch, but that he had 6 inches that he can put that ball. That was just unbelievable.
I thought the low one touchdown even to Little Jordan. He had to put that down low and away.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was in trouble in the red zone, which are always tough place to go. I thought that was a great throw too. I'm just waiting for you to revise what you said last weekend.
What did I say last week?
Oh. Greatest performance Bo Nix has ever had.
Well, yeah, it's now been replaced. There you go.
Last week he did the best follow the game plan, Bo. That was.
I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight right now, Scott. Why
are
you trying to make a fight? I don't want to fight.
Because I'm just trying to wake you up to reality that
it was a great game. You're just trying to pick a fight. You're trying to poke the bear. You want to make the bear roar? The bear will roar.
I think roar. Best Bo Nix has looked in 2 years.
It was
looked
awesome.
fantastic.
He was great.
No, he looked. I agree with you. He looked. I watched more football yesterday than I'd really planned to. And you got to put him up there with what Allen did to come back in that game, and you got to put him in what Stafford did really to kind of come back in that game a little bit, right? Were they down or threw a big pick, but came back and answered, and he looked like he belonged, man. That was fantastic.
And for the rare fan out there, because there's enough of you, you're still rare, but there's still enough of you that's panicking about the defense. Don't just relax. Okay, so they're human. Okay, so the defense showed that they're human a little bit. Okay, you're going up against a really good offense, against a really good play caller, and a damn good quarterback. Oh, well, they finally had a human game.
It's a Rally House victory Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House shop every team in town.
I didn't even think defense played bad.
I don't think they played bad. I think
they gave a couple of big plays away that hurt them.
They
lost
started
big
holding
plays
them to
early.
3 when they needed to.
Yep.
And yeah,
and then at the end when they had to put points on the board, the defense said no.
And who turned the game around? Pat Surtain.
Yeah.
When Pat Surtain got that interception, that was the turning point of the game. That there was no looking back. Riley Moss got one. Riley Moss also got a stupid PI. That might have been the worst pass interference call that he's had all season long. Sorry, DMac.
No, I was just going to say Sean just spoke on his conference call about a half hour ago, was outraged by that. Just it's ridiculous.
Yo, gosh, just dumb.
Curious point of the game, though. They get that, and then they get the Josh Jacobs touchdown run. And you're like, okay, all right, let's see what we got here. And when R.J. Harvey fumbled the ball, Sean Payton said, by the way, that sometimes the other teams make great plays. And they thought they don't point that at a mistake by R.J. Harvey as much as they point out, hey, that was a really good play by them. That's what Sean said, at least. That you cannot be in the negative and win this game against the Packers. So a takeaway had to happen. It had to happen. And the fact that Surtain made it in such a glorious fashion and took out a Packers player accidentally with him on the same play was incredible. It was incredible. It changed the entire game.
You know what?
And then the offense was ready for that moment, as they have been all year.
You know when it hit me, I think Tyler would probably agree with this, and I don't even know if you've thought about though. That I'm like, okay, maybe they got what it takes. Because there's good regular season teams, and then there's really good postseason teams. You got to get to the postseason to be that really good postseason team. But when they start the game and all of a sudden there's a pushing and shoving,
I love it.
And guys are big chested, and then It started with Singleton, I think.
Yep.
But then it was Greenlaw came in there, and you see Greenlaw. I mean, he was right inside that other linebacker's chili, and I'm like, oh, this is a different team.
The Packers knew what they were doing right there.
Yeah.
Of course, they were instigating.
Yeah,
absolutely, they're
because
instigating.
You know what? The NFC used to be the big bullies of the AFC. You ain't bullying Denver's team.
No, listen.
I liked it then.
Everybody knows where you're supposed to be and where you're not supposed to be in pregame, okay? And when you come into our territory, when you come into our field, that's one thing. But when you intentionally run between two players that are standing about 2 feet apart from one another,
yeah, you send a message.
You're trying to do something. Alex Singleton did what he should have done. He shoved the dude in the shoulder.
Scotty Gange actually had a great view of this because the Packers
Was
team,
he looking at his mirror?
Well, he could. He's a handsome fella. But the Packers team was mean mugging the Broncos offensive line. Like they weren't just coming out of the tunnel. They kind of held there. They were kind of just like they could have just come out anytime. It's not like college. You're running through cheerleaders or anything. Just go onto the field, But they stood there for a moment, enough for Scotty Gange to actually film it. Like, look at this. This is unusual. This doesn't happen. And then when they ran out, it was after that they, ran through the Broncos. And you can't put up with that. That's a bunch of BS. It's a bunch of malarkey.
But see, that right there gave me more of a big game feel.
Yeah.
Than I had all last week. Sitting down in my little comfy chair, my what's it called, zero gravity recliner. I have to get in from my back, and I'm in that thing, and I say, "Oh, they're ready. They're ready.
They were ready." And
ready.
It was. Hey, listen, man. You lose the toss. The Packers deferred. They get the turnover, but it's 3, not 7. It's 3, not 7. And, then they got another field goal, and you returned it with a touchdown, so it was 6-7 at one point.
I owe my daughter. That was like the
Did
only
she have
time.
some fun with that?
Only time my daughter really paid attention to the game. Oh, Dad, look, 6-7. The only time she paid attention the whole game.
But so there was never a moment that you felt like they were out of it. Let me tell you, man. Yeah, there was some go Pack go. Sure, there were some Packers fans there. Okay.
But they got drowned out by that midway third quarter.
Dude, that crowd. Dude. It is something
and you know what?
else these days down there.
I saw this on my TV, sitting in my zero gravity recliner.
Mm.
And I'm like, and I turned to the ward and I said, dude, they're tired. And Sean talked about it post.
Sure did.
But you could see it physically late third, 3 or 4 minutes into the fourth quarter. I'm like, dude, they're gassed.
Yeah.
I mean, you could physically see it on your TV.
How about the fact that Sean said he pointed that out to the team? Like, boy, talk about a movie like out of a high school movie. Hey, everybody, come here. What's up, coach? Look over there. They all look. They're out of steam. They're gassed.
They're gassed.
Let's go.
It looked like it.
And then the montage happens. The big comeback in the movie, the montage, and, then you kick their ass, and, that's the way it goes.
And then they run the picket fence.
Which might have been the play that Sean Payton called on that fourth down when he had 3 fullbacks in the game, or whatever the hell that was.
That was the dumbest play. Hey, Sean Payton did everything he could to kind of screw things around, too, though.
Though, you can be angry that it didn't work, but that same attitude was the same thing that made them throw the ball on 4th down to Cortland Sutton to take other chances to be aggressive. You can't just say, oh, well, that was terrible, and be like, oh, well, that was incredible. Like, this is all part of the package you get with Sean Payton these days. And wouldn't you rather have your team be aggressive than passive at this point?
Well, no, I agree. Listen, I'm always big picture. In fact, I took a psychological test this way, and I'm a big picture guy. And so I'm thinking that you still had 3 timeouts between the first and second half that you burned because plays are still getting in slow. You're playing Buffalo in January 24th.
It's not a mistake you want to make.
It's not a mistake you want to make. And so that's where, when I look at great game, like I said, best Bo Nix game of the year. That's not where you want to get to, where all of a sudden you're out of timeouts before Green Bay was, and you got an 8-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. And you know what?
I got you.
Crawshaw's on the all-punting rookie team. Let him loose.
Oh, he's going to be a Pro Bowler.
I didn't mind it at all. I know in our text thread, Scotty was having some fun with it, but hey, you got a chance to put the game away. I'm not mad at my coach for putting it on my back. You got 1 yard to go.
Second 4th down. You're close enough for field goal. Rams did it last night and iced the game.
What can I tell you, man?
Not the Rams. What was the game last night?
That was Dallas and Minnesota.
Minnesota did last night.
Oh, we are getting closer and closer to the Walmart Bowl, by the way,
Shockingly
boys.
good game for two teams that sucked.
That was a really good game.
Yeah.
The Broncos have outscored their opponents in the fourth quarter 115-61.
Pretty good.
So, you know.
Pretty good.
And Sean was pretty funny. We'll play a bunch of this stuff later, but just to sum it up, he was more like, analytics are garbage. Because they don't factor in who you're playing, when you're playing, how this, that, the other
what
thing.
What the condition is.
Yes.
Rainy, snowy.
And his point of going forward on fourth down, in all honesty, was he has a lot of respect for Jordan Love. And to give the ball back voluntarily, easily to Jordan Love, he didn't care where it was. He thought that was dangerous. So that's why they went for it against Jordan Love.
I don't mind it. I mean, this is the new NFL. This is what teams are doing. When you got the opportunity at the end of the game to go for it and put the game away, more teams than not are going to go for it.
I actually had no problem with the first time they did it. Second time, got a little deeper. I'm like, kick the field goal.
Where were they?
Kick the field goal.
You're talking about the last one?
Yeah, the last.
What yard line were they on?
Oh, they were
32.
26, something like that. It would have been like a 44-yard field goal, something like that. Yeah, it would have been for Will Big Nuts Lutz. That would have been nothing.
Yeah, kick the field goal.
Yeah,
the first one was going to. I thought the first one was going to be a 50-some. Second one was a 40-some.
Fine. I mean, you could kick it. I also understand that we want to make this clock go away.
I thought the most insane play was throwing the deep shot to Cortland Sutton on fourth down. I thought the third down play was kind of crazy when you're moving so well and you just need a couple yards. Just pick it up and keep moving the ball.
Yeah.
I thought those were both sort of like insane moments. But as soon as that happened, I was like, oh, they're going to go for it left and right here today. They ain't slowing down for nothing.
So that was a big completion. By the way,
it's unbelievable.
Cortland Sutton's a Ring of Famer right now. Is done enough. He's a Ring of Famer for your Denver Broncos, period.
Okay.
I don't mind it.
It's fine by me.
Yeah.
He's a core
clutch
generation player for the Broncos.
You know what he is? He's a bigger Rod Smith than when you need a first down, find 14.
By the way, if you're going to say that, Garrett Bowles is in there too.
Oh, Garrett's definitely going in. Yeah.
I just wish you wouldn't talk after game.
Chip on the shoulder, Garrett Bowles. He's always got something to say, Bowlesy.
Hey, he's a good dude to have in the foxhole.
Bowlesy is there.
2, we were in the playoffs.
Were we underdogs? Okay, yeah.
How sweet does it feel to have been underdogs yet again and have won yet again?
Pretty soon, the media, the news, whatever, maybe they start respecting us eventually, but you know what? The only people that we respect are the people.
All right.
It's toughness wrapped in cliche.
He's something else. Glad that we have him. All right, Sean was kind of interesting on the conference call. So some new stuff in the past hour. We'll get to that coming up. But it is a Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Nothing but to be in a good mood today. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Men, the holiday season is here, full of hustle and bustle, packed with activity. But when your energy is drained and you're not sleeping all that great, your sex drive is nowhere to be found. Maybe it's tough to feel festive. Well, these could be the signs of low T. If that's what's going on, 'tis the season to take action and get treated. Low T can cause all sorts of headaches. Just not a great way to live life. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. So what do you do? Listen, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes, and then you schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood, and you'll have results within 30 minutes. The cost of the appointment is only $99. That consult, T, and PSA test come along with it. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So don't go another season with low T. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This was our first goal. You know, we wanted to get to the playoffs. That's the only way to get further is to make the tournament. So we're excited about that. That was goal number one. We were able to accomplish that tonight. And then this next week, it's going after goal number two, and that's worrying about our next opponent and finding a way to get the best out of our season and get the best situation in the postseason. So.
There's your guy, Bo Nix. What a game he had. What a game. Called the 303 game.
Is that a no turning back game? Is that is that the new standard game?
You know what it was? It was an announcement to the league because I don't know if you guys noticed. And all the teases and all the preemptive shows, and I know Darren says he didn't watch all those pre-shows. I kind of do. It was all about Green Bay. Oh, they're playing Denver 10 in a row. Green Bay. And even somebody said it after the game. Might have been Strahan was like, they got their signature win. Everybody was saying, hey, I guess we forget the in Philadelphia and all those different things. But okay, they did it. Bo just put him now in the category. We're watching Mahomes, unfortunately, go out for the rest of the year with the ACL, and all this stuff. The next vibe of young players, of Nick's young quarterbacks, Bo Nick's in that group now. You got to put him in there with Jordan Love, don't you?
Absolutely. And if you scurry around the betting odds for MVP right now, Matthew Stafford is a clear-cut favorite. Clear cut. Josh Allen. There's a bunch of betting odds, but Josh Allen has kind of moved into spot number 2.
No more Drake May.
Drake May's still kind of there.
But
I'm seeing
he had a huge fall after this weekend.
I'm seeing on this one he's plus 425. In fact, in this one that I'm looking at through Fox Sports, and I'm not sure exactly what betting app they're using. DraftKings. So DraftKings has Stafford 1 by a mile. They still have Drake May number 2. They've got Josh Allen number 3 and number 4. And it's a ways back. But number 4 is Bo Nix. It's way back. You'd be insane to bet on it. But how about the quarterback for the Denver Broncos is even in the conversation?
Right.
When was the last time that happened?
Well, it's almost as if every other young quarterback, they were like wearing sweatpants talking about the game Trevor Lawrence had. And let's be honest, it's been 4 years for him, right? And this is 4th or 5th year.
He had a great game.
But he had a great game.
He might have had individually the greatest quarterback game ever.
Well, one of the talking heads, throats, said it's the best game Trevor Lawrence has had.
It's arguably the best game any quarterback's ever had.
So
it was sick.
He's got to be up there, but he's lacked from where his status was. First pick, there is more pressure to perform.
They're rolling now. We'll see.
But we will see here shortly.
But it's taking him a minute to get there.
Is it next weekend we see him?
Next weekend, baby.
Yeah.
Coming up. It's gonna be fun, man. Duval, here we go.
That's a big game.
Yep, that's a big game.
That turned into a big game, hadn't it?
Absolutely.
How's that game not get flexed?
You got some flexibility now, though. The Patriots losing helped a lot.
Unbelievable.
That's a big deal. Chiefs are out of this sucker now. Hopefully that game becomes a gimme for the Broncos. So you got two tough games left.
Well, the problem with that game now, you got the Minch.
Yeah, that is true.
Minch on Christmas.
Never doubt Gardner Minshew. Ever.
You got the Minch on Christmas. Which, if he was smart, he'd dress in all green coming to that game that day.
And he's going to steal Christmas?
The Minch that stole Christmas.
His heart grew 3 times that day. It had to, because his leg was falling off. Yeah, I'm not really afraid of the Minch on Christmas.
No, that changed that whole dynamic of that game. But it goes back to what I said. To be honest with you, Chiefs, you don't want to do it because of the ACL of Patrick. But they needed, if they were smart, just lose all the rest of the games and get you a top 12 pick.
With Mahomes out, that's basically what they probably weren't going to bench Mahomes, right? So this is about as good of a chance as they're going to have for that.
Yeah, I would say too. If you're Kansas City, who else do you like? Like, who else do we care about for next year? And let's be careful about those guys too. They got nothing to play for. And it's the end of a significant dynasty for them. Who knows if they can build it back up? There's some crazy parallels with Tom Brady. Tom Brady also got injured in his 9th year and missed a year, and they missed the playoffs. The next year they would go 11-5 with Matt Castle and miss the playoffs. So the fact that this knee injury happened to Patrick Mahomes the exact same time that it happened to Tom Brady is weird when you think about how great Brady was after he did get back from injury. So you never know with Kansas City. But at least, at the minimum, it's a pause.
Mm-hmm.
And who's going to fill that void?
Yeah. And as Travis Kelce going to wait around a whole year
No.
without Mahomes?
I'd be stunned if he did.
Yeah.
Why would he?
Go get in shape and then come back in 2 years.
He's getting married June 13th to what's
Come back when Mahomes is healthy.
I'm sure. I mean, there's nothing that stops him from gronking it up. Why not? He can do whatever he wants.
By the way,
Phillip Rivers in it up.
Sure.
By the way,
my man almost pulled it off.
He should have pulled it off, man.
Yeah.
If that Colts defense had any pride, he would have pulled it off.
I know.
the warden, maybe she read this, but pointed this out yesterday, and you've talked about it too. When you retire, they pay for your insurance for how many years?
5 years.
This is 5th year out.
So he gets another 5.
Guess what he did?
Pretty clever.
He just restarted the clock on that 5 year, didn't
somebody looked up what it would roughly cost to pay for health insurance on your own with 10 kids. Take a guess.
$8,000 a month.
Yeah, not quite, but I think it was like $5,700. Yeah.
You think that was the big game plan?
No, but it's nice.
No, but yeah, heck yeah, it's nice.
It's nice.
Ends up getting 10 years instead of 5.
You know what it is? It's enough that you don't really care if you reset your Hall of Fame clock.
Once you're paying
You put Bo here on this journey.
Yeah, I think, look, I can only compare it to like running a half marathon once, the year I was suspended, and it was in Las Vegas. And so every mile they had a band and Gatorade, right? And then I think it's 13.3 miles. Well, you train for that, but you never run 3.3 miles. So I think he's like at mile marker 4, taking the Gatorade. They give you the goo at mile marker 9, and that was like rocket fuel. It was needed. But I think, look, early in the process and in improving, and the thing about him is like he loves playing. And so that's contagious, and that's a really good trait for a player at his position. And
some praise from Sean Payton, by the way. 13.1. It's a half marathon. I find it funny that Sean uses himself and uses the half marathon, not like a full marathon. I mean, not many people would say, hey, the top of Everest, about halfway there. Most people would say, what does it take to run a marathon, not a half marathon? But that's what Sean did. And then he says, and it's a
So he's got to make him part of the story, is what you're saying?
Well, he's trying to compare like something that's really hard to do in terms of a journey. You never know really where he's going to go, Sean Payne. So he compares it to himself, and he compares it to a half marathon, not a full marathon. And then he gets the distance of the half marathon wrong. And he talks about the goo, which do you guys know what goo is?
Yeah.
That's that little gel stuff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, that's like rocket fuel. Like, I don't know. Sean is just so Shawnee. He's Slim Shawnee, man. He's so funny. But the compliment there is, look how good Bo is doing. And in his world, almost got you. Almost got you. Round 2, almost got you. In his world, look how, if he's at mile 4 and the half marathon is 13.3, how much better is Bo Nix going to get?
Well, he can't get much better than yesterday. So you give me that, and that's a Super Bowl winning team. I mean, you combine a defense like the Broncos have that didn't necessarily look like it yesterday, but we know what they are. You combine that with a quarterback that looked like he did yesterday, a quarterback that looked like a top 5 quarterback, that's a Super Bowl winning team. Simple as that. It doesn't need to get better.
Well, listen. I think they were good. I think they were good. This, and I know Mahomes changed it now. Now the last 4 games, counting Green Bay yesterday, last 4 games of the season, the easiest game might be at Kansas City.
Right.
I mean, think about that.
The Chargers game might just be completely meaningless,
or it could be balls to the wall. Like you slip up.
We'll see. Yeah, I mean,
slip
possibly.
up and they don't slip up, and all of a sudden, if they win, they're win the AFC.
They're 2 games behind you. 2. You got a game ahead of the Patriots. Patriots got the Ravens. Not going to be easy. That's for sure.
So they just need to catch up one game before they play us, though. Then, right?
I was just say you slip up one time.
I mean, they're 2 games back, but they make that ground up in the final game.
And then they win that last game to tie the record. They got the head-to-head.
The truth is, Who's got the head-to-head? The Chargers?
Yeah, if you slip up one time.
The truth is, if the Broncos just simply win their next 2 games, that's it. They're the number 1 seed.
I don't know if they would have the head-to-head. You'd have to look at the big picture records, then they would split it.
And if the records are tied, head-to-head is against Chargers and them, they'd be 0-2 against the Chargers.
We lost to the Chargers.
Already.
I blinked that we lost to the Chargers.
We lost to the Chargers.
Yeah, we lost to the Chargers.
This Broncos team.
Absolutely right.
This Broncos team started 1-2.
Yeah.
We were questioning in training camp or around training camp, Sean Payton making late night calls to Diana Rossini about his cue. We were like,
I
why?
love my cue.
Why are we getting so ahead of things here, Coach?
Well, turns out Sean gets the last laugh on this one.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Not yet, but he's close to.
He said,
well, no, you know what? At the end of the day, he gets the last laugh because all he said is that he's had 7 teams that he thought were capable of winning a Super Bowl. This team's proven that they're capable of winning a Super Bowl.
Especially this year.
Yeah. Doesn't mean that they're going to win it, but they're capable.
He said on the conference call today, and he did say it last night, there are 3 goals: to win the division, get the highest seed you can, and to win the Super Bowl. And so
I love those goals.
Asked about it again today in terms of preparation now that you've made the playoffs. Not really about those goals, but kind of a different thing. He got a little snarky. Not snarky, but a little like, hey, wait a second.
It was a good answer, actually. It was a great answer. It's how you make sure your team's minding their P's and their Q's. Like, boys, we've had a great start. Like, this is a good head start on life, but we haven't done anything yet. We don't have an AFC West championship. We don't have a number 1 seed. We haven't done nothing.
He said today, the goal isn't making the playoffs. Like, making the playoffs is too pedestrian.
Exactly.
That ain't a goal. Which kind of can give you chills a little bit when you think about how things have been around here. That's cool. Then he ripped on Zach Stevens a little bit. Like, add Zach Stevens to the Chris Tomlinson, Luka Evans fire. That Zach tweeted out something that Zach has gone back and corrected his tweet. when he said it, I was like, whoa, what's wrong with Zach? Zach's a pretty good dude.
Is he?
Yes. Zach Stevens is definitely a good dude.
Really?
Yes. But Sean pays attention to things. He's got some rabbit ears, man. He's quite aware of what's going on around him. But you win the next 2 games, man. You're it. You're the number 1 seed. The Chargers game won't matter. You get a bye week, and you're hosting the winner of whatever wild card game. If you win the next 2 games, you control that, which is pretty freaking awesome. Patriots can't catch you now. If you win the next 2 games, that doesn't matter. You have the tiebreaker against them. So we're in some heady territory here, guys. You got the Broncos with an 11-game winning streak. You got the Nuggets with an 11 road game win streak. Let's get back on the schneid in terms of home wins against the Rockets tonight, huh? Let's get that going.
Be tough.
Happy Yokmas, by the way.
Yokmas.
And you've got the Avalanche who just plowed through the Predators over the weekend. They are insane. They are insane. They're putting a 21-year-old Gavin Brindley on the top line. Netcash, as Bednar talks about him, is down on the 3rd line. They're not even that good on the power play, and they're plowing through teams left and right.
If they had a better power play,
oh my God!
We talk about them not being able to win shootouts and stuff, but if they had a better power play, they'd probably cut their shootouts down 75% and would have won another 5 games.
Maybe, because you wouldn't have had. You've got 7 overtime
Your
losses.
first 2 shootouts you lost, I think you were one in 13 on power play.
You probably win, of those 7 overtime losses, I don't know, you win at least 3.
Yeah.
So you could technically be better. No, guys, there is, to be a sports fan in Denver, Colorado these days is, dude, it's next level.
It was a really good November, and it's turned out to be a really good December now, too.
So now we can start thinking about what's next. Sean also said some other interesting things today about how he views things and his attitude in terms of a coach that I think fans will absolutely love, and I think it makes him probably impossible to work with. But who cares? Because boy, oh
we
boy,
don't have to work with him.
Boy, because we don't have to work with them. We'll get in the groove with our groove players. Who is in the groove coming up next? You know, it's time to get in the groove with our great friends from Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere. What player, Tyler, was in the groove?
Well, obviously, there's lots of options in a game like that, but I got one guy in mind, and I doubt if you guys have him in mind. Maybe you do, but I'm going to give it to Zach Allen. Zach Allen, boy, just tremendous. I cannot oversell how big of an advantage it is when you've got an interior defensive lineman that can get after the passer the way Zach Allen can. He had a career-high 9 pressures in that game, was in Jordan Love's face the entire game, forcing disruption, whether it was actual hits or not, forcing Jordan Love off schedule. He was fantastic.
Oh, including the last throw, I believe.
I don't recall.
When that Zach Allen, because he was under pressure and bounced it in front of the receiver.
Nine pressures playing a 4-eye position is stupid.
Who's in the groove, Scott?
Cortland Sutton, for a guy who we were trying to replace all last year and off season, and what number one receiver can we put in there? And I've said this before, I'm not sure that Bo Nix could have gone to a better system and coach. Like, I think that was a foot in the shoe, right? I think it fits perfect. I think Cortland Sutton is the perfect wide receiver for Bo Nix too. And I just think if you go back on what he's done this year, he's got 8+ hundred yards receiving already. I just think Cortland Sutton's been money.
I'll say my groove guy is Patrick Surtain. That interception was unbelievable. It's just an incredible, freakish athletic play. And I really don't think you can win championships unless your biggest players have some of the bigger moments as you go. I really don't. I think it's cool when the Michael Bandys, little Jordan Humphreys have a moment, which they both did, which was awesome. Mm-hmm. Hey, man, good for them. But in 2015, when Von Miller's making plays left and right, and he's the best player on the team,
yep.
And then he did that in the Super Bowl too, that's how you win championships in my mind. And I think we can look at the Avs and the Nuggets and say, well, okay, McKinnon was pretty good. McCarr was pretty good.
Well,
Joker was pretty good.
I remember telling everybody when the Nuggets finally started going to the playoffs, great players elevate their games, which, especially with an 82-game season, NFL, in a 17-game season. What do you mean the guy's going to elevate your game? You can see it. The numbers may be very similar, but you can see it. That was for the first home game this year, that was a playoff game atmosphere. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, what was the last game that Sean Payton said that it was really loud for the first time in his career? I forget what game that was.
It was the last home game, which was against
Commanders.
who? Nope, Commanders are on the road.
On the road.
Chiefs.
Okay. Yeah.
But this
it's been loud.
This felt like a playoff game.
Chiefs felt like a playoff game too. Listen, the atmosphere was unbelievable.
Were you underdogs in both those games?
I don't think they were against the Chiefs.
Well, they were at one time last week. They were 4.5 to Green Bay.
I'll tell you this: that whole underdog thing, great. Boy, did that work its magic behind the scenes. What an awesome thing for a coach to have in his back pocket.
Were the Patriots underdogs to the Bills also?
Do not know.
I think they were. Yeah, they were. They were playing. It was the same exact thing. They were playing at home, and they were underdogs to the Bills. That one ended up being right. Pat Surtain was your player that was in the groove. Was only targeted 4 times in the entire game. He did allow 2 receptions for a totality of 11 yards.
Yeah, Pat, listen to little Pat after the game.
It was definitely hard because I'd never been out for that, amount of time for that long. So, obviously I had to get back in my groove, get back, to my technique, my fundamentals. But, I feel like some people was trying to, write me off, a few games. And, I just had to bounce back and find my way through. And that's what I do.
You've never been written off before.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I took that as a chip on my shoulder sometimes, but it's all good.
Pat Surtain, I was back in my groove, chip on my shoulder. Yeah, Pat's been a real underdog. Alabama, first-round pick, defensive player of the year.
Captain.
But you know what? Hey, you find your motivation wherever you find it. He had 2 DPIs last week. You're out for a little bit. I'm sure it takes a little bit of time to just sort of find your rhythm and whatever you got to do. And frankly, how many opportunities does Surtain even get to have an interception?
Well, he had 4 of them. That's it. He was targeted 4 times the entire game.
So 25% of the time he gets a pick?
It was
that kind of screams Hall of Fame, doesn't it?
It was one of the best picks I've ever seen. I mean, throw it on the list. I'm sure there's some better ones, but throw it on there.
All that being said, and the player of the game, though, for the Denver Broncos, and in my opinion, the best player on this team is Bo Nix. And that is wild to say because that was not the case the entire year.
Nope.
But if we're talking right now, the best player, in my opinion, on this team is Bo Nix.
It was the freest he's played, I think I can ever remember. It wouldn't look like he was.
Well, he started pushing the ball down the field, Scott, and you can see it, to your point. Sorry to interrupt you, but to your point about being free, he started pushing the ball down the field, and all of a sudden you could see it. He was like, "Well, that was fun. Let me try that one again."
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try this dart to Cortland Sutton. All right, I'm going to feed it into a tiny window to Troy Franklin for a touchdown. Like the confidence was growing throughout the game, even though some quarterbacks would have easily been rattled by those 4 should have been interceptions, which you can't get away from it. But I don't really care because it's what came after.
The one could have been interception if he's got a little bit better of a dart throw instead of like a rainbow. That's a touchdown. So I mean, he had a touchdown to Mims, the one where the safety came from. That ball hung up there longer than a Dante Bichette fly ball. I mean, this guy came over from nowhere to almost pick that one.
You know what's been fun for me to watch, and it's just reminded me of 2015, is the camaraderie, the celebrations, seeing Marvin Mims and Cortland Sutton and who was the third guy? Why am I drawing a blank? They're all doing their dance down there in the end zone. Oh, it was Troy Franklin. I mean, it was on Troy's touchdown. So it was Troy, Marvin Mims, Cortland Sutton all doing their dance last week and playing against the Raiders. I'm sure you guys saw that clip that was floating around of Cortland Sutton, Bo Nix, and Sean Payton right before the game was starting. And Cortland cracks a joke, and all of a sudden Sean Payton and Bo Nix and Cortland are all cracking up right before the national anthem starts. The camaraderie, you can see that brotherhood is deep.
Well, listen, we've talked about this. You don't believe it. I do. I think DMac does. There was a rift between Peyton and Bo in the middle of the year. There was something itchy going on.
That's a good way to describe it.
And not only do I think Bo Nix survived it, he is elevated from it. And I told you last week, and it might even happen in the last game. Now when they had to call timeout because the play's not coming in, it's not just Bo running again. You had Cortland Sutton behind him going. I mean, you got other guys going, come on, dog. We got this thing rolling. Why are we taking the 5-yard penalty? Why are we wasting a timeout? Let's go. And I don't know if there was a confidence to challenge their head coach last year at all, or even, forget the year before that. We know the year before that, the one no one's going to challenge him. He's going to cower and run away. So listen, I told a head coach one time to go F himself. I was playing good, playing hard. Knocked the ball out of bounds, defend the post, and Fratello's yelling at me, get in front him. And the guy did. He kind of had his arm wrapped around my leg and was holding my leg. And I'm doing it more for the official. I said, I'm trying. He's grabbing my leg. He's holding me. And I'm doing it so the ref's right there so now they can look for it. Takes me out, play later. Boom. I'm playing good. He goes, you say Oberding's holding your leg? I go, yeah. He goes, and I'll never forget this look on his face. Got this little smug-ass look. Patted me on my knee.
Yeah.
And said, will you just sit here so you don't get your little boo-boo hurt?
Wow.
And I looked right at him and I said, F you. He goes, what'd you say? Turn around real fast. And I stared at him. He said, you heard me? And I didn't back down. Played the next night back-to-back. All of a sudden, I got started. We got everybody injured. I go for a double-double. See him 2 nights later in New Orleans. Hadn't spoke a word to him. Said, hurt your feelings a little bit, didn't it? I go, yeah. Said, you stood up for yourself, didn't you? I go, yeah. He goes, I've been waiting for that. And after that, even to this day, Mike and I are like best friends. And I was his whipping boy forever. I think Sean Payton is Mike Fratello. I think Sean Payton challenges players.
Yeah.
And are you going to stand up for yourself? Now, I don't know if Russell Wilson would have still been here, but if Russell Wilson would have fought back and got chest to chest with him and started mouthing him, I think it would have helped their relationship. Bo did it last year as a rookie. So I think Sean Payton's one of them old school, I'm going to challenge you. What do you got in your back pocket? And Bo Nix stood up to it. And I think he stood up to it again this year. And something's changed because that's the freest. Bo looked like a baller yesterday and not a robot.
Yeah.
I'm still in that line from Andy. Andy said that. He didn't look like a robot at all last game. And I thought even the game before he looked more like a robot.
And he's on mile 4 of a 13.3 mile journey.
You know, people are fighting you on that.
Fight me on what?
On the half marathon distance.
Oh, yeah. I'm being facetious.
13.2.
It's clearly a half marathon's clearly 13.1. Sean said 13.3. If you all ding-dongs out there don't realize that I know that, what are you? By the way,
you just call him a ding-dong.
Can I tell you, running a half marathon just ain't that big of a deal.
If DMac can do it.
I've done it like
I've
done it like 40 times.
That's like a guy flipping one out on a ruler and goes.
I could run a half marathon today.
I couldn't.
You'd get through it.
No, my back hurts too bad.
Listen, my point is with Sean, he creates things in his world that are you had to train real hard for a half marathon. I mean, hey, cool. And literally anybody could basically go out and cover 13 miles today. Almost anybody. Marathon's different, but that's okay. This is Sean's metaphor. He gets to use whatever he wants.
I don't think I can run 13.
You'd get it. You'd get it done. It ain't that tough.
I don't think I can run a mile.
Well, I'm going to
imagine seriously about a half mile in what your back's going to feel.
I know.
Well, if you got the rocket fuel, the goo, they give you the goo at mile 9.
The goo's powerful.
Yeah.
They give you the goo.
That's what I tell the warden.
We'll hear more from Sean Payton coming
Family
up
friendly.
next. Yeah.
Coach, what's unique about preparations for the playoffs when you do qualify this early?
We're not preparing for the playoffs right now. And it was written yesterday, and I said it yesterday. I thought I was pretty clear. We have 3 goals. Win the division. All right? The first goal is not make the playoffs, and I'm talking to Zach. All right? What I said yesterday, first goal, win the division. Goal 2, best seed. Goal 3, Super Bowl. So none of those goals have been accomplished. We're focused on Jacksonville. Goal 1 is not make the playoffs.
It's spicy.
Wow. Okay. Listen,
Zach is known for sprinkling in people's Wheaties.
Yeah.
I think he was mad at DMac there.
No. I know what he was mad at, and it had nothing to do with me. It's our guy, Zach Stevens from DNVR.
He answered the question yesterday. He just told you. I think I answered that question yesterday.
Well, but that wasn't my question. My question is what changes in preparation, not what priorities you have or anything like that.
What he told you yesterday to Zach.
He told you they're not in the playoffs.
No.
He's saying they prepare the same way all the time because we haven't reached our goals.
Yeah, listen, I'm just curious about Sean and his process. That wasn't not trying to insult him or anything. I really
like it, pretty much.
It sounded pretty insulting to me.
Well, Sean took it in an interesting direction. I didn't realize Zach Stevens had tweeted out, Sean, with a quote, goal 1 to clinch a playoff berth, goal 2 to win the division, goal 3 to win a world championship. We're still going. Zach misquoted Sean, and Sean apparently was angry about that. That was his reference to Zach. That's Zach Stevens.
But we're missing the biggest point in all this. You were called upon.
I was called upon.
Did you have a conversation about it? Because just a week ago you were banned.
Let me tell you this about the conference call today. Sean, I think Sean's got some rabbit ears out there. Everybody was getting called upon today. Like the rapid movement of him answering questions was, you could tell. You don't need to protect me, media staff. I'll answer everything, and I'll do it my way. Oh, it was a different tone today.
Well, 12-2, kind of hard to get on a coach, isn't it?
I think Sean is kind of aware of everything. And I don't think Sean wants to feel like he's being protected. And so today was, let's go. Like Sean was in his fighting mood today. In a good way. Not a bad way, in a good way. And I reached out to Zach Stevens. I'm like, what's going on? And he pointed out his tweet. Zach has apologized for his tweet and clarified it. So Sean was right. But what the bigger picture there is, the playoffs. Who cares about the playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think
is
pretty
easy
damn...
to say when you've won 11, 12 games, you know you're in.
Well, I mean, goals change and they evolve as the
right.
season progresses,
All
right? Like, and you got to the point where you had 9 wins. You're no longer talking about just making the playoffs. I mean, probably even at 8 wins.
Which we said weeks ago that in the middle of the season, everything changes.
Absolutely.
You go 9 and 2.
And expectations change as well.
Absolutely.
I really legitimately, though, am curious once you do make the playoffs, and usually it doesn't happen for teams until much later on. Do things change a little bit? Like, do you make adjustments in your preparation?
Well, I think it can in week 16 and week 17 if there's nothing to play for. But right now, Sean's on it. He's on it. Like, everything is still to be played for right now. So, no, nothing's changed because you need that number 1 seed in a bad way. And if you want that number 1 seed, no, we're not in the playoffs yet. We're just trying to beat Trevor Lawrence, who just had the game of his life.
Sean had some more clarification about what kind of coach he is here, too.
Well, I think you just said it. We'll change up our routine on Monday. I don't have a philosophy.
Let me clarify it. Let me clarify it. He was asked.
Well, just play the other reporters' questions like you play yours.
Is he a Victory Monday
Rally
coach?
House?
What's that? No. Does he do
Monday?
Victory Monday? Do you change the schedule? Do you do something different for this? And this goes to his core beliefs.
Well, I think you just said it. We'll change up our routine on Monday. I don't have a philosophy on Victory Monday. I look at where we're at. Today we won't be as long in meetings. We just finished a team meeting. Now, I'm not like, I'll see you Wednesday. All right. And so, because even in a good win like that, there's some things that we want to clean up. But now there's some weeks because it's a
a short week maybe, but there's generally something here for the players treatment-wise. You know, like today won't be a long meeting schedule with them. They'll meet separately, may meet on their own. But I guess that's my philosophy.
I feel bad for the guys, man. Those are the 4 greatest words you could ever hear after a game. Do you know how badly you wait to hear, I'll see you Wednesday? Hey, we'll see you Wednesday.
He's not that guy.
We're going to party. Hey, everybody gets an extra day off. I mean, he's right, though. Even when coaches do say, I'll see you Wednesday, 90% of the team's in there on Monday because they got rehab. They got something to do. They want to get ahead of things. They want to get a lift in. Even when they say it, you're still there. But yeah, man, he's old school. He's old school, but he does still reward them. It sounds like
They're still not practicing Tuesday.
Well, they can.
They can. They're not allowed to.
They're legally not allowed to do that.
He's a good guy. He fought for that.
Doesn't have to be Tuesday, but there does have to be a day off.
Correct. Remember when Fangio made the day Monday was the day off and they had to come in on Tuesdays?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when Hackett gave him Thanksgiving off because it was on a Thursday? And so they just didn't practice on Thanksgiving at all, which is, disrupting the routine. Remember when the Broncos used to have big blowout, Halloween parties in the past? You guys remember all that stuff? You realize all that stuff is gone. It's gone. This is what we do. This is who we are. We're going to start in training camp. We're going to play it out through the rest of the year.
Are you saying it's more of a professional attitude than we've seen maybe in the last handful of years?
I think it's the way it should be. I think it's the way it should be. I think it's a privilege to play in the NFL, and I think Sean's a great coach. And if you have to make certain sacrifices here and there, you make certain sacrifices.
Well, at this point of the season, nobody's looking for a day off anyways because you're so amped, you're so dialed in. Everybody wants to be in the building. Everybody's staying longer than they have to anyways. You're putting in the extra work. So it really doesn't matter what the coach says anyways because you want to be there.
It's pretty damn exciting, isn't it?
Well, considering where we've come, I mean, last year just the right to go to Buffalo and get blown out was kind of new.
Oh, my God. Guys, we were
that was the least talked about blowout we've ever,
we were so happy just to be there.
Yeah.
It was such boy, are we happy to be there.
Well, Eddie Sutton used to always tell us that the key to win the national championship in college was you got to get there first. Like, ain't no one that is sitting home in March Madness ever won a national championship. So, you got to get there. Well, they're there. And it seems like Sean understands, guess what? Me and this quarterback, and got to give George Payton some love. There's a lot of guys in the locker room yesterday gave George Payton some love. They're going to be in the playoffs. So now where do we adjust our goals?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be in the playoffs. We don't make the playoffs, something drastically happen. So we're going to be in the playoffs. Now
we are in now.
We're going to get a bye. We're going to get home games. What are we going to do now? Now can we get to that next level?
I think yesterday's game was a great example, and I know the defense didn't play fantastic, but yesterday's game was a great example of why the number 1 seed means so much to this football team. You play that game on the road, you might not win it. I mean, you really don't. You hold them to 3 points at the end. Defense had a weird off day. All it takes is one weird off day. This is such a defensive-oriented team. Despite the success that we had yesterday offensively, we know what the – like this is more an anomaly than anything else. What happened offensively?
And I wouldn't say it was horrible because they thought they still made plays when they needed to. Surtain made a play when they needed to. Moss's play came when they needed to. They'd gone with no sacks till the fourth quarter. Now they're holding the lead. Guess what they do? They get 3.
Yep.
Right? All of a sudden, in fact, you're in field goal range. I think at one time, sack, done, punt it. Here we go. Let's go.
How'd you guys feel when they were down 9?
I never thought about it.
Okay. Sean actually said Sean said it was the first time in his career that he's had to look up to the scoreboard because he wasn't sure who was leading and who wasn't. I think there were like 6 score changes, which for an NFL game is very unusual.
Well, but cool. the when they scored right before half, which I didn't like the field goal before half. That's one that bothered me a little bit. Then they scored that first drive, but they scored quick. It was only like 2 minutes.
They won the coin flip battle. They got the score.
It was like 2 big runs.
Yeah.
And
it's, I guess the one thing.
Well, you're talking about when the Packers scored. Right?
Yeah. When they went up 23, whatever it was. It was so quick. And I said, well, just answer. Well, they did.
Eventually, but they also had like a 3 and out in there, and that's where the interception just was absolutely critical.
Right.
And that interception seemed to just
changed everything.
So
sudden change is such a pivotal moment. It's the opportunity when you get sudden change, when you get an interception or a fumble, it is so freaking important to capitalize that on the other side.
Absolutely.
I'm not a big video game player, but I know this because I know people that involved in the game of Madden. Like, it's literally built into the algorithm. When you get a sudden change, when you get an interception, you should take a shot down the field because the algorithm actually rewards you on offense for taking an aggressive play. Well,
Okay.
it's true in real life also, right? Like, in real life, when you can capitalize on one sudden change moment, you got the mojo. Let's flip this into a big play on the next possession. And that's why it's so defeating when you don't capitalize on turnovers.
John Elway and Peyton Manning, I think, was the same thing. You got a pick. You knew that next pass.
Shot down the field.
They were going to look for a shot down the field.
Mm.
You know? And amazing how many times it worked out.
Yep.
All right, we have some.
Still wish Dobbins was playing.
Well, I mean, they all wish he was playing. And it brings up, we can get into the injury situation here because we should all be fired up for today, no doubt about it. But there's some realities that they have to face and some decisions they have to make. So we will get to that in a second coming up. I will say a little note about the Avalanche practice today. Gabriel Landeskog, in a captain's move, without the coaches, held the power play unit out on the ice for extra work, according to reports from Family Sports that are down at practice.
Listen, I'm telling you, they got 3 to 5 more wins if their power play was at the level they've played at.
So that probably doesn't happen last year.
No.
And there's a little little rah-rah game moment.
And I don't think a lot of captains, especially when they just name you a captain, they just said, "Yeah, you stay extra. You go work on it. I'll see you tomorrow."
Mm-hmm.
No, Gabe Landeskog is E.F. Hunt in the locker room.
I'll tell you what Bednar actually said on Saturday. He goes, McKinnon and McCarr can be on the power play as long as they want. Everybody else is trying out right now. Like, it is so kind of like, what is happening here? They're trying new things, and it literally is up in the air for everybody's. I mean, it's the core group of guys, but everybody's up on the air. You trying to give Brandon a hard time? There's our one Packers
Our
fan.
resident Packers fan, Brandon Evans.
His bottom lip is shaking.
He's crying.
He's crying. Sorry. Nighty night, Jordan Love. Give us the old middle finger. All right, let's address the injury situation if there's some creative things the Broncos can actually do. A reminder, though, tomorrow is another chance for you to win Avs tickets. Keywords every hour on the 20s. 5 listeners will win tickets to see the Avs and Jets on Thursday night. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewFineWatches.com.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, don't waste your time driving all over the state. Go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best customer service, the best prices. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've been doing it since my rookie year. That's a long time. I bought over 5 cars from Phil Long Ford. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. I always find the vehicle of my dreams, and I always get the best price. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Guys, Phil Long's got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
I thought the second half and how we played defensively was the difference in the game, because I thought, I thought they became a little bit more one-dimensional.
That is so fun to hear, man. That is Sean Payton. That's our guy, Slim Shawnee, right there. Made him one-dimensional. But we do have some tricky news here for a couple players. We don't know exactly. R.J. Harvey, he loves R.J. Harvey too, by the way.
That dude banged up.
Yeah. And Sean earlier today said, listen, man, that was more of a good play than a mistake by R.J. Harvey on the fumble.
Of course he did.
Yeah, he's going to defend R.J. Harvey. They got a lot.
He didn't say that about Williams last year, did he?
No, they didn't feel as invested in Javonte as
Or
RJ.
Estime. They said that about Estime.
You know, Estime was his draft pick. I mean, it was somebody's draft pick, but boy, they didn't trust him. See you later, alligator. RJ is different for them, no doubt about it. So we'll see with RJ. There's another one too, and it's Brandon Jones. And pec injury. And we don't know exactly how long he's going to be out.
Yeah, pec injuries, generally speaking, that's not a good thing. I mean, in theory, it could be a strain. My concern is that it's probably a pec tear, and if it's pec tear, we'll see in a year.
Okay.
But not a year, but you'll see him in a long time.
Yeah, it depends on surgery and all that stuff too, right?
Yeah.
We'll see him next year.
Yeah,
6 weeks if it's not, then yeah, next season if it is.
All right, boys, we just put a poll.
And either way, to your point, whether it's on the best case scenario, you might be talking about him being done for the year, even with that.
Yeah.
We just put a poll up. Dan will put it behind us. Guys, should the Broncos go get Justin Simmons for the rest of the season?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely they should. I wouldn't even think twice about it. If Brandon Jones has got a significant injury, Justin Simmons is out there. Justin Simmons is capable. Justin Simmons would love to be here. Whatever weirdness there was, which always felt stupid to me that there was weirdness between Sean Payton and Justin Simmons. Let it go. You've got a need. And Justin Simmons, you're lucky that a dude like Justin Simmons would be on the street right now.
Yeah, that's what we're getting.
Would be amiss if they didn't?
Well, if Brandon Jones is expected to miss the rest of the season.
I mean,
why not?
Well, I'll just go through it with you.
And you get him for nothing.
PJ Locke, who's played some important snaps for you for sure, is there. He played the vast majority of the game yesterday. And you got Hufanga, who tackles apparently. How about Hufanga?
Knocked the guy out in the first play of the game, didn't he?
He destroys the tight end who's blocking Wiley, knocks him out of the game, and tackles the running back on the same play. You want to talk about just like an awesome football play. My goodness. But is PJ Locke not enough?
Well, it's even if you trusted PJ Locke right now more than you trust Justin Simmons, that doesn't change the fact that you should still sign Justin Simmons. You now have got a problem in the safety room. You do technically have 3 backups on the team.
You also got JL Skinner out there.
And there's one more. Can you remember him?
It's not Savion Jones. Who is it? I'm who?
Devon Key.
Oh, that's right. The special teams wizard.
Yeah.
Right.
You realize
But obviously Justin Simmons is a upgrade over the majority of those.
Yeah.
You do realize Justin Simmons' last 3 years in Denver, he was on the second team All-Pro.
Yeah.
Oh, we're quite aware. That's why, like Tyler said, there's definitely something behind the scenes that it's hard to understand.
I think it was because it felt like Simmons was in Russell's camp. And I think he just got rid of Russell's camp.
Well, Cortland Sutton and Garrett Bowles could not have been more in Russell Wilson's camp. And they're just fine.
Yeah, but which is easier to replace, a safety or a left tackle?
Well, I mean, Justin was on his way out no matter what because the amount of money he was being paid. I still think there was something weird.
I think it's a combo meal of maybe all of those things. The money was out of whack to how valuable they saw him. There was something weird. Maybe
Justin got paid right before the safety bubble. So he was a part of the market collapse of the safeties because safeties all of a sudden were getting way overpaid.
There may have been
then he got caught in because remember he signed late with Atlanta.
Yeah.
And he kind of got caught in the we ain't paying safeties no more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There may have been a little locker room lawyer, Chris Paul, sort of, there may have been a little bit of that. I mean, Justin was a big-time leader on this team. You know, his voice was loud.
Well, if you want your voice heard, what do? Make sure you get any other voice that could be contrary to what you say.
Sure.
But now he's probably humbled enough. Who knows if he's even working out?
Oh, he'd fit in like a glove, man, and I guarantee you he's working out.
You wouldn't have much to lose, that's for sure. Because if it really isn't working out with these guys, I mean, you know.
It doesn't mean you have to sign him to even be a starter if you don't want
Correct.
Like just sign him to be on the team.
There have been plenty of guys who've come in, maybe it doesn't work out, and they're gone the next week or something like that.
My gut tells me if you signed him, he'd be your best option, and he probably should and would be a starter.
Well, sign him to the practice squad, and let's see.
That's how it generally works. And if it doesn't work out, you know, if it's not a good fit, you got nothing. It's financially or whatever. You don't have much there. And teams turn over so quickly. This team is other guys. That already their bond it's not Justin Simmons' voice would never be the loudest one, nor would it be, in my opinion, disruptive. I have no idea why they wouldn't at least bring him in for a look at this point, if this is the case with Brandon Jones. I'll throw that out there about the running back situation too, guys. Should we see what Leonard Fournette's up to? Should we look at other guys who have maybe recently retired, have been cut, or practice squad guys?
Nah, running back's different, and I have looked at the market, and there's no names that I'd be interested in. Running back is that like a safety can fit in on any team and go play ball, right? Running back takes time to gel system. What kind of are we outside zone? Are we inside zone? How do my offensive linemen like to block? It just takes time. Now, listen. I don't mind scouring the market and bringing guys in for backup, for help, and especially if RJ is banged up, which I think he is. I don't mind that, but your real hope, your best hope, is that RJ Harvey is healthy.
Well, I mean, we all hope that. That is the case. And I do not know what the recovery time period is here for J.K. Dobbins. Although...
Oh, he's out. He's out. They said that there was a hope and a prayer that he'd be back for the Super Bowl, but
for the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think he'd even have a fighting chance of being back for the Super Bowl.
Justin Strnad, you want to talk about? Have you guys seen how he got hurt?
Yeah, he got like a leg whip,
dude. So on the punt, some clown for the Packers grabs Mitch Fraboni by the helmet. Refs didn't even see it. Takes Fraboni by the helmet, this long snapper, throws him down, and as he's thrown him down by the helmet, Fraboni's leg whips around and drills Strnad in the ankle. That sucks, man.
Good job officiating.
Well, I think they missed that one, Tyler. I don't know what you thought about the play, but to me, it's like, well, you blew that one.
Probably.
But it gets muddy on the inside of the line, doesn't it? I mean, a lot of things, a lot of things go on there. So Strnad's out. Do we know anything about Drew Sanders?
Drew Sanders?
Drew Sanders.
No, I don't know anything about Drew Sanders. Do you know anything about Drew Sanders?
Just that he played in Arkansas and he's a hell of an athlete, but he's also been hurt.
I haven't thought about Drew Sanders in 6 months.
It should have been available by now. By the time period?
You got Greenlaw and Singleton. I know you got your starters, but that's another depth piece, a special teams piece. That's Strad's been a pretty important dude for them in terms of depth and what he's done for the team.
Justin's been phenomenal. Yeah, that's a big loss for the Broncos.
So you got that going on too. So it was and they lost Micah Parsons, torn ACL, by the way. Micah Parsons out for the year. How about that? Oh, man. What a blow to the Packers.
What a weekend. Parsons and Mahomes, same weekend. Jeez.
Unbelievable. Christian Watson for them has a chest injury. Like, where's that going for him? I don't know if there's more out on that today. That game was so intense from the beginning to the end. Just everything about that game was...
Yeah, starting pregame warm-ups with some idiots running between Alex Singleton and whoever he was talking to.
It's really a great football game, Tyler. It
had everything you wanted, man. It had lead changes galore. It had offensive firepower. It had big plays. It had a big interception from Pat Surtain that changed the momentum of the game. It had Bo Nix with some bonehead throws that you were lucky to not have interceptions on. And then at the end of the day, nobody cares about those bonehead throws because the dude had 4 or 5 just absolutely electric throws that makes you forget them.
What's it like to play in a game like that, where the intensity is just a notch 2 or 3 higher than it usually is?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell a difference. It's fun. They're all fun, man. But when you get in a game like that, it starts in pregame, and you know it's going to be from the first snap to the last snap. It's just your adrenaline. It's through the roof every single second of the game.
What creates an atmosphere like that?
Good teams.
Yeah,
great crowd.
2 good teams with everything on the line.
That's it.
Yeah,
because you saw. I don't know if you saw. By Green Bay losing, they dropped down to the 7th spot in the NFC playoffs
from 2 to 7.
So they go. I mean, that was a big game for them.
Mm-hmm.
It was awesome, man. The injuries suck on both sides. You don't want to see guys hurt, but the intensity was through the roof. Okay, Riley Moss. Here is Riley Moss on his interception and a vibe from Riley Moss yesterday.
It was great. Long overdue. The ball doesn't lie, right? Like, I had great coverage on that deep ball, and, they wanted to throw the flag from across the field, so that was fine. They could do that. Ball doesn't lie, so. How is it frustrating when you have perfect coverage like that and you just deflect the pass and they call a flag like that? It's kind of a kick in the nuts, but at the same time, it's like you got to keep rolling, and that happened, and I was frustrated, but, finish the game off great, and that's the key to the NFL, right? Is can you take the punches and can you continue to fight and keep rolling and finish the game?
Tyler, it's a kick in the nuts.
I mean, I love that dude's attitude. That dude has got an ability to get call after call after call go his way, and it changes nothing in his approach to the game. Even when a few of them actually were on him. Did it change his coverage? No. Did it change how tight he was going to play his man? No. Did it change his confidence? No. That dude just kept going at it every single time. And the far majority of the calls on Riley Moss this year have been BS calls. There's been a couple that he was self-inflicted. But, I mean, far majority been BS, and he just keeps bouncing back, changing nothing.
He pointing out the call on his PI came from across the field. Sean was angry about it today.
He should be.
Why? Why wasn't that PI?
Why would it? I would have to turn it around. Why would it be PI? Like, I don't
they
even know.
They called it, but why wasn't it PI? Why was it such a bad call? Specifically.
Well, there was no contact. There was like literally zero contact. Like maybe he touched his hand like 3 or 4 yards beforehand. Like, and I mean like touched his hand. There's literally nothing to call it on. I mean, there's no incidental contact. There's no accidental contact. There's nothing.
There was a play earlier where they grabbed, I think that one of our wide receivers grabbed his whole arm.
Yeah.
So he couldn't even raise the arm up, and that was a no play. And I'm like, got a hold of his arm.
Should these calls, PI especially, be able to be reviewed?
Well, I'll just say this, having talked to people in the NBA, very rarely do they ever want to contradict the call on the field. And it's got to be irrefutable. So you go up there and look at that, and if there's, like as he said, one little touch on the hip, there's a touch.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, you can call either offensive or defensive PI on every single long
Sure
throw.
Could. Call holding on every play.
Well, I'm more along the lines of anything on a football field should be challengeable. Anything.
Okay.
Everything. Now, I don't want to slow down the game more, and I don't want to have more challenges, and I still think there needs to be consequences when you challenge it, it gets wrong. So I'm not trying to create more delays in a game, but if you've got the technology to review something, review it.
Here is Sean Payton on
not
that.
a fan of after the fact.
But there's been
Sorry about that. What's
Sorry,
up?
I was just saying I'm not a fan of after the fact, though. Like, I do not think that you should ever be able to, if there was a challenge called, if there was a timeout, whatever, and you go back and review, you should never be able to throw a flag because of something you saw on film after the fact.
You know who got, see the officials, I can't stand him either, Scott. How about Troy Franklin? Makes an unbelievable play to stay on his feet, and the idiot referee
blows him down.
For no reason, blows the whistle. It's not like Franklin was being held up or in a dangerous position. Hey, zebra, let it roll, my man. Because you can always go back and correct it.
Yeah, he was down by because they review touchdowns. Down by contact.
And they have replay assists. You don't even have to challenge it. They'll tell you upstairs if his knee was down. Hey, ding dong, keep the whistle down relax, let every single play itself out. Seriously, what's the harm?
Well, and then that's the funny thing too, and they said in the booth, you can't go back and challenge that.
You can't, because
and it was obvious that he was still up on his feet.
It was ridiculous, and the whistle was so clear. Going back and watching it again, I was like, oh, well, you got the dude, the idiot ref blew the whistle. But that was a hell of a play by Franklin to stay on his feet. And now they did score a touchdown, and that was that crazy pass to little Jordan Humphrey, which was awesome by Bo. But still, I mean, you had to work a little bit harder when you shouldn't have. Here is Sean Payne on the Moss PI.
Fair question, but he continues to compete. I can't say the word, but it begins with an A relative to that call. It just, holy cow. And it's something that's frustrating, I'm sure, for him, but he'll keep competing. He's tough. Came back with a big interception. The one in New York was brutal, but he'll keep competing. We've got to get better in overall at seeing and being consistent officiating those calls.
All right, you guys want to take a shot? It starts with an A relevant to the call.
I don't know why no, I don't know. I was trying to think about that. The only word I could think of is asinine. I don't know why you couldn't say that.
You can certainly say asinine.
Unless he doesn't want to get fined.
I think it rhymes with pole in terms of, I think that's what he's referring to.
Is that what you would say there?
I don't know. What other word starts with an A that you couldn't just say?
Yeah, I don't
aside
know.
from that word. What else is there? I think Sean just got his thoughts confused just a tad, and I think that's how he felt about the call. Like it was a.
What I really want to say about that ref is he's an A right. That I can't say the word.
Right. I think that's where he was going. It's a crazy thing that Riley Moss has to fight through these days, guys. Leads the league in defensive pass interference calls. Leads the league. Got 10 of them. 10. Can you imagine, Tyler? 10.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, though, that nobody on the team has lost faith. Nobody on the team challenges them. Head coach, players. Everybody's got his back.
It's kind of cool if you watch a number of podcasts, too, with ex-players. They're just picking on this dude.
Yeah.
What's our one guy that we love, Snatch the Chains? He was on one side.
Akib loves him. Akib loves him.
They getting on him because he's a white boy, because they picking on him.
He's getting a little white shadow love out there, which is, hey, that's cool, man. Everybody does have Riley Moss's back. And you're right, Tyler. That dude doesn't change his game.
No.
Right?
Do you know how hard that is mentally to not change when you're getting called out left and right?
The position itself is practically impossible to play. And for Riley Moss, it's even more difficult. But to have the support of your coach, your teammates, all that, they know what he's all about, right?
Let me tell you another call. Going back and watching Pat's interception.
Yeah.
Because I went back and watched Riley's INT. Down by contact kind of BS too. When you dive in front of a dude, and if anything, I mean, it was no effort at all of him touching you at all. You land on his head. That's down by contact. You landed on his head. That's a dumb call. There got to be at least an effort to reach out or something.
Yeah, he did touch him, but not intentionally.
No, it was Surtain. Watch, Surtain's going to land on him just a little. I mean, what an interception!
Down by contact. Well, he lands on his arm.
He lands on his hip and stuff. But
that's
not down by contact.
But all right. But he did land on his arm.
Down by contact created by the defender. Which now becomes who's the wide receiver.
I'm with you, Scott. There's his arm.
He landed on him and hurt him.
yeah.
And so he gets the tackle in the stat book we get right here. He has the tackle. Come on, man.
That's a sick play.
That's a sick play.
Oh my God, good pressure again too.
How about your first interception? Is that right there in this game?
By the way, the Broncos had. I saw Nick Benito retweet this. Let me get it right. In terms of pressure, it was the most pressure. Let's see here. The Broncos pressured Jordan Love on 52.2% of his dropbacks in Week 15, the highest pressure rate Love has faced in any game of his career.
Wow. And
how about that?
Still was only sacked 3 times, right?
Sacked 3 times. The Broncos lead the NFL with a 40.5% pressure rate this season. Coming for you, Trevor Lawrence. No dumb questions next. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays are meant to be joyful, but if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy can be pretty rough. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. Show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and few things in life can be more wonderful than intimacy, but ED can slow that down. So
Ring
call
silver bells, ring silver bells, ding silver bell. Just thought it'd be important to have Christmas music.
I appreciate it. So call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, don't stop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And give your
I
partner
wanna
the gift.
hippopotamus for Christmas.
All right, stop. Give you the best gift this season, a renewed, restored relationship. Put something interesting in the stocking. Don't forget.
We want a hippopotamus for Christmas.
I'm trying to make the.
You told me to stop.
I can make some other jokes here. I know. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. Don't forget what they give you at Mile 9. Find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, 303-504-0925. By the way, we're getting a lot of people on the Champ Mazda text line chiming in with what that A word could have been. But most is ass and forms of ass. Like ass hat, head up, like we're going in that direction. Yes. I think that's okay to say on the radio.
Or absolutely stupid.
Somebody's like atrocious, abysmal, awful. Oh, that's just about the show. All right, no dumb question.
I got a no dumb question.
Go for it.
After one game and being a grandfather and quarterback in the NFL at 44 years of age, as Denver Bronco fans turn the corner and kind of are digging on Phillip Rivers right now.
Oh, and the world is. But
I've always loved Phillip Rivers. Like I have had a love-hate relationship for a while? Yeah, of course. I mean, did we want to beat their brains in? Duh. But that dude's been freaking hilarious since day one that he got in the NFL. There was a brief moment in there where we got confused on who the bad guy was between Jay Cutler and Phillip Rivers.
Well, we supported our guy.
And we supported our guy. But Phillip Rivers, dude, that guy's like the easiest quarterback in the NFL to root for.
What did you think of his game?
I thought it was okay. They didn't try to, just absolutely kill him. I thought he was real solid. Had the one pass that he kind of overthrew, but his timing was great. I don't know if you guys saw the video. That first touchdown pass, the high school team he's working with, we're all watching together, and they're like going nuts and cheering for it. It was kind of cool to see.
He's there for one reason and one reason only, to give them a chance to win.
Chance to get to
that's it. Like
that's a team that wants to get to the postseason.
Like the stats are kind of irrelevant for what he's doing. It does not matter. There's a bottom line. Did he give them a chance to win or not?
Yes.
And he clearly did. And it doesn't even matter what the score is. But Tyler, the Colts should have won that game.
They should have.
And that was in Seattle.
Yeah,
it was a good team.
I thought that was an unbelievable, like the numbers aren't crazy, and watching himself sack, doesn't look great. I don't even care. The dude kept his team in the game. He threw a touchdown pass. Seattle didn't. How about that? Sam Darnold didn't have a touchdown pass.
He only threw for 120 yards, which is like, okay. But you realize, he did complete 18 passes in a real NFL game.
That happens.
A real NFL game, he completed 18 passes.
At 44.
There is not a human being on planet Earth that could just walk into the NFL and think that they could complete 3 passes in a game.
I know he's familiar with the offense, but I was impressed he could even just call plays and get them going, with only a couple of days of preparation.
Yeah.
I was impressed.
And then, was he not emotional after the game? I thought
it was beautiful.
His speech at the end of the game,
he's definitely had a moment.
Man, that was, it was more than, now it is cool though. I told you earlier when the Warren pointed out, they get 5 years of insurance after you play. He just started that clock again.
Yep.
What a brilliant thing. But I thought he was fantastic in the aftermath of it. And I think there was a lot about it. I saw one of the shows last night. Said a number of peers just killing him. What are you doing? You're going to look stupid, kind of cheering against him. You're going to embarrass yourself. I didn't think he embarrassed himself.
Is he the answer for them for the rest of the season?
Probably. Yeah.
There's nobody's getting healthy. Nobody's returning. There's no other options out there.
Well, Riley Leonard might be getting healthy, but if you bring in Phillip Rivers, you're going to play him.
Okay. It's a wild story. No dumb question is Hufanga the best Broncos?
What's their playoff situation right now?
Oh.
They're fighting for a wild card.
They're 8-6, so they still got to be in the running, right?
Yeah, they're in the running.
Playoff picture. Yeah, they got to be in the run. Well, I mean, they're likely behind the.
They got to win out.
Maybe.
All right, so Jacksonville's 10-4. They're 8-6, and Houston's 9-5. The Chargers are 10-4, so that's. Let's just say the Broncos win. That's 1. So you're battling with Houston, who looks pretty good, and then you got the weirdness of the Ravens and the Steelers. By the way, Steelers tonight with Miami. Miami's doing really well. They're still in the hunt. I mean, to answer your question, I mean, at 11, do they have to win out?
Maybe.
God, do they have to have 11 wins to make the playoffs?
Probably.
Gosh,
Well,
maybe.
because Houston's probably going to win two more.
You know what?
Probably.
You may get wild card teams with 12 wins.
Maybe. I mean, the Bills may have 12 wins if New England can kind of hang in there. Wow, the rest of their schedule is brutal. Home against San Fran, home against Jacksonville, and then at Houston.
Well, you're hoping Houston has nothing to play for, but if you win these next two games and you're 10-6, you may. You know what? I hope Colts win out whether they make the playoffs or not, because Phillip Rivers, they're going to build a statue.
Hell yeah,
that's a statue, right? I mean, you find a way to win double-digit wins.
I don't know how they do it, guys. I mean, San Fran is in third place in their division, and they're 10-4. Jacksonville just, I mean, we'll see Trevor Lawrence in person, but guys, Jacksonville is 10-4. Like Houston is kind of trucking along right now.
That's why I say they got to win out.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I
love all this. You haven't had any signature wins, and yet you've beaten the Texans, right?
Who are you talking about? The Broncos? Broncos have all sorts of signature wins.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what they were saying going into that game.
Well, okay. I don't know who they are.
But you beat a 10-4 Houston team. You beat a 9-5 Philly team.
Everybody's just got weird goggles on because all these games are one-score games. So that was a one-score game technically yesterday. Did it feel like it?
Well, that game didn't feel anything like any game we've seen the whole year. There was nothing about that game that replicated the season.
The Titans game was 20-12. That was a one-score game. I'm rolling my eyes. The Raiders game was a one-score game because they just let them back in it. I mean, the Broncos have had a lot of one-score games that didn't feel like it. So, but that's what lazy analysts or people around the country. But how exactly are you going to deny the Broncos now? You can't sit in first place wins-wise in the NFL at week 15 and not have people give you the respect you deserve.
They're going to be the talk of the media, national media. They'll absolutely finally be there.
All right, how about your NFC West, though? 11-win team, and a 10-win team.
Sick, and they all got to figure it out to get to Santa Clara. I mean, one of them's already there in Santa Clara, so I don't know. I mean, that's all. How about the fact Bo Nix is 9-0 against the NFC in his career? You guys are aware of that one?
No, they've swept the two opponents, the AFC South. The
Oh,
AFC
I'm sorry,
West.
9-1. Who's the loss to?
Seattle.
That
was his first career start.
Seattle.
Was that early?
Sorry, that's his first start. It was. That's it. So I'm sorry. That's what I heard. He's won 9 in a row. That's what it is. He's won 9 in a row against the NFC. He's got 22 wins in 2 years. By odds betting lines, he's like 4th or so for MVP. This is the story of Bo Nix right now. It's crazy. And that's what will kick off the big question of the day that makes the most sense. What's next for the Broncos now? Details next. Laser show. Get them lasers going. $23 of 34, 303 yards. I'm rounding up. 8.9 per 4 touchdowns, no picks, no sacks. QBR of 188.0. Quarterback rating 143.8, something like that. 134.7. It was the best day Bo Nix has had. 7 rushes for 10 yards too, by the way. For whatever that's worth. He can move with the ball. And you saw a flow with Bo Nix and the Broncos that was just awesome. Bo Nix's best performance ever?
Yeah, welcome to the big dogs, man. I mean, that's what Bo Nix did in that game. You looked no different than any other top 5 quarterback in the NFL. You looked like you belonged with Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Burrow, all of the above, right? That's the type of game that was. Now, it'll be fun to see, is that the type of game that you can't look back from? Like, sometimes when you've got elite players, there is that game that you're like, okay, bar got raised, but now that's actually a standard. That's actually the new standard. So hopefully we're talking about a new standard. But I'll say this for Bo Nix. He has been so damn good since the Commanders game, starting with the Commanders game ever since. Scott didn't like the game against the Raiders. I loved the game against the Raiders. He was dialed. He took what he needed to. He executed the game plan perfectly. Bo Nix has been phenomenal for the last month of football.
Third best quarterback in Bronco history.
What, right now?
Behind Plummer or behind who? Who's 2? Oh, well, wait. Oh, what? God, what am I talking about? Sorry, Elway and Manning.
Yeah. Is he up there at the Jake Plummer level? I mean, Jake Plummer got you to an AFC championship game.
Well,
is he better than Greasy?
Bo's at mile 4 of that 13.3 half marathon.
Well, but how many Bronco quarterbacks never got to mile 3?
I'm just trying to think of it. Like, where would they be?
Is he better than Brian Greasy?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Is he better than...
Plummer got him to an AFC championship game. Oh, man. You don't win a Super Bowl without Brock Osweiler that year.
No. How did he do in the postseason?
He didn't even play.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, it's Bo's team.
We'll compare Stidham to Osweiler.
Yeah, it's Bo's team. It was never Brock's team.
No, yeah, it's probably the wrong comparison, I guess. Yeah, because I think you'd have to apples. Bo has to be compared to legitimate, like you're the starting quarterback.
The only 2 guys you have questions about in our kind of era following them is Cutler and
you get
Plummer and Cutler.
Plummer, Cutler. So you're going to put Farad as like a backup, sort of like Osweiler. Okay. Yeah, you don't have a lot of them. Elway kind of.
I mean, Simeon got you kind of 2 seasons. He was solid.
I mean, are we going Craig Morton? He was all right. Like, he took him to the Super Bowl in '77. If we're gonna, play this game, is he better than? I mean, I know I'm going back probably too far, but that was the first Super Bowl the Broncos went to with Craig Morton and Red Miller and the Orange Crush defense. By the way, CBS Jim Nantz calling it the Orange Rush defense, just absolutely killing me. It's just.
He said they've been calling it this way for a while.
Nah, the piece of me.
Jim Nantz, a good buddy of mine, so he must be listening to the show too.
Thank you, Jimmy. Died. Hey, Jim Nantz pretty clever that he it's funny. They have, at least at ESPN.com, 302, not 303, but wouldn't it be a lot better if we just knew this is the 303 game from Bo?
Yeah, right.
Pretty clever for Nantz to know the area code. Like, that's a guy who's been here once or twice. Nantz is good, man. He always picks up on little crap like that. That's pretty cool. Okay. As we do every Monday, it's kind of where is the bar now? That is actually the big question. What is the bar? What is reasonable expectations from this moment? Not from before the season started, but from this moment on. What's fair?
AFC Championship game.
Super Bowl. Yeah, absolutely. This is why Sean Payton gets a little feisty with you and Zach when
me.
You asked him a question he got feisty about today.
All right, but I didn't.
You got you guys.
Don't
what do you mean to you?
Don't lump me in with Zach.
You got Zach yelled at. Who asked the question that got grumpy today?
I didn't. I asked a somewhat related question, but not the same thing.
Did he get grumpy or not?
I mean, you said he took off on a good guy.
He got grumpy.
He got grumpy.
Yeah.
Coach, what's unique about preparations for the playoffs when you do qualify this early?
We're not preparing for the playoffs right now. And it was written yesterday, and I said it yesterday. I thought it was pretty clear. We have 3 goals. Win the division. All right? The first goal is not make the playoffs, and I'm talking to Zach. All right? What I said yesterday, first goal, win the division. Goal 2, best seed. Goal 3, Super Bowl. So none of those goals have been accomplished. We're focused on Jacksonville. Goal 1 is not make the playoffs.
Yeah, goals change, man, and the expectations change. There is no goal right now other than you got many goals in between, right? But the goal is Super Bowl, and the next goal is winning the AFC, and after that, it's getting the number 1 seed and giving yourself the easiest path.
Dan says he has audio of Bo contradicting Sean.
Bo was trying to say what Sean said, and Bo forgot what he was trying to say.
All right, let's hear it, Dad.
Yeah, we this was our first goal. You know, we wanted to get to the playoffs. That's the only way to get further is to make the tournament. So we're excited about that. That was goal number 1.
All right, so we're a little mixed up on what our goals are. Yeah,
well,
Sean?
you know what? At the beginning of the year, the goal probably was to make the playoffs. You didn't. You might have had hopes and dreams about this, but nobody knew you were going to be in this position.
Hey, by the way, can I say Zach Stevens, who's come a long way, my friend, the head coach of the NFL team you covered, the Denver Broncos, is reading your tweets and upset with you? Kind of like a way to go Zach moment right there.
Like you said a while ago, you think he reads all the turds.
They are funny. I think Zach, who I really do like and respect, has built up the credibility to where the coach of the team cares about what he puts out there.
Or at least the media people there who send him all the clips.
I don't know, man. Why would they send Sean that clip?
They send all of them. Anytime there's comments about the coaches get all that stuff.
I think Sean is quite aware of a lot of things, especially the rapid nature of answering questions today. So nobody was left out in the cold asking questions on the old conference
Because I guarantee
call.
you this. I told you he's a good buddy of mine, so he probably listens to the show.
Of course.
Yeah.
I think he pays a little attention.
Yeah, so he's listening to the show.
But, man,
did a fantastic job, Sean.
I tell you, this
He's
guy.
out there game planning, trying to figure out the red zone. He's got PhD on in the background.
Kick a punt it and maybe kick a field goal late, but other than that, fantastic.
Do you guys want a nitpick? I'm open for nitpicking if you want. There's not a lot to nitpick, but if you want to have at it, go for it.
I've got nothing to nitpick with. I've got no issue with going for it at the end of the game.
Okay.
You had a chance to put it away. I think you were wrong earlier I'd love to know the exact yard line they were at because
I can help you with that.
I remember it being a much deeper field goal. You described
on the fourth
it as,
down?
Yeah, on the last one.
I thought it was.
I think it was 50 plus. I thought they were on like the 42 yard line or something like that.
I can have some looking up music, Dan. I don't know if we got.
I mean, the only reason I bring it up is because in my memory, I don't remember it being like a chip shot.
It started at the 37 yard line.
37.
50,
Okay.
55, 54,
Yeah. That's not a gimme.
Really? I mean, dude.
Really?
With Big Nuts Lutz? I mean, there was no wind yesterday, by the way.
Brandon Aubrey missed 2 last night. Mr. Long Kicker himself.
He wasn't kicking them in Denver yesterday. I mean, those conditions
You're right.
for kicking.
He was kicking it indoors.
All right. I don't know what to tell you. Your guy McManus was great yesterday, by the way, too.
My only point is I got nothing to nitpick on because I think it was the right decision.
All right. What was that formation, by the way? What would you call that formation at the
old
end?
school T formation?
Yeah. How often do you practice that one? It's in your bag, I guess.
Yeah.
Who was even out there on that play? It was loaded.
Fat guy, and Prentice.
The play went nowhere.
It was there if you would have followed whoever.
Was it really?
Yeah. If the guy on the left, I don't know who it was.
Okay.
But in the T formation, whoever the guy on the left was, if you would have followed him to the outside, it was there for sure.
We've only got one back that tries to always get outside.
There you go.
I liked him going.
And he was hurt at that time.
I liked him going for it on fourth down there, too. I thought the throw on 4th and 3 to Sutton was insane because they just went deep the play before. Now, I know it was 2 different plays, but the nature of the plays was kind of the same. And that ball would have been at midfield for the Packers there at a kind of a touch and go time of the game. I thought that call was way crazier than the 4th and 1 just to end the game. And I didn't really have much fears that the Broncos defense would shut them down, which they pretty easily did. Anything nitpicky there, Scooter?
I don't know if I would have gone for 2 when he went for 2. And I don't know if I would have. I think I would have punted the first 4th down one. And I might have tried to kick a field goal on the second.
Okay.
Personally.
What about the going for 2 you didn't like?
I didn't need it then. Just kick the field goal. We're good. Boom. Or the extra point.
You know, nothing Sean does happens by accident on that sort of stuff.
But he just said, he also said analytics suck.
He did say analytics suck. He did.
That to me sounds like an analytic call to go for 2 on that instead of 1.
All right, well, what a day.
But no, what are you going to nitpick and win? You end up winning, and it felt easier than maybe it really was.
Well, what you're saying at the end of the game, when you go for it on that 4th down, what you're saying is that you think Jordan Love is such a capable quarterback and dangerous enough that whether he gets the ball on the 25-yard line or whether he gets the ball on the 40-yard line, either way, you think he's a danger to score.
That's what Sean was saying, for sure.
But how do you say that if you don't get it, you give him the ball at the 45? I think you're saying we're going to go for it because I know our defense can stop these guys. I think it's more pro what we're doing, especially in that 4th quarter defensively, than what he had ability. Love had no shot in those last 2 or 3 possessions.
But Tyler, well, here's Sean after the game explaining it.
Tonight, we wanted tonight to get into a lot of tempo with the altitude and with this team. There's a handful of reasons why. They're very good rushing the passer. And so you probably saw us tonight with more at the line. There was a point where the clock was stopped in the 3rd or 4th quarter, and I called the whole offense over. I said, are you watching these guys right here? And we all turned and looked. I said, they're gassed. And I said, keep the pedal down. And so when you have the crowd noise that we have, and then you have that 5280, that's a lot, and so, but that was because this defense, you would say coming in, I mean, every week starts when I watch the film, and on Tuesday, I always feel like we're watching the 85 Bears. I don't care who we're playing. And then as the week progresses, you start, but this is a good defense. And so what could we do different? And that was one of the things.
Okay, Sean, the word salad was Sean, but you get the point. You get the point. He just felt with everything going their way, like, here we go. We're going to be more aggressive. He doesn't care about the analytics. He might have done different in a different situation. If it's on the road or a different team, you don't have Jordan Love. It's Gardner Minshew. Who cares?
And up 8 with 3 minutes, 2 minutes under. Right. You've taken Jacobs out of the game. I mean, he's no longer a real big running threat.
No, it's that's
and then
nothing.
Once it became that they had to pass, I mean, listen, you didn't get your first sack till the middle of the 4th quarter.
It was an awesome game, man, and I hope everybody's in a pretty good mood. And in terms of the Avs and the Nuggets, they are rolling as well. A reminder, Monday Night Football, it's the North leading Steelers and the Dolphins tonight. And whether you're sweating out a fantasy football playoff matchup or keeping an eye on a possible second-round opponent for the Broncos, you can hear the game on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950 tonight. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner next. I was eating popcorn during that, by the way.
Yep.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Brad and the gang are the absolute best. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner. Let's football go!
All right, Broncos beat the Packers yesterday, fellas. 11 wins in a row. They improved to 12-2. Here's Bo Nix after the game talking about why this team plays so great in big moments.
The guys around me do the same. Thought the skill guys, they balled today, and I thought our O-line played as good as they have played, since I've been here. They kept me completely clean. They battled their butt off. They played with great tempo. They knocked them, around as best they could, and I thought our guys responded because of it. We were able to get open, find some completions. 4 different guys with a touchdown. Bandy with his first. That was, awesome to see, especially getting us going like that and having the first one of the day. And then just having 4 different guys score big touchdowns like that is huge. Being able to score points and not kick field goals is, in a game like that, that's usually the difference maker.
What is it about Bo and this team that makes them so good in big moments late in games? What do you think that reason is?
I think first off, I think it's an intangible that you can't really coach. So just start there, like specifically with Bo Nix. It's definitely not just me, Scott, DMac, everybody. We've all pointed it out for a long time. The one thing that Bo has had, even when things have not been great, is he's had the ability to not be afraid of a big moment. And it just starts with an intangible, and you hope that enough guys on the field have got that same intangible.
Here's what's bananas. Bo Nix, every year since 8th grade, has been the starting quarterback of every team he's ever been on.
Well, find a quarterback that's not true.
8th grade? Freshman year of college?
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Rookie year in the NFL?
All right, you're right.
Probably a lot of years that people haven't had that.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think this comes with this kind of absurd amount of confidence that I am where I should be, and I'm not afraid of the moments.
I think there was a meshing of personalities with him and Sean Payton that was a struggle the first 7-8 games, and some's clicked. And I think he's playing at a high confidence level. Listen, we came in here on a couple Mondays to talk about it. It looked like he didn't have any confidence. There was a handful of games.
Well, he was doing press conferences, Scott, with long diatribes about, where his mental frame was. And listen, it wasn't
Joe Burrow, but it was for what it is.
It was what it was. It's definitely a guy who's struggling with some issues. But it never meant that well, there were a lot of moments he could have lost confidence, I suppose, but he didn't.
I thought he played with a lack of confidence for the first 7-8 games.
He kept going back out there, though, didn't he?
Yep.
A lot of guys could collapse in that situation. He's up for player of the week, the FedEx player of the whatever that is, but I wish him luck. It would be fun if he won it.
You're also going against Trevor Lawrence, who had 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. All right.
6 if you count one.
Who had a better game? Trevor Lawrence against the lowly Jets.
Who fired their defensive coordinator after the game.
Fired Steve Wilkes, who must be a terrible coach based on his track record, okay? Look at Steve Wilkes and the jobs he's had and he's been fired from. That's the only conclusion I can come up with. Or Trevor or Bo Nix, who had to play against they were an underdog, granted at home. But look at their performances. Who had a better day, Trevor Lawrence or Bo Nix?
Trevor Lawrence.
They did put up 48 points, and he threw 5 touchdowns.
And ran for 1.
Yeah.
Against the Jets.
Against the Jets.
I don't care.
I'm going to say it was Bo Nix, boys.
When they're giving those things out, they look at the stats.
I'll take either. I don't know.
Well, we'll have fun as we barrel down the Trevor Bo path this week and to look at both of them. Just a pinch disappointed that Travis Hunter is not part of this mix.
10-4, man.
10-4.
Pretty damn good.
Pretty damn good.
Considering that Trevor Lawrence, I felt like it was a struggle guy for most of the year. There was games you look up and you're like, dang, when's he going to play?
Well, he's playing pretty damn well now.
Good now, though.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, thank you. Buffalo Bills beat the Patriots yesterday. Let's hear from resident New England Patriots fanatic and owner of Barstool Sports, Dave Portnoy. So I got 2 clips here for you guys.
Okay.
This clip here, he decides to post when the Patriots were up 21-0 in the first half. It looked like they were cruising to a victory. Here's what Portnoy tweeted out.
Destroying this team. Underdog, we were underdogs going into this game. I don't want to get too cocky. I don't want to get too loud. But nobody knows championship football more than this guy, more than these fans. I've seen it. I have 6 rings. And you're telling me Buffalo's better than us? This is our division. This is our league. And we're back. We're not beating this team. We're demolishing this team. And seriously, Buffalo, I feel bad. I feel bad for the people of Buffalo. You've waited. You've been on the doorstep. Josh Allen, great guy. It's over. You little whatever that was, it's over. The champs are here.
Okay,
That is
so
awesome.
the Bills come back.
That sounds like DMac. This right here is a prime example on a national stage. Darren McKee.
Oh, 100%. They're just made like that in New England.
Yeah.
Now, does this sound like DMac? Because the Bills come back and beat the Patriots 35-31. And here's Dave Portnoy apologizing for getting too cocky.
If I could take back that first celebratory victory video when it was 21-0, and I was ranting and raving how the division is ours and the Bills are done, I would take it back.
No, that part did not sound like DMac. DMac would have doubled down and said they still should have drafted Justin Fields instead of Patrick Surtain.
And it would have been some sort of
Oh, and I would have probably lost a coffee bet on top of it. It would have cost me, not only would it have been the rant, it would have cost me money.
Should we give an opportunity right now to pull a Dave Portnoy? Should they have drafted Justin Fields?
Oh, yeah, because you needed a quarterback. But that will never change. But
you got to draft a quarterback.
You got to draft a quarterback. How's Bo Nix as a draft pick?
Yeah, but how's Justin Fields as a draft pick?
How's Bo Nix as a draft pick?
What's the correlation to Bo Nix?
How's Josh Allen?
What's the correlation to Bo Nix?
How's Josh Allen as a quarterback?
Pretty good.
Awesome.
So's Mahomes.
What's the correlation to to Justin Fields?
It's not about the player. A lot of times, it's about the position, and you got to give it a shot when you're in a position to do so.
Damn, that would have sucked if we didn't get that Pat Surtain interception yesterday.
Yeah.
Riley Moss had an interception too.
Yeah.
Listen, it's not to put
Both
down.
great Aussies.
I know what you're trying to do.
What am I trying to do?
Well, we know what you're trying to do. I'm not going to fall for it. But the importance of the quarterback is so paramount in this league. It's ridiculous.
Today more than any other time in the history of the NFL.
It's kind of there's nothing else in sports to really compare it to. Maybe a big man in basketball that has the triple-double skill set of the Joker, because you can do such a wide variety of things, more so than even like a great guard. But we just saw SGA, so what do you do in basketball? I don't know. It could be a guard, could be a forward, it could be a center, it could be a lot of things.
You spread it out. You say the guy that primarily is going to have the ball in your hand. You ain't going to win. You aren't going to be a champion in the NBA if you ain't got a guy that you put the ball in his hands whenever you need something.
So
to happen.
you're basically saying what the All-Star game is doing in basketball, it's positionless. It really is. Now, you start that way, and then you fill in around that. Yeah. But the guy with the ball in his hand could be a variety of positions. It doesn't have to be just one, like the quarterback.
In Golden State, it's Curry, and other places it's Shea. It's
There's examples
it's
of
Luka, who's kind of a small forward playing point.
Exactly. It's in it's Wemby in San Antonio.
Yeah, probably Wemby.
Who's kind of the weirdest center ever. Like, he probably is a 4 more than he's a center, but the bottom line is the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
Baseball, there's no equivalent because starting pitching is, you have 5 different starters, so it's not that.
But are you gonna win a championship without at least 2 really dominant starting pitchers?
I think the common thread is your best players have to play, as the cliche goes, their best.
Yep.
But in football, there's just nothing. In sports, there's just nothing like the quarterback position. And when your dude is on fire, I mean, the results are pretty damn awesome. Where are the Chiefs going, guys? Seriously, where do you think they're going for the next year?
Well, right now they're tied for 11th in the draft with there's 4 other teams with 6
Wow,
wins.
would you draft a quarterback if you're the Chiefs?
I don't know if you draft a quarterback.
What?
But what you do though is you try to get now. You lose these next 4 games. hope there's other people
Yeah.
that once time with you win a game or two, and you can drop into 7 or 8.
Do the Chiefs tank on purpose? Wow.
Well, they really don't have to make the decision, because when you take your quarterback out, that's the definition of tanking, which the Commanders did, by the way. They announced that Jaden Daniels is going to sit the rest of the season, and Marcus Mariota will play. The Bengals are doing the opposite. Joe Burrow will continue to play.
Yeah, because they're such a bunch of idiots in Cincinnati. I feel bad for Joe Burrow, man. I can't believe I feel bad for a dude making the kind of cash he does, but I think he's an extraordinary athlete, and he's in a ridiculous situation.
Well, here's your no dumb question: is Joe Burrow a Cincinnati Bengal next season?
Probably.
How could they let go of him?
I'm making that dude retire before I trade him.
Next story, Dan.
Guys, Green Bay Packers pass rusher Micah Parsons suffered a torn ACL in his left knee during yesterday's 34-26 loss to the Denver Broncos. As Parsons was rushing quarterback Bo Nix, the non-contact injury occurred then. What do you think this means for the Packers as far as their chances of getting out of the NFC and to Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara?
Much more difficult, obviously. And we saw Parsons before he got hurt. I mean, he's playing all over the field, and it's difficult, to say the least. Not impossible, but very difficult.
Did they look like a Super Bowl team to you guys yesterday?
Yeah, you sure? Yes. I mean, they ran out of gas in the fourth, but you don't play at 52-80 in the Super Bowl. And Jordan Love,
you're a sea level of the.
Yeah, Jordan Love he's the truth, man. That was one hell of a win.
They definitely look like contenders. I don't know if it looked like Super Bowl. I don't even know if the Broncos always looked like Super Bowl, but I know that they all look like contenders.
Well, I think this year, that's what you're going to pick. You're going to, maybe we'll do it here in the next couple of weeks. Give me 5 contenders on both sides, and it may be that deep. It may be. We're going.
I think the Rams are. I don't know, man. I think the Rams are kind of head and shoulders at this point. They
look really good.
They are something right now. Puka Nacua, I mean, aside from Stafford probably being the MVP, I mean, I can't believe Puka Nacua is not kind of in the conversation. The season this guy's having is unbelievable.
Well, what's Stafford now? Touchdown, interception. He's got already stupid numbers.
We looked it up last week, and it was like 35-4 or something.
Yeah, I mean, I can look it up for you here in a second. It's staggering how good it is. And they're 11-3, man. I mean, they're right there.
They lost to Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes these wins are quirky, right? Like that grab you. He's 37-5 touchdowns to interceptions.
There you go.
3,700 yards.
Yeah, pack the trophy and just send it to his house.
His completion percentage this year to 66.4. Yeah, this guy's unbelievable.
37-5, and they got 4 games left.
And by the way, now their defense gave up 34 points. They just beat the Lions. And boy, oh boy, we're off the Dan Campbell train a little bit, aren't we? We're not talking about the Lions the same way we were last year.
Yeah, but I don't know if this is Dan Campbell, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying they were the hot new thing, and yeah, that was.
Well, it shows you what the Chiefs did, because guess what? Lions had a nice run for 2 years.
Guys, Lions looked fine this weekend. They put up a great fight against the Rams. 41-34. I thought the Lions looked good.
But they just don't have a defense. You ain't going to win championships like that.
Fair, but I mean, the week before that, Lions put up 44 on the Cowboys. I think the Lions are still to be reckoned with.
They're in 8th place.
They may not make the playoffs.
They're in 8th place right now. Yeah,
that's a tough draw. You pull the Lions, you don't want to get that one in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, are the Bears going to win the division? Are they going to hang in there against the Packers?
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Are the Lions going to well, the Lions aren't going to do it. The Packers aren't going to do it. So are they going to make it as a wild card team? Look at who the wild card teams are in the NFC, guys. Seattle 11-3, San Fran 10-4, Packers 9-4. Those are your wild card teams.
Yeah, the first round in the NFC playoffs could be AFC.
That's because the NFC South is so
the NFC
pathetic.
And AFC first round playoffs are going to be gimmies.
Seahawks, Packers, and who?
Seahawks, Packers, and San Fran.
Oh, and San Fran, they've got 10? Yeah, that is wild.
Sick. And there's Tampa Bay, just because And Philadelphia. I don't know, man. The division stuff is what it is. They're not changing that anytime soon. But I think how about this? How about this for a little bit of a hot take? The 3 wild card teams right now, Seahawks, Niners, Packers, are all better than the Bears, Eagles, and Bucks. How about that one for a little sports talk debate? Your 3 wild card teams are better than 3 of your division leaders right now.
Maybe.
But that's why they play the games. And the Rams are although the Bears, man, what are the Bears going to do here in all of this? What are the Bears going to do?
Hey, they believe in
10-4, man.
That coach came in there and changed a little bit of
You think?
mojo in Chicago.
They got a tough final 3 games, though. They go Packers, Niners, Lions.
Oh, my. What a fun day, man. What a fun day. And Nuggets basketball right here tonight. We'll dig into what to expect out of Kevin Durant and the Rockets.
Yokmas.
One hell of a day, man. One hell of a day here on 92.5. That's awesome. All of it's awesome. Tonight at Ball Arena, 7:30, huh? Ugh.
Well, it's at least not 8.
Well, I'm definitely, I want to be there tonight. I'm dying to see how the Nuggets are going to do against you. I can't wait for this game. I think this is awesome. And they're going to be 2 out of 3 games against you.
This is
at home.
This is probably going to be your second round matchup.
Okay. You think?
Yeah. Early preview. Because I don't know. Honestly,
this is going to be the 2 versus 3?
I don't know if anybody's going to catch Oklahoma City. And I think Houston and us are the next 2 best teams.
You got to go and chalk a little bit in the playoffs?
Well, we'll see. Good. They're good. They're good.
All right. Well, then if that is the case, these games matter a little bit more because of potentially breaking ties or that sort of thing.
Well, and they were only supposed to play 3 times, and this is a cup game. This is made by the NBA Cup game. Give Peacock a little present. Here you go. How about the 2 and 3 team in
By
the
way,
West?
we did have on the Shot Monster text line. It's Peacock, but it is also Altitude TV tonight.
Yes.
That means Scott has to work.
Yeah, I am working. Yeah, they,
sidelines, right?
Doing a little sidelines today.
All right. Dan, some Christmas music, please.
Can you wear the back brace over your nice clothes for me?
But I usually do, and then I take them off right before I go on air. But if I'm sitting over on the side, I may put it back on.
Here's what you should do. You should have somebody be your back brace guy like Jokic.
Once told
me. When he comes off the court.
He's got the fancy put around your back vibrator red. What's that red light that goes on it?
Red light therapy?
Yeah, red light therapy. They got fancy stuff.
It's great for your skin if you got wrinkles.
Ugh, I just got a bad back.
I asked Dan for some Christmas music.
No, you got wrinkles too.
He put on a wonderful song,
65.
Wham's Last Christmas. That's a wonderful song. But I need more of just a classic.
Bing Crosby, Mel Torme.
Even instrumental perhaps, because we have to tell a story here.
What's our guys? Steamroller, the guys.
Mannheim Steamroller?
Yeah, the Mannheim Steamrollers.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is it Steamrollers?
Steamroller. They can be pretty aggressive. I love. Don't get me wrong.
They're very good though. I've been listening to one of the channels I got. Right. It has like old traditional Christmas, like Mel Torme, Andy Williams. Fantastic.
On your satellite radio that you and 12 other people still pay for?
Well, someone's paying dudes $100 million to be on their channels.
We're going country. Who's this, man?
He knows.
Brian White.
He grabbed the first thing he could find.
All right.
Feel free to request something.
Okay.
We just gave you 8 things.
Tell us about.
The problem is neither Dan or I knew any of those.
Tell us about.
You don't know Andy Williams or Dean Martin
that's
or,
not what
or
you
Bing
said.
Crosby.
That's not, you brought up a name that I did. It was
Mel Torme. You don't know? Call your dad right now. Does your dad answer texts?
He'll answer the phone.
Scott.
Call him right now and ask him what's he think about Mel Torme.
Scott.
You want me to call him?
Yeah.
I'll call
him and ask him.
Let's call him.
Tell us about.
He's never been on the radio before.
Well, let's call and ask him. I will. I'll get to it. We got 37 more minutes.
That's true. That is true.
I can take off.
No, we'll keep this minute. We're going to talk to.
All right.
Well, you better tell him he's on the radio. Don't keep the music going, Dan. What are you doing? Jiminy Christmas. Learn a bit.
Dad.
Hey, Dad.
You're on the radio. That's Scott Hastings.
Hi, Mr. Hey, Mr. Polumbus, how you been?
I'm doing very well.
Oh, good. Hey, I was trying to educate your son. You know the youth, right? Sometimes youth is wasted on the young. And I was trying to tell him how fantastic Mel Torme's Christmas album was, and he said he'd never heard of Mel Torme.
Who's Mel Torme? You really dated yourself there, buddy.
Mr. Polumbus, you're about 20 years older than me.
Not quite. Yeah.
15. I could be your dad?
16. Yeah. Wait, how old are you? Yeah.
You don't know who Mel Torme is?
My dad, I'm sorry I put it out there. January 14th, about to be 81 years old.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, that's correct.
My stepfather's 81, be 82 in June.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
All right, so Tad doesn't know Mel. Do you want to give him another one?
What's this? Do I call him Mr. Polumbus? Is that fine?
Yeah.
I know Mel Torme. Come on.
Oh, so you were saying he didn't know it just because he's young, but you know Mel Torme.
Well, I was criticizing my son.
Oh, I thought you had my back.
No.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell him how fantastic a voice he had, and he never heard of Mel Torme.
Yeah. Dad, you want to tell him how much that means to you that he actually called you Mr. Polumbus because he gets mad when people call me Mr. Polumbus.
Well, he should. He's still kicking it around. That's Mr. Polumbus.
Well, I don't get many misters, but at 80, I deserve a few.
You deserve a few. Absolutely, you do. Yeah. Hey, well, thanks for coming on. I've been trying to tell him about Mel Torme, Peggy Lee. He didn't know anything about Peggy Lee.
No.
No.
What's
I know Peggy Lee very well.
I don't know Peggy. Never met Peggy.
These are fantastic old albums you need to look into.
Dad, you want to tell him what you tell me about your shoe size?
What did I tell you?
Well, about me and filling your what?
Oh, yeah. You'll never fill my shoes, Ty.
Yeah. Here, I'll give you a new line, Mr. Polumbus. Tell him it'd take him 10 pair of socks to be able to fit in your shoe.
Yeah. All right. Love you, Dad.
Love you, sir.
All right.
Goodbye.
Good to talk to you guys.
Yeah, good to talk to you, too. Thank you, sir. Right there. See now? Right there.
He knows Mel Torme. Congrats.
Now hit it.
Cool.
Dan, go. Boom.
By the way, I guess I should have a moment. My dad's 89 today.
Oh,
right?
we should. Why didn't we call him?
Yeah, call him up. Call him right now.
Nah, it's good. He's
Let's call him tomorrow.
Sure.
Let's get him out of his hangover tomorrow.
Sure. But 89 today, so you keep playing the music, Dan.
Oh,
I grabbed the wrong song.
Oh boy, Lord
Mel
Almighty!
Torme.
Happy birthday to all our dads.
Tourme with the humpla.
Okay, what's a humpla?
One of those little lines over the E.
So he's French.
So
No,
Mary,
it might be.
so why is today a special day for Nuggets fans? That's pretty good. Okay, this is fine. In this holiday season of love and joy, why does today matter for Nuggets fans?
Well, on this day, actually 10 seasons ago.
How about that, huh?
10 seasons ago exactly today, this young, spry, non-jumping, 7-foot Serbian.
Skinny.
Serbian came into our lives as a full-time starter.
In a baby's manger.
That was one hell of a manger.
Yeah, it was a big manger.
Yeah. Large manger.
But his very first start was 10 seasons ago today, December 15th. So I feel, and I know Katie Wingy's on board with all this, that this day, December 15th, is known as Yokmas.
And the Magi, also known as Scott Hastings,
saw
this baby come to birth.
There was a little shepherd boy.
Yeah.
That was watching that game against Portland that Denver won 132-120, where Joker played 19 minutes, had 13 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and oh, by the way, plus 15.
Who were the
plus 15?
Who were the three wise men present at that joyous occasion?
Well, there was me and a couple dumbasses.
Was there frankincense and myrrh, or just frankincense?
I brought along the gold.
Okay.
And then the other guys brought some oil and some smelly stuff, whatever they did.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see.
But that's
and where was Mel Torme?
He was in the background.
Oh, okay.
I gotta believe somebody as old souled as knows him.
When the decision was made to put Nurkic out to pasture,
basically, and go because they tried the double thing. But this is when December 15th, 2016.
It was a big decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, that they went. I had a fan. We were on the road. And he goes, I've been following you guys forever. I love you guys. No, you know what it was? Is when we talked to Michael. Remember, he goes, how about the decision to just let Nurk go and start Joker? What the smartest decision this franchise ever made. And that's how people feel. But anyway, today is the anniversary of his very, very first start.
When you bring this
and
up,
we call him Yokmas.
When you bring this up to the Joker, what are his recollections of that date?
Oh, did we win? Listen, he only played 19 minutes.
But he did start.
But he was.
And he started over Nurkic.
Yeah, and he was a plus 15.
It wasn't a injury situation. He wasn't getting Spencer Jones Peyton Watson starts. It was a plan. We're instituting this.
This basically started the Grump Fest by Nurkic, which ended up ending his demise and out of here.
What is a traditional gift that is exchanged on Jokemas?
Beef.
Okay. It's KKFC FM.
Just a side of beef.
Yeah.
HT1, Broomfield, Denver,
That
Boulder.
Singer wrote a lot about that in his book, which his book was great. And he wrote a lot about that. And like at the time, Scotty, if you remember, Joker went to Malone and was just like, I'll come off the bench. That is what is best for the team. This starting two big men thing doesn't work. I will do whatever is best for the team. And eventually, Michael Malone
wisely
and the staff, they figured out like, oh no, that guy's actually better, and we should play him all the time. And it worked out. I would say history has smiled upon that decision, because that's the thing. Like, Nurk wasn't a bad player.
Well, he was solid, and he's still solid.
Yeah, still solid. He's had a good career.
Utah, right?
Exactly. He's had a good career, good NBA big man. It wasn't like he was a bum. It's just, the other guy's a top 10 player in the history of the game.
Yeah, one guy is an all-timer.
Right.
One guy's fighting to get on the Mount Rushmore of the NBA, and the other guy is a good, steady guy that's been around for a long, long time.
There's nothing to be ashamed of to have the career of Yusuf Nurkic. That's for damn sure. Hey, welcome in. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Mike Sanford's going to be along momentarily here. Nuggets Rockets tonight, which Scott Hastings has to go and broadcast. What do you guys talk about today, Tyler?
Well,
Let's go!
It was a game, and they won, and it was good, and Bo Nix is the best quarterback in the NFL.
That was a pretty good performance from him yesterday, was it
Yeah,
not?
it was.
Would you say it is his best performance ever?
It was the best game of his career.
I mean, not even close.
Without question. You know what's funny is, and Tyler, I heard it on the promo last week, and you were really lauding his performance last week, which was a very
different performance.
Extremely. And there were a number of his checkdowns last week where it was like, yeah, but get drive the ball in there, make a play. There was a 25-yarder that was just hanging off the tree that you didn't take. And in this game, it was very clear, it doesn't matter how tight the window is, he's going to go and he's going to make that throw. I thought he started a little tentative, and then he got comfortable as the game went on.
Last game, he painted by the numbers. And stayed in the lines.
Yeah, but he painted those numbers good.
And looked good. I mean, I've seen people that paint pictures, and I go, gosh, you did that? He goes, yeah, it's one of those paint by the number ones. And it really looked cool. I mean, it looked really cool.
Yeah.
And this was closer to a Rembrandt that I saw Andy earlier. By the way, his voice still sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
But I talked to Andy earlier, and he said a great statement. I said, he looked like a baller. He looked like he played free. And maybe for the first time in a long time, he just, as you said, hey, we got a 25-yarder we need. Fourth and three, fourth and four, whatever that play was.
Drop it in a bucket.
Catch it to an unbelievable pass to
the drive after the interception by Surtain was the best drive of Bo Nix's life.
It was amazing.
It was that was
that
the one.
The Troy Franklin touchdown?
It had the that's how it ended. Yeah. But it had the reversed field throw to Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Oh yeah, and then that one where he's running out to the sideline.
The touch throw to Troy Franklin.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the best drive of his life, because really that drive was just him in his bag improvising and making plays.
That's when the game got juice.
Yeah, the plays weren't really there, and he just flat out made them. And it was, especially the Lil Jordan Humphrey one. I mean, that's Micah Parsons. That's a Hall of Famer. Sucks that he tore his ACL, but that's a Hall of Famer that chases him out of the pocket, and then he goes and he finds a guy. Unbelievable play that he made right there. The throw to Franklin, he put together the best drive we've ever seen, and you could just feel the way the game just completely flipped.
You could see the confidence. He pushed the ball down the field, and all of a sudden he's like, that was fun.
Yeah.
Let's do that again.
Exactly.
And even when he misses, it was in the fourth quarter. I think he took a deep shot to Cortland or somebody, and then on the very next play, they took another play action shot, took it down the field again. It was there, might as well try it again.
That was the third and three that they missed, and then the 4th and 3 that he hit.
Yes, exactly.
Unbelievable throw. And his throws yesterday, I mean, he had touch throws. He had driving tight window throws. That touchdown to little Jordan Humphrey?
Stupid.
Again, that's
what I like, too.
That's another ball that he doesn't throw as recently as 2 weeks ago.
And he puts it where the receiver's going to catch it or it hits the turf, no harm.
Yeah.
So here's the question. Did he raise the bar and now we're going to be chasing that? Or did he raise the bar and that's the new standard?
I think this is
it's a standard.
I think this is the quarterback that he can be.
Yeah.
I really, because again, like one of in the Raider game, for example, and you can look at it on tape, but it was just you could see plays where it was like, yeah, but that one, like, no, make that throw. That throw's fine, but make that throw.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Like drive the ball down the field to Cortland Sutton. And he did that this week. Like, I think, and this is, I think, one of his real strengths as a football player is I think film sessions get driven into his head, and it's like, okay, don't leave meat on the bone the way that you have been. And this was the game where like it all came together.
He left meat on the bone in Oakland or
against
Vegas.
Yeah. I would absolutely agree with that. And again, it was fine because the Raiders are awful.
Right.
But this game, he had it all clicking. The other question that I think that this game answered for me about this team is if there is a game where the opponent moves the ball up and down the field on you consistently,
can you answer?
Can you answer and can you win it? And they did.
Yeah.
This was a very different kind of win for this team. Of course, it inevitably ends up being a one-score game, and the Packers get the ball back at the very end, but the defense just slammed the door shut.
And if Sean Payton was Pete Carroll, he would have kicked a field goal in one of those last two drives.
Right.
What'd you think? I liked it. I liked going for it there at the end of the game. What'd you think?
I like the decision. I hate the play call. I just stop giving the ball to Adam Prentice. I know he had an 18-yard run the week prior. Stop giving the ball to Adam Prentice. Okay.
It felt like they knew it. They had like six guys in between.
Oh, they're
the guards.
loaded up.
Yeah.
So I hated the play call. I didn't mind the aggressiveness at all.
Yeah.
I thought Sean had a pretty good game yesterday. Again, like this is a guy that I thought his halftime comments were really interesting of like a 16-14 game, and he was just like, no, like we like where this game is.
If I were going to nitpick, we did, Sean Payton.
As you should.
I might have punted on one of those 2 4th down ones, or even maybe kicked the field goal on the second one. But okay, whatever. I don't know if I'd have gone for 2 when he went for 2. I might have just taken the 1.
That one actually, I thought the math mathed out for me on that one.
Yeah,
it made sense.
But
a 6-point lead is.
I did the math. I went okay, and then but you're assuming they're going to get another touchdown,
right?
And that way you're still only within a field goal, and I thought that means you're playing a little scared. And then there was they had no timeouts at the end of the game. And a couple of those because, again, the play's slow getting in there.
Right.
That would be – if all the nitpicking I thought they took 1 in the first half and 2 in the second, at least 2 in the second, where the plays ain't getting in there.
Yeah.
So you're seeing like Cortland Sutton and other guys in the huddle going, let's go, get out there.
Sure.
That would be my only nitpick, that he's got to get that thing. And even I think Tony Romo said something about it too.
Those are all fair critiques, I would say. Again, like in terms of coaching the game directly in front of him, I don't know if anybody in the league does it better than he does.
Well, it was. I tell you this. Here's another thing.
I thought he was better than LaFleur yesterday, and I think Matt LaFleur's a really good coach.
He's brilliant.
That's great.
I thought he. To your point, I thought the last 7 minutes of the game, it felt like LaFleur was getting out-coached.
Yeah.
It felt like LaFleur was getting out-maneuvered on the chessboard.
He was, and I don't know how much of this was just simply the play call or this was Jordan Love's decision, but there's probably 100 other corners in the game that you can take a deep shot with Christian Watson and one-on-one downfield, and it's a good idea. Not against that guy.
Probably not.
That guy's a Hall of Famer.
It was still an insane play.
It's an insane play.
It was the turning point of the game.
Absolutely. And then Watson gets hurt on the play, which that completely changed them offensively.
Yep.
That if you lose one of your weapons and like the kind of domino effect of the coverage changing for Denver, it just means Surtain did a really good job on Christian Watson yesterday, but then if it's like, okay, you're going to deal with more Romeo Doubs now, well, then you can just erase that player.
Well, and another thing, too, I thought last 7-8 minutes, when it was LaFleur versus Vance Joseph, I like Vance Joseph dialed it up too.
VJ had a day. Yeah, that guy's got he's got head coaching juice, I would say. He's got serious head coaching juice. Scott Hastings, everybody, watch him on Altitude Television tonight. He and Marlo were calling the action as the Nuggets take on the Rockets. What about a home win tonight? Can we get a home win this evening? Scotty, make sure to tell him that I said they should win. That's seriously. So let me know. Sandman stopping by. Mike Sanford is here with me on a Broncos win Monday, on a Rally House football Monday. Sandman, what a glorious day in Denver, Colorado. The Broncos are 12-2. They have won 11 games in a row, and Bo Nix played the best game of his life. Why did it happen?
Well, it happened because it's been working towards that. And I'd say that you and I have mentioned, and I think you've given a lot of credit, rightfully so, to Sean Payton for just coaching the game required to beat that team on that given day.
Yep.
You know what? I think that Bo Nix is following the lead of his head football coach, and he has had some games where, was he a little bit risk averse, like even last week? But that's what was required to beat the team that you were playing against on that particular Sunday. Yesterday was a game where not only did Sean Payton call an aggressive game, both in the play calling and also the decision making, Bo Nix played an aggressive form of football, and we haven't really seen that. I don't think we've seen that version of Bo Nix ever.
I thought one of the biggest differences in Bo's performance yesterday versus, let's just call it standard Bo Nix. His accuracy was better yesterday. Like he didn't miss throws in that game yesterday. He didn't bat 1,000. Were there some turnover-worthy throws in the second half? Yeah, sure. Okay. But like when the shots were there and they were open, he didn't miss them. Cortland Sutton on a double move, he did not miss him. Cortland Sutton on a 4th and 2, he did not miss him. The touchdown to Sutton yesterday with one-on-one coverage on the outside, again, he did not miss him. Troy Franklin running open in the middle of the field, he did not miss him yesterday in that game. Like, he didn't sail throws. He looked more confident in the pocket, and he looked like he trusted his protection, trusted the play of his offensive line. And the funny part being that, like, that's one of the better pass rushes they've gone up against, and yet he didn't get the pocket zoomies the way that he does sometimes.
I was going to say that what Bo Nix did differently yesterday than a good chunk of the first 14 contests, or I guess it'd be 13 contests that he played, is he didn't scramble in times where you're like, you don't need to scramble.
Right.
But he scrambled in times where you say, that was a good decision. And he was really good off schedule, but he was also really good on schedule.
Right.
And he was good taking what the defense was giving him, but he was also good at fitting in throws, knowing full well that if he plays conservative Bo Nix football, conservative Sean Payton offensive football that we've seen against teams like the Raiders, against teams like the Jets or the Giants, then he's probably not going to outduel a guy like Jordan Love, who had at least shown through 2.5 quarters that he can go get it.
Jordan Love was balling early on in that game. Now, again, why did the Broncos inevitably win that game? Because they kept him out of the end zone. And they forced 3 first-half field goals, and the Packers were 1 for 4 in the red zone, and the Broncos were 4 for 4 scoring touchdowns yesterday. Like, ultimately, red zone, third down, like, that's the stuff that decides games in that league. And the Broncos won in that space. But also, like, Nick's, first up, not sacked in this game yesterday.
No picks, no sacks.
Yeah, no picks, no sacks.
And a lacrosse ball in his backpack.
Didn't take any negative plays, and yet played with actual real-life aggressiveness, with good footwork. He stood in against the pass rush when he needed to, and to your point, he escaped when he needed to. He spread the ball around. Michael Bandy caught a touchdown yesterday.
Jordan Humphrey was out there doing big things.
Yeah, Lil Jordan was crushing it. Like, Troy Franklin had a huge bounce-back game.
How good did he look yesterday? I didn't recognize that player.
Again, like, the guy was double clutching like every catch last week. This week it was just, nope, I'm confident and I go up and I get the football. This team one of the things that they've been doing throughout this 11-game win streak is like it's humanly impossible for a football team to not have trouble spots in a season, right? There's bad performances are going to pop up. The thing about this team, and again, this is where Sean and VJ and Lombardi and Davis Webb and everybody.
George Payton putting the roster together.
But this is where these guys get the credit, is just like bad performances don't really snowball on this team. Guys get better week to, or I don't even know if they necessarily get better. They make corrections week to week, and like you don't really see guys fade into oblivion on this team.
This is going to sound strange, but I always say that one of the best signs of player development, which is to me the key to elite coaching, is really, really good, comprehensive player development across the board.
Yep.
Is when you have players like Michael Bandy and DeAndre Tillman and Jonah Ellis and Troy Franklin, not a high draft pick, start to show signs of development. And it reminds me, when I was playing at Boise State, we'd always look at the other team pregame warmups and say, yeah, this doesn't look good. But our team had developed, and there was confidence on task within the schemes that we were doing. And that's what I'm seeing right now from the Broncos. And that's a big credit to the entire coaching staff. You got the right combination of players there, George Payton and Sean Payton. But then overall, you've seen almost the entire roster elevate. Like there's going to be some guys that make some dang money off this year.
Let me give you a couple of names. Two guys in particular that I think this really stands out, and they're both on the defensive side of the ball. One of them is Malcolm Roach.
No question.
Who that dude, like, again, reputationally when he was signed here, it's like, yeah, good football player, good at stopping the run. He's a force in the pass rush now. You see him consistently getting penetration, getting upfield. Like, that's a guy that has gone from nice player to holy crap. Like, you don't drop a single thing when Malcolm Roach goes out on the field. That's one. The other one is Riley Moss, who had a great game yesterday. BS pass interference call aside, he was phenomenal yesterday. He had the great pass breakup on Romeo Dobbs. He had the interception, was a huge play that he came up with. You always notice him flying around out on the field. I thought Riley Moss was great yesterday.
Yeah, he was good. He keeps responding, right?
Again, another guy that like you could I think a lesser player or maybe a more poorly coached player gets gun shy with the amount of frustrating penalties. And I think he has 3 more DPIs this year than any other defensive back in football.
And yet he continues to play tight coverage.
Yeah.
He continues to challenge the football. Continues to compete. Because it could be the gun-shy nature, could be, I'm just going to get near the play, but I'm not going to play the player. I think he's doing a really good job of developing better technique in man coverage.
And that's
ends
good
up getting the interception.
And it's good coaching, too, though, for every time he goes to the sideline for his coaches to simply say to him, like, nope, you're fine. Keep playing that way.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, as much as he can be a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with for members of the media or even just listening to his sound bites for all of us listeners of Sports Talk Radio, he does a good job with his players.
He does. He does
a good job. You don't see a lot of players that play for Sean Payton not like Sean Payton.
I think he some of his arrogance is a good thing to have rub off on his football players.
He's the right kind of players coach.
Right.
Yeah. You want to know what his player coach style is? Meet me at my level of confidence, and when you do, you're going to get paid because of it.
Right.
It's not, I'm your buddy. Let's have baskets inside of our offense and defensive team meeting room like Nathaniel Hackett did.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, let's have break dancing competitions. It's, no, I am the supreme football person in this room.
Yeah.
Meet me there.
I'm here to get you paid.
And he does.
Which ultimately is all football players really care about. It really is. If I'm going to break my body to play this game, make sure I have generational wealth when I'm done. That's Mike Sanford. I am Nate Kreckman. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It is a Monday afternoon, and we do have to smack rears when we come back after a Broncos convincing victory, 12-2, AFC there for the taking. That's right. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Shop every team in town. Go get that Broncos gear right now.
I haven't talked to her yet. I talked to her on the way here. I shouldn't say I talked. She talked a lot to me on the way here. And, I got the whole rundown, got to catch up for a second. She was excited. She was, my mom always thinks that we're going to have the best chance. And, she always just wants us to go out there and have a good time and stay healthy. And, we were able to do that today. And, exciting time to be a Bronco right now. And, that was just another game on our journey to where we want to go.
The most important thing is that everybody has fun. Shout out to Bo Nix's mom.
I like fun.
The fun is good.
Fun is good.
Yesterday looked pretty fun. It looked like everybody was having fun out there yesterday.
And don't be mistaken by the fact that Bo Nix said that about his mom. She is a serious knower of ball.
Ball knower?
Huge ball knower.
Yeah.
I mean, she's essentially a Southern ball coach's wife. And also the mother of an NFL starting quarterback and the mother, adopted mother, if you will, of also Tez Johnson.
That's
of
right.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Knows her
and
stuff.
she goes to all the games.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, you shop every team in town. It's time for Smacks on the Rear. This is what we do on a Monday when the Broncos win, on a Rally House Football Monday, on a Rally House Victory Monday for the Denver Broncos. We do a
So
thing
many smacks this
called
year.
Smacks on the Rear. A nice attaboy for guys that have a solid performance. Sandman, if I may, I'd like to begin this today, okay? I would like to give a smack on the rear to your buddy, Jordan Love. Okay? I want to start with Mr. Jordan Love because, you were in another time zone on Friday. You missed headlines. Okay? And I want to appreciate Jordan Love for bringing my headline home for me. Okay? Headline from Friday. This was predicting Monday's headline. Air Jordan, Broncos defense dominates, force 3 Packer turnovers in win. Okay, so we only got 2. But Air Jordan, ERR Jordan.
Ooh.
See what I did there? Works in the printed form. Yeah. Air Jordan, Broncos defense dominates. That was where the game got changed. It started with Jordan Love looking downfield, saying, "Oh, Christian Watson in one-on-one coverage. There's only one guy down there with him. He's a big, tall speedster. I'm going to chuck this thing up in the air because that guy's going to make the play more often than not." One flaw, okay? One big flaw. That guy's a future Hall of Famer named Patrick Surtain II.
Second big flaw.
Yeah.
Is that Christian Watson did the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing that Marvin Mims Jr. did later with a shot down the field.
Yeah.
Where he didn't try to high point the football.
Right.
Let the ball come all the way down to hit you perfectly in stride, knowing full well there's coverage right behind you.
And you know the guy who's covering you.
Because if you stop and you go up and you attack the football.
Yeah, you probably make that catch.
Or you get a PI.
And then you don't have a chest injury that forces you to a Denver hospital in a CT scan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you also don't end up seeing your team, who is leading by 9 points at the time,
right,
go on a 20-3 run on the wrong side of things.
That was the most dangerous spot in that game. I mean, right there, if Green Bay doesn't turn the ball over on that drive and they put points on the board, field goal or touchdown, they have got the game script in their favor and will for the rest of the way. And it's about to become the Josh Jacobs fest the rest of the way. And instead, Surtain makes a play, quite honestly, similar to what he did last year against the Raiders with the pick six that was intended for Brock Bowers. And it completely, again, another game that I know that's the Raiders and it's this year's Packers. It's not really the same comp.
But NFL games are NFL games.
Exactly.
And there are good players for both rosters.
Getting away from Denver, and Surtain makes a play and completely flips it. He makes that interception, gives the ball to the Broncos, and then Bo Nix put up, and I'll repeat what I said to Tyler and Scotty before, the best drive of his life.
Yes.
I don't care what anybody says. That is the most important drive that Bo Nix has had all season long, and that was him improvising, making plays on the move. He was absolutely marvelous right there.
Was the touchdown Troy Franklin's?
That was the
that
that was
Sutton?
the touchdown to Sutton.
It was a fade.
Yeah, that was the fade to Sutton.
Right corner of the end zone.
Right. Perfect throw right there. But that was also the drive that had the 22-yarder to Lil Jordan Humphrey when he reversed Fields, and then the very next play was the dump off to Troy Franklin. The outside of structure, receivers developing chemistry with Bo Nix thing yesterday. It was on perfect display yesterday. But first off, I want to thank Jordan Love for making my headline good and for also thinking that was a good idea to test Patrick Surtain down the field. Yeah, that helped.
He did it. It was funny. I remember it. He did it in the joint practice in 2024. He went after Surtain. I talked to him afterwards, and I was like, what were you doing there? It was a 2-minute drive. He goes, I just wanted to see what he was all about.
Yeah.
He's good.
Yeah.
He's really good.
Which in practice, great idea. In December,
up by 9.
When you're trying to lock down the number 1 seed in the NFC, terrible idea.
Not the best.
No, not a good idea. And now the Packers, without Micah Parsons, Watson, it sounds like he's going to play next week against the Bears, or they're hopeful that he'll play next week against the Bears. They lost their right tackle, Zach Tom, in that game as well. Like, you have now set yourself up to be in a dogfight the rest of the way. I honestly think, and it's the Parsons injury more than anything else, but I think yesterday the Packers went from Super Bowl contender to they'll lose in the wild card round.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a devastating blow for that team.
It sure is. I'm going to just get that smack button ready, because I'm going to smack a whole lot of thick backsides.
Okay, as well you should.
We're going to start out. I'm going to smack Garrett Bowles, Alex Palczewski, Luke Wattenberg, Quinn Miners, Mike McGlinchey, and I'm going to keep going with tight ends Adam Troutman, Nate Adkins, Adam Prentice. Bo Nix didn't get harassed at all.
Hold on, throw in a Frank Crumb for me.
Give me some crumb.
Thank you.
Bo Nix got sacked 0 times.
0 times.
I don't even have the visual memory of Bo Nix getting hit in that game. Can you think of Bo Nix getting hit flush? We said, "Oh, you don't want your quarterback getting hit like that."
He took one shot that I can think of, but that's about it.
Even when he was moving off the spot,
right?
The lanes and the integrity of the pocket, or even the ability to step up in the pocket, was great. And I would say even more, your interior 3 offensive linemen, Illinois' own Alex Palczewski, Luke Wattenberg of the University of Washington Husky program, and Quinn Miners, of course, the Jackrabbit of South Dakota State. Those guys don't get pushed into the quarterback's lap. That's a beautiful thing for the quarterback.
Interestingly, NFL Pro has the pressure rate at 35% on Bo Nix yesterday.
Which, did you see the flip side? What the Broncos did?
Jordan Love yesterday was pressured. Oh, where is Jordan Love on here? Jordan Love was pressured 52% of his dropbacks. The only quarterback in the NFL that was pressured more than Jordan Love yesterday was Shedeur Sanders. That's it in terms of pressure rates in the NFL yesterday. So Jordan Love, Broncos made it miserable on him, as exactly what this defense did. No, that offensive line was fantastic. Run game yesterday, you know what's funny is like the numbers aren't beautiful. RJ Harvey, 19 carries, 65 yards, 3.4 per, did score his 10th touchdowns yesterday, but like he had meaningful carries. He had a lot of first downs that he converted in that game yesterday. He ran with physicality. I thought RJ Harvey played a really good game yesterday. Like, again, for a 19 carry, 65 yard performance, it's not gonna get you any Pro Bowl votes or anything like that. But just in general, I thought the run game largely just stayed on schedule. And I want to give a quick smack on the rear to Sean Payton, as long as we're talking about the run game. And I want you to take me inside the mind of a coach here. When your top ball carrier fumbles on the opening possession of the game, and second drive he went to Jaleel McLaughlin, and it very much didn't work. and he didn't keep Harvey in the doghouse for long. He brought him right back out on the third possession of the game and just rode him the rest of the way. This is a rookie player, okay? There's a rookie with a first-quarter fumble and a huge spot in a playoff-type atmosphere game getting played in December. I think it could have been easy for Sean Payton to just say, okay, well, you've been relegated to second-class citizen status the rest of this game, and he didn't do it.
It was. I thought he was because of Audric Estime a year ago.
Right.
Do you remember preseason Audric Estime with the fumble?
Yeah.
I think it was first 5 games of the year, Audric Estime with another fumble, and he was essentially on the Sean Payton poo-poo list
right.
for the rest of the season.
He got over it quickly in this game, and it's good. He needed to.
He had to.
Yeah. Because Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet are, again, they're nice players, but like R.J. Harvey's a difference maker on the field.
Is Tyler Bidet really a nice player? He's a good pass protector, but it just doesn't seem like he gives you anything that's on the plus side of the variety.
He gets used a lot.
Yeah, he sure does.
He's a pass pro guy that they seem to trust, but to your point, like basically outside of
even as a kick returner,
the Tampa game last year, not really. He's certainly not dynamic with the ball in his hands. But he's
why does he return kicks?
He's a big time NFL pass protector because they don't want to get anyone else hurt. I'm guessing they don't want to risk injury with any of their receivers. They'll risk it with Mims because he's so dynamic, but they don't want to risk it with anyone else.
Yeah,
I'm guessing
there really is nobody else.
Right.
Don't you think that the even recent call into action guy Michael Bandy could give you maybe a little bit more as a kick returner than Tyler Bidet?
Well, didn't Bandy had a muffed punt a few weeks ago,
That's
didn't
right.
he?
You're right about that. He did.
Yeah, so he's not trusted.
Yeah.
Right.
He's on the do you think he's in a better place now that he got his touchdown?
Got a tutty.
He got his tutty.
Good for Michael Bandy. That was good to see.
5 straight years, 5 straight cuts at the end of training camp.
Brutal.
But you know what?
You get your tutty in December, though, against the Packers.
It's a good deal.
With Jim Nantz and Tony Romo on the call, it was all worth it for Michael Bandy.
It sure was.
The Bandy man can, and he certainly did yesterday. That was a big-time play. The thing that was fun about that play, too, was as soon as Bo let the ball go, he knew it was a touchdown. Yeah. Soon as he got it to him, he was running that long crossing route, and Bo was just patient, and he was just like, okay, just get through the zone, and then boom, floated the ball up to him. It was gorgeous.
And Bo sprints to the near pylon, knowing full well that he was going to be greeting first NFL regular season touchdown. Pretty awesome stuff. I got another rear to smack here.
Okay. Smack away on a Rally House Football Monday. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Nate Kreckman. Broncos win. Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We're smacking rears. You can certainly chime in at 303-504-0925. We call that the Shop Mazda text line. Sandman, warm up that palm.
Give me some Jonah Ellis
smackage.
The pass rush snap that he had where he got his sack, he goes into the B-gap, meaning he's an up and under on the offensive tackle, ends up taking on a double team, gets skinny, finishes the sack. That is what really, to me, opened up Pandora's box as it relates to the Denver Broncos pass rush against the Packers. Because up until that point, you weren't feeling it. It wasn't visible.
No. That and really good. That was a good blitz call that came from VJ. Singleton was coming off the edge. Forced Love back inside into the pressure, and then boom, Ellis hits him and takes him down. Big time play right there.
That excites me too because this pass rushing posse, along the conversation we've had about development and all boats being in a better place than they were at the beginning of the season. Man, guys like Jonah Ellis that had a slow start to the season. He was injured.
Yeah.
And now he's making critical plays in critical moments for a team, and he's arguably your 7th best pass rusher right now?
Yeah, roughly.
I mean, just in terms of this season.
Yeah.
I think his ceiling is
a
pretty
little
high.
higher. Yeah, but he's dealt with injury this season.
DeAndre Tillman, what he's been able
Good
to
player.
do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, did you know much about DeAndre Tillman a year ago?
He had 5 sacks last year.
Sorry, going into last season.
No.
Was there?
No, he looked like a camp body.
Just camp body.
Right.
And there was a lot of guys that looked kind of the same, right?
Yeah.
This year it's Q Robinson. I love the way that this defensive front has depth. And if you ever were to have the unthinkable like the Packers had, where your premier guy, Micah Parsons, goes down, I would not be nearly as concerned as the Packers are today.
I think they're toast.
They're toast.
Without Micah Parsons is the thing that made that defense special. And he was great yesterday. Like, credit to Bo and the Broncos offense. They made plays, but like, you felt his impact all over the field yesterday. And then when he went out, it was just like, oh, you're not scared of anybody on this defense. That and, McKinney kept dropping interceptions and nobody made plays for the Packers down the stretch. That was yesterday. The Broncos defense made the plays that had to be made. Surtain came up with a pick. Riley Moss came up with a pick. Like, Green Bay didn't make their interceptions yesterday. And those were like the ones with as dialed in as Bo Nix was. He had a couple of dangerous turnover-worthy throws, but the Packers didn't make him pay for it. That's why his team is still on a win streak right now when the Packers go home, and they're in a dogfight in the NFC North with the Chicago Bears.
Bears.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That team, by the way, that's another one of those teams that kind of all season long I was kind of like, this is a nice story, but I don't know. When you look at their run game, you're like, ooh, they're kind of dangerous because they can run the ball on anybody.
Who's is it Swift?
DeAndre Swift and Kyle Manangai.
It is, yeah, our guy from Rutgers.
Yeah, like that's and really like when you're an offensive guru, I think you show up and instantly everyone's like, well, what impact did he have on the quarterback?
And the stats.
Right.
Like
but,
the passing stats and
but
total yards.
Think of what Ben Johnson did in Detroit, and he's doing the same thing in Chicago, is like get the run game cranked first. Like, why did Jared Goff take a big career leap? Because they got a run game going with the Lions. Same thing's happening right now with the Bears.
And it was a two-headed monster, was it not?
Yeah.
It was the greatest two-headed monster in a decade.
Yeah, pretty damn good. So
and now he's doing the same thing in Chicago.
Yeah, I think the Packers are they're very much in trouble right now. The Broncos put them in a bad, dark place with their performance yesterday. 303-504-0925. That's the Shot Mazda text line. Chime in with who you want to give a smack on the rear to on a Rally House Football Monday. That is Mike Sanford. I am Nate Kreckman. Of course, tomorrow another chance for you to win Avalanche tickets. Keywords, we give them to you every hour on the 20s. 5 listeners will win tickets to see the Avs in Winnipeg on Thursday night. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry and the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com.
Coach, what's unique about preparations for the playoffs when you do qualify this early?
We're not preparing for the playoffs right now. And it was written yesterday, and I said it yesterday. I thought I was pretty clear. We have 3 goals. Win the division. All right. The first goal is not make the playoffs. And I'm talking to Zach. All right. What I said yesterday, first goal, win the division. Goal 2, best seed. Goal 3, Super Bowl. So none of those goals have been accomplished. We're focused on Jacksonville. Goal 1 is not make the playoffs.
Thanks, Guy. Thanks for clarifying with us. Okay. This is one where I got to look at Sean and I got to go, dude, you need to not care about that, okay? Because guess what? You know what's solving all of those issues? This is the time of year, and especially with a team that's as good as Denver is, this is the time of year where you start looking at the scenarios and, if this team with a loss or tie, you come into and it's, New England losing yesterday to Buffalo obviously is massive, and that sets things up really well for Denver. And, you could potentially, if New England loses next week against Baltimore and you go and beat Jacksonville, you can lock up the number 1 seed right now. But you know what the biggest thing is right now? Just keep winning games.
Amen.
And that's where the Broncos have they've done all the work for themselves because they just keep winning games. Everything else that happens is really not your problem if you just continue to win football games. And the Broncos, they go out every single week and they just win games. So I get it, Sean. You want to smack around Zach Stevens from DNVR because you feel as though you were misrepresented or misquoted or something like that. I think that was a smack at a different part of the body, but yes, I get all of that. But it's like, dude, just go beat the Jaguars. Okay.
Will we expect anything else?
Yeah, he's got to be a little petty. I get it. He's got to be a little petty.
How would you rank? How would you letter grade timing? Just reading the room. What would you give DMac on his question there?
Is that what he was going for? Because preparations for the playoffs.
Well played.
Feels a little early for that, but also
there are 3 contests remaining, right?
There are. I mean, there's also the idea that you can beat Jacksonville and potentially have the 1 seed sewed up before Christmas. You can go to Kansas City and beat Gardner Minshew and the Chiefs. Now that Mahomes is done with an ACL, and you play that on a Thursday, okay? You play that on a Thursday. You can rest starters against the Chargers. You then have a bye.
Can't do that.
And then
you can't rest starters against the Chargers because that was my key to a successful season this year for the Denver Broncos.
Sweeping the Chargers.
No, just at least getting 1 against Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, okay.
And so you can't do it.
Yeah, Jim got another good one yesterday, didn't he?
Although I'll say this:
that
you want the Chargers in the playoffs, don't you? If you're the Broncos.
I don't know. Do you?
Yes. They're the Chargers. It's Herbert. What do they do every year in the postseason whenever they get there? They Charger it, man. And they're also banged the ever-living heck up, too.
Yeah, but that game yesterday, just a week earlier against Philly, I picked the Chargers to beat the Chiefs yesterday because I was just like that. This team, as tough as that team is, I think the Chargers are scary. And they're also a bad matchup for whatever reason for the Broncos.
So do you do everything you can to eliminate them in a meaningless Week 18 contest?
No, I think if you're the Broncos, you 100% worry about health. You could essentially give guys 3 full weeks off of contact.
Not worried about ring rust at all.
Of course,
so you win on Sunday.
There's always an element of that, but if you have an opportunity to get guys as much rest as humanly possible at this time of year, you have to take it. Use it wisely, but you have to take it wherever you can.
You beat the Jaguars on Sunday at home.
And if the Patriots lose to Baltimore,
it's over.
Yeah.
Do you shut it down?
You can get careful right off the jump.
Bo Nix in his current form doesn't worry you, just to say, you know what? Hey, he's good. We'll see you in 3.5 weeks. That'd be 3 weeks.
I'm not that worried about that.
Okay.
I'm really not. I don't think it's just that Bo Nix is on a hot streak. And the reason why I say that is because he played so differently yesterday than he did in the Raider game. I know the Raider game, the efficiency numbers were very good.
He was solid.
Yeah, 31 of 38, but 215 yards. The version of him yesterday where he's
borderline erotic,
where he's making plays, is a vastly better version of. I've been waiting for that guy. Like when you look at plays and you're just like, no, let it go. He did yesterday. That's the player I've been waiting to see.
Krecker, you haven't loved Bo even this year.
No.
In terms of advanced analytics,
nope.
Even the eye test, it's been a tremendous defense.
Yeah.
And timely quarterback play in fairly rare periods of time from Bo Nix. Right?
I love the way he played yesterday. I want to make out with that quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
Whoa.
More than a smack on the rear kind of situation.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like second base type stuff.
No, that was that because it was all there.
Not HR violation stuff, but real second base.
It was good decisions with the football. It was making plays outside of structure. It was accurate throwing of the football. It was good footwork, getting his base underneath him, and a good arm on display. A lot of the inconsistency and erratic nature of his play, he mostly left that behind yesterday.
Okay. So,
outside of 4 throws that I didn't like, but 4 throws in 4 quarters, I can live with that.
Take anything before this season as history and context for the quarterback position.
Yeah.
So, you have to look at the current state of quarterback play in today, 2025-26's NFL.
Okay.
Is Bo Nix right now, today, a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League?
That guy yesterday was.
I agree.
That guy yesterday was. If he's that, because if he's that, then you can win games where your defense doesn't completely shut down the opponent.
Was there anything fluky about what we saw yesterday?
I don't think so.
I don't either.
Again, what I saw yesterday, and it's okay. Does Bo Nix benefit from having one of the best offensive lines in football? Of course he does.
But does he have Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase and T. Higgins?
No. He didn't even have Christian Watson. And Cortland Sutton's a really good player.
He doesn't have the speed of number 9 from the Green Bay Packers.
No, he's more of a surgeon. He's more of a technician as a route runner, and he's got great hands. He's got great ball skills. But Cortland Sutton doesn't burn dudes. That's not how he makes plays. That version of Bo that played yesterday, though, consistently just making the right decision with the football and looking to be aggressive, okay? While also not taking any sacks and with a little bit of good fortune, not throwing any interceptions. That guy yesterday. Now, this is the other thing that I know about Bo Nix, is we have seen games, Carolina and Atlanta last year. The first Chiefs game this year where you're just like, oh, the corner is turned. And then the inconsistency can again rear its ugly head a little bit. So I'm not convinced of just oh, this is what Bo Nix is every single week now. But I know he's got that in him. That dude that was out there yesterday, we've never seen that before.
The only time we saw it was against the Chiefs D squad at the end of last season.
Yes.
Was it not? I mean,
he carved him up.
That's what it felt like yesterday over the course of 4 quarters, but you did it against a team that came in as a top 5 defense in the NFL.
Actually, really good defense.
You ended up playing one of the best pass rushers in pro football.
Mm-hmm.
And he did his.
He sure did. And Rashawn Gary had a good game, and Quay Walker, you watched him flying around. There's good players all over that Packer defense.
Boy, that's a banged-up team, though, man.
They really
there
are.
So many guys that were getting banged up in that game.
Yeah. No, that team, it's, already without Tucker Kraft, and this is another thing that at this time of year, and I know there's a Brandon Jones injury that we got an update on today, and it doesn't look awesome, but
PJ Locke,
one of the
pretty good
player.
He's worthy of a rear smack.
And in the NFL, oftentimes the healthier teams are the teams that win at this time of year. And the Broncos have had great fortune in that regard. But they're also playing up to the standard that they need to play to. Yeah, this team now, in this season, where no Mahomes in the playoff, no Joe Burrow in the playoffs, maybe no Lamar Jackson in the playoffs, like, go get it right now. Because you can do it with as good as your defense is, and again, a quarterback that is going to go out and put out that kind of performance. Now that I know that he's capable of that, it's like, okay, this team can go do some damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have Bo Nix after yesterday's game and a 12-2 record in the Sanford quarterback power ratings that have zero contextual. 22 doesn't matter.
Yeah.
19 doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I have Bo Nix as the third best quarterback in the National Football League.
Where do you have his sweet-haired opponent for next week? One Trevor Lawrence.
Just outside of the top 5.
That dude balled out yesterday. I know it was the Jets, but he's been on a heater as well. This is going to be another fun matchup next
Stafford 1, Allen 2, Nix 3, Caleb Williams 4.
Okay.
And number 5, I had Jared Goff. The only reason, he's an 8-6 quarterback that there's been some inconsistencies.
No love for C.J. Stroud. He balled out yesterday too.
Just outside.
Yeah, that was another good performance.
It's another guy that Bo Nix has outdueled.
Brock Purdy again balled out yesterday. Mm-hmm. Any love for Tyler Shuck?
The Shucker.
The Shucker had a good one yesterday.
He's a sneaky Shucker and Jacoby Brissett, sneaky good fantasy football takes.
Your old buddy Kellen Moore is building something right now. The little bit of culture going on right now with the Saints. Win games late in the year. Show you got a little bit of fight in you. Spoil the Carolina Panthers season. Good for Kellen Moore. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, you need to shop every team in town. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. It is a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Great hour with the Sandman. Andy jumps on now here. Andy, hi.
Yeah, we're going to give it a go.
Yeah.
I've got inhalers. I've got steroids.
He's juicing, folks.
I've got everything. Do not test me for anything right now.
This man
I will pop hot.
He will take performance-enhancing drugs in order to get through this radio show.
I think by tomorrow it'll sound a little more normal, but we will see.
Okay.
I thought by today I wouldn't need to go to the doctor again.
I would have really thought that.
We'll see. We'll see.
I've done more doctor visits than Christmas shopping over the last 3 weeks.
You are hopped up on a lot of stuff right now, so let's dive right into it. Andy, how you feeling after that one? Give me the feeling from inside the Lindahl brain.
Well, driving in, I was like, oh, I can't wait to tell Nate how I feel about things, blah, 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 blah. And then you had all my thoughts, so I don't know. I don't know.
Did I convey everything you were going to say
you
today?
and I felt so much the same way. Here's the deal. What I loved, like, everybody wants to dub it a bow lever, but what has frustrated me up to this point is I don't like robotic play.
Right.
I don't like the guy where I've been hard on Bo has been at times he's felt to me like the play has to be drawn up perfectly and he has to hit it in stride and call it in. And frankly, I think that's what Sean Payton wants. I think that's what he's after. I think that's why Sean loved him. You said it best. Yesterday, that was a guy playing football.
Yeah.
Okay? He's out there. I think he made some bad plays work. I think his improvisation has been off the charts. And look, we saw fourth quarter Bo all game long. I loved how carefree he was in a high-pressure game. That moment did not get to him. Now, there were big stakes yesterday. You wouldn't have known it looking at him. He was chill. He was doing his thing. Again, couple of those I love, and I feel bad for Micah Parsons, but that play where he knew right away the waggle isn't there, stops, wings it out. I mean, again, that's Bo. I just want to see, like you said, that Bo. Now, you pointed it out. He made some throws he probably shouldn't. Let's be honest, he probably should have been picked off a couple of times. I don't care. I really don't care. I will take that Bo, and if it leads to mistakes, so what?
I agree.
Because guess what? They got away with him yesterday.
Right.
And you know what? What got me so excited about that game yesterday was that was not Robot Bo, the Bobot or whatever. That was a dude playing football. That's really all I've wanted to see. And with his skill set, because let's be honest, he doesn't have Josh Allen's arm. He's never gonna, and it doesn't matter. He had so many beautiful throws yesterday. I love the one to Jordan Humphrey. I love the one to Franklin to Franklin. In the triangle of players, an exact play I saw Peyton Manning throw to Joel Dreesen once upon a time against the Raiders. But that one to Lil Jordan Humphrey, I don't think he makes that last year. I don't know if he makes that because that was tight coverage. It was a tight window. There was another corner on the outside. There was hip coverage in the pocket. He didn't care. He said, the hell with it. He fired it in there, and they scored. And again, if you're really going to take advantage of this defense and you're really going to be the team everybody wants you to be and thinks you are, in some cases, he's got to play – I don't want to call it reckless, but you got to take some chances. And let's be honest about it. In the Raider game, and you had the cut-ups of it, he took zero chances.
He was too
and
conservative.
That's what you were worried about.
He was too conservative, and it's like, okay, when is this guy going to cross the Rubicon and get to a place where he is trying to make the play? Like, one of the things that has happened in modern football parlance is efficiency has become sometimes, to me, the enemy of greatness, because guys will, I think completion percentages have been inflated by, well, let me take the quick out. All right. And I think that Bo Nix has, to me, too often been guilty of simply being way too happy to check down, way too happy to dink and dunk, when if he can hang in the pocket, give it one more beat, the play's it's gonna come open downfield, but you got to give it that extra beat. And I felt like too often this year, and the Raider game is a perfect example of it, the eyes dropped and it was just, okay, quick out. Boom, let me make this play. Or let me try and scramble and make a play right now, rather than hang in and let the play open up. And this is one where I have a feeling there was probably some really good film sessions between Davis Webb and Lombardi and Peyton and everybody that was in there talking to Bo and just going like, no, that one's there. That one's there, but you have to go and take it. The 6-yard out to R.J. Harvey is fine. It's fine. And it works great against the Raiders. It wasn't going to work yesterday because the Packers, especially in the first half of that game, they showed you like, no, you can move the ball on this defense. It can be done. Good quarterback play can work against this group, but it didn't matter. Honestly, Andy, like I anticipated a lower scoring game. If you would have told me on Friday the Packers are going to score 26 points, I would have gone, the Broncos are going to lose. But they didn't. And they didn't because they scored 4 touchdowns and 4 red zone trips because the quarterback played great and the offense was downright dangerous and really hard to predict yesterday, which is another thing I liked about it.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't know that Sean always made the best decisions on 4th down. I don't know that they always got in the – but you know what? Again, I would say at points, a lot of times Sean has schemed up great plays and maybe Bo hasn't taken advantage of. I think yesterday, I thought Bo bailed Sean out of some stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably the first time. And look, he's a young guy. That's why I say give everybody 3 years. That's my standard, 3 years. I think we saw an evolution of a player yesterday, knowing that he had to be a little bit different in a big game. And it got me real excited. The other, I know you guys did Smacks on the Rear, and I know Mike covered some of it as I was listening on my way in. And
but you're here. It's your radio show.
Of my pharmacies.
You got a rear to smack?
You want to talk about a guy that has turned into something? I'm giving a double 2-hand smack to Garrett Bowles.
Yeah.
Because before Micah Parsons went out yesterday, now look, did Garrett get a holding call on Micah Parsons? Yeah, he did. Yeah. Guess what? Mike is going to get at least one on everybody. Did you see?
Did he get away with a headlock on the throw to little Jordan Humphrey?
Yeah. But, I also saw.
Throw a flag.
I also saw one of our DTs with both hands up trying to run, going, guys, I'm clearly getting held from somewhere.
Another interestingly
they didn't call any of that.
Officiated NFL game yesterday.
But there was the one play where Garrett, and this is where, man, what a turnaround. He was blocking Micah, who was coming on the edge rush, obviously. Garrett had him. Micah started to get the edge. And it looked a little funny, but Garrett wouldn't have done this years ago. Garrett did you remember? He had his head in the way. Like he had his head in the ribs
whatever it takes.
Of Parsons and just ran with them, dropped his hands back to show the refs, I'm not holding the dude.
Yeah.
And did enough. I think Bo ended up getting to the outside, whatever. I can't remember where Bo went. I just remember thinking Garrett with his head bought enough time for that play to work. And it just is, that guy, he's got to make the Pro Bowl. I want him to make the Pro Bowl so bad this year.
I think he should be an All-Pro this year.
Oh, all right, I'm down with that too.
Because again, Bo Nix says, the third lowest pressure rate of any quarterback in the NFL. Give a lot of credit to Garrett Bowles on that. Also, I also think this is where Bo Nix deserves some credit, man. His elusiveness in the pocket was fantastic yesterday, and it's always pretty good. What happened to Micah Parsons sucks, but also what happened to Micah Parsons, a part of that is because Bo Nix is so friggin' hard to pin down. Micah had to take a weird, awkward step to the outside, and as a result of that, his knee buckled because he wasn't running in any kind of straight line. Now, I know these are freakish athletes that their legs do incredible things that, mere mortals like us can't even possibly imagine. But also, a part of why that happened is because trying to get a beat on Bo Nix is just really hard to do.
Well, it is. And the other thing I liked about what Bo did yesterday, Bo climbed the pocket really well.
Yeah.
Because he had
good
a couple
footwork
moments.
game.
You know what I loved? Another Bo play that I loved? He was getting a little too run to the right, You know what I mean? He had like 3 or 4 where he ran to the right, ran himself out of options, had to just chuck it out of bounds.
Yeah.
He started to do it on one, stopped, ran to the left.
That was the Humphrey.
Remember?
Yeah.
Then he went back and got and I was like, man.
That was right after the interception.
That's a guy, again, that shows you he's not rattled because he had the sense of mind to go, nope, let's not do that again.
Yeah.
Mid-play. And that's where you know a guy's not thinking and just playing. And I don't know. Look, that game was won because the Broncos offense traded enough punches until the Surtain play happened. The Surtain play flipped all the momentum.
Yep.
And
Changed
then
the
Bo
game.
finishing it off with a touchdown. It was kind of a combo of Surtain and Bo.
That drive is, I'll repeat it. I've said it 7 times today. I'll say it again. That's the best drive of Bo Nix's life.
Oh, I don't disagree. And that throw to finish it off.
The throw to Humphrey, the throw to Troy Franklin along the sideline, and the touchdown to Sutton were all just 10 out of 10. That was phenomenal quarterbacking.
I'll add another one in. For him to have to hang out with the jinglers, the big jinglers hanging down as he tossed that one on 4th down, the
Sutton.
exact same throw to Sutton.
Yeah.
Because I was not down with that call. I was like, you guys, I don't know if this is the right idea.
What are we doing here?
Yeah, and then Bo, again, that was one where I
Dropped it.
think Bo made it work.
Dime.
I'm not sure it was the right decision, but Bo was like, the hell with that. Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
Dime. Yep. And I guarantee you after 3rd down, he was like, damn it, I want that one back.
And you know what? He wasn't afraid to do it again.
It was awesome.
And I don't think the Packers thought he'd go that way again.
Jeff Legwold coming up right after this. We're going to talk to Jeff Legwold. We got the high five at 5 o'clock. A lot of news from around the league. Man, what a day yesterday in the NFL. Plus, we got Broncos Packers highlights. Relive it with Nance and Romo and Kreckman and Lindahl at 5:20 today on the show. Broncos 34, Packers 26. We're talking about it on a Rally House Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. On Mondays, we talk to Jeff Legwold. Leggy covering the Broncos and the NFL for ESPN.com. Leggy, 34-26. Broncos handle the Packers yesterday. Most impressive performance by this team all season long. I don't think I'm speaking out of bounds when I say that, considering opponent and just simply considering quality of execution that the Broncos had yesterday. To me, the story of that game is Bo Nix and the way that he played, averaged 8.9 yards per attempt, went out there and threw 4 touchdown passes, absolutely looked as aggressive and as comfortable as he has all season long. We've kind of been tracking this on a week-by-week basis. More jumbo packages, more work under center. Take us through it. What was the next step that you saw yesterday when you broke down the tape on this game?
Well, Nate, I think that I'd be remiss if I didn't say their protection was
phenomenal,
really good against a really good rush. And, and it said, I get it, the voting for the Pro Bowl and all that, I understand it. But for Garrett Bowles not to be anywhere, within shouting distance of a Pro Bowl slot, according to the fan voting, is a little weird to me. But they were great up front yesterday. And I think Nix, he talked a little bit about it after the game and about just sort of finding and understanding what's the intent of what Sean Payton is calling in different situations. And I think we may just be seeing, I know we often, all of us in this business, don't like to allow the time for things to sort of germinate, as it were. And I think Sean Payton and Bo Nix may just be finding that little area where they sort of, Bo understands why he's sending the play in right then, at that moment. And Sean is, I think, understanding more and more about what really makes Bo Nix comfortable. And I thought Nix's, from a fundamental standpoint, it was his best footwork game of the season.
Yep.
I tracked that pretty hard. I know people probably roll their eyes at me sometimes because off-platform and the rest of it is a big deal these days when people are analyzing quarterbacks. But I was taught long ago and still believe you play quarterback from the ground up in a lot of ways when you're throwing the ball. And it was his best game, and it showed, frankly. That was his best game as a pro in my mind.
Well, and you saw it in his accuracy, I think, more than anything else, Jeff, was when the footwork is good, his accuracy takes a big jump. What I loved about his performance yesterday was his willingness to push the ball to the intermediate parts of the field where, when you look at the numbers and Bo throwing to the intermediate parts of the field, he struggles there. That's not been a part of his game historically, and man, did he ever find it yesterday, and he found it against a really good zone-heavy kind of defense, which those have been the looks that have been giving him problems all year long.
Yeah, I mean, they played tons of zone, probably 85, 87% zone yesterday out of the Packers. And, down the hash, receivers out of the slot, the intermediate zone, that's all been trouble spots for Bo Nix this year. And, that game's a really good, something for him to look at and just sort of do the math. Okay, when I do this, this, and this, my chances of playing like that are much greater. And frankly, if you're going to do big things, that's how he has to play. He doesn't always have to throw for 300 or 4 touchdowns or any of that. But that down to down, I think that's how it has to look if they're going to do everything they want to do.
Look, I'm not saying that you did anything or influenced it, but sure does seem like since one Jeff Legwold wrote an article about maybe getting the plays in and maybe not having him get to the line of scrimmage under 10 seconds and maybe letting the young man be calm, it feels like they've made an asserted effort. Not perfect yesterday, but I did notice a lot of times he's at the line by 18 seconds or so.
Yeah, and I think that's big for him. They took that early timeout, and I think in previous games, I think Nix might have been a little angrier about that in the next few plays, but they all shook it off pretty well. But, there was that one very early timeout where they're subbing back and forth, and then everybody's unsure about who should be in the huddle. But they took care of that right away, and that's how you got to handle that. But I think when they get him to the line and give him some time, he's already proven it. He can play quarterback at the level they need him to play at. And there was one throw on the rollout too. I think when his footwork is good, his confidence is good, and that makes the rest of it good. That the one rollout whip throw is as good as he's made at any point in his career. And the touchdown to little Jordan Humphrey, that's elite stuff.
Yeah.
At the quarterback position. And that's the kind of stuff John Elway has always talked about. Not everybody's willing to make the throw that will win you the game. The touchdown, a couple of the touchdown throws are exactly those kinds of throws. And the fourth down throw to Sutton was spectacular catch too. But those are elite throws at an elite time of year against a really tough defense.
Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Leggy, one of my rules, you don't take greatness for granted, whether it's Jokic or Makar or McKinnon, and in this case, it's Patrick Surtain. The play that he made yesterday, the interception that he made, cutting off Christian Watson, again, it flipped the entire football game. He's the defensive player of the year. I do think at times, because of the position that he plays, you can forget about him. But that play right there, it's a complete game flipper. Number one, what in the world is Jordan Love thinking throwing that ball? But number two, again, like, you're an appreciator of defensive back play, Jeff. How many guys in the history of the game have you ever seen that could make that play?
There aren't many. I contend with the kind of speed it takes to run with Watson, one of the fastest players in the NFL, and to have the kind of length to make the catch. There might be one cornerback on the planet right now who can do that, and you saw him do it yesterday. It made me think immediately of the joint practice last year. Jordan Love is asked after that joint practice, what did you learn about the Broncos defense? And his answer that day, after he had tried Surtain almost for entertainment value on a couple plays, he said, Pat Surtain's really good. And I think Love thought he could sneak it in, but there is, in my mind, there's one corner in the game that could have had that kind of top-end speed to run with Watson in man coverage in the open field and still make that kind of interception in man coverage when you're not facing the ball, and have the length to pull it off. If a receiver had made that catch, we'd be putting it in, whatever list you're putting it on for that week's games. But even Bo Nix, who had, the best day of his career, said that was the play that changed everything. And just look at what happens after it. They outscore them 20-3 in the half. What'd the Packers have in the second half? 34 net passing yards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just ridiculous when you look at the personnel and the coaching and all the rest of it. But no, that was a game changer. And again, if you're going to have a really good season, the list of those plays can be found, and that will certainly be on this year's for the Broncos. Benito's bat down in Washington, their defensive players, when they've had to make those kinds of plays, have been up to that challenge.
All right. Packers, boy, they showed you how they can go from the outhouse or the penthouse to the outhouse with the injuries they got. Lost a top offensive lineman, lost their top receiver, lost their top pass rusher, all in one game that they ended up losing, and now they're in the final wild card spot in the NFC. Broncos don't want that same fate, but you got to have running backs. Can you update us on a Brandon Jones? I know Sternad, a lot of people are talking about Sternad, but that makes me nervous because I know Sternad's been really good in coverage this year. And RJ Harvey, I noticed the Broncos claimed somebody off of waivers from Houston. I wonder if Dameon Pierce wants to rethink his decision to join the Chiefs and not the Broncos. But do you have any updates on RJ Harvey, on Brandon Jones, and on Sternad?
Well, Jones has gone to IR, so that's 4 weeks or 4 games. So at minimum, I don't think it's known yet, or including by me, if it's gonna take surgery to repair. But he's missing the first playoff game at minimum and the rest of the regular season. So, again, you're talking about the Broncos right now have the top 3 players, the only 3 players in the NFL with 300 man snaps this year in the same secondary, and Brandon Jones is one of the 3. So this is going to influence what you can do on defense and how you do it. So, can Hufanga be as free to pursue everything if Brandon Jones isn't in the back, making sure everything's okay? So this will influence that, and it's 4 games minimum, no matter when that 4th game is, whether they get the postseason bye or not.
By the way, Jeff, just and a quick note on that, in terms of a center fielder, is that P.J. Locke's job, or does Jahdae Barron get a look? How do you think VJ plays this?
I think some of the run, and we've already seen that with Brandon Jones in the lineup even. Barron has played some of the run-fit safety spots for Jones already. So I think they would keep that going. And then Locke would handle a lot of what he played yesterday. But the Packers kept the Broncos in the base defense a lot, and some of the nickel looks were sprinkled in. But so I think Locke would get some of that base defense work, and then Barron will find some specialty work in there along the way.
All right, what's the concern with Sternad and Harvey?
Well, Sternad, he took a leg whip, and that's always tough. I think they were evaluating. The last I checked here today, they were still kind of evaluating that and seeing what's up. Harvey, they didn't take his helmet yesterday. It was a rib injury, but they didn't take his helmet or anything. He still was carrying that around. So I think we'll see what it looks like Wednesday and Thursday. But the fact they claimed a running back, but again, Schrader's only had 1 career carry, so that could be more of a just in case down the depth chart thing, and to practice too, to have some practice snaps. But again, that may not be a little clearer until Wednesday and Thursday.
Talking to Jeff Legwold here on a Broncos Win Monday. Troy Franklin, big bounce back game out of Troy Franklin. Sanford and I were talking about this in the first hour of the show, of this team. Bad habits don't really become huge problems with this group. This team is well coached in course correction, and I thought that Troy Franklin had a shaky couple of games. Pat Bryant goes out with injury, and then I thought Franklin was fantastic yesterday. Jeff, what did you make of his performance, and again, kind of what it means in the bigger picture of this team?
I think a couple things. First, what you're talking about. Look, Sean Payton is not every player's cup of tea, and he admits that, and players admit it. Everybody admits it. But the one thing without a doubt is there is accountability. If you keep doing the same things that they don't want you to do, guess what? You don't get to play, and it won't matter much how talented you think you are. And that's not always the case in a lot of NFL outposts. Sometimes talent overrides everything. And I think that's why they course correct so well. The penalties are still kind of a problem, but they're less of a problem than they were. I mean, they just sort of gradually keep chipping away at that. And I think Franklin yesterday is another example of this team has a kind of a weird reverse productivity thing going on. The more targets they get to Sutton, the better everybody eats.
Yeah.
Across the board, because it influences the coverage everybody else gets. And Sutton's had 5 games this year with at least 8 targets, and 3 of them, I think, or he had 5 in the first 10 games, and he's got 3 in the last 4. So you pump the ball to Sutton more, and it helps everybody. And Franklin's at the stage now where in certain man coverage looks and certain zone looks, he's really good at finding the spot, especially in the red zone. I think he's become a pretty good red zone, move with Bo, make yourself available, and make a play when you have a chance.
Yeah, and he did yesterday, man. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. Read Jeff Legwold's stuff there, covering the 12-2 Broncos, the number 1 seed in the AFC, currently riding an 11-game win streak. So go to ESPN.com, get Legwold's coverage right there, the latest on the IR designation for Brandon Jones. Leggy, man, good stuff. We'll talk to you Friday.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwold with us on a Monday afternoon. Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. We got the Nuggets and the Houston Rockets in action tonight. Right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Plus, Monday Night Football will be over on AM 950. That is Miami and the Steelers. Critical matchup for that AFC North race after Baltimore had a nice bounce-back performance yesterday, blowing out the Cincinnati Bengals. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We're here with you on a Broncos Win Monday. We're smacking rears. We got highlights coming up at 5:20. It's all happening. The Broncos are awesome. The Nuggets are awesome. The Avalanche are freaking awesome. Yes, this is the place. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We do that right at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock. It's a Rally House Football Monday. Broncos victorious yesterday. 34-26 over the Green Bay Packers.
By the way, a couple of people have thrown out there, and I saw this on Twitter. I want to revisit this because I feel like you and I have we've kind of crossed this bridge, but I feel like I didn't think we'd have to cross it again, but maybe we do. Everyone wants them to call Justin Simmons because of the Brandon Jones injury. Do you think there's a world where Sean Payton wants Justin Simmons back?
No, I think he wants his team exactly as is right now.
Guys, I love the idea.
Yeah.
If it were me, absolutely that's what I'd do. But I'm just telling you.
Also, PJ Locke's a good player.
Yeah, he is. But you don't games
It's
sucks.
not ideal, but PJ Locke's a good player.
Well, and there's a couple of things at play here.
Jahdae Barron, play him more. He's a good player.
Yeah,
you
well,
notice him when he's on the field.
I try to tell people that think, you got to go look at the snap counts, and Jahdae Barron, I think, is playing more than anybody realizes. And what's great about it is you don't really notice because they're not throwing at him. He's not getting picked on like a typical rookie, right? Now, maybe that treatment's being saved for Riley Moss, and I'm with you. That was an absolutely criminal flag yesterday.
Just
awful.
Dude.
And then you know what really drove me
what
nuts?
Are we doing?
How about later on in the game where Matthew Golden has his arm out and he's basically pulling the other arm down, and that's not PI?
Just don't throw the flag. It's really easy to not throw the flag. Like, when it got thrown, when the flag went flying, and I was like, well, there must have really been something that I couldn't tell in real time. And then they showed it again, and I was like, wait, what did he do?
Yeah, that one PI. What are you talking about? Even Jim Nantz was pretty bitter about it.
It wasn't even intense hand fighting. It was like casual hand fighting. He just held the hand down. No, and I tweeted right after it of just like, maybe Riley Moss should just cut his hands off altogether. I don't know what the guy is supposed to do. He's had egregious DPIs this year. That was a pure reputation. That's
he
all
needs
that was.
to change his number next year.
Just something.
I'm not 21 anymore, you punks.
Exactly. Or, I don't know, get a really good tan or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. But that was such a bad flag. And then Josh Jacobs scores on a 40-yard touchdown run on the very next play. And it was, again, in that moment, down 23-14 in the third quarter, you're just like, oh, this is going in a bad direction right now for the Broncos. Down 2 scores right now, and they didn't really have any good answers for what Jordan Love was doing. And, they get a quick 3-and-out. I think it was a 3-and-out by the Broncos offense right after that, and the Packers got the ball back, and I was just like, okay, all right, this is the way this game is going to go. And then my guy, Air Jordan, decided right then and there, time to chuck it.
Yeah, which he should not have done.
He should not have done.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it worked out really well for the Broncos, but he decided, okay, I want to take a and hey, you know what? Historically, okay, maybe that's a good shot opportunity in the game. All right, really, not against that guy. You don't get to do that against Patrick Surtain. He is going to make you pay right there, and he did. That play was so good, man.
The other one I got to give a shout out to, even though it's not a Bronco play, how freaking good was the Josh Jacobs catch against Singleton in the end zone? What else are you to do?
It was against Greenlaw.
It was Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Because Greenlaw got up on the replay. I was like, why didn't Greenlaw just poke it out? Then I realized not only did he try to poke it out, he tried to rip his arm down. He couldn't do either. What a play for that would have been a sick catch for a receiver.
Greenlaw had he had his arm like it was like hooked on the inside of Jacobs.
You literally can't do any more.
You can tell he was ripping it, and Josh Jacobs was just like, nope.
Not happening, pal.
I'm a big, strong football man. That's not going to work. Josh Jacobs is such a good football player.
God, I wish they could have got him a couple years ago.
Holy crap.
I don't think he would have thought.
That hit that Greenlaw had on him, too, was vicious, and Josh Jacobs, laughed about it and got up. Yeah, that guy's a Broncos killer for a reason. That's a really good football player.
Okay, I've been dying to ask you this question. Does yesterday's game, to me, should stop all the fraud talk, okay? It all needs to go away, and here's why. Yesterday's game was a classic of this is why I don't think the Broncos are the Matt Nagy Chicago Bear double doink team, okay? For those that don't remember, they had Mitch Trubisky, who had probably one of his, maybe his best year of his career, his rookie year. And just kind of things went their way. They got to 13-3. They get to the first playoff game in the divisional round. They get knocked out on the double doink. The Broncos aren't like that team because yesterday, not everything went their way. RJ Harvey fumbles early. Packers get up. Then they're down double digits. They face stuff that they don't like facing. Can't say they haven't faced it before because they faced it against the Giants. But again, this team just hangs around and waits for you to screw up and let them feel good, and then they take it to you. You know what I mean? I think since everybody all had their tents pitched over the Packers in their last 4 games, don't act like you're not impressed.
I also thought the Packers have been really good the last 4 games.
No, I get it. I'm so bitter because Jordan Love has just been so up and down for my fantasy team. But anyway, I'm just saying, you all thought that they were legit and should have been Super Bowl contenders. And let's be honest, those 3 injuries, I'm with you guys.
They're done.
Cooked. It's over. I'm
Yeah.
sorry to say it.
Good year.
But
not your year. Mhm.
But the Broncos got down to what was at least an equal opponent, and according to Vegas, a superior opponent, and they didn't flinch. Moment wasn't too big. Nobody got upset. They kept playing their game, and they end up winning by what, 8?
Yep.
Yeah.
1 by 8.
So don't call them frauds. Can't call them frauds.
Oh no, that performance yesterday.
They're going to be battle tested come playoff time.
And that's the kind of game where you kind of find that, right? Because first half of again, 16-14 at the half, you're down. You didn't sack Jordan Love once. Really, Jordan Love kind of mostly did whatever he wanted to do in the first half of that game. Good job in the red zone defense. He made a huge stop on a 3rd and 1. Smack on the rear, Talanoa Hufanga, by the way. That play that he made where he just blasted the tight end straight back into Josh Jacobs.
That was unreal.
It was so great.
And then he gives that guy a concussion.
Yeah, folded him in half.
That is safety play from a day gone by. That's, you know what? I want
Car
a jersey
crash.
of his so bad.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I can bring myself to go strutting around in a 9. The 9 ain't hit me right.
Andy, you're now the proper size to wear a number 9.
Yeah, you're right.
You have officially moved into you can pull off a single-digit jersey
I
now.
appreciate that. I'm proud of it. I still don't want to wear it. I don't know. 9 doesn't hit me right.
Okay.
9 feels like it's a kicker or you're like backup quarterback.
Okay. Yeah.
You got a favorite number 9?
A favorite Niner?
The old 9. Spring?
It was my brother's varsity soccer number. He's probably my favorite player ever to wear number 9.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Your brother's my favorite player too. I ain't got a lot of 9s that pop to mind.
He was a strong Niner out there.
What? Who's been the Avs' best 9? Who's the best
Duchesne.
Denver 9?
Matt Duchesne.
Yeah, everybody hates him.
Was Paul Correa a 9?
Yeah, but he didn't do jacks.
That's
come
what
on.
I got for you.
Well, no, I appreciate you weighing in, but it just proves to me that 9 is just it's a mid number, bruh.
DJ LeMahieu was a 9.
That might be the best 9 in Denver history. See, this is perfect for Nate Kreckman.
Yeah, now I'm starting to dig into it a little bit. Matt Duchesne is the number 9 in Avalanche history. Evan Rodriguez wore number 9 for a year.
Not much to remember.
Okay. So not great Avalanche
I think
history
Treadwell
right
was a
there.
9. Which I love Dave, but wasn't the best, Jason Elam, I think, is the best kicker in Bronco history. Someone said Jim McMahon. I ain't got no feelings for McMahon. What do you think about that?
He was the punky QB.
Yeah.
Known as McMahon.
Ooh, Mike Ricci was a 9. Is that true?
Wait a minute. Is this right? Vinny Castilla was a number 9?
Yeah, somebody threw that out there. Oh, Mark said Burrow is a 9. Well, Burrow's my favorite 9, but he didn't play here.
Yeah, I think Vinny wore number 9 most of his career, so I think he takes the Denver crown, right?
He does, but Mike Ricci is a real solid number 9. If you like a toothless power forward with a mullet for days.
Yeah, DJ was a 9er, as was Daniel Murphy, who replaced DJ LeMahieu. Brenton Doyle is a current number 9. He had a very good second half of the year.
Is he still with us? Yeah, he is.
He is.
Who got let go? Tolia.
And Warming Bernabel, I think, is
Yeah,
gone
what happened
now,
with
isn't
that?
Yeah, they didn't.
Well, warming Bernabel was all right.
I was warm to him.
Was there ever a Nuggets number 9?
I enjoyed warming Bernabel. I watched a great video the other day, by the way. It was Kendall Gill getting interviewed, and it was Kendall Gill was giving you hardest guys to guard that he faced in his NBA career, and like it's he's doing his top 5, and so this is flying Illini, Kendall Gill, okay, so he's Vince Carter and Grant Hill and MJ, and Reggie. He's like giving all these dudes. Number 1 on his list, Mahmoud. He said that was the toughest cover that he ever had in his NBA career. That Mahmoud was too fast, too shifty, could get his shot too quickly, and just a guy like a standard solid NBA wing defender like Kendall Gill, who was a good player, he could not hang with Mahmoud to save his life.
Mahmoud is probably maybe one of the more underappreciated Nuggets of all time, and certainly, I don't know. I think people that didn't see him forget. I mean, what a shooter. What a shooter. By the way, Kendall Gill, elite haircut. Elite
very
fade
much so.
box. I always wanted that. The white guy hair isn't set up to give you the sweet fade box. It turns into like a bad Army hairdo real quick.
Number 9 in Nuggets history, not particularly proud.
Give me something.
Tariq Abdul-Wahad.
Well, there's the name.
There's the name.
That's a guy.
Iguodala was number 9 in 2013.
Yeah, that would have been cool till apparently he ratted everybody out.
Jeremy Grant was number 9 the COVID year.
Well, we like him, but he left.
Remember Davon Reed?
Can't say I do.
G League guy, two-way player.
Got in every now and again.
Yeah, Davon Reed, tough defender. He wore a number 9. Justin Holiday was a couple of years ago.
Justin was kind of fun.
And Dario Saric.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. He never played.
He never see when a guy when he never takes his warm up off, you don't actually know what number he is.
had no idea.
You got your Valanciunas somehow though.
That's exactly. We'll take it. Nuggets Rockets tonight. Can't wait. Altitude Sports Radio. All of the NFL injury updates and so much more coming up next. All right, let's dive into it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL on a Rally House Football Monday. Broncos take care of the Packers yesterday. They are 12-2. They are probably a win, maybe 2 wins away from locking up the 1 seed in the AFC. Let's dive into it. Mark Springer, let's go.
Hey, who beat the Packers yesterday?
The Broncos!
They sure did.
Oh, man, big day for the drinking game yesterday, by the way. If you were playing along at home, you were buzzed.
I was drunk. Hey, let's hear from Sean Payton. He talked to the media today, and he was asked, why has the Broncos offense in recent weeks, and then certainly yesterday, have they been able to sustain longer drives?
Well, a couple things. I think we've reduced some of the pre-snap penalties, although we had another false start yesterday. We had a holding, but I think when you look at our first and second down efficiency, we rarely were in 3rd and long, and we often converted a first down after first or second down. So that was important.
Along those lines, he mentioned the penalties. They did, it was a hold on Bowles, got him in a 1st and 20. And it was like, oh, they're behind the sticks. This is no good. And then that was the play where Bullard threw Troy Franklin down on his head and got an unnecessary roughness and a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down, and the Packers shot themselves right in the foot. The Broncos take a hold because Garrett Bowles is just trying to keep Bo Nix on his feet with Micah Parsons beating him, but then the Packers go and do something stupid, and it's just like, okay, and Denver's able to take advantage of that. So you didn't get killed by that one. Yeah, you had a false start yesterday, but largely pretty clean operation out of the Broncos. And again, the Riley Moss DPI, I know it's not an offensive penalty, but that's one of those penalties you go to the sideline and coaches just look at you and go, don't do anything different. Just keep doing it. They shouldn't have thrown that flag. Continue to play your game. So, largely clean operation out of the Broncos yesterday, which always helps.
Yeah, look, for the most part, I like the plays. I like the play calling. I thought you kind of talked about it earlier with Coach. I like that they stuck with the run. I like you thought that maybe that that fumble by R.J. Harvey was going to bury him to the dungeon like we'd seen in years
and
past.
I'm glad it didn't.
So
that's one of those things too. And I know a coach has to read the situation. But anytime I see anybody fumble in the NFL and then it's like, oh, that guy's in the doghouse, it's just like, I think it's a miracle every time they don't fumble in that league.
Well, and
everyone's just ripping at the ball. It's just vicious and violent in there. If you're a running back and you can tote the rock and not drop it, that's impressive to me.
He didn't do it again either.
He didn't.
And listen, they're too far down their depth chart to be able to do anything else.
Yeah, so what are you going to do? We all like the Jaleel McLaughlin story. You're not going to give him 15 carries all of a sudden because R.J. Harvey fumbled.
No, and Bidet got blown up on a couple attempted blocks. It just is what it is.
Harvey didn't, again, the totality of the performance by R.J. Harvey was nothing special yesterday, but he gave you what you needed. He had some first down carries. He scored a touchdown. He gave you what you were looking for.
You know what I need? I need R.J. Harvey and then a little more. You got back to some creative usage of Marvin Mims.
Yeah, it's good
Please,
yesterday.
Let's do that.
Good jet sweep yesterday. That was a vicious hit, by the way. Whew, that was one of those. It didn't surprise me. Mims had to leave the field for a little while after that one. I think he was a little woozy after that one.
Look, I know it was one of the throws Bo wants back, and hopefully they hit it in the future. He could not have been more wide open on that play, though.
Yeah. No, it was that was
get the man involved.
Really good Marvin Mims performance. So yeah, that's what's going on with the Broncos and their drives. What's going on with the Broncos and their injuries, Spring?
High five. Quick a roster note. They have claimed running back Cody Schrader off of waivers from the Texans.
Related to Jay Schrader?
No.
Andy, remember Jay Schrader?
I do.
Former Raiders quarterback guy.
He also played for the Washington team one time when they came to town to play the Broncos, I think.
Spelled Schroeder, pronounced Schrader.
Who was the guy that won their Super Bowl for? Mark Rippon? I think Schrader played before Rippon.
For football team?
Uncle of Brett Ripien.
That's friend of the program, Mark Rippon. Yeah, our buddy.
The Broncos injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The Broncos have placed Safety Brandon Jones on injured reserve. He got hurt in the win over the Packers. So it's PJ Locke time. Sean Payton today was asked how he thought PJ Locke did filling in for Brandon Jones.
Good. I thought real well. He's played a lot of football.
Boy,
Good.
he really has a tone of the good.
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 Great. Super.
Good.
Uh-huh.
Don't you have like he's got one more kind of more positive good?
I got several goods.
Let's hear them.
Give me a second.
They're not just on the page.
You know how many drops I have?
Dude, this show, maybe that's just us. Maybe we're just too tickled by dumb things that we hear all the time. But like that, it really like Spring. I'm sure when the producers get together and have beers and complain about all the hosts here on the station, I bet you Spring's complaint is just like they can't get over this dumb crap. They're just too amused by it.
Good.
There it is. Good.
What? Sean
You like
Payton,
good too? I have this labeled as good too.
Good 2 is his good. Like good.
Good too. Good.
Compare good 1 to good 2.
Good.
All right, hold on. Here's good 1.
Good 1.
Good.
Here's good 2.
Good.
Yeah. You can hear a smile in his voice on that good.
Here's today's good.
Good.
That was a good.
It's a combo of both goods.
By good standards, that was not bad.
Yeah. The first one's kind of a bad good, but I'm going to tell you good. Today's good was, it's fine. That other good is, yeah, good.
Andy, I'm going to make a comment here, and I may rue this comment on the Brandon Jones injury. This one feels pretty survivable to me.
I hope so.
He's a good player.
Real good player.
Good.
He's
a good player.
He's a good player.
But I think PJ Locke is also a good player.
Yeah.
This team they have sustained through cornerback injuries. They have dealt largely with any kind of significant injuries. They've had to do it at guard, but like this team is really deep. And I know like today is a big day in the national dialogue. This is a big Josh Allen appreciation day. Okay, fine.
Allen.
He's probably the best quarterback in the NFL. Give the guy all of his flowers. But if the Broncos if they're on a collision course with Buffalo, okay, would Josh Allen be the best player in that game? Yeah. 2 through 53. Give me Denver's roster all day long.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, I think Buffalo's showing you. I keep telling you, their defense, if I was in Buffalo, I'd be concerned about the D.
Yep.
And guess what? Right now, if Denver can keep doing what they need to do, Buffalo would have to come here. You're not going to Buffalo.
Exactly.
You're not dealing with the wind and the cold, and God knows what else they could throw at you.
No, you can come play a 72-degree game in the middle of winter in Denver, Colorado.
Apparently in January, we'll be back in spring, and there won't be ever snow any.
We'll just skip it all together. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
For the Packers, it is official, as we all assumed. Micah Parsons has, in fact, torn his ACL. He wrote on Twitter today, quote, "I may be sidelined, but I am not defeated."
Well, you are for now because you don't get to play football anymore. Brutal. Just a brutal injury. Andy, I think the Packers are toast. That does it. Like that player is such a difference maker. That player is, he's the old, what do they call it? The force multiplier that makes everybody else better on their defense.
Now, come on, John Fox, do the thing.
You subtract him and their defense is fine. It's not a bad defense.
No, yeah, but it's very pedestrian.
Exactly. Like you don't have the game wrecker. And he was wrecking the game yesterday.
Yeah, help me out here. You know how to look this stuff up quick. How many third and longs did they convert?
Denver?
Especially once Micah Parsons left, they weren't getting to Bo. I feel like Bo had 2 or 3 he had 3 or 4 where
no problem.
He had 6 or 7.
He was finding Lil Jordan. He was finding Cortland Sutton.
But third and longs, which is normally this team's Achilles,
right.
Not a problem.
Yeah, no, it actually was an ACL for Parsons, not an Achilles. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Speaking of ACLs, Patrick Mahomes.
You're not even getting any kind of laugh or
I
reaction to that.
ignored 6'7".
Yeah. And
So
I'm glad you did.
So
I'm not
Andy's
trying to
giving me no credit on the ligament joke that I made. Anyway,
What's this about ligature? Appendages? What?
Kreckman and Lindahl, you're home for all anatomical based humor in the afternoon.
Go ahead.
Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL very late in the loss to the Chargers. Then Gardner Minshew came in and threw a bonehead pick.
Sure did.
When the Chiefs were in field goal range to maybe tie that game and keep their playoff hopes alive. Didn't happen. They are eliminated from the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes is going to get a second opinion in Dallas from a Cowboys team physician to see if he can quicken that timeline.
Is that the most Texas thing ever? Most Texas guy thing ever of just like, I don't trust these Yankee doctors up here in Kansas City. I'm going down to Tejas.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the Chiefs doctors?
Yeah, it is a little odd. Was it too good of news? No, I'm going to Texas. I don't trust you. Seriously, where does this put him back next year?
The update that I saw earlier today was that no structural damage. It's a pretty clean ACL. I'm assuming he'll be ready by week 1 next year because that's what these guys do.
I had seen some speculation it'll be middle of the year, but I could see what you're talking about. Maybe he misses September, which they don't count anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And then, listen.
They'll ship him off. He'll go to Europe and get whatever God knows what shots into his knee. And he's ready by week 1.
What is that? Antler velvet or whatever? I don't know. Whatever it was.
Deer antler spray.
Yeah, that stuff. I saw a take by Devin McCourty on the NBC pregame show last night where he said he believes the next time that they are in the playoffs that they will have a completely different team.
I think they will.
Not only is this done, but Devin McCourty says the next great crew around Patrick Mahomes is in high school right now. You agree with that take?
I think that's...
Their offensive line is devastated. Their receivers are terrible.
I think that's a little dramatic. You can flip it around a lot faster in the NFL than that.
Yeah, but they got some contracts they're committed to.
But Andy, this is what I was telling you over the summer. This offensive line sucks. Who is the skill position player on that team that scares you? Outside, Rashee Rice is a good player. But that bonehead was suspended the first 6 games of the year. This is why I wasn't buying this team. You took a look at the roster and you were just like, yeah, you guys are frauds. You were 10-0 in 1-score games a year ago, and you're not actually that good.
Yeah, but the Blair Witch is gone. Travis Kelce's left standing in the corner with the snot bubble in his nose.
That's what I'm saying, man.
He's done too, right? He's retiring, isn't he? Did you see where he kind of gave a little tap to the wall? People are reading into a lot of his, had a very melancholy, to say the least, walk-off.
He's old, man.
Yeah.
And I give that guy all the credit in the world. Like, he's a good 35-year-old NFL tight end. How much longer can you keep doing that, though? Here's what I'll also say, okay? This is also the time of year in the NFL where when guys get interviewed and they're just like, I don't want to talk about the future, and they just look like they're broken and defeated because their bodies are just... Right now, these guys are they're sewn together, shot up Frankensteins out there just trying to battle their way through games. They get into an off season, they rest, they start to feel a little bit better, and that's when they get crazy enough to be like, well, there's a lot of money in coming back and doing this again.
I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to be on a yacht in Monaco with his brand new wife going, I don't want to come back to the States.
Yeah, but like...
He's going to go full of, who's the old...
But he's got the rest of his life for that, you know? Like, do you remember, like, Roethlisberger's last few years, and every time they'd interview him at the end of the year, he's just like, I don't know. You know?
But that dude was a drama queen. he loved it.
Aaron Rodgers. But Stafford has sounded like this in the last couple of years, and now he's absolutely balling out. Exactly. Like the idea of, I don't know how I get myself back to this place. And then they go and, to your point, they sit on the yacht and they have a few cocktails and they're like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I can go do it again.
Yeah, but Travis is about to have a wife that does not need him to do anything. Literally nothing.
Yeah, but I don't know how attractive that is. If you're psychotic enough to put your body through an NFL career, I don't think you're one of those people that's just like, nah, I'm good.
Nah, I hear you, but I also think he's accomplished everything he needs to accomplish.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
I mean, I feel like again, even John Elway, the allure of 3 in a row wasn't enough to bring him back.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, yesterday in Seattle, Phillip Rivers, 18 of 27 passing, 120 yards, 1 touchdown.
Way to go, Phil.
1 pick. Sacked once. I think it was the painted logo at midfield that got him.
Yeah, he slipped on the Seahawks logo at midfield.
That was his only sack that he took. How about that? Colts lose 18-16. Did take a late lead, and it's been announced Phillip Rivers will start for the Colts Monday Night Football against the Niners 1 week from tonight, even though I saw that Anthony Richardson has been cleared to resume football activities.
Yeah,
well, they still need a backup quarterback.
You're not gonna play Anthony Richardson over Rivers. Like, they gave Seattle a game. I was impressed with him, man. He was everything you thought he would be, but also, like, he was successful. He was able to pull off what he could do as a 44-year-old NFL quarterback.
You survived an NFL game at 44.
Yeah.
My cap tips to you, sir.
Go get him again, man.
Good for you.
Yeah. Poor clock management cost the Colts at the end. Seattle ended up pulling out that game. Congratulations if Jason Myers is on your fantasy team. You probably won your playoff matchup yesterday thanks to his 6-for-6 field goal kicking game for the Seahawks.
You know, I had to lose to Moj in the stupid fantasy league again yesterday because Joe Burrow decided he wouldn't do jack squat.
Oh, yeah. Bad Burrow
I don't
game.
really. You know what? It's one of the. If you have a fantasy team out there, don't you just. All you ask, if you can't win, is to just look at it and go, I played the best team I could. There's not 40 points sitting on your bench that could have swung that thing. I played the best team I could, Nate.
Didn't
My
matter.
team largely sucked.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, my team's falling apart badly.
Yeah, but you had a bye week, didn't you?
I did have a bye this week. Yes, number 1 seed going into the playoffs, and yet we're hobbling in.
I can't believe I had to take a second loss to Moj. He had like 3 buys on. I was like, he's not even paying attention.
You lost to Moj twice?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh.
Well, you remember, I went like 0 for 10.
Yeah, you had a bad start.
I've only joined. You know what? I pulled a nice Rockies where I gave you a September to remember.
You're this year's Saints. You're plucky.
Sure.
You're
costing
plucky.
myself draft picks left and right.
Exactly.
Why do I need draft position? We're trying to win. You shouldn't be.
Build your culture right now. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're going to relive the Broncos' victory over the Packers. Highlights with Jim Nantz and Tony Romo coming up next. Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction, Planet Open Box, last-minute gift ideas. It is right there right now at Roller Auction's website. That is roller.bid. If you got a gamer in your life, they got a phenomenal selection of video game equipment, controllers, headsets, microphones, and so much more. I'm not a gamer, so I don't really know what I'm talking about right now, but I can tell you this stuff looks great, and it's available at fantastic prices. So go to Roller Auction's website. That is roller.bid and check it out. Plus, they got Apple AirPods that are available for well below store cost. So go to roller.bid right now and make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because one lucky listener that registers at roller.bid/altitude is going to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the St. Louis Blues on New Year's Eve in a catered suite. That could be you. You just got to sign up to bid and get on the email list at roller.bid/altitude. Injuries be damned. Broncos go out and beat the Packers yesterday. They are 12-2. The playoffs are secure. The 11-game win streak continues. The 12-game home win streak continues, Andy. If only the Nuggets would win games when they play in this city, we'd really be cooking. The Avalanche never lose at home. The Broncos never lose at home. Hey, Nuggets, go beat Houston tonight.
You don't like 12 on the road? Are they going for 12 in a row on the road? Have they hit it?
They're at 11 in a row on the road after they beat Sacramento the other night. I do believe they are the first team in the history of the NBA to be on a 10-plus game road winning streak while riding a 4-plus game home losing streak.
Yeah, really.
It's never been done before.
It's a weird one.
I think they're 6-4 at home this year and like 12-2 on the. It's insane. So anyway, Nuggets, go handle it. I know Houston's tough, but go take care of it tonight. Kaz has the call for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. Let's relive a Bronco victory yesterday against the Green Bay Packers. We start in the opening quarter of the game, Andy, and really only one highlight to hit in this first quarter. That was our old buddy, Brandon McManus, the McManimal, converting early on in that game. It was a lengthy field goal, to be sure, 53 yards, but it gave the Packers the first score of the game after the R.J. Harvey fumble.
McManus from 53 hugs the upright and is good.
He did hug the upright, Andy. That was the kick was forced, by the way, on the 3rd and 1. That was the Hufanga stop when he blasted the blocker directly into Josh Jacobs. So good start for the Broncos defense right there. Held Green Bay to a field goal. Held Green Bay to a lot of field goals yesterday, which is, again, a big part of, why they won the game. You can live with a 53-yard field goal after an early fumble. Broncos went 3 and out. Packers got the football back. By the way, on the next drive, this was Riley Moss had a great pass breakup on Romeo Doubs on 3rd down, forced yet another field goal by Brandon McManus. So an 89-yard field goal drive for Green Bay. They were up 6-0. Broncos get the ball back, and they assembled their first touchdown drive of the game. This drive, by the way, Andy, it started with a shot of the owner's suite with a look of consternation on the face of Condoleezza Rice. Drink at that point in the game. That's an absolute layup anytime the Broncos are playing, though.
Yeah, I tweeted this out at one point. I think every prop that we've ever had for the Kreckman and Lindahl drinking game, I mean every prop
came
in
home
the
yesterday.
History showed up yesterday.
Yeah, we had a hold on Bowles. We had a full start on McGlinchey.
Yeah, we had it all.
It was all
everything from the archives.
DPI on Riley Moss.
Yeah, we had the Larimer Square shot. You called that.
Sure did. We had skiing shot. That was a 2-drink shot yesterday on the ski shot. We got it all,
Funny
man.
Tony Romo noises annoyed Jim Nantz.
Yep. It all came home, yes. Although, did we have any Bober throws yesterday?
Technically, yes. Thought he had one deep that, kind of.
Okay.
Not as egregious as in the past.
I guess the 3rd and 2 he did overthrow Sutton, but then they converted on a 4th and 2 on the same
Good call.
throw. Yeah, there you go. So that was the Bover throw. That was the one. So yeah, they pretty much all came home yesterday. But here we go. This drive ended successfully. Michael Bandy, I had read the email the day earlier that he was activated, and then I completely just washed it out of my brain before kickoff on Sunday, so I was surprised when they called his name.
3rd and 3. There's the legs go. Going to throw it instead. He's going to make the connection with Bandy in the end zone for the touchdown.
That drive, by the way, had a great 3rd and 7 read to find Lil Jordan, and then the Nix to Bandy touchdown. Crossing route, great patience by Bo Nix. Waited for Bandy to open up. Knew it was a tutty the moment he let that thing go. 7-6, Broncos on top.
Use the legs, go. Instead, he's going to throw a touchdown to Michael Bandy.
Didn't see that one coming. And
I didn't know Bandy was active or even still in the roster, if I'm being honest with you.
Like
Did
I
you?
said, I read the email, and then I forgot.
I didn't even read the email.
Good job.
I mean, I saw Sam Ellinger got elevated, and I was
Okay.
like, why are we doing that? Any idea why?
Why Bandy played?
No, Ellinger got elevated. He was like active yesterday.
Well, you know what? When you turn down a chance to be on the Colts, you get rewarded with a game day roster, I suppose.
But he got addressed either way. He's always been the emergency, I thought.
I don't know. Was Stiddy hungover? I don't know what was going on with him. Who knows? Let's continue on with the second quarter of that game. Let's just play this highlight. Jordan Love with his best throw of the game to Josh Jacobs.
Now you got 3rd and goal from 15 out.
And you know they're coming after you. This could be a screen right here. I might run something fast.
Love looking downfield, lofting to the end zone. It's Jacobs with the catch. Oh, my goodness. What a grab by the running back with Greenlaw in coverage. And the Packers have found the end zone for the first time today.
Okay, so Andy, 3rd and goal at the 15. The play prior to that on 2nd down, there was a holding flag on Green Bay. Peyton declined the penalty to set up 3rd and goal at the 15, and Jordan Love made him pay for it. Did Sean Payton, let's not worry about result, let's just talk about process. Did Sean Payton make the right decision?
I think he did. I'd have done the same thing.
Yeah, I agree.
It was a 3rd and goal from the 15.
From the 15.
And you and I talked about it earlier. That couldn't have been, that was an all-pro, all-NFL, highlight of the year type play.
It was a great catch.
Josh Jacobs had Greenlaw ripping on his hands, trying to knock the ball away, right there in coverage. You don't see receivers, you don't see Pro Bowl receivers making that catch. That was up there with Justin Jefferson. That was amazing. What are you going to do?
Yeah, 13-7 Green Bay. Broncos take over at their own 28. Biggest throw of this drive, a 2nd and 2 dime to Cortland Sutton, and then the drive ended with the Bo Nix bullet to Lil Jordan Humphrey.
2nd and 2 inside 4 minutes, first half. Nix wide open is Sutton. Sutton holds on to it with 2 hands down to the 22-yard line. That is a pass play for 42 yards. Here he is on 2nd and goal. Nix throwing, goal line. And it's a touchdown. Little Jordan Humphrey.
The name Lil Jordan gave Jim Nantz a little bit of a problem. Hold on. Wait a minute. This guy's name is what? All right.
He had to make sure you give it the 2 T's.
Yes.
Little. Nah, Lil's fine.
Lil's fine. It's Lil.
It's Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Love that double move by Sutton on Keyshawn Nix, and he bit on the double move. Perfect throw. Sutton is such a good route runner. This was also, remember, Troy Franklin got jobbed out of the touchdown. Knee didn't actually touch. He should have scored, but they whistled it dead. Whew, that was almost a pick 6 by Valentine for Green Bay, but it didn't get there. And it all ended well for Denver. Great throw. I love that throw by Bo Nix. Just an absolute fastball. Walker, Valentine, and Bullard were all right there. I mean, tight window, all in coverage, and Bo just laced it in there. When his feet are set, he's got the arm to make any throw that you need him to make. 14-13, Broncos on top. Green Bay would kick a field goal before the end of the half, 16-14. At the break. Pretty good first half for Bo Nix. 11 of 12, $122, and 2 tutties. He had a 148.6 passer rating in that first half. Jordan Love was quite good as well. Threw for 215 and a touchdown in that first half. We go to the third quarter, first drive for Green Bay, and it starts with a terrible penalty on Riley Moss, and it ends with a Josh Jacobs 40-yard touchdown rumble. Didn't look good for the home team right here.
3rd and 4, rushing 4. Love again. Down the field. Well done. Batted down by Moss. Uh-oh. There is the flag. And he's looking around. He gets so many flags on him.
Pass interference. Defense number 21. Ball's placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
He was defending Matthew Golden.
Well, you see, it's just a simple go route. He turns around. Oh, man.
I mean, there's not much. Well, he's holding his arm right there.
Yeah, but every DB does that. That doesn't affect the play. I mean, he gets flagged so much, like you said.
You know, and the officials.
But everyone throws at him because
the officials know that. They see the reports. They know, watch out for this guy. That one, 25-yard penalty. I've seen a lot less.
Yes.
Go.
I don't think that was pass interference.
Meanwhile, Jacobs, no one near him, taken off. Jacobs to the end zone for his longest touchdown run of the season.
23-14 Pack. Andy, I just I couldn't find a justification for that penalty.
No.
I just flat out couldn't. There's pass interference. It's a tough judgment call, and you got to make it quickly. And I think the officials get killed a lot of the time because you can look at it and you go, all right, 50-50, 40-60, 30-70, whatever it may be. That one was just 1-99. You touched his hand. They always do. If that's PI, then every freaking throw in the NFL is PI.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was shocked they called that, although maybe I shouldn't have been. Yeah, it was a bad call.
And Jim Nance,
dude, it's a bad call.
Jim Nance makes the reputation case. Fine. If anything, maybe the pass breakup on Dobbs was probably more egregious than anything he did on the coverage right there on Golden, and I didn't think either of them were penalties, and they didn't throw the one on Dobbs.
Well, and we talked about the fact that Golden, later in the game, literally held someone else's arm down so he could catch the ball.
Right.
Didn't call that one.
Which is what they always do. This is what receivers and DBs do. No, that's one where I assure you that back judge, when he rewatches the tape on that one, he's going to go, I shouldn't have thrown that one. Yeah, that's a bad call, and he'll know it. But it results in a 40-yard touchdown run, and it's 23-14. And the Broncos promptly go 3-and-out. This is a bad point of the game for the Broncos. This is where it's okay, they haven't been able to stop Green Bay from scoring yet in this game. In the very least, they're going to put together a field goal drive. If they score a touchdown right here, this is a 30-14 game, and it's looking rough for the home team. But that's not what happened. Jordan Love decided he wanted to test the best cornerback on planet Earth on a deep shot to Christian Watson. How did it play out?
Don't miss the biggest comedy event of the year, the SpongeBob movie, Search for SquarePants. Only in theaters Friday. Get your tickets now. Right now. We'll watch the play first because they're going deep. They're going deep, and stepping in front is Surtain with the pick, and Watson was hurt. Surtain high-stepping and slipping by one tackle attempt. Watson, you hate to see it. Battled injury, of course, was out with that ACL that happened in week 18 last year. This is something else. Surtain comes up with the pick.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
In my head, it was why did Spring leave the SpongeBob live read in there? And you know what? He brought it all home in the end. You never doubt Mark Springer.
Directly into the play.
Yep.
It was part of the call, proper call.
It was all there. It was all there. Mm-hmm.
Very funny.
Sick interception. Unbelievable.
Catch one of again, that might be one of the best catches a Bronco has had all year, and it doesn't come from an offensive player. He dove, had to re-secure it, couldn't let it bobble.
What
a play.
That play, it both killed Green Bay momentum, and it took Christian Watson out of the game. And their offense wasn't the same the rest of the way. They lost their right tackle, and then once they lost Christian Watson, Jordan Love became pedestrian the rest of that game. And then the pass rush started getting home. There was no concern about what was happening in the deep part of the field. That play right there flipped this game on its head. Now, it's not worth a damn if you don't put together a drive. And Bo Nix put together a great drive after this. The 22-yarder to little Jordan Humphrey, reversing fields. The dump off to Troy Franklin, catch and run for 18 yards. It was all happening. He hit Marvin Mims for a first down on a 2nd down and 7. And the Broncos get a 2nd down and 8. And Bo Nix goes looking for Cortland Sutton on the fade.
2nd and 8. Nix, end zone bound, pulled in. Are the feet down? Yes! Touchdown Broncos! Sutton hauls it in.
He roasted Keyshawn Nixon again. I mean, that ball was placed in perfectly. Andy, there was almost no real critical inaccuracy from Bo Nix in this game.
No, I mean, he tried a couple that could have been picked off but weren't.
Right.
I don't care. I like it. Keep playing that way.
Play aggressive, man. I'm okay with it. Interceptions, with this defense, interceptions, especially when you're on the opponent's half of the field, are not going to kill you.
No, and now you don't want to give up pick six, but again, I'd rather Bo play the version of football he played yesterday.
Be that guy.
Than be way too safe like the Raider game. Now, looking at a playoff game, let's be honest, probably going to find a happy balance, but I thought Bo Nix is the reason they won yesterday. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
I think for the first time in his run, you would say Bo Nix won you that game.
The offense won that game yesterday. Afterwards, and there were guys in the locker room that were just like, offense won us this game. Guys from the defense that said, offense won us this game. I think Singleton said it after the game yesterday. Offense won us this game.
Because the defense they were doing a lot of bending.
Yep.
They weren't breaking, and I figured they'd give up some field goals, but they did not shut them down as quickly as I thought they would.
Well, the defense did finally get home on that next drive, forced the Packers into a 3rd down and 10 midway through the third quarter.
Joseph needs his defense not to give up another 3rd and long conversion. Love going down for the first time today.
3rd down and 10. Jonah Ellis gets the sack. Singleton blitzed off the edge, forced Love back inside of the pressure, and boom, he gets sacked. Green Bay punts, only 37 yards net on the punt, plus a holding call on Green Bay. Gave Denver a 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line. Again, another successful on-schedule drive from the Broncos, including a 4th and 1 conversion by Bo Nix. Here we go, 2nd down and 15. Bo Nix goes looking for Troy Franklin.
Probably the last play of the third quarter, and it's gone quiet here.
Yeah.
In Denver.
Feel it.
On a 2nd and 15. Nix to the end zone. Franklin has it. Touchdown, Broncos.
2 dropped interceptions on that drive for Green Bay, and the Broncos made him pay. That was also the drive where Parsons got hurt. 27-23, Broncos took the lead. They would never relinquish it. That was the final play of the third quarter. Denver went for 2, didn't get it. We go to the fourth quarter now, Andy, and let's just play the highlights of another touchdown drive. Big-time throw, 4th and 2, Bo Nix to Cortland Sutton, and then the R.J. Harvey 4-yard touchdown run.
What an important snap this is with 9 minutes to go.
Here we go. Here we go, Jim.
Here we go. But Day is the running back. Again, goes for the deeper pass, and this time it's caught. Sutton, the 3rd down magician, able to again come up with a huge catch. And this time it was on 4th down. He can kill you on 3rd, but the one on 4th is really one of the biggest plays of the game. They got a 1st and goal now. Toss, Harvey looking for his 10th touchdown of his rookie year. R.J. Harvey.
What do you think of Matt LaFleur's challenge on the Cortland Sutton catch?
Yeah, you and I tweeted about the same thing. That was nothing but desperation. That was just hoping he went out of bounds. What? I think he was like, game's over. He knew it.
Right.
I'm just going to take the roll of a dice that some other dumb rule we've never heard of somehow cancels out that catch. They're going to break, and Jim Nantz like, nah, it's a catch. We'll be right back.
Cost himself a timeout, though, in a 1-score game. Pretty dumb.
Because I think he was just so broken.
That was an emotional challenge by LaFleur.
It was, because he knew his team, I think it was all hitting him. My defense is not the same.
Right. I lost Micah Parsons.
They're picking up left and right long conversions that they aren't known for.
Yeah.
And my offense, he knew. I mean, they were so happy to get Christian Watson back, turned him into a different team.
Yep.
So for him to go out and then you lose a lineman, your best lineman on top of it, he knows that they're screwed.
Yeah. He lost Parsons, and he's just like, our season's over. Screw it. He's probably replaying in his brain just like, all of the anxiety attacks he's had over the course of an NFL season that a head coach is going to have, and he's just like, for what? Yeah, Matt LaFleur went to a dark place.
Oh, because they had 4 in a row, looked like a different team, were
Yep.
getting their dudes back.
And they were done.
That trade could have been more in their favor.
Yep.
And now Micah Parsons probably out till middle of next year, too.
To call it a disastrous trip to Denver for the Green Bay Packers would be underselling what happened to them yesterday. Meanwhile, the Broncos keep rolling. It is Kreckman and Lindahl taking you up to the Nuggets and the Rockets tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets and Rockets tonight. A merry Yokmas to one and all. December 15th, 2016. Michael Malone inserts Nikola Jokic into the starting lineup, and that was really the start of the greatest era in Nuggets history. Jusuf Nurkic sent to the bench, and Nikola Jokic would go on to be a all-time luminary in the sport. December 15th of 2016. By the way, of what I understand, David Adelman he'll go with Jokic in the starting lineup tonight against the Rockets.
Not going to rest him against the Rockets.
He's
really throw him a curveball.
He's going to go with him here tonight. Nuggets, Avs, Broncos combined 53-10 this season. 53-10. Avs get it done again the other night against the Preds. Nuggets, after winning the other night on the road at Sacramento, are now 18-6 on the year.